I slashed at my own koan with a click. And the next moment, the neighbor Uncle Lou was clutching his bright red crotch and howling in pain. I took a gulp of the leftover sugar water from the Chi family's 13 mouths, and the school flower immediately fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. It's all because when I crossed over, I got the side effect transfer system, which allows all side effects to be transferred to others. At this moment, I just crossed over and found myself dumbfounded that one of my tendons had been picked off. But what made me even more dumbfounded was why that woman wanted to pick off my tendon. Throughout the entire memory, I didn't find any grudges between my predecessor and her, not even a few encounters. Therefore, everyone feels that Lu Ruyan did not do it on purpose. But recalling the situation of the previous battle, that woman clearly aimed at the previous body's Achilles heel. In the end, the previous body was helpless. Appealing upwards was useless, and the classmates around did not believe him. In a fit of anger, he hanged himself directly, causing a widespread social concern. This led to the police and the school having to intervene jointly and re-examine the Chi family's 13 members. At this moment in the principal's office, Lu Ruyan had a look of vulnerability as if she had just cried, making her appear as the victim. The principal gestured for me to sit down when he saw me come in. Chen, it is true that Lu Ruyan used superior swordsmanship in a regular sparring match. So, Lu Ruyan is willing to apologize to you and is also willing to spend 500,000 to buy you second-grade Dan medicine to nourish your essence and pills to strengthen your tendons. As long as you take the tendon-strengthening pills and recover your Achilles tendon, you can be fully healed within a year. What do you think? I suddenly felt even more strange. If the other party intentionally cut my Achilles tendon, why would they want my Achilles tendon to recover? Could it be that I am remembering things wrong? However, as an orphan who relies solely on subsidies, I cannot refuse. I don't have the money to buy this kind of high-grade elixir. The principal nodded at me, smiling satisfactorily. Another thing to tell you, so you don't misunderstand later. You are about to take the college entrance examination soon. Before that, our provincial education department will lead a training camp in a week. The top 5 students in the 3rd year of high school will have the opportunity to participate. There will be a competition at that time, and anyone can challenge the top 5. You can't participate in your current situation, but the school is willing to let you stay a grade and take the next college entrance examination after you have recovered from your injury. What do you think? After listening, my brain suddenly cleared up. As a student, I didn't know about this, but Ling Jing, the head teacher, did. His eldest niece, Lu Ruyan, ranked 6th, and since I couldn't participate in the 5th place, the spot naturally went to Lu Ruyan. I imagine the rewards for this training camp should be very generous. So Ling Jing had his niece challenge me, and then the main referee blew the whistle on the field. If the principal hadn't mentioned this, I would have just repeated the year. I looked at the smiling principal, who could have easily told me about this tomorrow, but he didn't. The old man knew I would be annoyed later, so he decided to bring up the issue early to avoid trouble for Lu Jing later. I looked at Lu Jing again, and sure enough, his expression was somewhat unnatural at this moment, obviously not expecting the principal to tell me about this today. But even if he found out tomorrow, he couldn't back out after signing the agreement. However, it's not a big deal. A cripple is still an orphan. What difference does it make if he knows? Can he not take this medicine? I smiled faintly. I don't accept their conditions. I won't stay in this class. The principal frowned on the surface, but in his heart he thought, just as I expected. So what do you want? This is already the best condition. She wanted to buy me some health pills, right? I don't need her help to buy them. I can buy them myself. Please give me the cash instead. I will definitely participate in the competition a week later. I was staring at Lu Ruyan as I spoke. The meaning was very clear. I will challenge you at that time. Lu Ruyan, who originally had a victim-like appearance, almost burst out laughing at the words, challenging me? Just based on you, a cripple? But she was somewhat worried whether Chen Feng could buy something to quickly heal his foot tendons, and involuntarily looked towards Uncle. Lu Jing shook her head slightly and smiled. In the 500,000 price range, there are only 2 types of medicine, one called broken gold and jade ointment, and the other is Jing essence pills. The latter requires at least a year of rest, while the former may recover in a short time, but the side effects are so severe that only a madman would use it. He didn't believe that someone as weak as to commit suicide would dare to try that kind of thing. Lu Jing smiled kindly. Then it's settled. When you recover, our family Ruyan welcomes your challenge. He knew how many good things this training camp offered this time: elixirs, martial arts manuals, and dedicated training grounds. It can be said that once entering the training camp, Ruyan will instantly leave this young man behind by hundreds of streets. Still want to challenge? Dream on. The principal looked at the two of them and smiled faintly. Once you have discussed and agreed, please resolve this matter as soon as possible. I took a 500,000 000 card, limped out of the principal's office, and walked into a chain pharmacy called Yawang. I found a physician and began to inquire about the fastest way to recover. After a careful examination, the physician at Yawang said, if you want to fully heal before the injury, you can recover in about a year with the help of Yangjing pill. I frowned and said, is there anything else? The faster the recovery, the better. The Pill King's Pavilion physician frowned on the contrary. There is a medicine called Shattered Gold and Broken Jade Cream, which is much cheaper than the tendon nourishing pill, only $400,000, but has a lot of side effects. What side effects? Zhongli was not sleepy when he heard the 3 words side effects. Seeing how excited he was, the physician hastened to say, don't be too happy. It's cheaper, but you won't be able to carry this side effect. The prerequisite for using Shattered Gold and Broken Jade Cream is that you use it when your hamstring has just been broken, which means that you have to cut the hamstring that you've already stitched up again, and you have to be awake at all times during the medication, constantly running your qi and blood to assist the medicine in healing the hamstring, a process that can be very painful. Have you ever had a cramp? Zhongli nodded. Anyone who has ever had a cramp. The physician gave a more graphic description. It's like all the tendons in your body are pulling out at the same time, and it's slowly getting more painful, like your whole body is snapping. The duration is 1 hour, and during that hour you also have to keep running the gong to keep your qi and blood flowing. I've had a patient use it before and ended up passing out from the pain 3 times, and then his hamstring was completely wiped out. How much of a budget do you have? $500,000. The physician was relieved to hear. That's great. I recommend you get the tendon nourishing pills. Just rest for a year and you'll be able to. I don't have that much time. Zhongli calmly stared at the physician's eyes. Just shatter the gold and break the jade cream. Please cut it for me. Physician, it's been a really long time since I've seen such a mean person. Or a kid. You won't make it through. Once you pass out while running your qi and blood, your hamstring will be completely ruined. I know. Where do I swipe my card? Seeing that he could not be persuaded, the physician gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, the store is out of stock of the broken gold and broken jade cream. You can go to another store. He could understand the young man's feelings, but he'd rather not make the money than see a child just wasted. Even an adult might not be able to endure the excruciating pain, let alone just a child. Zhongli looked deeply at the physician of the Pill King Pavilion and thought to himself that there were still many good people in this world. Thanks, I'll ask somewhere else. Turning to the second big chain, Chunyan Hall, Zhongli went in and said to the physician, I'll take 400,000 for the broken gold and broken jade cream. Cut it for me, please. These 3 paragraphs could even be put in 3 different scenarios. The physician froze for a moment, looked at the bank card that Zhongli had already handed over, and did not refuse. Pushing Zhongli onto the surgical bed, the physician from Chunyan Hall took out a scalpel and did not need to sterilize it. The physicians from this kind of medicine hall were people who had learned specialized healing techniques. A stream of pure green qi and blood slowly attached to the scalpel to recut the hamstring that Zhang Yuan had already stitched up. This step wasn't really painful as the healer's healing gongfu had a certain analgesic effect. Dr. Chunyan Tang, I'm ready to apply the medicine. You now start running the basic qi and blood moving method that the school taught you. You must not stop. You can't stop even if your teeth are broken. Zhongli remained calm and collected and said yes. The physician sighed. People who hadn't felt that pain were so mouthy. After confirming that Zhongli had begun to operate the qi and blood carrying method, the practitioner began to carefully fit the shattered gold and broken jade cream onto the recently severed hamstring. After completing it, he immediately paid attention to Zhongli's condition. Once he had the intention to pass out, he would stick the needles on Zhongli's acupoints to force him to wake up. This was the only thing he could do for Zhongli. But a scene that made the physician confused happened. Zhongli took the initiative and asked, has it started? The physician took a look at the plastered broken gold and broken jade ointment, and then at Zhongli's expressionless face. Here we go. You're not out of pain, are you? Zhongli's relaxed look didn't look like he was faking it at all. It's like when you go to press your feet and hit the reaction zone of your kidneys. Even if you hold back, the sisters who press your feet know full well that you're being tough. His body was tense, his toes buckled, and even if his face could be taut, there was no hiding his body's reaction. Zhongli looked at the side effect transfer object, Huangxi, displayed by the system, and the corner of his mouth even revealed a hint of a smile. No way. I really don't hurt anyway. As for whether Huangxi is in pain or not, he doesn't know. Chapter 3. Both sides begin to doubt their medical skills. On the other hand, in the school's martial arts practice room, Huang Jing is teaching his eldest niece swordplay. Don't look at your eldest uncle. I'm now the director of instruction in this small place, but I went to the Huashan school in college back then. This move I taught you, Tai Wei Sanking Fang, was also the one I got my hands on when I took the 5th best score in the school's grand tournament back then. I told you before your match with that kid, this is a second grade sword technique. If you understand a little bit of it, Defeating that kid will be a breeze. How's that? It's just that you hit him too hard. I told you to just let him suffer an injury, but if he recuperates for a month, he'll miss this selection. But you're good. Huang Shi pouted. I've just been practicing for a short time, too, so I can't stop. It's that kid who doesn't know any better. Why doesn't he just die on that rope and save our family $500,000? Huang Jing shook his head. Alright, things are settled. You practice well. Stabilize your hand. At least before the selection tournament you have to practice the first sword of Taiwei 3 Green Peaks. That kid is not worth mentioning. But after the news of the training set goes out for announcement you will definitely have a lot of people coming to challenge you for this 5th position. You step up and practice your swordsmanship well. And when the time comes, your eldest uncle and I will get you a chi and blood enhancing elixir. And this matter will only be considered really proper when you advance to the rank of 1st grade martial artist. Huang Shi nodded seriously. I'll be sure to practice. Okay, go on. Huang Shi seriously stepped forward and stabbed out an incomparably swift sword. And then bam, the long sword in his hand fell to the ground and the whole person rolled on the ground in pain. It hurts. It hurts. Huang Jing rushed forward to check the situation. And once he felt his pulse, nothing was wrong. His face changed immediately. What are you pretending? I thought you were traveling poorly in terms of chi and blood. Everything is as normal in your pulse. Why are you shouting for pain? Huang Shi is on the verge of tears. Uncle, I really hurt. It's like all the tendons in my body have been pulled out. I can't even move. Ah, it hurts so much. Huang Jing frowned. He practiced his swordplay to the point of splitting? I can't. He didn't have this problem when he was learning before. But it doesn't look like Huang Shi is pretending. So Huang Jing hurriedly lifts Huang Shi and runs to the school hospital to check the situation. As a result, when he lifted it, Huang Shi hurt even more. Ah! Killing screams rang through the campus. Dr. Chun Yentang had been staring at Zhongli for 10 minutes now, and Zhongli's calmness gave him a whole won't. It's like this kid has no pain at all. He had checked several times in quick succession to see if there was something wrong with the medicine, if it had expired, or if he had put it in the wrong place. But everything checks out fine. He even checked if Zhongli had no sense of pain, and it turned out that Zhongli's sense of pain was also normal. But the shattered gold and broken jade ointment that hurt so much that he could pass out 3 times as soon as other people put it on, didn't feel anything at all to this kid. Zhongli even offered feedback from time to time with ease. Well, it's very comfortable. I can feel my hamstring repairing rapidly. Bolting begged Dr. Zhang. Wonderful hands. When an hour had passed, after the physician tore off the shattered gold and broken jade cream, Zhongli's hamstring was completely restored, and Zhongli was even able to run and make a big jump. Big jump. On the other hand, Huang Shi has passed out from pain 6 times in the school hospital. The results of how the doctors examined her were the same. She hadn't gone off the deep end nor had her blood turned off. Everything was as normal. This incident caused both the doctors of the school hospital and the physicians of Chunyan Hall to fall into deep thought and begin to doubt their previous experience in practicing medicine. School hospital doctor, why the hell can't I find the cause of this disease? Dr. Chunyan Tong, is it true that broken gold and broken jade cream doesn't hurt? I personally prepared this batch of medicine. Is it possible that I have inadvertently prepared a new prescription? The Chunyan Hall physician's heart was peaceful and excited. A broken gold and broken jade cream with no side effects could directly push him to the Nobel Prize in medicine. After Zhongli left, he hurriedly found a kitten and cut off his hamstring, then plastered it with the medicine he had given Zhongli earlier. The residual medicinal properties on it were enough for the kitten. The result was that as soon as it was affixed, the stray cat scratched and screamed miserably. The screams were as if he had used the 10 great tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty on that stray cat all over again. The Spring Swallow Hall physician was once again in deep thought, and the medicine he dispensed has nothing to do with. The screams attracted physicians from several stores next door. You have people abusing cats here. Dr. Chun Yentang walked out with the stray cat that fainted from the pain with a black face. It wasn't cat abuse. He had a broken hamstring and I put a compress on it with the broken gold and jade cream I left behind from my last patient. Several of the store's physicians have taken a breath of cold air, and you say you're not a cat abuser. I said, why are you screaming like that? You might as well just overpower him by giving him the shattered gold and broken jade cream. At that moment, the physician of the Pill King Pavilion suddenly thought of something. Who did you use the broken gold and jade cream on? A student? Right. You asshole. How dare you give that to a child? That stuff wouldn't hold up to an adult. The Pill King Pavilion physician was furious, and as he stepped forward, he gripped the neck collar of the Spring Swallow Hall physician. Dr. Chunyan was already in a trance at this point. He let me give him to use and he seems to feel no pain at all. Like, I thought it was the medicine I dispensed produced a mutation. This just use it to try. The Medicine King's Pavilion physician let go of his collar and stared at him in astonishment. You mean he doesn't hurt at all? It wasn't forced? Dr. Chunyan Hall, he's relaxed like he's been to a foot spa. The other doctors are in a trance. There are actually people like that? No pain? Dr. Chun Yintang shook his head no. I measured it and he has pain. That means there's something wrong with him. Maybe before that he took medicine to nourish his hamstrings. The kind of medicine that can neutralize the raging medicinal properties of the broken gold and broken jade cream. Can we get the man back? Maybe we can find a way to improve the shattered gold and broken jade cream on him. For a while all the physicians were a bit excited. But unfortunately, Zhongli had already gone, leaving behind only a legend. Chapter 4, The Pure Evil Sword Score? That's it. Swipe the card. Full-blooded and resurrected Zhongli still has $100,000 left in his hand. He didn't forget what Huang Shi and Huang Jing both did to him. Huang Shi played dirty and took away his 5th place. He must get it back. He kept thinking back to the battle at that time when he used the shattered gold and broken jade cream just now. And that last sword of Huang Shi's was completely detached from the basic swordsmanship taught in school. Not only was the sword fast, it also vaguely induced qi and blood to attach to the sword, enhancing the sharpness. That's why she and he could easily pick off his hamstring even though she was clearly using an unsharpened sword. It must have been that old bastard Huang Jing who taught Huang Shi at least a first grade or higher sword technique. Otherwise it could never have such power. Since this was the case, come what may, he was also looking for a sword technique to take revenge. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about the side effects, and could feel free to look for the kind of martial arts mysteries that had great side effects, but were very strong in enhancing his strength. It just so happened that right next to the medicine street, there was an alleyway that not only sold some not-so-legal medicinal herbs with great side effects, but also some not-so-orthodox martial arts. It's kind of a little black market in Sansan City. Zhongli bought a pair of sunglasses and a mask to put on his face and turned into that alley. There weren't too many people in the alley, but each one of them was quite big and had a blood aura, and they looked like hunters who had killed people or demons. The rise of martial arts in this world was due to the fact that it was somehow connected to another world, and the aura of that world infiltrated over, causing the people of their world to be able to cultivate qi and blood. But accordingly, the beasts were able to produce chakra. Beasts that produce chakra are traditionally called demons, because before the rise of martial arts the more dangerous beasts were called protected animals. So after the rise of martial arts these animals protected by humans have mutated into more powerful demons. Some of them even developed spiritual intelligence and took over a place to claim it as their king. Sanshan City, the city as its name suggests, is surrounded by mountains, and that's why there are really quite a few demons in this place. A large number of martial artists have registered with the official government to become hunters and participate in the process, killing demons, picking up the spirits of heaven and earth, and fighting for survival with their lives. A lot of the mess on the black market was gotten from the mountains by the hunters of Sansan City. Zhongli walked down this street as low as possible, checking out what he needed. Most of the stalls had medicinal herbs and demons' blood and flesh on them, and note cards were set up to make it easier for people to know what the medicinal herbs and those demons' blood and flesh did. Zhongli strolled through a few stalls and found that the biggest effect of the demon's flesh and blood was that it could enhance a person's qi and blood, and by eating half a catty of it per meal, it could strengthen the speed of qi and blood transportation. But you can't take too much of it, and this stuff has side effects. Beasts produce qi and blood in the body called demon, and the demon's flesh and blood people cannot eat too much at one time. Eat more than easy to grow on the body part of the demon's characteristics. The idea will also gradually become crazy. The more powerful the demon, the stronger the infiltration of blood and flesh on humans. A single drop of blood from the Demon King can turn a person into a human demon, but accordingly, they will also become very strong. So some outlaws will go out of their way to become inhuman or demonic beastmen in order to become strong. It wouldn't have mattered to him, being able to shift the side effects. He just clunked and dazzled. There were also some herbs that looked good to him that could be used to cook meat together, such as cranberries. This stuff is not the kind of cranesbill that is often referred to, but an herb with red flowers. The medicinal properties were fierce. Although it could dramatically increase one's qi and blood, the side effect was a massive overdraft of potential. It can be said that this thing is not to be eaten alone, but is paired with medicine that neutralizes his medicinal properties to be practiced as a potion. Like the reward their school gave out to the top 5, the qi gathering pill had this herb in it. Eating that alone is pure crap, but Zhongli could like this kind of thing too much, and directly wholesaled a batch of demon's blood and cranberries, and then bought some other condiments for the stew. For example, what looks like anise but is actually called mangosteen is highly poisonous. Fake star anise has the odor of floral water or camphor, and is sour to lick and numbing to the tongue. Then there's the crocus, which looks like a chive when it's not in bloom, but in fact is also poisonous and can make you vomit. Then there's the buttercup, also known as poison hemlock, which looks almost identical to celery and is equally poisonous. Touching can lead to inflammation and blistering. If consumed it can lead to diarrhea, the pulse becomes slow, and if you eat too much, it can kill you. Zhongli is just like that shopping in the food market, carrying a large frame loaded with star anise, leeks, celery and meat. In addition to medicinal herbs, the small black market was naturally not lacking in some selling of feats. After all, the school would not provide any martial arts other than the nationally distributed basic sword technique, basic chi and blood carrying technique, and basic fist technique, which were only suitable for laying the foundation for use, and could not even be considered as first-grade martial arts at all. However, it is normal for parents to home pass some of the martial arts they have learned to their students, and the school will not stop it, but it is strictly forbidden to use it in the school's regular ring. This was why Jiang Li's predecessor was so angry. In a normal ring, you can only spar with basic swords and fists, and since it's not lethal, you won't particularly have a teacher watching. However, family martial arts can be used in the official ring, so you have to book the venue in advance, as a teacher must be present to stop some injuries in time. These two bastards, Huang Shi and Huang Jing, were clearly premeditated. Thinking of this, Jiang Li began to specialize in picking martial arts that had great side effects. The floor stand is divided into 3 areas: the first, second and third products. Jiang Li was surprised to look at the only secret book on the stall that was labeled as a third-grade martial art, and it was actually still a swordsmanship. To know that the third-grade martial arts, even the end of the college entrance examination to go to the big door sects, is also considered to be the middle and high-grade level of martial arts. Those small sects or even more directly can be considered the town school martial arts. It's all very distinctive, and as soon as you use it people will know which school you're from. Just like some of Jiang Li's medical students in his past life. When they went to other hospitals, those old doctors knew that they were that teacher's students as soon as they took a look at the new doctor's maneuvers. That's why it's simply impossible for a third-grade martial art to appear on a floor stall. But this door. Jiang Li looked at the 4 big words, the sword record of evil. He seemed to know why this martial art was here, and it was 90% true. The stall owner glanced at Jiang Li and was disinterested when he saw that he was looking at the sword score of the pioneer evil. Every time someone came to ask what this third-grade sword technique was and if it was real, he had said it 10,000 times. He could already predict that Jiang Li was going to ask if it was real, so he opened his mouth directly. It's true, but you certainly can't take the secret. Look at the rest. Jiang Li slapped the card on the stall owner's hand with a snap. Swipe the card. I'll take it. The stall owner first froze, then froze, and finally froze. It was really a bit bad to sell things against his conscience. Why don't you see about practicing his requirements first? No need. I know what side effects he has. A mere 2 or 3 inches. It's nothing. Cut. Ah no. Bye. Hurry up. The stallholder froze for a moment longer and slowly gave a thumbs up. What a man. Chapter 5 Medicine doesn't exist anymore? It is reasonable to say that similar evil Gongfu officials will deliberately control the circulation, just like sweeping the cult objects clean. But the exception is this book of the Sword of Wisdom, which almost no one buys, except for those who are really pushed to the edge. It's actually quite sad if you're really pushed to that level. Jiang Li was seen as this kind of person by the stall owner, especially when he took a look towards Jiang Li's box. Good guy. Poisonous star anise, poisonous celery, and crane's bill. This is not something you dare to mess with. The stall owner only collected $20,000, so he didn't dare to go and see a ruthless person like Jiang Li. Jiang Li, being an orphan, had no place to live, but these things couldn't be brought back to the dormitory to be cooked, so he could only get a room in one of those B&Bs out there that could fire and cook. Wash, shred, slice and dice large chunks of demon meat, shredded for sautéing poisonous celery and leeks, sliced for pot roast, and cubed for braising with cranberries and star anise. After the main one finishes eating today, one of the 2 over there, Huang Jing and Huang Shi, must die. If it is not arsenic, taste is not good. And the thought of arsenic, Jiang Li is prone to think of the bowl of things in the 9-pin sesame officer. He may incidentally buy 2 packets of arsenic back to soak sugar water to drink. What? Taking pure poison doesn't count as a side effect of martial arts training? No way. I'll just throw some cranberry in there. Jiang Li was like a chef, making these poisons and fierce medicines look colorful and delicious. Poison celery stir fry, demon beast pot roast, leek stir fry, and the big heavy hitter, crane stew with demon meat. Jiang Li looked at the side effects transferred at this time, or Huang Shi directly picked up a bowl of rice on the dish to start eating. The main ingredients of poisonous celery, pot roast, and leek stir fry were still demon meat, and once they went down, the side effects automatically shifted to Huang Shi's side, while he only felt the agitation of qi and blood in his body. Jiang Li hurriedly turned on the qi and blood transportation method taught at school. The last time he measured his qi and blood, he had 80, and with his attainments in martial arts, he was ranked 5th in this class of seniors altogether. He then suffered a heavy blow and his qi blood slipped. He didn't have time to test it but predicted that it should have fallen to around 70. Now that his qi and blood were boiling, Zhongli hurriedly ran the qi and blood transportation method and began to cultivate while eating. On the other hand, Huangshi had just walked out of the school hospital. The doctor dismally told her that he really couldn't detect any cause of the disease, and that if she simply felt pain, then she should be given some pain-relieving elixir. Huangshi felt much better after taking the pain-relieving elixir and was discharged from the hospital after a while without any pain. As a result, she had just stepped out of the hospital when she was suddenly covered in a wave of dizziness, coupled with nausea, and threw up with a wow. This was the effect of the daffodil, and was followed by symptoms such as numbness of the tongue and slowing of the pulse, and, even more, by diarrhea that could not be stopped. Vomiting and diarrhea plus dizziness. Vomiting and vomiting. Huangshi collapsed in front of the hospital with a bang. The nurse took a look and stared. Dr. Wang, your patient is down at the door. Check. Half a day did not check out the cause of the disease. Wang Dafu stride rushed downstairs. Oh look, good guy vomiting and diarrhea. Dr. Wang hastily reached out and went to put his hand on the pulse. This time his face showed ecstasy. Finally he was able to feel something out. Given the symptoms, this is the time to eat poison hemlock, psilocybin, and manged out. Ha, Dr. Wang vaguely felt that his hand on Huangshi's pulse was a bit prickly and scratchy, and upon closer inspection, goodness gracious, she had even started to grow hair on her arms. That's a side effect of eating demon meat. With the previous ones, is this girl putting all these things together in one dish? And the portion was definitely quite large, otherwise it wouldn't have grown demonic hair so quickly. Take it to the emergency room. Dr. Wang copied Huangshi thrown on the hand-push hospital bed to the emergency room to send, but also thanks to all the people to learn martial arts. Campus emergencies are more so equipped with the school hospital is also more professional. Dr. Wang first went to wash his stomach according to his experience, and then realized that Huangshi hadn't even eaten these things mixed together, no less than suicide. Once again, Dr. Wang was confused. Medicine, it doesn't exist anymore? How the hell can this symptom appear out of nowhere? There is no way. Dr. Wang can only go to get a variety of symptomatic pills for her to take. The operation for a while. Finally Huangshi back. Outside the sky is dark. And at this time Zhongli also finally finished eating a large pot of fried celery, pot roast and fried leeks made from 10 pounds of demon meat. And finally it was time for the big dish of crane red stew. It was important to know that crane red was a good thing that could greatly increase his qi and blood. After eating those things just now, he had already felt the boiling of qi and blood in his body, and there was a vague feeling of touching the bottleneck a little bit, which indicated that he was on the verge of breaking through to the first grade martial artist. As long as he broke through the first grade, he would be able to formally cultivate upper grade level internal martial arts. This has to be stepped up. Zhongli looked at Huangshi's current state in the negative transfer system. Sad face. Rescue in progress. Just hold on a little longer. I'm almost done. Zhongli served the pot of crane red stew and drank the soup before eating the meat, and all of a sudden a medicinal power even more majestic than the demon meat appeared in his body. Worthy of being a complete crane red flower, the medicinal power of not going to neutralize him was just powerful. One plant was worth 10 qi gathering pills. Zhongli released 10 plants at once. The side effects top 200 qi gathering pills taken together. Zhongli finished eating the meat and drinking the soup with a big mouthful, then began to channel the majestic qi and blood in his body and started to impact that bottleneck. The qi and blood that was already full to the mouth of the bottle was still growing, and gradually the cap of the bottle couldn't resist the pressure and was toppled open a little bit. Finally, Zhongli was in a trance when he heard a popping sound, and the majestic qi and blood in his body penetrated through his entire body and began to converge towards the first point of the left-hand Tian lung meridian, the Shaoshang point. Zhongli opened his eyes. His body was covered with somewhat blackened sweat stains, impurities expelled from his body. Zhongli's eyes were glittering. First-grade martial artist. It's done. At this point take another look at the state of Huangshi's sad face. Potential overdrawn. Spitting blood. School hospital. Resuscitation room. Dr. Wang finished the resuscitation and just breathed a sigh of relief, ready to leave the operating room for a drink of water. But the result was that Huangshi, who had just been resuscitated back, suddenly turned white and puffed out a mouthful of blood. Mrs. Wang was dumbfounded. Who the hell fooled him into studying medicine in the first place? It's too hard a question. He really doesn't know it. Dr. Wang had no choice but to use the secret medical student technique of shaking people. He made a phone call to his previous mentor and current physician director of the Medicine King Pavilion Sanshan City branch, Li Yuan, elderly. After listening to this description, the old doctor was also confused. Gastric lavage did not wash out any kind of poison, and it was hard to resuscitate everything back to normal and then spit out blood. All week? You're kidding me. How can there be such a disease? Teacher, why don't you come and take a look? Masterly grunted. It must be that you have not learned the art well. In the future when you go out don't say your master's name. Wait, A few moments later, elderly rushed to Sanshan City 12 Middle School in a hurry and saw the patient Huangshi. One feel of the pulse and the old man will know. Isn't this what you eat when you eat cranberry? The pulse is weak. This is potential overdraft. What a mess you were diagnosing before. There must have been cranberries in what came out of the gastric lavage. Dr. Wang said carefully no. What? No. Here's the lab work on the contents of her stomach. Elderly held the lab sheet in his right hand and put his left hand on Huangshi's pulse, looking at the labs, looking at Huangshi, and then showing the same confused expression as his apprentice. Dr. Wang, are you sure this is her lab work? Aha. I deserve to die. Medicine doesn't exist anymore? Chapter 6. There wouldn't be anyone who wouldn't even dare to fight an injured punk. Would there? What a loser that would have to be. The next morning John Lee rushed back to the school at a quick pace. He couldn't wait to check what his current blood value was. Senior students don't need to attend classes every day and are free to train. And as soon as John Lee entered the equipment room, many of the students in the equipment room stared at him and his feet, and then exchanged words and whispers. Is this the dude who hung himself? That's him. Stay away from him and especially don't get in the ring with him to spar. This kid is no good. How? Huangshi and his sparring accidentally hurt him. The results of this guy directly hanged himself to make a big deal. People Huangshi's family had to pay him $500,000 in medical bills. Isn't this blatant blackmail? This man is disgusting. That is, people Huangshi a girl and he cut. Even if the injury can hurt where? This dares to ask for $500,000. No. Huangshi made him so angry that he was said to have gone off the deep end and rode the wrong qi and blood yesterday, and was directly hospitalized. John Lee's steps towards the qi and blood detector stopped and he walked towards the two men who were talking. Wooby, coming toward us? It's your fault for being too loud. Afraid of him? My ass. A punk who likes to blackmail women. Don't forget he's still injured. You're afraid you can't beat a punk like him? John Lee walked up to him. Where did you hear those words? The student who spoke stood up from the fitness equipment. He was 1.8 meters tall, with a small inch head, and he didn't go John Lee in the slightest. Where did you hear it from? Everyone says so. What's the matter? You've been wronged? I despise losers like you who even blackmail women for money. Inch shouted a lot of noise. The surrounding students gathered around to watch the fun. Obviously the little Inch was right. Everyone had heard about John Lee blackmailing people for money. As for how badly John Lee was injured, the matter was directly downplayed. Some of the good guys just yelled beat the shit out of him. The little Inch man is full of sarcasm. I wouldn't dare. Who knows if he'll hang himself again. I don't have $500,000 at home. John Lee dead stared at the small Inch head. This matter yesterday when the wind is not so. Only after a daytime. The wind changed dramatically. And $500,000 things only the people in that office know. He didn't say anything about it. And he sure as hell wasn't going to say anything about it when the principal was idly screwing things up after they were over. Then it could only be the two of them. Huang Jing and Huang Shi. Messing things up. Huang Shi. He was put in the hospital yesterday and didn't have time. That only leaves Huang Jing. This old Biden, who really didn't give this $500,000 for nothing, not only succeeded in portraying Huangshi as a victim, but also made him isolated by the entire school. Kill and kill. Zhang Li, who wanted to understand, gave a disdainful laugh. Lao Dang would only play Yin, but compared to Yin, there is someone who can play more Yin than him? That sort of wisdom book looks like it's ready to be practiced. But before that, he had to fix the trouble in front of him, and he just wasn't in the habit of letting people scold him and remain indifferent. Zhang Li looked around. All want to beat me up? Little Inch, just ask anyone who doesn't want to give you a stick. Okay, come on then, as many as you can get on. I'll be waiting for you in the ring if you want to beat me up. Most people are very good at talking about getting high, but when it really comes down to it, there's no sound. After all, Zhang Li was the fifth in the previous rankings, and the poor ones in their group of mouths were less than 50 in blood value, and the good ones didn't have 75 upwards. What? Aren't you looking down on me, a loser? Now the waste is going to challenge a group of you, a group of people. Ah, don't even the waste dare to fight? The little Inches are sticking their necks out. Who the hell knows if you'll blackmail us? Good. Just waiting for you to say that. Let's go sign a sparring agreement. Both sides, as long as they don't die. Any injuries resulting from the fight shall not be pursued from the other side. Chivalry is forbidden by martial arts. And in the global world of high martial arts, it is natural that those with strength in their possession will have times when they cannot help but strike. The officials couldn't care less. But they did set rules that after signing a sparring agreement, you could do whatever you wanted, and both sides couldn't look for trouble afterward. And the bottom line is, no one can die. As soon as these words came out, a few students immediately stood out. In their opinion, Zhang Li was a wounded man. As long as he signed this agreement and went to the ring, then he would only be hammered by them. The opportunity to fight such a person they recognized as evil for free was not many. and the sign-ups were overwhelming. In the end, along with Little Inch, there were 14 people who signed up to beat Jiangli in a group. This ring battle is not something that can be picked up by the regular and official rings in the school. Competitions for which a matchmaking agreement is signed must take place in an officially established arena, with the option to make it public or not. Jiangli and these 14 people directly left the school and headed to the official arena. And the news that Jiangli had taken the initiative to pick 14 in one instantly spread throughout the school. The principal was having a meeting with the teachers at the time, and felt his brain go down when he received the news. Is this kid crazy? He's just looking for death if he gets into the ring with an unhealed hamstring. He won't get a chance to call the police again after signing the matchmaking agreement. Rush to stop his death-seeking behavior. It's all so fucking unsettling. Can't you wait until I'm retired before you fuck up? After the principal finished speaking, the director of instruction, Huang Jing, almost laughed out loud and quickly said, I'm going to stop Jiangli. Without giving the principal a chance to change, Huang Jing directly left the conference room before getting into his car and heading to the Three Hills Arena. He was going to go, but to watch the fun. He was going to watch how Jiangli was beaten up by a group of people. After all, $500,000, this money Huangxi's family cannot afford to pay. He paid a large part of it. He was also heartbroken. He didn't have kids. And while he had that ability, it never came to fruition after years of trying. Even if there is a possibility of having children afterward, it's too late. So it's better to invest in your nieces first to give yourself extra security in your old age. Jiangli, did you buy the wrong medicine with money? Did you hurt your brain? Ha ha ha, no matter what, you have absolutely no chance to threaten Shaoxi after today. Sanson Arena. Jiangli and the 14 righteously indignant students signed the agreement for the sparring match, and were only waiting for the official referee to arrive to start the sparring match. In the meantime, almost the entire senior class had dropped what they were training for and come over. Everyone knew that Jiangli was an asshole who had blackmailed someone for $500,000 and stiffened the school's most beautiful and strongest schoolgirl and put her in the hospital. Anyone who wanted to watch how Jiangli was beaten to the ground and begged loudly for mercy. During the waiting process, the senior students, constantly playing Jiangli that hanging blackmail terrain. Yeah, you stepped on my foot. I'm going to hang myself. You wait to pay me $500,000. Ha ha ha. In the audience, the top students of the school were present. Yun Lang. It's a damn shame. If only I could have caught that kid Jiangli looking for death. I would have been able to fight him in person. The one who spoke was the second-ranked Gao Chan, a muscle-bound man with a tanned body. And the Yun Lang he was talking about was the school's number one. Yun Lang's eyes were also filled with disgust before. I thought that although Jiangli is an orphan, he is a hard-working and progressive person. But I didn't expect him to be this kind of villain. If I can make it, I'll have to add me too. Chapter 7, Practicing the Sword Score of Warding Off Evil. Huang Jing is nicknamed Broken Koan. At this time, the Three Hills Arena waiting room. Jiangli was alone in the waiting room of the arena, holding the copy of the scroll of the Sword of Evil in his hand. The official arena is allowed to use martial arts skills. In fact, there is no restriction here. Is purely for martial artists to vent so a place? As long as you do not kill people, you can use anything. Jiangli turned the first page, and as expected, the opening page reads, if you want to practice divine power, you must first self-cannibalize. Elementary school before going to high school is used to popularize cultural knowledge for students, such as language and mathematics, and other knowledge, the most important of which is to learn the literary language, and strive to be able to read and understand the meaning of the martial arts secret, and not to practice poorly. In junior high school, while continuing to learn this area of cultural knowledge, more emphasis is placed on learning about the meridians and acupoints of the human body, as well as taking classes on forging to solidify the foundation for learning about qi and blood transportation methods in high school. So every student who makes it to high school can read martial arts mysteries. Jiangli, out of caution, returned back to see if there is a such as not self, can also be successful, so a bullshit sentence. Good thing. No. At this time, he was promoted to a first-grade martial artist, and the number of people that the negative transfer system could designate for transfer had changed from 1 to 2. And Jiangli didn't hesitate to designate the second transfer object as Huang Jing, then walked to the restroom and stared at his district of 12 or 13 inches with a pocket knife in hand. I have to admit, he did get a little apprehensive when he actually had to do it. Out of caution, Jiangli still gently held the knife against it first. By all rights he should be able to feel the pain, but he had no pain at all. Jiangli slowly exerted force. It is reasonable to say that this force has been able to cut the mouth. His own Koan on also still considered nothing at all. Check the status of Huang Jing, Quin injured, okay, rest assured. Jiangli didn't hesitate to slice down the roots. Nothing happened to his kunai. The knife penetrated like a projection. But on the audience stage of the arena, Huang Jing, who was crossing his legs and preparing to watch the show, suddenly felt an unspeakable pain. A few students were about to greet Huang Jing, but they didn't expect Huang Jing to wail and scream, give the students a scare. Huang Jing felt the source of the pain. It was as if his kunai had been cut off. Huang Jing just moved a little and it hurt like hell. The students also saw a large amount of blood gushing out from the middle of Huang Jing's legs, and a girl exclaimed, "Is it hard to believe that boys get their period too?" Huang Jing had an ominous premonition in his heart, and he couldn't care less about the teacher-student fish and water relationship. He directly scolded angrily, "Fuck you." Then he got up and forced himself to endure the pain that was drilling him and rushed to the restroom. On the way he had a bad feeling because it always felt like something very important was disconnected from him and was lurching in his pants along with his running. Along the way, blood continued to drip on the ground. As he was about to run to the restroom, there was a snap, and the thing that had been upside down in his pants for half a day finally fell down his pant leg to the floor. After seeing this, Huang Jing's hanging heart finally died. Previously, he was also thinking of cultivating his great-niece first, and when she had developed well, he would have another child on his side, so that his great-niece could bring up his child again. Nothing is possible now. No! Huang Jing knelt in front of his kunai and looked up to the sky. After breaking defense for a few dozen seconds, his sanity gradually returned. This is a world where martial arts are on the rise, where elixirs and whatnot are amazing, and if it's short enough, you can definitely still pick it up. It can be done. It can still be picked up. It can be done. It will be done. Huang Jing reached out to carefully hold the quinquin that fell to the ground, and at this time several students who heard Huang Jing's wailing ran over to check the situation. There is Huang Jing's blood on the ground. It is very slippery. A student running too fast, in the imminent run to Huang Jing body, want to break cannot break, directly stepped on Huang Jing's quinquin, slipped out. Huang Jing's entire body was frozen, still maintaining the posture of kneeling on the ground and reverently stretching out his hands to cupped, but his neck was strangely twisted at 90 degrees. Looking towards the student who had stepped on his quinquin and slid out to fall on the ground, the student scratched his head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Mr. Huang. I wasn't steady. What's wrong with you? Are you hurt?" Huang Jing, without a word, he stood up and went forward to take the hand of the student who had fallen to the ground. "Mr. Huang, you're pinching me a little bit. Ouch." Huang Jing's expression grimaced. "You can hurt as much as I do." Yanking the student's hand, the unhinged Huang Jing directly yanked the student, who had fallen on his kunai, up and slammed him into the ground on the other side, replicating the famous scene of the Hulk smashing Loki back and forth several times. "Why don't you go to hell? Why don't you go to hell? Go to hell." The student who was smashed was not even of the first grade. How could he carry the fall of a second-grade martial artist under the fury? A lot of bones in his body were instantly shattered, and the person fainted. Seeing him pass out, Huang Jing threw away his hand and knelt down again to reach out and hold up his own quinquin who had been stepped on and slipped for a while. There must be hope. There must be hope. Shivering, he stood up and ran that way towards the outside of the arena despite the stares of the others. When he was completely gone, the students then dared to go to the police and call for first aid. And at that moment, the referee for this matchup had already arrived, and Jiang Li and those 14 students were placed on the field. The 14 students who were planning to fight in a group thought that they would be the center of attention when they came out, receiving cheers and clapping and shouting from the entire student body, only to find that not a single person was looking at them. All the students in the audience ran in one direction. The little inch man named Li, he scratched his head. "What happened? An earthquake? I don't know. I think I heard a very mournful scream just now. Maybe it was someone who was injured. Who cares? Let's beat up that Jiang Li kid first." A comment pulls back the focus as 14 men make their way to the competitive ring. The referee frowned slightly as he looked at the 14 people over there and turned his head to ask Jiang Li, "Are you sure you want to pick 14 in one? You can reverse it while you're still in the ring. Once you're in the ring it's too late. According to the sparring agreement, you don't say the word surrender, and as long as they don't beat you to death, you can't quit even if they cripple you." Jiang Li revealed an expectant smile. "Really? This is the first time I've learned about this. You can't quit without saying you're surrendering, right? Referee. Right." Seeing that Jiang Li had no intention of quitting, the referee shook his head. Both sides enter. Chapter 8, One Sword Defeats 14. The Sword of Wisdom is invincible. Both sides entered carrying a black sword in their hands. This kind of black sword is special for the arena. The material is special rubber. Very hard, but there is no sharpness. It is actually more like a stick when it is said to be a sword. Li holds the black sword and points it on the ground. "Don't look at my lack of talent. My Li family has also produced someone who created a first-rate sword technique." Jiang Li, before in school you were beaten and cried and still managed to hang yourself and call the police to blackmail people for money. I'd like to see what you're going to do today. Li stepped on the 7-star gang stance. His family's first-grade sword technique was called the 7-star sword technique. Paired with his footsteps, it could raise his chi and blood step by step. To put it in a more understandable way, it was to build up his strength step by step, and when his foot stepped on the 7th step, he stabbed out with a sword. And even if he only had 74 points of chi blood value, he could still stab out with the force that a first-grade martial artist could strike out with. The downside is that it's, well, slow and requires a build-up. But the person who created the 7-star sword technique of the Li family was not a fool. He also created sword moves for defense while stepping on the astral dipper. If Jiang Li dared to step forward at this time, Li He was confident that he could directly defeat Jiang Li. Li He stomping and confident upturning of the corners of his mouth caused the students around him to monkey around. And on the opposite side, Jiang Li's head was filled with question marks. He would have a hard time understanding the ape-crying behavior of this group of people. There's no way someone would actually wait until their opponent is done building up their power before hitting them. Is there? No way. No way. As soon as Li He took his second step, Jiang Li disappeared in place and placed a sword against Li He's stomach. What kind of bullshit defense sword move? Li He didn't even see how Jiang Li got to him and how the sword came out before he was hit in the stomach with a sword. It was also that this black sword had no sharp edge at all and the head was round. Otherwise this sword would have directly pierced Li He. Li He's eyes glazed over at the top. A mouthful of blood puffed out of his mouth, and his legs went limp as he fell to his knees, and the monkey calls around him came to a screeching halt. After self-palace, Jiang Li formally practiced the pure evil sword script. This third-grade sword technique gave him the feeling of one word: fast. Fast like a ghost. The sword record of wisdom had almost no bonus to chi and blood, but after cutting off the kunai and then running the chi and blood is taught on the top of the sword record of wisdom, one would find that it was a big and scary boost to speed. This is a sword technique that uses kunai for speed. Even though he had only learned for 10 minutes, the speed of him, a person who had just been promoted to a first-grade martial artist and who had only opened the first Shaoshan point of the Han Tien Lung Meridian, was already beyond the ability of these rookies to understand. Jiang Li used the black sword to pick up the chin of Li He, whose eyes were a little bit disoriented. Family swordplay? Li He clenched his teeth and used his last ounce of sanity to sweep towards Jiang Li with his black sword, but his speed was as slow as a turtle in Jiang Li's eyes. With a bang, Li He's sword was blocked. Jiang Li easily blocked his sword, which had no speed or strength, and then swept his backhand over Li He's mouth, cracking almost all of his teeth. With your strength, you're still saying bad things to people's faces? You don't treat me like a human being either. Which of you said you were afraid to badmouth me behind my back? Li He was speechless at this point, with no good teeth left in his stinking mouth. The rest of the students realized something was wrong, but some of them shouted as if to embolden themselves. Fear him what? Even if it is strong again, chi blood is only so much. We so many people let him out of 3 strokes will be chi blood exhausted. There's no morality in dealing with this kind of person. Big guy, let's go side by side. Speaking of which, Jiang Li did only just realize that consuming chi and blood was also considered a negative effect. The chi and blood consumption of a third-grade martial art was terrifyingly large. That kid's calculations were quite accurate. After the end of the 3 swords, he did indeed consume all of his chi and blood. However, with the help of the negative transfer system, the negative effect of chi and blood consumption was transferred to the 2 of them, Huang Shi and Huang Jing, and he was the equivalent of having 2 more backup hidden energy sources. When the grades became higher and higher afterward, and the negative transfers could be assigned to more and more people, it would no longer be possible for him to run out of chi and blood. But this is something that those 13 students don't know. After being reminded, they immediately felt that Jiang Li was a grasshopper after the fall, and couldn't jump a few times. One by one, they wailed and rushed towards Jiang Li, stabbing at him with the semi-skillful and unskillful basic swordsmanship that they practiced on weekdays. At this time, more and more students in the audience had begun to pay attention to the bout. The previous image of Jiang Li defeating Li He with a single sword was rarely seen, as everyone was attracted by Huang Jing and the knocked-out classmate. It was only when they were done with that side of things that anyone started paying attention to the bout in the ring. At the sight of 13 people with swords surrounding Jiang Li, the students who were completely convinced that Jiang Li was a bastard who blackmailed people for money shouted their approval. Attack him on the road. Attack him down the road. Top, middle and bottom together. Let this son of a bitch gas the schoolgirl into the hospital. This is Huang Shi's licking dog. The audience was jubilant, as if they were about to see the scene of Jiang Li being surrounded by justice in the next second, and the air was filled with a rapturous atmosphere. But in the very next second, facing the black swords attacking from all sides, Jiang Li's hand that was holding the sword was fast out of the stump. The students in the audience only felt a few swipes, and the students who had surrounded Jiang Li all fell to the ground with their throats covered. Only the second-grade martial arts referee on the sidelines could see clearly that Jiang Li had used the black sword in his hand to point 13 people's faces in a row in the blink of an eye. The referee's eyes widened. What kind of swordplay was this? He hadn't even seen it before. How could there be a sword technique that allowed a first-grade martial artist to have such speed? Moreover, looking at Jiang Li, He looked like he was very unskilled, like he had just practiced for a short while, but if he was allowed to practice for a while longer, even he, a second-grade martial artist, might not be able to see his sword out. Young people nowadays, are they all so scary? The entire room was quiet after Jiang Li's fight. The students in the audience couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing. Wasn't Jiang Li a loser who couldn't even beat Huang Shi and had to blackmail people for money? Why was the speed of his sword so fast that they couldn't even see it? First-ranked Yun Lang and second-ranked Gao Chan directly stood up. Yun Lang, impossible. How can he be so strong? Yun Lang thought to himself that he couldn't keep up with the speed of his sword even with his own eyes, and he surely couldn't stop it himself. But, how could a punk who got to the 5th ranking based on his efforts, who couldn't even beat a woman and still had to blackmail people for money, possibly have this kind of strength? Gao Chan was also full of surprise. No, but if this dude has this kind of strength, how could he be injured by Huang Shi? Suddenly, as if they had thought of something, one looked at the other and said at the same time, he's hiding his strength. This is a setup specifically targeting Huang Shi. It's to blackmail Huang Shi for money. Maybe it's just to blackmail money to buy pills. This guy is an orphan and has no money at all in his hands to buy pills to upgrade, so he made such a game. After getting the money he bought elixirs to improve his strength, so now he's become stronger. Gao Chan looks unsightly to have this kind of strength and yet be of such poor character. I am ashamed to be in his company. Obviously these two people's little brains went in the wrong direction, because Huang Jing deliberately downplayed the real injuries of Jiang Li's injury in the rumors, so the two people had such an outrageous conclusion. And what made them even angrier was that Jiang Li was in the ring at that moment, breaking the teeth of the 14 students on the stage one by one so that they couldn't say the words of surrender, and then smashing their arms and legs one by one with the black sword in his hand. Jiang Li, give me face and stop. Chapter 9, 1 pix 50. Scolding people for not having a family education? What a terrible scolding. Yun Lang couldn't help but stand in the audience and open his mouth, but as a result, Jiang Li glanced at the stage and didn't pay any attention to it, stretching his foot to continue kicking the 14 people on the stage. Put another way, if he really was a loser, these 14 people challenged, no, swarmed him, would he be any better than where these guys are now? Will someone stand up to them and tell them to stop, as they are doing now? It's not possible. Didn't you see how loud the stage cheered when the gang rushed at him just now? Now you're helping to scream for mercy? To hell with it. Instead of stopping, Jiang Li increased his efforts. The referee on the sidelines was just watching to see if anyone was going to get kicked to death, and didn't step up to stop it at all. The referee had presided over the 3 Mountain Arena for many years and had witnessed countless bouts, and even though he had already seen a lot, his heart was no longer rippled. But it's the first time I've seen 14-1. Regardless of their grudge, the referee would inherently feel that Jiang Li wasn't wrong in any way as long as he didn't beat anyone to death. There's no such thing as justice in a group fight. At this time, Yun Lang saw that Jiang Li did not give him any face at all, and felt that the students around him were looking at him in a different way, so he was so angry that he jumped down directly from the audience seat, the chi and blood of a first-grade martial artist showing through. Jiang Li, don't you go too far. Gao Can then followed suit and jumped down, and then more and more students stepped down from the audience and stared angrily at Jiang Li. Sound off on Jiang Li. Be forgiving. Jiang Li, how dare you be so arrogant after doing something wrong yourself? Jiang Li kicked the 14 losers on the stage to the corner of the ring one by one and turned his head to the stage and said, want to seek justice for them? Come up and fight. What's the use of talking nonsense off stage? All you do is talk? One sentence ignited the anger of the crowd. But just now Jiang Li's performance was really shocking. Who wouldn't be chilled by that fast sword in his hand? The crowd's vocalizations suddenly disappeared, as if they were all lowering their heads like a teacher asking a question in class. At this moment, Yun Lang stepped forward. I'll fight you. Jiang Li shook his head and Yun Lang sneered. What? Afraid of being beaten by me? No. I was thinking that you alone are not enough of a loser to come up here for me to fight, and I was afraid of beating you to death. Those losers next to you. Forget it. It's you bunch of losers that can all come up here and get beat up. I don't mind. There were almost the entire senior class of the 12th high school in Sansan City under the field, numbering 300. The referee reminds Jiang Li the ring can't hold that many people. 50 at a time at most. 50 then. Which one of you is going to come up here first and take a beating? Sign the sparring agreement over there. Yun Lang had long since exploded with anger and was the first to sign up, and then the top 10 students on the stage also went up to sign up under his leadership in turn. With them taking the lead, or with Yun Lang around, more people began to sign up, and soon enough there were 50 people. After Jiang Li signed the sparring agreement as well, he kicked the 14 losers on the previous stage whose arms and legs were already broken down one by one, and hooked his finger at Yun Lang. Come on. Yun Lang led the men up to the ring, a ring that was never expected to have so many people on it since the day it was built. Yun Lang stood in front of all of them, carrying the black sword behind his back. He practiced the Hangshan School's second-grade martial art. 100 changes, 1,000 illusions, Cloud and Mist 13 swords, which focused on 1,000 changes. It was the same sword technique his grandfather had acquired when he attended the Hangshan Sect University, and since he had learned it, the title of number one on campus had not gone to anyone else. Jiangli, you have good talent and strength, but your character is bad as hell. I know. You're an orphan and grew up without a family. Today I'll teach you how to behave on behalf of your parents. Yunlang hadn't forgotten what the others had mentioned before. The stronger the martial skill, the greater the consumption of qi and blood. Just now he had fought 14 people in a row. Jiangli must have reached the end of his strength by now. And this sword technique of his, what he was best at was consuming. The ever-changing sword techniques left the enemy unsure of how to parry. As soon as Jiangli's qi and blood ran out, he stepped forward to stop the crowd from beating him, letting Jiangli know how big the gap between people really was, and also letting his prestige rise to another level. Growing up as someone else's child, he loved nothing more than to see others worship and look up to him. Watch the move. Yunlang's sword is 1,000 variations. There is even a little bit of juggling in this sword technique. Obviously there is only one sword in his hand, but it looks like 4 or 5 of them. Once again, the students are crowing as apes and monkeys. Jiangli's eyes changed slightly as he looked at the waist. He didn't know about other people, but in that region of his last life, it was very insulting to be scolded for not having a family education. To him, calling him uneducated is worse than saying knocking on a horse to him. Teach me to be a man, huh? Jiangli stepped forward with his sword in his black face. Yunlang didn't panic at all when he saw this and waited for Jiangli to step forward and attack. This sword technique of mine is ever-changing. With 4 or 5 swords, can you tell which one is the real one? Jiangli? Why does he care which one is real? Just play them all. To have the same sword speed on both sides. It's true that this move will be elusive, but when the sword speed is fast enough, it doesn't matter how many swords you have. Break them one by one. Boo! Jiangli tapped 6 times in a row, and in Yunlang's eyes, Jiangli, who approached him, just suddenly blurred for a moment, then smashed Yunlang's teeth with a sword. Yunlang spewed a mouthful of bloodied broken teeth. Ahem. Kala! It was the sound of Yunlang's arm breaking. Jiangli used his black sword to start knocking from Yunlang's arm. Anyway, after signing the agreement, this guy can't get him in trouble, so why not have a good time? The light of justice. Right. Click. 1,000 different things. Right. Click. Teach me to be human. Right. Teach. 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 Click. 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 Yunlang was smashed and broke his arm and leg bones, and could only cry and squirm while on the ground. This scene to all the people are smashed out of the fire. Their most valued big brother of the band has not even consumed a little. Jiangli it fell to the ground to be disabled. Yunlang, don't fight. I'm wrong. I cast Kala. Jiangli once again smacked on Yunlang's mouth, making him completely speechless. Finally one of those 49 losers in the back reacted and stepped forward in time to help Yunlang block Jiangli's attack. The person who stepped forward was Gao Chan, all tanned and with a slight metallic glint. The referee knows it when he sees it. First grade martial art iron cloth shirt. Strong defense, most restrain this kind of fast speed and small force. If you use a real sword it's okay. This kind of rubber fake sword can't do any harm to him at all. This kid is going to be difficult. Chapter 10, going crazy in time to stop internal conflict. Gao Chan's face was dark. Jiangli, don't go too far. Jiangli withdrew his sword and stabbed. Just one movement. So fast that the whole room of students didn't react. Jiangli pressed his sword against Gao Chan's crotch. Gao Chan, also a man of honor, collapsed into the ring without a word, a tear slowly escaping from his eye. Referee, forgetting that this was a student who was less than a first-grade martial artist, the horizontal training technique was not practiced at all. There is still a weakness in practicing a beginner's iron cloth shirt and not practicing iron pants. This kid called Jiangli also has a really fast brain turn. So damn promising. That's right. The referee didn't think Jiangli was cruel at all. If he had fought one-on-one, he would have thought the kid was a bit over the top. But a dozen 50s is not too much to ask for, no matter how you do it. In fact, high school and college are sort of the last stage of development for a martial artist. And after leaving college one has to face the ubiquitous demon, more sinister hearts, and foreign races with more terrifying strength. Oh yeah, and the scariest daughter-in-law ever. No matter what, this kid called Jiangli was hated by so many people because of his mentality could not be affected by half, and he could still beat his face back one by one. This kid will become a great man in the future. These students who are now speaking out against him are just stepping stones for him to become stronger. In the ring the first and second had already fallen one after another. The rest hesitated again. Everyone knew that Jiangli shouldn't have much chi and blood left, but no one wanted to take that beating. Everyone wanted to be able to beat up this arrogant person. The result was that the gang looked at each other and didn't move a muscle. Jiang Li was speechless and kicked Yun Lang while saying to them, fight or fight. Or get off your ass and don't take up state resources. Bunch of losers. Waste of air to live. Waste of land to die. 48 people don't dare to make a move against one of me. And when you officially graduate to become martial artists, you'll stare at each other so silently when you face demons and fae, waiting for the other side to regain their breath to eat you? Jiang Li's words woke them up. Yes, if we wait for Jiang Li to recover his blood, it will be impossible to fight. Finally, after the third-ranked kid shouted out his guts and rushed towards Jiang Li, the 48 people finally rushed towards Jiang Li together. Jiang Li took a deep breath and carried the constant flow of qi and blood in his body. The hunt is on. On the narrow ring, Jiang Li transformed into a shadow that one couldn't catch or touch, darting around everyone. Because the range was just too short, Jiang Li simply threw away his black sword and used his index and middle fingers as swords. One by one, he got close enough to point at the throats of these losers. It's 3 minutes of chaos. Where's Jiang Li? I don't know. Can't see. Ahem. He just grazed me. Woohoo. Behind every is a young man whose throat is on point. When it was all over, 50 people knelt in the ring and Jiang Li slapped their mouths one by one, with Yun Lang receiving an extraordinarily large number. Like to chew the cud. Let you all chew. Knowing the truth of the matter. You chew. Slap sound continuous. The stage at this time there are more than 200 people. Froze. There is no one who dares to let Jiang Li stop, for fear of saying a word to get 2 mouths. At this time, Gao Chan seemed to have slowed down, covering his block and opened his mouth to say, what is the truth of the matter? Tell me. A group of beaten people on the stage covered their faces and said together in hoarse voices, yes. Explain yourself. How do we know what the truth of the matter is if you don't? Jiang Li looked at this group of people actually willing to listen to him to tell the truth of the matter. Cannot help but feel very emotional, but also the old ancestors say the right read to be able to speak calmly to the SB, and master the force so that the SB can listen to you calmly. Jiang Li clutched Yulong's collar and smacked him back and forth. Since you're so eager to hear it, I'll explain a little bit about this whole thing in its entirety. In the regular ring, Huang Shi used a sword technique to pick off my hamstring. Not a slight injury as you guys said. You suffer a little injury and ask others to blackmail 500,000 try. You see the other side care about you bunch of shabbies. I want to complain to the school. Huang Jing as the director of teaching is also as Huang Shi uncle. Pulling the side frame, the matter covered down. I was disheartened under the hanging suicide. The results did not die, causing the school and the police to investigate the final confirmation of the Huang Shi's fault. The other party volunteered to pay $500,000. Not the $500,000 I blackmailed as you shabbies heard. And that's what happened. Oh yeah, you guys should have all been notified today that there's going to be an intensive training camp up there to prepare for the college entrance exams. Right. The top 5 will get into the camp. And I happen to be the 5th. Pa. It wasn't the sound of everyone clapping, but the sound of Jiang Li smacking Yun Lang's big mouth. Everyone looked at each other. This version seems to sound a little more reasonable. Otherwise, as Jiang Li said, just a little injury people do not need to pay $500,000. Moreover, Huang Shi's motive for picking off Jiang Li's hamstring also appeared. It was Huang Jing who knew about the training camp in advance before letting Huang Shi strike. Then how did Huang Shi get into the hospital? And how could that speed you just had be after having your hamstring picked out? Jiang Li continued to smoke Yun Lang first. How Huang Shi got into the hospital has nothing to do with me. I was at Spring Swallow Hall that night buying medicine with the $500,000 they gave me. Secondly, there is this speed because I bought the shattered gold and broken jade cream that night to heal my hamstring. Feel free to check all of these out. A student whose family was a physician had heard of this and couldn't help but gasp in shock. You used the shattered gold and broken jade cream. How could you endure that side effect of it? Another student asked, are there a lot of side effects? More than great. My mom said that before using it, she had to recut the jointed tendons before applying the medicine. And during the process of applying the medicine all the tendons and bones felt like they were hurting as if they had snapped off inch by inch. It was necessary to hold on for a whole hour's time and keep your sanity from fainting. Running your chi and blood all the time. Once you pass out you have lost all your previous efforts. The broken tendon is completely wasted and there is no cure. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Jiang Li with a few moments of admiration in their eyes. At the same time, they were all thinking that Huang Jing and Huang Shi were damned to have fooled them all. In the end, all the people on the stage looked at Jiang Li slyly. You early to explain? Early to explain. We do not have this misunderstanding. Also do not need to take this big mouth. Jiang Li rolled his eyes. I told you guys earlier that you have to believe it too. And how else is he going to vent his frustration if he told you earlier? Inexplicably crossed over. Inexplicably took on predecessor hate. Inexplicably cursed. If he doesn't get a fucking fight, he'll have to keep his emotions inside. And it's easy to get depressed. Jiang Li is a firm believer in Taoism. The main one is not internal conflict. in time to go crazy externally. Now that's just fine. Look at it, not only are you done venting and in a good mood, but you've also exonerated yourself. Yes. For popping sound Kachin. Why are you still smoking him? Yunlang's face had swollen into a pig's head. Zhongli, shouldn't he beat me for calling me uneducated? Or is it more appropriate for me to take it out on you guys? Gao Chan hurriedly covered his crotch with one hand and opened his ham with the other. No, just he's quite suitable. Ref, I'm pitching. There was a big brother with a pitch, and the remaining 48 students nodded their surrender in unison. Yunlang tried to raise his hand, but his arm was broken, so he could only lift it weakly, and Zhongli slapped him in the face when he saw it. You'll have to wait. Chapter 11, Principal Suspicious. Is Zhongli's Quin still there? After having a blast at the Three Mountain Arena, Zhongli raised his head in front of the 300 or so seniors. The remaining students looked at each other in dismay. This wave, they were neither taking advantage of the situation, but also being slapped in the face with a raw pain. But people are always reluctant to admit their mistakes. Who knows if what Zhongli said is true? What if he's fooling us too? Gao Chan, whether it's true or not we'll find out if we go and check. The students present agreed with Gao Chan's words when they heard it. Mainly they were also curious that Zhongli really used the shattered gold and broken jade cream which had horrible side effects. A group of people headed to Medicine Street and found Chun Yentang. Then the physician of Chun Yentang directly confirmed Zhongli's condition, and also proved that he did indeed carry the side effects of the shattered gold and broken jade cream. Hard here yesterday. Didn't even say a word. A real tough guy. Now we all know which is true and which is not. Gokun side, this beating is not unfair. If I were Zhongli and had to be scolded like this, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. Facts aside, couldn't he have explained himself first? There are still students bemoaning the beatings they've received. Gao Chan gave him a blank look at that time. Even if he explains, we have to believe it. Almost everyone has decided that Zhongli is a blackmailing bastard. Even if he defends, what's the use? Now, no one was talking, and the students were pretty mixed up, but they had learned a very valuable lesson. Sometimes people don't mean that's the way things are, and you have to keep some of your own thinking, or you're liable to get beaten up. The truth of the matter has been clarified, but there is still one thing we don't know. How did Zhongli's strength suddenly become so strong all of a sudden? Perhaps, having died once, he realized something? Isn't there often news about certain people having an epiphany after being near death once on the battlefield? Maybe Zhongli is the same. That's the only explanation. Hey, to put it that way, he's kind of number one in the school now, isn't he? Tisk. Yunlang will have to be furious when he's discharged from the hospital. Students, the principal's meeting isn't even on. Just waiting for news from the arena. As a result, the first news came back that Mr. Huang Jing, who went to stop Zhongli's fight, had inexplicably sliced his koan, and then because a student stepped on his koan and hit an out skid, giving him the anger to beat the student into a serious injury. Now the student's parents have arrived at the hospital. The child is in the ICU resuscitation. Regardless of whether it is saved or not, the student's parents have reported to the police to make Huang Jing pay the price. The principal and the teachers who were in the meeting had a feeling of CPU overload. The amount of information was too much, but the bigger one was yet to come. As Huang Jing went into the hospital to see Koan, and no one was there to stop Zhongli's bout, the principal and teachers predicted that Zhongli would be beaten up so badly that the matter would become a big deal again. As a result, Zhongli wore a 14. That's not all. The school's top-ranked student, Yun Lang, challenged Zhongli with 49 people because he couldn't stand him. When the principal heard the news, he slammed the table and shouted, "Nonsense!" As a result, he immediately heard that the gang led by Yun Lang was pierced through 50 by Zhongli, taking a horrific 64 kills. The result was a direct CPU dry burn for the principal and teachers. Are you sure it's the Zhongli from our school, not a second-grade martial artist with the same name? The messenger was very positive. It's Zhongli. He also said that his hamstring was cured with the broken gold and broken jade cream. The office burst into another chorus of backward breaths. Teachers who can be hired by the school are all from the sect. And if you enter the sect after the college entrance exam and want to graduate, you have to spend the last 2 years interning on the battlefield against the demons. In that place, deaths and injuries were everywhere. And the teachers had naturally seen the scene treated by the shattered gold and broken jade cream, which was, after all, the fastest medicine that could treat tendon injuries. On the battlefield with the demons, in order for the injured to recover their fighting strength as soon as possible, many people chose this to heal. That scene was, in 4 words, worse than death. Even military martial artists might not be able to carry each and every one of them, let alone a student. A teacher's comment, not bad for someone who died once. What a steely character. The other teacher was surprised and excited. This Zhongli is so strong. It looks like our school is going to get a top student this year. When this sentence came out, all the teachers' eyes lit up. With the lack of educational resources and the absence of students with particularly perverse talents, their school hadn't even produced a city top student for 8 consecutive years. If they could produce a top student, no need for more, even a city student, it would make the top tilt more educational resources to them. The bottom line is that their chances of getting promoted are greatly increased. If there is a provincial scholar, the principal felt his breath catch. But there's something wrong with that fast sword of his. I haven't heard of any sword technique that can be as fast as that. And he was only a martial artist who didn't enter the rank before that. Could it be some kind of magic skill? The principal mused for a moment. There's a sword technique that can do it. And even a martial artist who doesn't enter the grade can have this kind of fast sword. You mean the sword of wisdom? Hiss, there was another sound of breath being sucked back. The office was quiet for a long time before a teacher said, should I ask him? This sword technique was not devilishly evil, but it was not righteous either. It's unlikely that those large sects will accept him if he has to take the entrance exam. This definitely must be asked. After all, if their side out of a scholar, the result of no sect is willing to want it, then it will be a big joke. The principal gives the go-ahead, arrange a school-wide physical to see how Jiangli is doing. If he's okay with that, then the school can train him to the fullest. Patient Huang Jing and his niece Huang Shi were placed in a hospital room, one with overdrawn potential and one without. Huang Shi looked at the ceiling with a pale face. Uncle, are we doing more harm than good? Huang Jing no after the whole person's temperament changed greatly. Not only do not love to talk, and the expression of gloomy, maybe so, but our masters have been punished enough. It's impossible for me to have children in the future. You're all I have. Hey, you must successfully enter the training camp and fight for our old Huang family. Huang Shi gave a bitter smile. Dr. Li said that my potential overdraft is very strong. I'm afraid. Don't worry, just make up for lost potential. I still have 800,000 coffin money in my hand. Later I'll call your parents and ask them to gather enough 1,000,000 to buy a second-grade subliminal dragon pill, which will not only make up for your lost potential, but also take you to the next level and break through to first-grade martial artist directly. Huang Shi immediately made a touched expression. Uncle, this is all your savings. The eldest can't use it. Just don't forget the eldest in the future. Aha! Huang Shi nodded fiercely. I will give you my old age and my final rest. Seeing that these two were about to start melodrama, a team of police suddenly walked into the hospital room and directly presented an arrest warrant to Huang Jing. Huang Jing, you intentionally injured a student, causing serious injuries and lifelong disability. A manhunt is being initiated for you and you will be taken to the police station when your injuries are stabilized. Is that a problem? Huang Jing's sullen face. He knew that he had lost control of his emotions before, but he did not expect that the student's family directly reported to the police, and did not give him the opportunity to find a remedy at all. Obviously not everyone is an orphan like Jiang Li's predecessor. Having a family is different. More damned than that little bastard Jiang Li. Apparently Huang Jing, who had lost Qin, had a drastic change of heart. It was just that Huang Jing knew that he was seriously injured at this time, so he couldn't escape. The police officers were all first-grade martial artists, and the captain leading the team was even a second grade like him, so he could only admit at first, that's fine with me. But can I make a request? You say, this is my niece. She's about to take the college entrance exam. Can you not let this affect her? The police captain leading the team nodded. Yes, I'll have the hospital change her room later. Huang Jing thanked him gratefully and then said to Huang Shi, go ahead. My card is in my office drawer. I guess I'm going in for a few years. You must be good little hey. Uncle is in there waiting for you to get on a good sect and then come see me. Huang Shi wailed and cried, looking like he couldn't bear to part with his eldest uncle, but he was forced to make arrangements to leave the hospital room. In fact, her current condition was just a little bit subtle, not much strength, compared to Huang Jing, who was seriously injured and even struggled to move. She was much better. After leaving the hospital room in tears, Huang Shi looked behind her to see that no one was following, wiped her tears away and excitedly walked out of the hospital and headed to school. The eldest was right. God's punishment for her was over, and it was time for good luck to come. She couldn't even imagine that there was such a good thing, both getting Huang Jing's money and not having to pretend to be affectionate with him every day. The old clapper looked like he was going to be her real father every day, and she had to be in charge of everything she did. She's a girl too. Who wants to wear that ugly Budo uniform all the time? She wants beautiful dresses, sweet love, and more playtime. Now it was good that she was able to buy the second-grade subterranean dragon pill. Her promotion to first-grade martial artist was on the line. She would definitely be able to enter the intensive training camp, and her grades in the college entrance exams would definitely be good, and she wouldn't have to be so tired. Who the hell cut the eldest? What a nice guy. Chapter 12. The principal and teachers cheered, and Jiang Li Koan was still there. Miami City 12 Middle School. Jiangli Dormitory. He had just tested his qi and blood after returning to school and it was 145. A normal person's qi and blood value was full of 100. And after breaking through the first grade of martial artist, the qi and blood was going to increase slightly. But in the class the teacher had said that the average person would increase their chakra by about 20. And he exploded by 45. Apparently the cranes used last night were very topsy-turvy. At this moment, he had broken through to a first-grade martial artist, and he could also formally cultivate internal energy. The qi and blood moving method taught in school was only applicable to martial artists who hadn't reached the first grade. After going up to the first grade, you have to learn the internal work of the entry grade, open up the acupoints and penetrate the meridians of the human body. The human body has a total of 14 meridians. The first 12 meridians, each through 2 will be upgraded by 1 grade, all through the achievement of the 6th grade martial artist. The last 2 were the Run and Duda chakras, and opening the Ren chakra promoted the 7th grade martial king, and opening the Duda chakra promoted the 8th grade martial grandmaster. The whole of China on the surface of the 27 martial arts masters, in the upper, in Jiangli seems to be a bit of cultivation of immortality. High school textbook knowledge does not have any description further up. Jiangli was considering whether or not to go to the black market once more to see if he could salvage a good copy of the Inner Strength. It was at this moment that a student who had sent a message knocked on Jiangli's dormitory door. After opening the door, Jiangli was informed that the seniors were to undergo a major physical examination, saying that it was to check for hidden dangers for the selection of the intensive training camp that would begin soon. There are not only opportunities but also risks in the camps, so those with hidden health problems should be screened out in advance to save them from dying in the camps. This reason was very reasonable, and Jiangli didn't realize that it was for his dish of vinegar specially made dumplings. Nodding his head in agreement and following the student who had sent the message to the school playground. A number of students were already here by now, and the principal and a few teachers were hiding in a classroom near the playground. That's Jiangli. He's here. The principal is a little nervous at the moment. Just a shiver. I hope Jiangli has a koan. Soon, the results of the medical examination came out, and the principal was the first to get his hands on them to check them out. Then burst out laughing. Jiangli has koan. He has koan. It's not the sword score of wisdom. For a moment, the entire classroom of teachers cheered. It's just that the scene is slightly weird. They're cheering for Jiangli's koan to still be there. A few moments later, the cheering ended and the principal, sensing that the scene just now seemed a bit bizarre, coughed twice to become serious again. Since Jiangli's physical examination results are fine, then we'll train him with all our might. It's our turn to be rich and famous in the 12th grade this time. The principal personally found Jiangli, who was preparing to leave the school to buy Inner Strength in the black market. Afterwards, Jiangli thought the principal was going to reprimand him for injuring so many people, but the principal came up with a sentence. Well, young and talented, Jiangli, don't worry, you've injured over 60 people, but you all signed a sparring agreement before the sparring match, so no one will come after you. On the contrary, your war record is very much recognized by the university. What's your chakra value now? 145. Jiangli realized that the principal was not here to trouble him and calmly answered the principal's words. The principal's eyes widened. You're a first-grade martial artist now, but didn't you just get injured before you were injured? It seems that this injury has changed you a lot, and you should have also obtained some strange encounters. Jiangli, the school thinks very highly of you. I'm not going to ask what wonders you've obtained. I'm just asking if you have the confidence to bring back a provincial top student for the school. Jiangli understood when he heard this. The school was planning to pivot its resources on him after looking at his record. Yes, good. Then the school will help you. Anything you need, just say so. Previously, when Jiangli was ranked 5th, the school reward he got was a scholarship of 5,000 per month, 2 qi gathering pills, and the fact that food and accommodation were free, and an extra 100 grams of demonic beast meat would be provided to strengthen his qi and blood. Other than that, the qi gathering pill was definitely a good thing, and without worrying about the side effects, Jiangli could completely go crazy and dazzle it into his mouth until the qi gathering pill was completely useless to him. The other thing was that he still needed money to buy the things he wanted, such as the internal skills, martial arts techniques and more pills he wanted. Jiangli said bluntly, money, pills and an entry-level internal martial art. Good. The school will give you a 500,000 scholarship, 30 qi gathering pills as well as a first-rate internal martial arts heart method I got early on, the Shoha heart method. This heart method was not too strong, but it was neutral and calm, most suitable for first-grade martial artists to build their foundation to use, and it could always be changed to another heart method later on. Student Jiangli, you should understand that to be able to come up with these things, the school is pinning all its hopes on you, so please make sure not to let the school down. Please don't worry about the package. Headmaster, Chapter 13, This martial art is too conservative. This was purely unexpected joy. Jiangli quickly got 500,000 scholarships and 30 chi gathering pills, and the Showa Shinfa was quickly taught to him by the principal himself, who also thoughtfully asked him if he needed him to teach. Jiangli's situation was special. He was afraid of getting high on 10 chi gathering pills in one breath and then practicing to give the principal a scare, so he politely refused. The principal didn't insist. He knew that Jiangli might have had some kind of strange encounter, and he didn't ask. He just needed Jiangli to give him a result, in order to allow him to better cultivate without being disturbed. The principal even transferred his dormitory to the teacher's dormitory, with one person occupying a two-room house. After the principal left, Jiangli began to try to cultivate this Showa Shinfa. First, he went through this heart method as a whole, and after roughly understanding it, Jiangli took out 10 chi gathering pills and swallowed them in one gulp. Instantly, the chi and blood in his body stirred due to the majestic medicinal power, and his chi and blood surged up on their own without any special mobilization. For a normal person, taking pills like that is a pure death wish. Too strong of a medicine would cause the chi and blood to stir to the point where a person could not control it, and the chi and blood would run rampant through the body, causing harm to the person. Moreover, when eating a chi gathering pill, such side effects as potential overdraft could be said to be minimal, and it was still mainly a positive effect. But talking about toxicity without talking about dosage is just being a jerk, and taking 10 of the best stuff at once will make the side effects appear exponentially. Note that it is not stacked, but appears exponentially. At this moment, Huang Shi, who had just taken $1 million to buy the subliminal dragon dan and was ready to go back to get high, as well as Huang Jing, who was lying in the hospital with his eyes lifeless, suddenly felt that the chi and blood in his body started to riot for no reason, accompanied by a sense of weakness brought about by the overdraft of his potential. Huang Jing was fine. After all, a second-grade martial artist could still be suppressed. Huang Shi was already severely overdrawn in her potential and her body was weak as hell, and she hadn't even taken her medicine yet. But as a result, a mouthful of blood spewed out of her because of the rampant chi and blood topping her body. Shouldn't the heavenly wrath be over? Huang Shi covered his chest and looked at the sky with a pale face. She, a new age atheist young girl, was hardened into a theist by the inexplicable illness of the past 2 days. But thanks to these two helping Jianli share the side effects of getting high, it made the chi and blood in his body, although surging, gentle like a babbling brook, and could be easily guided and controlled. And there was no sense of overdraft potential. Jianli followed the Showa Shinfa's route of transportation and began to move his chi and blood, growing while surging his body's chi and blood towards the second point of the Han Taiyin Lung Meridian, the fish point. This Showa Shinfa was worthy of being a neutral and calm type of gong method. The impact on the second acupoint appeared to be very gentle. It was going the way of the Su Su Tui, like the ancient war siege when attacking the city, step by step to consume the city's grain and resistance, so that not only fewer people died, and the damage caused to the city will not be particularly large. By the time a Q was reached, the resistance within the city had completely disappeared, and the city was naturally taken. Under such a Su Su Tu, Jiangli, who was punching the acupoints, felt an unprecedented relief. No wonder those martial artists are so fond of practicing martial arts. Is it so comfortable to punch the acupoints? It's just so slow. The first meridian of a first-grade martial artist, the Han Taiyin Lung Meridian on his left hand, has a total of 11 acupoints. He's high on 10 chi gathering pills here. And punching the second acupoint is so slow. It's estimated that after 30 pills, it's considered good to punch the fourth point. After getting used to taking shortcuts, it's really a torture to be allowed to travel in such a slow way. Jiangli patiently cultivated for a whole day before he finally took down the fish point. The moment he took it, Jiangli got a hint that the number of people who could be designated to be transferred by the negative status had increased by one more. It's just that for the time being, Jiangli doesn't have anyone he really wants to pit against, so he'll just leave it for now. By now, it was dark. The students and teachers who had gone home had left the school, and the interior of the campus was silent. The school's equipment and training rooms were also locked. But luckily the principal gave him special privileges and the entire school's equipment and training rooms were open to him 24/7. Jiangli went to the equipment room and tested his chi and blood, and found that after opening the second acupuncture point, his chi and blood had reached 166 at this time. He had to know that before. Starting from his first year of high school, he had cultivated for 2.5 years before he managed to train his chi and blood to around 80, and his progress was slow as hell. And today he had gained 21 points of chi and blood in one day. Yet he still felt slow. If anyone else heard this, they would probably be able to spit in Jiangli's face and curse him for Versailles. But Jiangli was really feeling slow. 10 chi gathering pills because the Showa Shinfa was too neutral and peaceful, resulting in slow progress and probably wasting most of the medicinal power. Jiang Li felt but a change in gong method was enough to punch through 2 acupoints. Too slow. Still need to go to the black market to see if there are any suitable techniques, even if it's the magic sect. No, preferably the devil sect's kind of speedy technique. The more side effects the better. Jiang Li left the school in the dark and headed to the black market. The place did even more business at night, and was even more crowded than the last time Jiang Li was here. Jiang Li specifically went to visit the stalls selling feats this time, but didn't rush to do it right away. Instead he went through the whole thing. The last time he came he hadn't paid attention. It turned out that this side of the stall gong method on the sword, boxing this kind of martial arts to sell a lot, like the internal strength of this kind, very few. On average, 2 stalls would be good enough to have one selling internal energy, showing the barrenness of this small place in Sanshan City. The most crucial thing is that in the entire black market street, there is not a single seller of second-grade inner strength, all first-grade. This caused Jiang Li to be a little disappointed. He thought he would still come across a third-grade martial art this time. Now, it's just a matter of getting the general out of the short ones. Jiang Li recalled those internal skills he saw on the stall, which even had the Shoha Xinfa. It seemed that this thing should also belong to the rotten existence in the Jianghu. In addition to that, there were also some 6 character techniques, Great Goose Gong, Outer Dan Gong, and so on. Just listening to the names made them feel very decent. Jiang Li didn't even have the desire to go and look at them. Only one door. Jiang Li slowly walked towards the stall that he remembered, which had a bloodstained internal martial art named Extreme Dao Heart Technique. The name was very much to his liking at first glance. Jiang Li squatted in front of the stall and reached out to pick up the book of internal arts, and the boss immediately shouted, "Don't flip it, buy it before you flip it. You think this is a library? How do I know if I can use it if I don't flip it?" The boss hammed and hawed, "The black market buys a thrill. If you buy it you pay and take it. If not, get the hell out of here." Jiang Li's eyes narrowed slightly. "How much? Since I'm opening a blind box and I don't know if I need it. It can't be expensive." The boss is still very cross. 100,000, no two ways about it. If you can't afford it, get lost. What kind of place is this? Chapter 14, even Yama's martial arts manuals must give way to this one. Jiang Li can take this kind of anger? With a snap, he threw the inner workings of this discipline on the stall and turned around. The owner froze and actually didn't hold it. After hesitating for a moment he hurriedly called out to Jiang Li, "Look at you. You're in too much of a hurry. This price is still negotiable. You make a counteroffer. 10,000. The boss almost spat on Jiang Li's face. "You cut into the aorta." Jiang Li re-squatted down and picked up the book. Extreme Dao Heart Technique, labeled as an internal technique, but the name looked like an evil technique at first glance. "What do you think of this inner work? Is it positive?" The boss's eyes rolled back and forth and he muttered, "Right or wrong? You've come to the black market. Don't you have any pussy in your heart?" Jiang Li's face darkened. Why did this boss have so many pieces of soup words in his mouth? "I don't know if I can use it. And surely you are aware that it would have to be confiscated if the police saw it. The police may be sweeping the street right now. Let's be quick. I'll raise you 10,000. Sell or not?" The boss looked very torn and acted half-heartedly and eventually got relieved. 2.5. "Just add half and take it straight away. Don't let me see it. It took me over 2 to collect it too." The black market boss's bullshit is not to be believed at all. This book is stained with blood. It may be pulled out from which pile of dead people, but 2.5 is indeed almost enough. Jiang Li is also lazy to continue to cut. Directly paid the money, put the gongfa in the pocket and go. When the boss saw that Jiang Li was gone, the corner of his mouth rose wildly and he muttered in a low voice, "Big dummy. This kind of magic skill is only practiced by crazy people. The price tag of 1,000 is too much. Hey, hey." Another day of small profits. The boss happily hummed a little tune, unaware that Jiang Li had already selected him as the third candidate for negative effect transfer. Jiang Li, who walked out of the black market, looked at the boss's name displayed on the system. Is it called Hansum? Nice name. Has the feel of a man who's about to go peddling solo at any moment. Jiang Li smiled back. After casually finding a place with a streetlight, Jiang Li pulled out that extreme Dao mind technique, just about to turn it over. Suddenly realized that the name of this secret book seemed to be posted. Gently tore off the patch of the 4 words of the Extreme Dao Heart Method, and the real name of this internal skill appeared below. Extreme Dao Demonic Skill. The difference is big or not? It is estimated that it is also afraid to let the police lurking in the black market see the 2 words of magic power directly to him to take away. So change the name. As far as Jiang Li was concerned, it was not a big problem. Jiang Li flipped through this Extreme Dao Demon skill and looked at it. Soon his eyebrows started to take off. Which crazy person created this thing? This book of Extreme Devil's Kung Fu is, as the name suggests, truly extreme. It was well known that although the blood and flesh of demons had the ability to enhance qi and blood, If one ate too much, it was easy for some of the characteristics of demons to appear on the body. Shaggy is considered to have eaten little, and can turn into a demon man if he eats enough. It's not just physically turning into a demon, but also mentally becoming just as chaotic, bloodthirsty, and berserk as normal demons. But the reason why the demons didn't overthrow because of this, naturally they had their advantages. The physical strength of demons far exceeded that of humans, so they didn't care about any gradual progression in becoming stronger, eating the blood and flesh of their own kind or humans, then digesting it into chi and blood to directly impact the acupoints, penetrate the meridians, and finally become stronger. This was their complete process of becoming stronger. The madman who created this extreme Dao demonic skill discovered that the demon's unruly use of chi and blood to punch the acupoints actually wouldn't cause damage to the acupoints and meridians, and after observing and experimenting with the demon, he found that the demon's acupoints and meridians were tough enough that it would be fine even if he went about impacting them unruly. So he had a very extreme idea. A large number of people go to eat the blood and flesh of demons, and then through constant attempts, intentionally control the mutation of people, so that the parts of people that are mutated are in the meridians and acupoints, and then they can charge the acupoints as crazily as the demons do without having to worry about damage to the acupoints. Isn't it a genius idea to watch? If it was successful, it could make a person stronger in the same way as a demon, just by constantly eating blood and flesh. Moreover, people still had much more means of becoming stronger than demons, and once they succeeded, they would only be stronger than demons. But in reality, it is very difficult for a person to control the parts of the body that produce mutations. The person who created the extreme Dao Devil power wrote in this book that out of 10,000 people, there could be one who successfully mutated the acupoints and meridians, even if it was a fucking burning incense. With the improvements made by the creator, the success has been raised to the point where 1 out of 999 people can successfully mutate, so you could say that the change is minimal. In other words, this broken gong method, practicing one mutation and one madness, the cost is too great. With this technique, any other devilish technique would have to be described as a righteous technique in front of him, rather than an internal art. This is a directed mutation laboratory manual. At the end of this kung fu, the outlook of the person who created the kung fu is also written. Demons will produce special talents, also called innate talents, as they continue to become stronger. Some have very agile noses, some have very hard claws. If we can thoroughly research a method for directional mutation, not only can we transfer the demon's special talents and meridian points to humans, these innate talents can do the same. Zhongli didn't know if he finally succeeded or not, but from the fact that this extreme Dao demonic skill didn't appear in the official list of forbidden demonic skills, the madman who came up with this thing should have collapsed in the middle of the road. Perhaps he ended up trying an experiment on himself and then turned himself into a demon and got killed. Perhaps, while he was experimenting, the experiment turned into a demon for him to get killed. Anyway, it should be hanging, otherwise this magic skill must be ranked first on that list of strictly forbidden cultivation, and Yama's cultivation technique must be slightly backward. But isn't it just trial and error, and he's afraid there won't be any trial and error? Not to mention that he could succeed once in 99 times. He was not afraid even if he could succeed once in 99 times. According to what was recorded on this extreme Dao demonic skill, the demonic beast's blood and flesh that had currently allowed the creator to successfully raise the success rate were cattle and horse-type demonic beasts, which were themselves thick-skinned and extremely resistant to impacts in the acupoint meridians. So Zhongli reverted back to the black market to purchase the blood and flesh of this type of demonic beast. And as he was walking back, Han Chen, the boss who had sold him this extreme Dao magic skill, was also walking outward. A small prophet, he is also lazy to continue to stall. Find a place to drink and go in style. As soon as he went outside, he happened to see the masked Zhongli, giving him such a fright that he quickly hid. Why is this guy back again? He must be here to get my money back. Dream on. Han Chen in this stall for many years, familiar with a variety of trails, which is also a mandatory course for the stall owners here. Encountered the police to sweep, certainly have to go ahead to find a good road to run. Han Chen quickly disappeared into a small lane. Zhongli didn't notice him and started sweeping through the black market. Chapter 15, Beginning of the Experiment. There wasn't a lot of demonic beast meat on display in the black market, but Zhongli asked and realized that they were all stocked. After all, taking down a demonic beast would bring back as little as a couple 100 pounds of flesh and blood, or as much as 1,000 pounds. You can't just put that much blood and meat out on the black market, otherwise the cars that ship it over won't be able to stop and it won't be easy to put it out. Free shipping is available if needed. Zhongli has been ready to try 9,999 times, so their own dormitory in the school is certainly not loaded. Have to go to set a warehouse, preferably with a cold storage kind. Today is too late. Can only be early tomorrow morning to get. Jiang Li left the phone numbers of a few vendors, then went back to the dormitory to take a nap. By the time the next morning rolled around, Jiang Li had ordered a warehouse with a cold room, and then started calling vendors one by one to place orders. Demonic beast blood meat is very expensive. A caddy of $100 or $200. Jiang Li spent all the money in his hand, also only got more than 3,000 pounds of demonic beast blood meat. With such a big investment, let's just hope that the inventor of the extreme magic power didn't fool him. In the warehouse, Jiang Li set up a table and started stewing meat. According to the research of the inventor of the extreme Dao demon technique, one didn't need to eat more. As long as one ate 10 grams of blood and flesh, then didn't intentionally run their chi and blood to digest it, faint demonic traits could appear on their body, which would greatly reduce the loss. But the downside is that you eat too little and the characteristics are not always obvious. According to what is recorded on the extreme Taoist Devil's Kung Fu, generally eating 2 pounds of characteristics will become very obvious and most convenient to observe. However, Jiang Li didn't have to worry about it with the system, which would display the side effects of the transfer and the current status of the person being transferred. If the place where the mutation is found is not the meridians and acupoints, then this experimental body is considered to be wasted, and the mutation will only intensify in that direction after the mutation has started, unless enough is eaten to make the whole person mutate and turn into a demonic human being. Jiang Li was a little afraid to think about how many people this inventor had used as experimental subjects in the first place. No, should not start with people, should be used ordinary animals, otherwise eat a little on the waist. This inventor just to detect how many pounds of meat to eat to start the mutation of the exact number of this thing, at least have to play with the waist of a dozen or more people. That said, can my side effects be assigned to non-human creatures? Jiang Li was also a little worried that he didn't have enough enemies, so he attempted to randomly transfer that spot of Huang Shi's to a small sparrow outside the window. The results are okay. It seems that whenever he sees a person or other creature, he is able to transfer the side effects. That's much easier. Jiang Li took advantage of the stew to go out and buy a large nest of ants in the foreign pet store. At least a few thousand. And it's not expensive. Just a few $100s. Mainly ornamental glass cage is expensive. After bringing it back and the meat was stewed, Jiang Li first selected that boss Han Shen who pitted him as the object to transfer the side effects of eating demon beast meat, and then set a pad on the table and ate it while watching a movie and TV show. Even if the blood and flesh that he ate didn't produce a mutation that was favorable to him, demonic beast blood and flesh could still increase his chi and blood, just not as much as a proper elixir. It might take a dozen pounds of it to top the effect of a chi gathering elixir. But anyway, as long as the mutation effect he wanted didn't occur, Jiang Li was going to finish eating these 3,000 kilograms of demonic beast blood and flesh, just in time to use these blood and flesh as chi gathering pills. Then this 500,000 or so wouldn't be a waste of money. After all, the meat he ate all by himself. Taking a look at the mountain of meat in the warehouse, Jiang Li gulped. Who said he didn't work hard if he took shortcuts? How hard he eats. The first pot he directly stewed 10 pounds. 10 grams is also a small piece. Jiang Li dipped in chili oil and ate it. He didn't use his chi and blood to deliberately digest these demonic beasts' flesh and blood first, instead using the system to check Han Shen's status. Faint mutation toward the stomach pouch of a bovine demonic beast. One of the first effects of this variant direction is that regurgitation will be made easy. In the morning Han Shen woke up from the massage bed in the foot massage parlor. Last night he had a great time. Eat, drink and play all settled here. Thinking about the sister he found last night and the wine and food he ate, Han Shen suddenly had a strange feeling. A feeling that he could easily vomit if he wanted to. Maybe he had just gotten up and was too relaxed. Han Shen tried it when he thought of it, and ended up easily regurgitating into his mouth what had been fully digested in his stomach and was all ready to flow into his large intestine. This is the equivalent of him taking the equivalent of a bite. Vom, the little sister lying next to Han Shen, heard the sound of vomiting and rubbed her eyes and sat up. Sam, did you drink too much last night? Drink too much. You cannot pull the bed. The little sister had wanted to thoughtfully tell Han Shen that she had drunk too much and I'll go get you some sobering soup, but then she saw the puddle of unmentionables on the bed and was so frightened that she bounced straight off the ground. The little sister's astonished gaze turned from that beach to Han Shen's face, and then she realized that Han Shen's mouth seemed to carry some. Oh my gosh, you like poop. Last night you still kissed me. I vomit. Han Shen was speechless, and he himself couldn't understand why he was still able to spit these things out. Repository Jiang Li shook his head and began to operate the Showa Shinfa to digest the last slice of meat as he resliced it. He would like to directly use the extreme Dao demonic technique to cultivate, but this extreme Dao demonic technique was created entirely on the success of the meridian points mutation. Even if he wasn't afraid of the side effects, this thing might not be able to be practiced much more efficiently than the Shehexian heart technique when the meridian points weren't strong enough. Just 10 grams. Jiang Li digested it in the blink of an eye. and his chi and blood didn't improve too much. But overall he didn't leave his cultivation behind even when he was experimenting. Picking up the second slice of meat, Zhongli randomly picked out another ant from the ant box and snapped it into the transparent cup, which was the object of this side effect transfer. After eating that piece of meat, Zhongli hurriedly checked the system, hoping that the first ant would give him a surprise. Available at hair turning yellow, KAM. Failed. Opening the cup to release test piece number 1. Zhongli sliced off the third piece. He had a hunch that it would work this time. Milk production. How are ants supposed to produce milk? No. This guy is getting outrageous. Continue. Next. Chapter 16. The showy behavior of children. As it turned out, there was no such thing as stability in mutation. Zhongli had done more than 2,000 experiments in one day, ate his fill of demon beast meat, ran his internal energy to flush out the third point of the Han Taiyin Lung Meridian, the Taiyuan point, and even watched a martial arts player's ball game. Even this world's Wawa ball games are still so hot. Unfortunately, the mutation that favors the meridian points never appeared. Zhongli now burps all the flavor of demonic beast meat. After 2 more days, it is estimated that the toilet is full, and during the course of the day, others were equally unoccupied. The selection for the training camp was about to begin, and Huangshi had already purchased the subliminal dragon pill to successfully fill his overdrawn potential, and he had also managed to be promoted to a first-grade martial artist. Yun Lang, Li He's gang was also discharged from the hospital. Had to admire the martial arts rise of this world's Chinese medicine. The medicinal properties of Chinese herbs become stronger directly crushed the gang of research bacteria, germs and so on the Western medicine, so that Yun Lang's gang, even if the injury is serious, but also in a day's time quickly discharged from the hospital. Yun Lang's family directly sold their properties and pokered a second-grade elixir to help Yun Lang impact a first-grade martial artist. His aim was to defeat Zhongli in front of everyone and reclaim the first place that belonged to him. The others were also aware of the shame and made a mad dash in the last period. Zhongli was like a big catfish entering a school of fish, stirring up everyone's activity. And while they were trying to cultivate and even sell their family assets to become stronger, Zhongli sighed as he looked at the large amount of demonic beast meat in the warehouse. Even if he ate harder, he still might not be able to finish all of this much demonic beast meat before the intensive training camp selection. I just hope my luck will explode a bit and I don't have to try the full 9,999 times. Turning off the fire, Zhongli returned to the school dormitory to rest. When he got up again the next morning, Zhongli headed to the school's equipment room. At this point in time, it was still early, but the entire senior class was already in place, either running the chi and blood moving method to refine their chi and blood there, or beating up their bodies or practicing their moves. This time when Zhongli appeared in front of them again, none of them said anything else. Everyone had just one perception of Zhongli. This is a tough guy. Zhongli was satisfied with the situation. There is a saying that is really right. If you hit one punch to open it, you don't need 100 punches to come. Zhongli strutted towards the chi and blood testing instrument, and the students in line in front of him directly made way when they saw him coming. But Zhongli is not a school bully. He is just a baby who is afraid of school violence. Don't mind me. You guys go on. I should get in line for the line. This one sentence made the students have more than a hint of good feelings in their hearts in addition to the emotions of fear and admiration of a ruthless man towards Zhongli. This guy doesn't seem to be that hard to get along with. During the queue, Yun Lang also came to the equipment room. Looking at his sweaty appearance, he should have been training his physical fitness outside earlier. Seeing Zhongli in the instrument room, a hint of hostility and hatred immediately appeared in his eyes. But soon some students who were familiar with him came and chatted with him. I heard that you spent $1.4 million on a second-grade elixir. Brother Yun. Yun Lang purposely looked at Zhongli, and when he saw him looking at him, the corner of his mouth rose and he said loudly, "It's nothing. Martial arts cultivation itself costs a lot of resources. This world has never been fair. To get stronger you have to use something better. When I finish using this elixir, I'll be able to advance to a first-grade martial artist, and when I use the 100 changes, 1,000 illusions, cloud and mist 13 styles again, it won't be comparable to an ordinary person." After saying that, Yun Lang purposely looked at Zhongli, but he realized that Zhongli wasn't even looking at him. The queue was over and he was next. As for Yun Lang's behavior, it was just a child showing off. Zhongli pressed his hand on the instrument and quickly measured the chi and blood values. The students in the queue behind him curiously went to look at it and then exclaimed in shock, 221. That number caused a monkey wrench to break out. What 221? Blood value? Hasn't this damn thing already broken through to a first-grade martial artist and also broken through to at least the third acupoint? Woohoo! Zhongli listened to the monkeys chirping around him, and suddenly all of a sudden he understood the behavior of Li He and Yun Lang yesterday. Listening to people monkey chirping around him could indeed greatly satisfy one's vanity. Turning around, Zhongli looked at Yun Lang before raising an eyebrow. Yun Lang, who had just tilted his chin up to the sky, had a black face at this moment. And the students around him who didn't have the eyes to see asked him, "Brother Yun, you said he's also a first-grade martial artist. When you're first grade, will you still be able to beat him?" Yun Lang forced himself not to yell out the word roll. Blackface stared at Zhang Li as he left the equipment room. And after Zhang Li left, Huang Shi also came here. But unlike before when she was dressed in a featureless martial arts outfit, this time she wore a martial arts outfit that she bought from outside. Not only was it convenient to move around and practice, but it also made her look heroic like a chivalrous woman. When Huang Shi arrived, he directly inserted himself to the front of the Qi and blood tester. The students in the queue are upset, but if you hardtop a girl in school you're liable to get punched. It's version T0. Huang Shi detected her Qi and blood values, and she, who had just broken through to first-grade martial artist yesterday, had a high Qi and blood value of 129 at the moment. Huang Shi waited for her classmates around her to exclaim out her Qi value, then caused a monkey call. But she also purposely sidestepped to let her Qi blood value be seen, and as a result, her classmates behind her also looked as if they were not surprised. Huang Shi frowned. Why did these monkeys stop screaming? She's a first-grade martial artist now. First grade. She definitely should have been the first person in the school to achieve a first-grade martial artist, right? Not feeling that starry-eyed feeling, Huang Shi was a bit upset, and when he stepped out he saw Yun Lang, who had an even darker face. Yun Lang could tell at a glance that Huang Shi was trying to play hard to get. Don't think about it. Just now Zhang Li came over to test the Qi and blood. It's 221. What? Huang Shi's eyes went wide. He pressed a trampoline on his Qi value? How can it be so high? Yun Lang also looked unimpressed. How the fuck should I know? Then turn around and walk away. He certainly didn't have a good face for Huang Shi, and he could understand when Zhang Li's high Qi and blood values hit him in the face. Whether or not this guy had slapped him in the face, he was ultimately a tough guy and strong. But what about Huang Shi? If it wasn't for this bitch and her damn uncle, he wouldn't even have to take a big slap from Zhang Li. The most crucial thing was that this bitch had actually broken through to the first rank as well. Wasn't this a slap in the face of him? The first? He was not convinced. How could Huang Shi, the sixth oldest in the original ranking, also get a rank ahead of him? His talent was clearly the best and he worked the hardest. When he finished the elixir, he would definitely be able to surpass these two. One person. At least it can certainly outperform Huang Shi. Chapter 17 Positive Alienation Direction. Muscle. Returning to the warehouse, Zhang Li fished out the meat that had been brined in advance last night, which amounted to hundreds of pounds. After a day of constantly brining and eating meat, he was now on the verge of becoming a professional brining chef even though he hadn't practiced his extreme demonic skills. Now the brisket is full of color and flavor. After removing the meat, add water and meat to the old broth and continue brining. Zhang Li was already used to failed experiments and wouldn't hold much hope for his luck. Slicing off the first slice of meat of the day, Zhang Li stuffed it into his mouth, then hurriedly checked the system prompts but found that the system prompted the no. 2,223 experimental body ants did not show any side effects. Zhang Li was happy. Could it be a success? Hastily check its own meridians and acupoint state, but found that it seems to have not become tougher. What's the deal? This piece of meat simply didn't give the experimenter ants side effects? Soon Zhang Li realized that his strength seemed to have slightly increased by that much. Zhang Li hurriedly looked through the extreme Dao Demon technique and found that there was a special case record on it, saying that after many trials, an experimental subject had produced a positive mutation effect of muscle strength increase. The power of the demonic beasts in the category of ox and horse is not weak, especially the ox, which in ancient times was said to have the power of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. So there was an inventor's outlook at the end of the extreme Dao Demon technique that said that one could gain more talents only available to demons by eating the flesh of demonic beasts, not just meridian points. As it turns out, he's probably right. Zhang Li hurriedly cut 10 pounds of beef and started cooking. As long as the more he ate, the mutations in this area would continue to intensify, and along with the more Zhang Li ate, the system prompted that the experimental ant was starting to show side effects. Losing his mind. Going crazy. This was the most common side effect of eating too much demonic beast meat. But Zhang Li didn't need to worry about this at all because after eating 10 pounds of meat, he had clearly felt the muscles in his body begin to expand, and his strength began to grow at a rate of growth that he could feel. For this reason, Zhang Li specially went back to the school's equipment room and took a punch on the machine that tested his strength. After a normal first-grade martial artist had around 200 points of blood value, the strength of a flat A was around 500 to 800 pounds. However, Zhang Li just casually punched his fist and his strength had already broken through 1,000 pounds, reaching 102 pounds. If it was augmented by Qi and blood, it directly broke through to 700 pounds, 300 pounds short of a ton. This, bull. without having to worry about any side effects of demonization. He only needed to feel the effect of becoming stronger from demonization. This extreme Dao demonic technique was simply tailor-made for him. It's just that Zhongli is more or less a little bit regretful. The extreme Dao demonic skill says that after a person has one kind of alienation, basically they won't be able to have any other kind of alienation, unless they eat enough to make the whole person completely demonized, and so on. Eat enough? There's still a warehouse left with enough demon beast meat. He could shift the negative kind of effects he didn't want anyway, leaving only the positive increases he wanted. So he'd just keep eating. Eat enough of it, enough for him to continue to experience secondary demonization. Zhongli, who thought of this, ran back to the warehouse at fire speed and continued to eat. Began to cultivate. Only this time it was a different ant that took the side effects. The last one had gone completely insane from all the meat he had eaten and had been banging on the cups that held it back, killing itself. It could be seen that if there was no negative transfer system, this broken gong method was really practicing one to go crazy and practicing one to die. He then ran over an ant for almost every 10 pounds he ate, and it wasn't until he had eaten 50 pounds that the second demonization finally began. But, black and white flowers grow hair, sure enough, there was no positive alienation. At this point, Zhongli could revert back to using 10 grams of meat to keep trying, as the negative effects would be completely transferred to the ants once the alienation was done, so he could keep refreshing it until he got a positive effect. With this one sweet spot of power increase, Zhongli was even more motivated. And you don't have to worry too much about eating too much and not digesting it. Martial artists' digestion is already strong, and as soon as they start practicing, or moving their qi and blood, the energy consumption after eating food will be even faster. And after Zhongli had the muscle aspect of his alienation, it seemed that quite a bit of the energy he ate would automatically be diverted towards his muscles, to be used to maintain their normal consumption and strengthen them. No wonder the demons were all so powerful. As long as they kept eating, their power would keep growing. It was simply perverted. That is, most of the demons do not have spiritual intelligence. Otherwise they who have learned martial arts again are simply not something that humans can fight against. A demon like that would have to be pouted even if a foreign race from the other world came. Zhongli performed over 2,000 more refreshes that day, and was never able to brush out another positive alienation. Instead he consumed all the ants and could only go buy another cage and wait for the third day to continue refreshing. On the third day, Zhongli went to check the blood value in the morning as usual. 247. There was no breakthrough yesterday because half of the energy was not supplied to the qi and blood, but to the muscles all over the body, which made Zhongli look a whole lot stronger than yesterday. Weighing in, yesterday he was only 140 pounds, today his weight grew to 160 pounds, a full 20 pounds of muscle, and this direction of alienation was sick enough. Today, Yunlang also stopped acting and directly said in front of Zhongli that he had been promoted to a first-grade martial artist with a blood value of 136. Zhongli also fulfilled his request to find his own face and punched the power detection machine. Just a flat A but a 1 tons of power value. Yunlang was dumbfounded on the spot, and after Zhongli left, Yunlang tried to go for a punch himself. Flat A, 320 pounds. Run your qi and blood. 520 pounds at full strength. Yunlang? No. This asshole ate hormones. How did he hit 1 tons as a first-grade martial artist? Gao Chan, who specialized in horizontal training, also came to test his strength as usual. He was different from people like Yunlang who looked at qi and blood. He looked more at his strength and body defense. Seeing Yunlang standing dumbly in front of the machine, he asked a question, and as a result, he learned that Zhongli had punched 1 tons. Gao Chan threw a punch of his own, running his qi and blood to strike with all his might. He, a person who specialized in horizontal training techniques, had only hit 500 pounds because he had not yet advanced to first-grade martial artist, and then sat on the steps with Yunlang and closed himself up. He can't compete with the sword technique. He can't compete with his qi and blood, and now his power has become so strong. Is he still a human being? Chapter 18 Direction of Positive Alienation, Meridian Points. In fact, people have limits, so it's not impossible to be inhuman as long as you can get stronger. It was now the third day of the experiment's start, and Zhongli continued to eat today, striving to get a positive alienation in terms of meridians and acupoints. As there were not many days left before the set selection, he was sure to get into the camp, but I heard from the principal that the camp was good but had to be fought for. In the small place of Sanshan City, his first-grade martial artist opening 3 points could still be seen, but looking at the entire province, his current results might not be at the top of the list. How many children who have a family tradition, or even simply a teacher within a large sect, can the educational resources be the same? There was no doubt that there were people who had penetrated a meridian by now, so he still had to work harder to do so. Today, at least 3,000 slices of meat. Jiang Li set a small goal for himself, then from the morning to the warehouse began to eat. Until the afternoon, positive alienation still did not appear. At the end of the day, Jiang Li estimated that his muscle strength should have increased quite a bit more, and he also managed to punch through the fourth acupoint, the meridian channel point. But the positive alienation of the meridians and acupoints still didn't brush it off. This makes Jiang Li can't help but curse the inventor of the extreme Dao magic skill. On this you fucking write a fart book. If it's so hard for me to practice, how do you expect other people to practice? You deserve not to be famous. It's the fourth and final day. Tomorrow was the start of the school-wide training camp tryouts, and when Jiang Li went to the equipment room in the morning to measure his qi and blood normally, he found that the students were training like crazy. Even if you know the chances are slim, no one wants to give up. What if it works? Yung Lang was much more honest today. Seeing Jiang Li come, he was cursing in his heart, but he didn't go over to find excitement. Today's blood value, 264. Flat A strength, 4 tons. Back to the warehouse to continue eating. To tell the truth, even if he is now doing a good job, Jiang Li has a feeling that he is not going to be able to eat anymore. These 2 days sweating are Nima beef flavor. The whole thing was like a piece of brined meat. With great difficulty, he stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. Please. I really don't want any more. One shot. Come on. Here we go. Finally another positive alienation. Jiang Li checked his meridians and acupoints with trepidation and found that they seemed to have really strengthened. But eating too little is still too faint to notice anything. Jiang Li forgot what he had said earlier about not wanting to eat anymore and began to frantically eat. Finally, he felt it. When he ran his qi and blood again, he could clearly feel that his meridians had become tougher and wider, allowing his qi and blood to run faster and more. And the acupuncture points, which have been broken open, become larger in capacity. Before, you could only save 50 air blood, but now it's expanded to 55. The acupuncture points that hadn't been broken open had also become tough. Even if Jiang Li went on a rampage to impact them, he didn't have to worry about damaging the points. Ha! I made it! Jiang Li directly granted amnesty after his success, releasing all the ants that were still alive, and then began to eat a large amount of demonic beast meat, as well as formally beginning the cultivation of the extreme demonic skill. In fact, Jiang Li didn't really care about this extreme Dao demon power's inner work anymore, because judging from this book, the inventor himself probably didn't succeed. So isn't the way he wrote about how the inner work would operate after he succeeded pure bullshit? But when Jiang Li tried to transport his energy, he realized that everything was so smooth. This magic skill focused on a cultivation speed boost, and after not having to worry about damage to the meridians and acupoints, the speed of refining qi and blood, running qi and blood, and punching acupoints were all very fast. If the Showa Shinfa's way of refining qi and blood and punching points was like fighting a war by first recuperating and then slowly recruiting troops, and then besieging the city by virtue of numerical superiority, besieging without attacking, consuming the enemy's strength step by step and ultimately punching the points in a relatively peaceful manner successfully, then this extreme magic book is all about fighting wars to get money to raise troops and then continuing to play blitzkrieg. Very much like a certain country. As long as one kept killing demonic beasts and then ate demonic beast meat, one would be able to constantly obtain qi and blood, and then use the qi and blood to directly flash the acupoints. The points weren't even ready, and people were already in there. After getting stronger, he continued to kill demonic beasts, eat them again, and punch the acupoints, continuing to get stronger, purely and simply the way of the war. Could it be that the inventor of this extreme Dao demonic technique really became one himself first before he started researching it? Which means there's a chance this inventor isn't dead? No, it should still be gone. And even if it's not dead, it's turned into a demon. It was important to know that constantly eating demonic beast meat all the time, even if you run your gong method to consume it completely, there would still be side effects, only less, but still hoarded in the body. When enough has accumulated, one must be completely demonized and become a madman without reason. This gong method, or rather this experiment, could not be followed by normal people at all. And this should be the reason why this gong method was not famous at all. But it's good to have met him. What's that saying? A natural-born demonic holy body. The fifth day was also the day of the intramural selection for the camp. Jiang Li arrived early with the other students at the school's competition room, where there were 2 rings, one official and one ordinary, where Jiang Li's predecessor was scrapped. But in just a few short days, Jiang Li could already stand here and look down on everyone. Yesterday, Jiang Li simply stayed up all night, not worrying at all if he would be sleepy today when the auditions took place. And the result of doing so was that he rushed through 2 points in one day, the Lechu point and the Kong most point, and even the next point was halfway through. so in total, he opened 2.5. The chi and blood values tested at 380 points this morning. It was just as well that he'd gone early and no one was there yet. Otherwise he shuddered to think what the number of monkeys screaming around him would have been like. On top of that, muscle strength increased again. Tested it and hit 2 tons with a flat punch. But Jiangli didn't like that very large look. It was slightly disgusting. He was now 5 feet 8 inches, weighed 180, and his body was about to explode with muscle all over. That was still a little bit of control on his part. Otherwise the muscle growth would have been even more. Jiangli had a headache, and he realized that he needed a gong method in the area of horizontal training to refine his muscle strength and make himself not look so big only. Didn't you see the way others looked at him like they had seen a ghost? Especially Gao Chan. This guy has come up many times to ask him if he ate any elixir. How did he develop such big muscles? His eyes are fucking glowing, this guy. As the saying goes, properly built muscles attract the opposite sex. Muscle building is exaggerated and attracts the same sex. Jiangli directly pressed down on Gao Chan's face and pushed him away. But he still came up like a pug and begged him to tell him how he practiced. And if it was a special cross-training secret, he was willing to pay for it. Luckily, the principal showed up in time to announce that the set camp tryouts had officially begun. And according to the previous rankings, the top 5 would be the ring keepers to be challenged by all the seniors. But this rule is buggy. After all, the further back you go, the more stamina the top 5 consume. That's why the principal also said that the top 5 are considered successful in defending the ring as long as they can accept 3 challenges and then win them all. Also, students after 10th place can only challenge the top 10 in their rankings first every 10th place. So for example, students 11 to 20 must challenge students 6 to 10 first and succeed before they can challenge the top 5. The 6-10th place students, on the other hand, don't have to worry about that and can just challenge the top 5. The principal had just finished saying the rules and announced that the challenge could begin, and a large number of students immediately began to raise their hands in challenge. But when Jiangli raised his hand, everyone fell silent. Jiangli revealed a good boy afraid of school violence JPG smile with white teeth. A smile that should have looked sunny and handsome before his muscle enhancement. But with the muscle enhancement, he now looks like Isaburo Fanma, and his smile has changed to, I'm coming for your dog's life. Chapter 19, Brave Once. For an opponent's lifelong disability, when the principal saw Jiangli raise his hand, he let him speak first. Who are you challenging? I was defeated by the 6th place before, so I'll be brave for once today and challenge Huangshi to take back the 5th place that belongs to me. Jiangli spoke very modestly, but the students present were silent as they looked at the muscles on his body. Brave for once? You're afraid that your bravery for once could be traded for Huangshi's lifelong disability. The principal also knew about the feud between Jiangli and Huangshi, so he looked at it as a reminder to both parties. But in reality, he was pointing out Jiangli alone. This isn't an official arena. It's a school cutting ring. Point blank. Jiangli also said back calmly, as soon as she says surrender, I'll stop immediately. The principal nodded. The young man still seemed to know his stuff. Jiangli was on the stage, but Huangshi, who was facing the battle, froze on the stage. She hadn't seen Jiangli for a few days, and when she took a look at this time, she exclaimed, good man, where did that skinny little guy go? Who is this big muscular guy? Headmaster, can I refuse someone else's challenge? Huangshi turned his head and asked. The principal just shook his head. Can't, but I'm a girl. I'm naturally at a disadvantage when I fight with boys. This tryout is too unfair for girls. I think we should split the tryout into 2 groups. Jiangli almost laughed out loud. Have you taken the wrong medicine to fight in this place? The principal directly blackened his face and shouted, if you must feel that girls are weaker than boys, you can give up being a martial artist. It would have been a career to die for. On the battlefield against demons and foreigners. From ancient times to the present day, there was also no female martial artist who asked to stand behind a male martial artist. Of course Huangshi knew this. She was just looking for a reason to avoid fighting Jiangli. Other than Jiangli, she was confident that she could beat anyone, even the former number 1, Yun Lang. Huangshi hates Jiangli in his heart. What a fucking asshole. Not just picking your hamstring, it's not like he didn't compensate you for the money. If it wasn't for my family's money, you orphans would still be limping. Huangshi felt that Jiangli should be grateful to her instead of being gracious to her now. If Jiangli had known Huangshi's thoughts, he would have laughed and slapped her twice more. Huangshi reluctantly walked up to the official ring, holding the school's uniformly issued sword in her hand, and when the referee teacher just shouted to start, she directly stabbed at Jiangli. A teacher squints. It's Taiwei 3 Green Peaks, the 2nd grade sword technique of the Huashan school. It seems that this girl has still received the true transmission from Huang Jing. Yeah, she's got an inch of green-colored sword chi on the tip of this sword. That's a sign of Taiwei Sanqing Fang's minor accomplishment. This sword art is all about speed, rapidly attacking the enemy 3 swords flying sword. And this flying sword is also known as the sword chi, urged by chi and blood and sword resonance. Those who have practiced it to a great extent can attack directly with sword chi from a long distance. 3 swords in a row, one stronger than the other. However, Huang Shi, who had become a minor accomplished artist, could only barely condense an inch of sword chi on his unbooted sword, and then attack Jiang Li in close quarters. The sword is well practiced, it's just that the girl is a bit. It was just called to start and the referee hadn't even stepped off the stage before launching right into a sneak attack. Using still Taiwei Sankingfang this kind of fast sword, if Jiang Li cannot react. This teacher shook his head as if he could already foresee the consequences. The other teacher hurriedly said, don't forget that Jiang Li used a fast sword to defeat 50 students in the same competition before, so it might not be a successful sneak attack, so it's just as well for us to see what kind of sword technique he's using. As soon as this teacher's words fell, Jiang Li struck his sword. The only thing the students present saw was Jiang Li's arm suddenly blurring before they heard a ding. The sword in Huang Shi's hand directly snapped into 2 sections, and one section crumbled away. The students looked at each other in disbelief. Do you see it? No. Jiang Li made a sword strike? I think it's Huang Shi's strength that was used too much. The broken sword issued by the school was in disrepair and tensed up and snapped when he exerted himself. Fart. Didn't you hear the ding? It must be Jiang Li's sword. It's not like you guys haven't seen how fast he can make a sword before. But, it's not that fast, is it? Before, I could still see the remnants of the shadow, but now it's just a blur, as if it didn't even come out of the sword. The students were confused, and the teachers, even more so. Several young teachers of the 2nd grade looked at each other in dismay. No, I'm not going to brag and say that I didn't see how he came out with that sword. Phew, it's okay, I thought I was the only one who was a vegetable, but it turns out everyone is the same. A few veteran teachers, who were already quasi 3rd grade, but not talented enough to reach 3rd grade in the end, were just barely able to see a little. Among the teachers present, only the principal, who was a 3rd grade martial artist, saw how Jiang Li struck his sword, but after watching it he was even more confused. Never seen this kind of sword. Teaching so many years have never seen this kind of road fast sword. What kind of fast sword did this kid Jiang Li learn? The students and even the teacher on stage were confused, not to mention Huang Shi on stage. Before that, Huang Jing had told her that Taiwei Sankingfang was the fastest sword technique of the 2nd grade, and that there was no sword technique that could be faster than Taiwei Sankingfang. As a result, the Jiang Li she faced today, people were more than fast, they were so fast that she couldn't see. Can't beat it, absolutely can't beat it. Can't give Jiang Li a chance to retaliate against her. Even if she loses to Jiang Li, she is only the 6th, she can still challenge the top 5 people. Huang Shi was sober. As long as he surrendered now and retained his fighting strength, he would still have a chance to enter the training camp afterward. Huang Shi is about to surrender on the spot. I vote. Snap. Jiang Li slapped her, directly interrupting her spell casting. Don't say, continue to talk. Jiang Li now normal flat AA 2 tons of damage. He also deliberately control a bit, don't give her head to blow up. On this also Huang Shi hit several circles. A mouthful of teeth is a not left. Yun Lang and Li He under the stage watched it and directly substituted into it. Starting to have face and teeth pains. Don't look at this mouthful of little white teeth they have now. All post-implanted. They were all jerked away by Jiang Li, and they can't even find them back. Chapter 20 Demonization and Complete Madness. Jiang Li didn't go too far. After all, so many people were watching, so he pumped Huang Shi like a gyroscope for a few dozen times even if he let her go for the time being. The bitch deserved to die. And so did her eldest uncle, Huang Jing, but not at his hands so honorably. Afterwards, the side effects from his cultivation will inevitably trouble these two people, and they will always be unable to rely on him when they die from their own problems. After Jiang Li stopped, the principal hurriedly signaled the teachers to carry Huang Shi away, and then announced Jiang Li's successful challenge to become the 5th place winner. Do you want to continue the challenge? Jiang Li swept a glance at Yun Lang, who was ranked 1st, and Gao Chan, who was ranked 2nd, and these two people shivered on the spot, and their legs were so soft that they nearly kneeled on the ground to kowtow one to Jiang Li. They don't want to be gyros. Jiang Li maintained his powerful sense of oppression for a full minute, but the top 4 students on the stage felt like a year had passed, and all of them were sweating. Finally, Jiang Li smiled. There's no need for that. I have to go and continue my training. Being in the top 5 already allows me to participate in the training camp, doesn't it? Unless, of course, anyone wants to challenge me? Jiang Li swept another glance at the stage, which was silent, with only the sound of Huang Shi's footsteps being carried away by 2 teachers to the school hospital. The principal nodded and also smiled with satisfaction. He really didn't vote for the wrong person. The sense of oppression, really strong. Since no one has challenged you, Jiang Li, you can go first. Cultivate well. The school thinks highly of you. Jiang Li gave the principal a look of a packet winner and left off the stage. There's still quite a bit of meat left in the warehouse. And when we get back from the training camp it'll be almost time for the entrance exams. So there's no time for that. Today is another day of trying to eat meat. Wait until evening. Jiang Li, who had worked hard to eat meat for a day, broke through 2 acupoints, the Shikuzawa point and the Manbai point. And now he was only 3 acupoints short of the Tianfu point, Zhongfu point and Yunmen point to penetrate the first hand Taiyin lung meridian. The magic sect technique is so good that while others rush 1 point a week, he rushes 2 a day. Unsurprisingly, his current blood value should be around 450, according to the 50 points of qi and blood value of an acupoint. In fact, opening 8 acupoints could only result in about 400 points of qi and blood, but Jiang Li's acupoints were widened by constantly feeding on demonic beasts' blood and flesh, and each of them could accommodate at least 5 more points of qi and blood, so a rough calculation of 450 is reasonable. But you'll have to go to the qi and blood testing equipment to find out exactly how much. In addition, this warehouse of meat Jiang Li hadn't finished eating after all. But he wasn't going to pull an all-nighter today. He was going to get some rest after today's selection was over, and he was going to go to the training camp tomorrow. By the time he got back to school, the top 5 spots were available after a day of intense competition. The 5th place was naturally Jiang Li's. The first 4 places, even the first place, was challenged by people. But there was no student who didn't want to challenge Jiang Li. First, it was still Yun Lang, who had broken through to a first-grade martial artist and possessed a second-grade martial art, was naturally still the strongest in this session apart from Jiang Li. The second was also still Gao Chan. This guy actually broke through the first-grade martial artist when he was challenged twice and almost exhausted. His qi and blood surged by a full 40 points. He directly won the last match in one fell swoop. However, since he didn't have the chance to challenge Yun Lang, he was still second and his ranking didn't change. The original 3rd place wasn't as lucky as Gao Chan, and after 2 challenges in a row, he was picked off by the original 7th place, who found an opportunity to do so. But don't think that 7th place is just pure luck, because he still had to win 3 in a row after becoming top 5. And the previous one where he volunteered to challenge the 3rd place finisher doesn't count in those 3. Also, to maximize the elimination of wheeling and allowing less worthy people to get their chance. This audition is essentially to select 5 people more fairly, yet it can't be absolutely fair. And finally, 4th place, Huang Shi. After all, he was a first-grade martial artist. Even after being beaten to a pig's head by Jiang Li, he still challenged the original 4th after a simple treatment and resisted the challenge of 3 people to steal the ring successfully. It was while fighting that Huang Shi repeatedly appeared to be out of control. Once he caught his opponent, he would constantly launch a fierce attack, not caring about sword techniques or anything else, and biting to take a piece of meat off his opponent. People interpreted this as being brainwashed by Jiang Li. Even Huang Shi herself felt that it was the aftermath of Jiang Li hitting her, and that the problem shouldn't be too big. It wasn't until she got home after the tryouts and was ready to wash off all her fatigue that she suddenly realized how hairy she had become once she took off her clothes. Although this happened a few days ago, it was just body hair growing longer on my arms, and after I shaved it off, it didn't come back. This was because Jiang Li had started experimenting with ants to eat demonic beast meat, so it made her stop for a few days. Jiang Li didn't need to continue experimenting today. He just needed to continue eating meat to enhance his qi and blood and strengthen those 2 positive alienations. So he reset the target objects for the side effect transfer to Huang Shi and Huang Jing. Huang Shi looked at the hairs that gradually spread all over her body starting from her arms in horror. With her clothes off, she looked like a female monkey, and it was thanks to the fact that it didn't grow on her face. Otherwise, it would definitely be seen by the teachers that this was the aftermath of eating demonic beast meat. Looking at the combined images of her losing control, one could tell that Huang Shi must have eaten a large amount of demonic beast's meat to produce demonization. Once it did become known, she would be immediately controlled. After all, she was a first-grade martial artist, and a first-grade martial artist could be quite destructive if she were to launch into a frenzy. Clearly this point of Huang Shi completely panicked. Her great road of life, which has just gone up it, must not be destroyed because of this inexplicable thing. She actually started plucking the hairs on her body and arms raw. Don't blame her for going crazy. People who eat too much demonic beast meat are always prone to emotional outbursts, and when they get on top of themselves they don't even know what they're doing. When the plucking was a bloody mess, Huang Shi remembered that there was her father's own hair cutter at home, and hurriedly wrapped up her clothes and walked out of the restroom to take the pusher and re-enter the bathroom to push all those hairs clean. But just as a haircut didn't manage to push a particularly clean cut, she wasn't as white as she had been before, but was densely packed with little black dots that were the roots of hairs. A person with a dense phobia can pass out on the spot at a glance. After it was all over, looking at the fur pushed down on the ground, the recovering Huang Shi broke defense once again and began to cry. Kneeling down and clanging her head, she prayed for God to spare her. She just wants to go further. What's wrong with her? Why are you torturing her so much? She wasn't aware that it wasn't just her who had also begun to demonize, but also her eldest uncle, Huang Jing. He'd been in the hospital for a week, and he'd bribed the doctor to prescribe the kind of elixir that didn't heal as quickly so that he could delay getting into Orange. But no amount of procrastination was too long. The herbs of this world were too medicinal. Huang Jing counted the days. The tryouts ended today, and Huang Shi would be going to the training camp tomorrow. It was so that he had delayed for so long so that he could hear Huang Shi happily come to tell him in person that she had successfully entered the training camp. People without a kunai are themselves prone to distortions of character and become obsessive about certain aspects. Like ancient eunuchs obsessed with gold and silver, Huang Jing is obsessed with Huang Shi's future. But it was dark and Huang Shi still didn't come to him. Is it hard to not be in the top 5? Otherwise, his lovely great-niece could not have not come to him, but he had given all his family's wealth to his great-niece. The side effect that Jiang Li's consumption of demonic beast meat gave him made him start to get emotional and start to think wildly. Is it hard to believe that the great-niece is the kind of person who crosses the river? Nah, it can't be. She's so well-behaved and cute. It must be Jiang Li. He took revenge on Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi must be too embarrassed to come and see me if she didn't make it into the training camp. It must be like this. It must be like this. Huang Jing didn't realize that being moody wasn't his only problem. Demonic traits began to gradually appear on him over the course of the day along with Jiang Li's meat eating. Huang Jing's face began to distort, gradually taking on the features of a cow, looking terrifying. It was also thanks to the fact that because he belonged to a special category of patients and was taken care of by the police, no one else was placed in his ward. And he's better too. He doesn't need a doctor to go back in, so no one has noticed the change until now. Along with his increasing emotionalization, Huang Jing angrily ripped off the handcuffs. The police, who had been watching him outside the door, rushed in at the first opportunity on hearing the noise, and were rewarded by the sight of what looked like a bull in a ward illuminated by the moonlight. The policeman looked at the empty hospital bed and the hospital gown on Huang Jing and asked tentatively, Huang Jing? Huang Jing was on the verge of losing his mind at this point. His brain was on the verge of exploding. It was filled with concern for Huang Shi and paranoid hatred for Jiang Li, and he felt that his logic made sense. The reason why Huang Shi didn't come to see him must be because Jiang Li injured Huang Shi and Huang Shi was sad that he didn't enter the training camp, so he didn't come to see him. He's going to meet Huang Shi. He will kill Jiang Li. As for the person in front of him blocking him, get out. Chapter 21. Don't come in my way. Losing his mind, Huang Jing slapped his palm on the body of the guarding police officer. The police officer who was responsible for guarding him was only a first-grade martial artist. How could he possibly beat Huang Jing, who was a second-grade martial artist? With one palm he was slapped and broke his heart vein, spewing out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground. And Huang Jing looked at the blood and licked his lips. Surprisingly, he directly fell on the body of the police officer and bit towards his little mouth that was spraying blood. Don't get me wrong. He didn't turn into Southern Copper. He just has an extra craving for blood. The constable, who had not yet passed away completely, stared at his deathbed. He thought the culprit was going to strike him down to escape, but he didn't think it was a rape and murder. And I knocked immediately. The constable lost consciousness and walked away very humiliated. A few moments later Huang Jing stood up with his mouth full of blood, seemed to have regained some of his senses, and looked at the dead police officers on the ground with a surge of remorse in his heart. What's wrong with me? Is it hard to believe that there's something wrong with the medicine the doctor gave me? Right. It's these shady doctors who are giving the wrong medicine. Huang Jing's eyes reddened once more and he stormed out of the hospital room and began slaughtering every doctor in sight. After waiting for this floor to turn into a hell on earth, Huang Jing broke the window and jumped down from the upper floor, running wildly in the direction of Huang Shi's house. There was just one thought in his mind at that moment. Xiaoxi must not have passed the selection. She must be sad, so she didn't come to see me. I'm going to comfort her soon. He raced to the door of Huang Shi's house and was about to knock on the door when he heard the conversation inside. Huang Shi's father, Xiaoxi, you passed the selection, remember to tell your eldest uncle. He's looking forward to your success. Huang Shi was distracted at this time because of the strange changes in his body, and directly said impatiently, Dabu, big uncle. He's not my father. Do I have to say anything to him? And he's a criminal now. Do you want me to get involved with a criminal? If people find out, I'm sure I'll be looked at differently by them. And don't mention that old guy again. It's annoying. Ka chow. It was the sound of a broken heart and a shattered doorknob. The only obsession in Huang Jing's heart shattered. So, it passed. So, that's how Xiaoxi sees me. Ha ha ha. Isn't it just not possible to be your own daughter? Huang Jing's entire face became distorted. Inside the house, Huang Shi's parents both heard the sound of something breaking and subconsciously looked towards the door. And that's when Huang Jing, who had ripped off the doorknob, pulled open the door and walked in. His already bullish face now even more hideous and terrifying. Huang Shi's parents didn't even recognize who this was. They were just shocked by the dried blood on him. Who are you? Huang Shi's father went to the kitchen to pick up a kitchen knife, and Huang Shi's mother picked up the phone. Get out, or we'll call the police. Huang Jing had completely lost his mind by now, and his mouth kept muttering in a low voice, pro-life daughter. Pro-life daughter. As long as your mom and dad are dead, I can be your dad, right? Huang Jing brushed and disappeared in place, and reappeared already standing behind Huang Shi's father and mother, his two arms encircling the necks of the two, strangling them hard. Then he slowly walked towards Huang Shi. Hey, I'll be your daddy. I'll be. Put. Huang Shi was not too far from Huang Jing's situation, and under the stimulation of the death of his parents, Huang Shi also completely collapsed, copied the fruit knife on the table and directly stabbed into Huang Jing's heart. Huang Jing froze after being stabbed and slowly reached out his hand to try to hug Huang Shi, who did not hesitate to stab 3 times in a row, precisely the Taiwei 3 green peaks that Huang Jing had taught her. Huang Jing kept his arms open for a hug and fell to the ground with a plop. The corners of Huang Shi's mouth twitched unnaturally, seeming to laugh or cry. I just want to get better. So why does the damn god also, and you too, have to come and make it harder for me? Crazy. Don't try to get in my way. Anyone, don't try to get in my way. At that moment there was a knock at the door. It was the next door neighbor who vaguely heard the word alarm and came over to check because he was worried. The door had been yanked by Huang Jing, and after knocking a few times, the neighbor gently pulled the door open a small crack, only to see the 3 people who had collapsed in the living room as well as Huang Shi, who was standing with a fruit knife in his hand. The neighbor was just about to scream when Huang Shi went up and covered his mouth with one hand and made 3 stabs with the other. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Huang Shi dragged his neighbor's body back to his house and closed the door. She was now crazy too, yet different again from Huang Jing's madness. She shoved all the bodies into the bathroom, then mopped the floor, wiped up all the blood, and called a lock changer to come and change the locks on the house. The bathroom was right in front of the door, and while the lock changer was changing the locks, there were 4 bodies in one wall. But because Huang Shi always looks like a pure and lovely high school student girl, so that the lock change master did not have suspect. After changing the locks, Huang Shi split all 4 corpses and was about to send them out overnight in large garbage bags when he suddenly developed a craving for the flesh and blood. It was also a side effect of demonization, a desire for all flesh and blood, whether the other person was of the same kind or not. Moreover, the higher the grade of the creature's flesh and blood, the more eager it was. So to her, her eldest uncle, a second-grade martial artist, smelled like hell. So that night Huang Shi's house came with a very strong aroma of stewed meat. When the next day came, she went forward to the school as usual and looked not half bad. She was still the same. It's just that the clothes are on tighter and the hands are gloved to keep any part of the body other than the face from being exposed. After the stew last night, she flushed out a full 2 points. Huang Shi had a feeling as if he had transcended, having reached another realm entirely. Huang Shi began to believe that the physical alienation was not a punishment, and that what happened last night was not a punishment, but a revelation from the heavens to her. This is her path to becoming stronger. So as the top 5 assembled today to prepare to head to the training camp, Huang Shi's gaze was always fixed on Zhongli. Of all the students, Zhongli smelled the best. Even though there were more principals to see her off than Zhongli Xiang, she had a gut feeling that the principal was in danger. Huang Shi stared at Zhongli and couldn't help but lick his lips, and Zhongli instantly felt a nasty chill, as if he was being targeted by something disgusting. Turning his head, Huang Shi's gaze was yet again long gone. An illusion? Zhongli frowned and looked at the logo displayed in the system that Huang Jing had died. It was too strange. He hadn't used any drugs that had a lot of side effects. How did he suddenly die? And it had been shown that Huang Jing was in a state of complete insanity before his death. Is it possible that he went crazy in the hospital and was shot by the police? Huang Shi's state is even stranger than Huang Jing's death state. This bitch manifest real state is insane, but it looks like she's not in the least bit of trouble. More normal than normal people. Forget it. Huang Jing's death has nothing to do with him, and it's good to be dead. No matter who did it, it saves him from doing it anyway. As for the empty slots, there wasn't much of a problem. Zhongli had discovered the live broadcast of the battlefield against the demons in the past 2 days. The main idea was to publicize the cruelty of the battlefield, so that the students who were about to take the college entrance exams would work even harder, and that the end of not working hard would be death. The creatures that Zhongli saw could be selected to be the target of the side effect transfer, so he didn't have to worry about no one taking the side effects for him. Chapter 22 Intensive Training Areas, Military Restricted Areas. He had flushed open 8 acupoints at this point, which meant that there were a full 9 slots that could be selected for transferring side effects. Zhongli randomly chose 8 demons that appeared in the live broadcast of the demon pairing battlefield, although they only appeared for a little while, but the demons that could appear in the demon pairing battlefield I thought that the drug resistance and the chi blood value should be quite sufficient, enough for him to toss them around. Zhongli removed his gaze from his phone and looked out the window. Now it was up to him to see what this intensive training camp was like. Hopefully it wouldn't disappoint him. After all, if he hadn't come to the situation, the predecessor had lost his life for this training camp. The minibus carrying Zhongli and the other 5 people drove all the way out of the city before it entered the lofty mountains. Sanshan City was surrounded by mountains, and there were quite a few demons, but you basically wouldn't see any demons on this open road, as the official road guards basically wandered around here 3 times a day. This road guard's combat power in Sansan City could be ranked second to several official armed organizations, second only to Sansan City's military. With such a strong fighting force, it would naturally be able to ensure that the roads were clear to a certain extent, preventing Sanshan City from becoming an isolated island where the outside couldn't get in and the inside couldn't get out. The minibus drove for about 5 hours, estimating the distance to be 300 to 400 kilometers, and had completely left the ravine of Sanshan City and entered the ravine of another city. After walking a bit more, he finally stopped at a place where the outer wall said military prohibited land, strictly forbidden. The place looked like a fortress, with loaded soldiers standing on the walls, and each soldier, in addition to holding a gun with an exaggeratedly large barrel, uniformly carried a tanched sword-style standardized saber on his waist. A group of 6 soldiers walked out of the base with their guns raised, and 4 of them wasted no time in surrounding the minibus, pointing their guns directly at the occupants. Then 2 soldiers quickly boarded the minibus and began to check the information of the personnel one by one, and only after confirming that there was no mistake did the soldiers outside put down their guns. A soldier guided Zhongli and the others off the bus and then onto a ferry that came out of the base. While on the bus, a soldier gave each of them a badge to put on their chests. Zhongli got his hands and played with it for a bit. It was octagonal and had a pig's head pattern on it, like a Jackie Chan Adventures rune. Yunlang curiously asked what this thing was for, but the soldier was silent. After a couple of questions everyone kept their mouths shut. The ferry car they were in, with no glass, was completely dark. They couldn't see outside at all, and everyone could only wait for the stop with trepidation. After about 10 minutes, the ferry stopped. After getting off the bus Jianli realized that he should be inside the base. It was a huge playground, and there were constantly ferry buses coming in from various ports to drop off people and leave again. Jianli roughly swept his surroundings. There had to be at least 3,000 people at the scene. Unsurprisingly, this was the top 5 geniuses of all the high schools in the entire Mountain River province. This made Zhongli slightly less apprehensive. After all, if they were given a pot of them to experiment on, it would mean that this country was considered completely finished. If that's the case, we're all going to end up together anyway. So he's scared shitless. Gao Chan was also looking around and suddenly said it's kind of like an underground parking lot here. Each area is numbered, and the area we're in seems to be Ohio. Gao Chan pointed to a pillar used for support, and when everyone looked over, they saw the character OHI. Now Jianli knew what the badge given to him was for. It should represent the number of the people in their area for ease of management. At this point, the curious first-time students were excitedly observing their surroundings and mingling with each other, with only one person's perspective being different from everyone else's. Huang Shi sniffled, then a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face. Fragrant. It smells so good. There were hundreds of people with the same fragrance as Zhongli. There were actually dozens of them that were more fragrant than Zhongli. Huang Shi's mouth began to secrete a large amount of saliva, and he could only forcefully suppress his desire. Zhongli realized that they seemed to be the last group of people to arrive, and after their arrival, the ferry faded away. In its place, 12 teams of soldiers walked into the area they were in. Each team of soldiers walked straight to an area, and Zhongli's side was led by a tall, thin officer with a long scar on his face who looked unsmiling. After standing cross-legged in front of him, the scar-faced officer bellowed out directly both. The students were used to being free and didn't have the same mindset as in the army, and when the scar-faced officer shouted, they didn't even understand what it meant. This scar-faced officer had his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his terrifying chi and killing intent instantly erupted. The group of soldiers behind him also released their chi and killing intent at the same time. It was clear that there were only 11 people on the team, but the terrifying chi and killing intent that erupted instantly swept through the students of the Ohio district, leaving everyone with the feeling that they could not catch their breath. This made the originally noisy space instantly become silent and a pin drop could be heard. Seeing this, the scar-faced officer withdrew his killing intent. From now on, when I say it's all there, you'd better shut your mouths the first time and start lining up. I am the lead instructor in charge of you, Barangay, the officer in charge of the Ohio district. For a month after that, I'm in charge of organizing your training. I don't expect you students to be much of a disciplinarian, but for the month you're here, you'd better listen to me carefully and not wander off, or I'll discipline you according to the discipline of the army. Do you hear me? This guy was a little too intimidating, and some of the students subconsciously answered I hear you, but there were still a few who just stared at Barong and didn't say anything. Barong swept a glance at the men, and among them was Zhongli, but instead of really disciplining them according to the discipline in the army as he said he would, he had the soldiers behind him hand out 2 documents to everyone. These 2 documents, one is an informational letter and one is a consent form. The notice details the nature of the place you are in and informs you of the dangers you should be aware of. If you choose to give it up, don't sign the consent form and give it to him. Barong points down to the soldier on his left. You will be sent back soon after giving up. If it's signed, give it to him. Barong points down to the soldier on his right. Then stand still and wait, and when it's over I'll take care of arranging your accommodations. After Barong had finished speaking, he stood still and waited. Zhongli quickly got the 2 documents in his hands. The informational letter explained where he was now, a large trial base within the military without a name. The base was so large that it encompassed almost the entire mountain range, then by the towering thick wall divided the whole mountain range into several areas. The specific several this is not written above. It was only written that they would enter one of the areas of the entrance to train with the demons in a real fight, and the more they killed, the more points they gained and the more rewards they could get. Also there are little surprises in the area they enter, sort of eggs for them, but because it's real killing training, it's bound to produce casualties. According to what the informational book said, this was previously just a teaching mission within the military, with different demons raised in each area, in order for the new recruits joining to familiarize themselves with as many of the demons' habits as possible, and to master effective ways of killing them. This year, for the first time, it is open to students who are about to take the college entrance exams. For one thing, so that Mountain Rivers has a reason to strengthen the genius of its own province a bit, and other provinces will do the same. The second is the situation today. Generally this occurs when the situation is bad, and the above needs students to familiarize themselves with the demon killing process as soon as possible and then go into battle. But in reality it's because the current situation is just too good to be true. The human camp has been as fierce as if it had eaten a mad dogger over the years. In earlier years, because of the revival of the martial arts, beasts turned into demons and took over a lot of territory, making those areas off limits to humans and the kingdom of the demon race. However, over the years, humans were advancing step by step to clear these so-called forbidden areas for humans, which was what Zhongli had watched earlier in the live broadcast of the battlefield against the demons. Being able to live broadcast the battlefield just like that can also sidestep the fact that the situation is so good that the officials are very assured that they won't shake the determination of the people behind them. Instead, it was very bluntly told to everyone, there can't be a place where humans can't go in human territory. I have to say, it was very domineering, which made Zhongli's blood boil, and without saying a word, he signed his name on the consent form, which was considered to be the fastest group to submit the consent form. Chapter 23 It's easy to lose sleep when a high-speed machine like you enters the dormitory. Asshole. Zhongli wasn't sure about the other areas, but in the Ohio area, only 3 people chose to give up. The rest signed the consent form and then headed to the dormitory under Barang's arrangement. The dormitory was cramped, like a narrow shoebox, but with enough room to fit 2 bunk beds. No kidding, lying in bed and sitting up at the same time as the classmate across from you, both legs would touch each other. Barong could see that the students were dissatisfied with their living conditions, so he bluntly said you don't have to worry too much about the living conditions because you won't be sleeping here for much longer. You're going to be here for a month and every week you're going to be in the trial area for at least 5 days or more. Today is your first day here, so you'll be given time to familiarize yourself with your surroundings. And also, you'll be given a manual later, so memorize everything in it as much as you can. A student raises his hand to ask a question. Is it a test? Barong laughed. The first time someone so serious had ever laughed, as if at the student's cuteness. This manual contains the entirety of the demon species in the Ohio trial zone that you'll soon be entering, including their habits, how to kill them, and some experience in surviving in the wild. There's no test here, but if you don't memorize it, there's a 60% chance that you'll be killed by a demon sneak attack after you enter the trial area. With one word, all the students froze in place. Zhongli, however, did not care. Risk and opportunity coexisted. He even asked Barong a question while the crowd was dumbfounded. Instructor, you said before that you gain points for rewards in the trial. How did you gain them? Killing demons? Barong remembered Zhongli, who was among the pricks he recognized at the very beginning. That's right, the military doesn't reject pricks at all, because a prick often means it has power in its own right. No power and still stabbing, that's looking for death. Finally, someone is asking a worthwhile question. That's right, you get points for killing demonic beasts. As for how to get it, none of you threw away the badges you were given to start with. Did you? All demonic beasts had chips implanted in their bodies that detected his life activity. As long as you were nearby and then the demonic beast's signs of life activity disappeared, the demonic beast's points would be counted against you. If more than one person is present at the same time, whoever can get the chip in the demonic beast's body, the score will be counted as whoever owns it. After saying that, Barong purposely looked at Zhongli and smiled somewhat badly. Do you hear me? Understood. Zhongli understood what Barong was saying. 1. Make sure you get the chip from the demonic beast corpse. Otherwise the demonic beast corpse you dropped will be picked up by someone else and get the chip. And the system will recognize the chip but not the person. 2. Is that you can grab points. Barong knew that the boy had understood, and deliberately walked to Jiang Li's side as he was leaving. I'm looking out for you, kiddo. Remember to get more points. They're useful. Barong left, and then a soldier began to hand out manuals and elixirs to each person. That's right, the potion. There were definitely enough benefits to the intensive training camp that one would rush to get in. As long as the students chose to stay, each person would receive 7 military version chi gathering pills every week. This is the most basic guaranteed reward, and this guaranteed reward alone is much better than being in school. This is because the medicinal properties of the military version of the chi gathering pill are much stronger than the ordinary version. When everything was calm and everyone started to cultivate with the military version of the chi gathering pill, a monkey call appeared directly in Zhang Li's dormitory, and Gao Chan exclaimed in astonishment, I'll go. Is this the kind of fine stuff the army uses, compared to what crude chaff we were eating before? That's right, Zhang Li and his own people were divided into a dormitory, excluding a girl, Huang Shi. The rest of them were exactly 4, living in a full dormitory. Zhang Li tried one himself and it was indeed very strong, topped him off with 3 of them. But to him, this intensity was still too low. Before he had dazzled 10 at a time to taste the saltiness. As the saying goes, 1,000 pieces of gold are scattered. While the others were still marveling at how fine grains turned out to feel like this, Zhang Li directly dazzled all the remaining 6 pieces. Surge! The chi and blood in his body surged like never before, and the fine grain was indeed bullish. This meal topped the effect produced by the 20 ordinary chi gathering powder that Zhang Li had eaten before. Taking advantage of the drastic increase in the speed of refining chi and blood, Zhang Li began to run the extreme Dao demonic technique. An hour later, everyone else in the dormitory opened their eyes full of surprise. Gao Chan said, I feel like I've increased my chi blood by at least 10 points this time. Yunlang was proud to say, then I'll increase it by at least 15 points. The remaining little transparent, who was also the 3rd in the 12th grade of Sanshan City, called Jin Hong, also weakly stated that he should have increased his chi blood by about 10 points as well. Now everyone looked at Zhang Li. Everyone knew that Zhang Li's strength had skyrocketed as if he had been enlightened after committing suicide once. Only no one was sure how awesome his talent was, until the 3 of them felt a chi and blood storm from Zhang Li. The 3 of them felt the chi and blood storm and were directly petrified on the bed. Their brains were all washed down for a moment. They were more than familiar with this kind of chi and blood storm, which was a sight that appeared when the chi and blood in their bodies skyrocketed after successfully punching an acupuncture point. That meant that they had only increased their chi and blood values by about 10 points after cultivating for an hour after getting high on a pill. But the others had flushed out their acupuncture points. Is this a fucking person? Yunlang said with a very unnatural expression. This guy should have originally been almost ready to punch the acupuncture point before. It's just a matter of borrowing the power of the elixir. Even though Gao Chan and Jin Hong didn't have any feelings of disgust towards Zhang Li, they still agreed with Yunlang's somewhat self-congratulatory statement. The punch was successful. It's time for him to finish. So we'll all go out for a spin later. The end? Zhang Li wouldn't know what end means. He had swallowed 7 military version of the chi gathering pills in one breath, and the medicinal power was still far from dissipating. Zhang Li, still cultivating, still raising his chi and blood. For Zhang Li, he had already gotten used to this way of consuming a large amount of pills in one breath, not exhausting the medicinal properties for a short period of time, refining his chi and blood all the time, and punching his acupoints all the time. But that would be horrible in the eyes of others. After all, they didn't know that Zhang Li had eaten 7 chi gathering pills. They all subconsciously thought that Zhang Li had eaten one. Everyone knows that after the medicinal properties of a chi gathering dan are exhausted, the internal energy to enhance chi and blood will purely rely on water grinding work, which is an extremely slow and boring process. It might be a good thing to boost out a 2 or 3 points of blood value in a day. This was pure torture for the active students, especially Gao Chan, who would rather go out to refine his body to raise his chi and blood, sweating and exhausting himself to death, than to cultivate internal martial arts, which was an internal drain on his spirit. After waiting for a long time, they didn't see Zhang Li finish, so they couldn't hold back their curiosity about this base and left the dormitory. But when they went out for a trip and came back, they found Zhang Li still cultivating, Several people had a feeling that their heads were spinning. After they started memorizing that manual and spent 2 to 3 hours memorizing a general idea, they looked up and realized that Zhongli was still cultivating. Kachin, now I know why he's so strong. This guy is a role king. When everyone came back from dinner, Zhongli, still practicing. How could they know that Zhongli's qi and blood enhancement rate had been kept at a high speed? Which in itself was a very cool thing. Ordinary people who raised their qi and blood without using elixirs would only get high if they managed to raise their qi and blood by 1 point. And the time to put in is at least 3 or 4 hours. If not more. It's like if you rushed for 3 or 4 hours only to come out once. And there was no pleasure at all in the middle of it. No one can carry it. To the usual also okay, at least can be quiet. But are half a big kid for the first time to this kind of military base who is not curious. Who can be quiet to practice? But Zhongli this was different. 10 minutes at a time. 10 minutes at a time. It wouldn't feel boring at all. What's so fun about a base that's as cool as practicing? It was like this until very late at night. Everyone had been lying down and sleeping for an hour now. Zhongli directly flushed open the penultimate point of the Han Taiyin Lung Meridian. The Zhangfu point. The qi and bloodstorm of a first-grade martial artist wasn't big, but it was enough to wake up the other 3 people in the dormitory. These 3 people are numb. What kind of monster is this? Today's first success in punching an acupuncture point. It could still be said that Zhongli was on the verge of punching an acupuncture point itself, an elixir lending its strength. Having half a day available to rush again is simply beyond their comprehension. Who's a good guy who can flush out 2 cavities a day? You entered the base with such high-speed machinery. Did you report to the other barangay instructor? Zhongli completely consumed the medicinal properties. His body was soothed, went out to have a meal, took a shower, and came back to sleep directly. The other 3 stared around the darkened quarters, all but losing sleep. Kachin, are you asleep? Yunlong, no, I can't figure it out. Chapter 24, Sudden Danger. Scared to cry? Early the next morning, Zhongli got up refreshed, but the other 3 all looked sleepy from lack of sleep. Well, they weren't the only ones like that either, as quite a few students in the Ohio district were, but they weren't because of Zhongli. They just simply couldn't sleep because it was their first day here. The barangay instructor led the group here early as well, patiently waiting for the group of students to wash up before they began to speak. Yesterday he had been scolded by the leader. He still remembered the leader's words: what kind of pressure do you use on a bunch of students? In case there is a psychosis that can't bear it, what if you or I pay for this responsibility? So he's gotten a lot milder today. Both the students, after yesterday's adjustments, were already able to line up quickly today. After all, they had to run drills at school as well. And lining up was an instinct that every Chinese student had etched into their bones. Good. You guys know the rules a lot better than yesterday. Wait and follow me. Don't look around. Don't fall behind. And especially don't go into any of the passages I won't let you in. This is a restricted military area. And the guard posts in the rest of the area have the right to shoot you outright. Except for the area you are allowed to enter. The students were a little sleepy at first, but they were instantly energized by the sound of the barangay's voice with its solemnity. Seeing this, Barang nodded and signaled the soldiers around him to go watch the group of students. Not to mention the students, even if he emphasized the recruits who came here in previous years, they still ended up dropping out and going down the wrong passage and then getting lost. Seeing that the soldiers under his command were in place, Barang then headed out the door with over 200 students from the Ohio district. I don't know how long it was, but after a few turns, they finally sort of reached a space that looked like the one they were in when they first arrived yesterday. It's huge, and there's a signboard at the entrance that says, Soldier Field. A quick glance showed that they used to receive not their 200 or 300 students, but thousands of recruits. In the corner of this soldier's field, there was another place that looked like a weapons depot, filled with swords, guns, swords and halberds as well as defense equipment. In addition to this there was a mountain of backpacks containing the necessary supplies for life. Gao Chan whispered to Zhongli yesterday, you were practicing and didn't read that manual. The trial area we are now entering is the Ohio area. The demonic beasts inside have already been cleared for a round by the recruits who came before. Now the demonic beasts inside the trial area are not too many, but there are still a few thousand demonic beasts that don't make it into the grade and a few hundred first-grade demonic beasts as well as a few second-grade small demons, which is still very dangerous. That's why we thought that when we go in, a few of us from this school will be more familiar with each other, so we can team up and fight together to minimize the risk. What do you think? In fact, Gao Chan was not very good with words, but Yun Lang could not pull his face, and Jin Hong was not quite qualified. As for Huang Shi, everyone knew she had a grudge against Zhongli, so only he can speak about it. Zhongli rejected him after just a little thought. He was still more suited to the path of a lone warrior, and there were some things he did that he couldn't let them see. Gao Chan sighed and simply gave up on persuasion. In fact, it wasn't just Jiang Li alone who was like this. Many student groups would have such a lone wolf, and Gao Chan had noticed it a long time ago. Some of them are really skillful and bold, and some of them just simply don't get it. Not being able to pull Jiang Li into their camp could only be said to be a bit of a pity. The chances of everyone helping each other being in danger would be greatly reduced, but Gao Chan had already had it in his mind. Take care of yourself then, we're out here together after all. Hopefully we'll end up going back together. Jiang Li patted his shoulder. So are you? Barong seemed to have deliberately given the students time to form a group, waiting silently for half an hour time before organizing the students to collect their weapons and equipment, taking whatever weapons they were used to. As for the equipment, it was uniform military-style soldier's armor, made from the skins of demonic beasts and light but not bad defensive metals. Jiang Li had received a thin sword, which was lighter and therefore suitable for a flexible path. It was that his current size was slightly larger. The soldier in charge of handing out the weapons saw him come and took out a two-handed heavy hammer at the first time, only to watch as Jiang Li took a thin sword and silently put the heavy hammer back again, and then his face was full of question marks. Barong was also keeping an eye on a few of his favorite pricks. Jiang Li was the one he was most concerned about. At the sight of Jiang Li taking a thin sword, question marks also popped up on Barong's head. He just didn't bother to stop Jiang Li. He believed that in a situation like this involving life and death, no one should be foolish enough to take a weapon they were not good at. After everyone had received their weapons and equipment, Barong officially announced the rules of this trial. This trial is 1 week long, but you can come out early if you can save up 300 points. Anyone who doesn't get 300 points for a week will be eliminated and go home at the end of the first week. The students realized what Barongi meant yesterday when he said they wouldn't be in the dorm too long. Literally. After saying that, Barong didn't care how the students reacted. Before pressing a switch on the wall, and then an entire wall began to slowly open to both sides, and the moment the wall opened, a demonic beast shaped like a fox violently burrowed out of the doorway and directly pounced on the nearest student. Its speed was so fast that the student who was pounced on was stunned outright. And right at this moment, a yellow hair with headphones flew forward. A standardized saber hung on his waist, and the moment he approached the demonic beast, the saber's cold light flashed, and the demonic beast's head instantly flew out. In a trance, the students in the room seemed to see a flash of electricity jumping across the tip of the yellow-haired knife wearing headphones. After collecting the knife, little yellow hair blew his bangs and confidently stepped out the door. It was only then that a group of students reacted. Woohoo! This is so cool then. I heard yesterday that he's from Hazel City 3 Middle School. I think his name is Ling Rut. Right, Ling Che. I'm from Heezy City's 3rd Middle School. Ling Rut is the man of the hour in our school. His family's 3rd grade martial arts, the Wind Thunder Blade, and his father is the strongest hunter in our Heezy City, a 5th grade martial artist. He has beheaded a 6th grade great demon. Ling Rut was also gifted, and was already a 1st grade martial artist a little over half a year ago. It's just a shame he's not teaming up with us. Jiang Li's eyes narrowed slightly. It was true that there was the least lack of geniuses in this training camp, even if it was just in Ohio district. 200 or so people, yet there was a family heirloom of the 3rd grade martial arts in existence. Interesting, too interesting. That said, this fox is. Jiang Li now turned over the manual. Yesterday's pure cultivation he did not memorize at all, and could only do it temporarily. Oh, a demonic beast that doesn't make the grade. The red fox is just faster and only has 5 points. Jiang Li admitted that Ling Rut's speed wasn't slow, but it was still much worse than him. After all, he was paying for Huang Jing's Kuan Ah. As for this so-called red fox, its speed was even less worth mentioning in his eyes. But one does have to be on guard against such demonic beasts suddenly attacking. See all, human flesh and blood is as sweet as cake to this demonic beast, and you can smell it even through such a thick door. Be careful when you go out there. Barong drank. The eyes of the student who was almost pounced on just now are red. Isn't this too dangerous? What if we die? Barong rolled his eyes. Could he really expect this group of people to go into battle against the demon race and the fey race later on? Though he knew the outcome. With constant honing, they would all surely end up being excellent fighters. He had no doubt about that at all. But then he could never help but feel that way when he looked at how weak the students were now. And he felt that red feeling every year. Originally he had wanted to push them a bit, not to mention the hidden rescue mechanism, to make them more team-oriented and as vigilant as possible. But not saying anything now would obviously dissuade a large number of students. Barong, as a lead instructor, doesn't have performance or anything like that, I guess, but soldiers have good faces. If he had more softballs out on his side than anyone else's, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up in front of the other instructors. The badges on your chests will not only record your points, but will also force you to activate the chips in the demonic beasts' bodies when you are in mortal danger. directly killing the demonic beasts that hurt you, but then no matter how many points you have, they will be cleared instantly. Get your asses in there if you hear me. You're already 30 or 40 minutes behind everyone else. Chapter 25, formally entering the Ohio trial area. Meeting a first-grade demonic beast in the opening? Bar-Ein growled angrily, but what was said still caused the students to breathe a sigh of relief and enter the trial area and start marching in different directions according to the teams that had been formed long ago. After fiddling with the badge on his chest, John Lee also entered the trial area and soon disappeared into the lofty mountains. Although it was only a regional trial area, it covered more than a dozen hills, and as stated before, this place was supplied to thousands of soldiers for training. So after the team of more than 200 people entered, it was like a drop of water dropping into a river, and it quickly dissipated into thin air. Yun Lang formed a trial squad with Gao Chan and Jin Hong, and Huang Shi didn't join them because of similar reasons as John Lee. These three people carefully advanced through the jungle, with Jin Hong, who was the most careful, checking out the surroundings and the situation and assuming the role of scout, Gao Chan as a tan, and Yun Lang in charge of killing. Soon the attentive Jin Hong found a low bush with signs of broken branches and immediately signaled everyone to stop, then squatted on the ground to check up on the footprints and demonic beast droppings. He couldn't sleep last night, he kept memorizing that manual. It quickly came to mind what the demonic beasts were represented by the footprints and feces on the ground, as well as the time the beasts left. Small to medium-sized unqualified demonic beast, spotted deer, fast and good at charging. The advice in the manual is to avoid places like bushes that make noise as much as possible, they are very sensitive to sound. With the manual's guidance, the three of them managed to find the spotted deer, with Jin Hong in charge of guarding and intercepting it, and Gao Chan and Yun Lang in charge of killing it. Because of its flexible positioning and agility, the three of them wasted a lot of effort, and even Jin Hong, who was responsible for the peripheral interception, was toppled and suffered some minor injuries before they could be considered to have successfully resolved it. The students who were just starting to hunt were all just as clumsy as they were, but when the viewpoint switched to Jiang Li, he was holding the manual in one hand, and his other hand was always on the hilt of his fine sword, and he walked straight ahead without hiding his steps at all. And just ahead of him on a branch, a bamboo leaf green poked out its letter and slowly stood up. The pair of becks were scarlet, like a pair of red jewels. After smelling Jiang Li's flavor, he wordlessly moved his body and started to build up his strength, and as soon as Jiang Li walked into its attack range, he directly catapulted and started lighting up his poisonous fangs and biting at Jiang Li. But in the very next second, this bamboo leaf green that had catapulted to start was directly penetrated by a thin sword. If it came to speed, Jiang Li didn't believe that there was a creature below the second rank that could be faster than his sword. Casually sticking the sword that had penetrated the bamboo leaf green on the ground, Jiang Li reached out and began to rapidly flip through the manual snake. Snake! Ah! Found it! First grade demonic beast bamboo leaf green. Originally a snake with weak toxicity, after turning into a demonic beast the toxicity of the venom becomes extremely strong, fatal within 3 minutes after being bitten. Jiang Li held up the penetrated bamboo leaf green. This little thing is actually a first-grade demonic beast? But, Jiang Li shrugged his nose, it does smell pretty good. Since the meridian points on his body as well as his muscles had produced positive alienation, he would also smell good on high-quality flesh just like Huang Shi. However, he wouldn't feel the human fragrance, and that negative effect had been transferred to Huang Shi. Ripping off the snake wearing the tip of his sword, Jiang Li skillfully peeled off its skin, cut the edible meat into chunks, and found the chip on it. There's a number on the chip, 20, which is supposed to represent the number of points it has. Stuffing the meat onto the bag hanging on the left side. That bag was a special bag provided in the supplies backpack that could be held up like a balloon and had a certain amount of freshness to it. Apparently the soldiers who had been here before were used to storing meat in the field for cooking. Throwing the chip casually into his backpack, Jiang Li held up the manual and continued to move forward, not far away in the direction of his right side. A small team of 5 students were also searching in the jungle. They were the students of Yihawan First High School. There was no one particularly strong among them, only 2 first-grade martial artists, one named Li Tsong and one named Bai Nuwa. Bai Nuwa was a girl and ranked first in Yiha First Middle School, so she became the captain of this squad. Found it! It's the manual's uninitiated demonic beast, the tusked boar. Because of its aggressiveness, it has a high number of points, with 12 points. Li Tsong looked at a half-man tall boar that was skulking not far from them and excitedly whispered. Bai Nuwa immediately organized the other 3 members of the team into an encircling formation to go forward and hunt. Their action was very successful. Li Tsong was a first-grade martial artist who had studied horizontal training and was able to resist the attack of the tusked boar that did not enter the grade. The rest of them swarmed up, their long swords stabbing into the tusked boar's body without any pattern, and only Bai Nuwa accurately slammed his sword through the boar's eyes. successfully killing the tusked boar. Such squads have arranged the distribution of points in advance, and when the chips are removed, they will approach the officers for distribution at the final settlement. While the squad was still immersed in the joy of the kill, it was oblivious to the fact that the mournful screams emitted by the tusked boar before its death had already attracted its companions. Creatures like wild boars are group creatures and basically don't appear alone, and the rest of the tusked boars are nearby. Without waiting for Manhwa to start fetching the chips, there were already a large number of running footsteps coming from the jungle. A dozen half-man-tall tusked boars ran at them with red eyes and drooling mouths, and the tusked boar in the lead was even a man tall. The body was huge like a tank. The 5 of them were instantly chilled, and Manhwa shouted in a hurry, "Run!" But the boars had gotten too close, and Li Tsong, as the one closest to them, was too late to run. Li Tsong could only take a hard way first and then look for another opportunity. Vajra Kung Fu. Li Tsong ran his chi in blood, and his skin took on a metallic coloration. And no kidding, at this moment, it looked like it wouldn't cause much damage with a sword. But when the one-man-tall tusked boar rushed at him, he was directly toppled out like a broken sack filled with sand. Blood spraying in the air like it was no money. That alone broke his defense. It was also thanks to the fact that he was a first-grade horizontal martial artist. Otherwise this blow would be enough to shatter all the bones in his chest. But he was also lucky. After being knocked off the ground and landing right where Manhwa and the others were, a few students picked up Li Tsong and turned around to take the road and run wildly. The direction they went was exactly where Jianli was. Chapter 26. Who is a good person practicing the pure evil sword score and still comes out with meat? In fact, Jianli had heard the sound over there when that boar wailed before it died. But that was a clear indication that someone was hunting. He wasn't exactly a school bully, and he was too lazy to rob anyone else if they didn't come to rob him. So he continued on his way, only to hear in a short time the sound of dense footsteps coming his way. Jianli listened sideways, not only from humans, but also from quadrupeds. Are these guys being hunted instead of hunted? While he was wondering, Manhwa and a few students who were holding Li Tsong had already appeared in front of him. I see a lone traveler, still holding the manual in one hand. Obviously not memorizing anything yesterday and now he's cramming. Manhwa quickly shouted, "Run! There's a herd of wild boars. There's also a demonic beast that's at least 1 rank up. People need to penetrate 2 meridians when they are in the first grade of martial artist. After penetrating the first meridian is considered as the middle grade of martial artist. Penetrating the second half of it can almost be called as the top of the first grade, mainly depending on the number of meridians that have been penetrated and the number of acupoints that have been flushed open. As for demonic beasts, one cannot judge how many acupoints a demonic beast has penetrated. One can only look at the strength and size as well as the exuberance of his chi and blood to judge. That first-grade tusked boar, atop of dry-wasted Li Tsong, and his chi and blood were horrible as hell. It was definitely a demonic beast on the first grade. But Jianli was still standing still, and Manhwa was so anxious. "You don't want to die. The 5 of us can't handle it. So what kind of big tale are you playing here? Now is not the time to pretend. Run!" Jianli closed his manual with one hand, looked at the first-grade upper tusk boar that had already crashed through 2 large trees, and drew his fine sword. Crazy! Manhwa directly cursed angrily when he saw that Jianli had even drawn a thin sword. Not only was the tusked boar's strength terrifying, its defense was equally amazing. That tusked boar on the first rank in particular had a thick layer of mud on its body, as if it was clad in armor. Not to mention thin swords. Heavy hammers are useless, but she can't care so much. She can only put down the plot to help people with their own team to continue to run. Anyway, there is a guaranteed life-saving mechanism. Jianli should not die. At most the point's clear. After they left, Jianli leaped forward and looked at the approaching first-grade upper demon beast. This was the first time he had ever dealt with a demonic beast head-on. There were 2 quicknesses in his wisdom sword recipe. One was the speed of the sword, and the other was the quickness of the cultivation. As long as you dare to cut quin, this sword technique will show you what it means to practice at the speed of light. Jianli had spent most of his time on boosting his chi and blood, and hadn't practiced the pure evil sword spectrum too much, but even so, his pure evil sword spectrum had become a small success. Not only is the sword so fast that the average person can't see or react to it, but it's also poisonous. This poison is not so much poisonous as it is poisonous out of the sword. The purple sword chi emerging from the sword carried a sharpness that nothing could break. That's why in his previous match with Huangshi, he shattered Huangshi's sword, which was also attached with sword chi, with a single point of his sword. Some sword techniques produce sword chi with attributes such as cold, ice and flame, while his sword chi had one characteristic: sharpness. This made his swordsmanship fast while also breaking armor. Facing the boar that reached him, Jianli mobilized his entire body's chi and blood and struck out with all his might for the first time. A cold light penetrated into the tusked boar's brow, so fast that the boar itself didn't even react to its brain being stabbed through. and that part of the brow is supposed to be hard. There's a saying that copper head, iron bones and tofu waist, so you can see how hard it is to get ahead. Zhongli could have stabbed him in both eyes, but just wanted to try out what the Sword of Wisdom could actually achieve. The result was clear at a glance. This third-grade sword technique was ridiculously strong. Zhongli had a feeling of slicing tofu and stabbed in with ease. Throughout the instant he could feel the vitality of this tusked boar on the first grade was fading fast. However, the kinetic energy brought up by him running with such a large size was also terrifying. If a normaline who practiced the Pyrrhic sword technique, he would definitely withdraw his sword at the first time to avoid this impact. After all, who is a good person who does not have all points of attack and agility after practicing the Sword of Wisdom, which is the standard assassin's sword technique? But Zhongli is different. Who says you can't have a meat-suit assassin? After sensing the death of this tusked boar on the first grade, Zhongli directly reached out a hand to hold its tusks, and with both feet stepping on the ground tightly, he hardened himself to carry off the impact of this tusked boar. The ground was plowed with 2 half-meter-long furrows by his feet. Zhongli then held the tusks of this boar and directly lifted him up with force. After drawing his sword, he yanked the massive tusked boar around in place a few times, and like a chain ball player, he threw the one-man tall tusked boar towards the small uninviting boar that ran after it. The small boars that were pigging out were smashed, and one was smashed to death on the spot, and the rest were disorganized, unable to charge up, and in disarray. Zhongli stepped forward with his fine sword in his hand and stabbed out a ray of cold light, instantly killing the dozen or so small boars that were half a man tall. His badge vibrated at that moment, prompting him to credit 221 points successfully. That first-grade upper tusk boar provided him with a full 65 points. It was much more than what the first-grade small bamboo leaf green that Zhongli had encountered earlier had given. Apparently this point judging criteria was based on the strength and harmfulness of the demonic beast. The stronger the demonic beast the more it gave. So even the small boars that didn't make the grade, 12 points ahead provided Zhongli with a lot of points. Barang said that everyone had to get at least 300 points to get out, and it had only been a few hours since he entered. Zhongli already had 241 points, just 59 points short of completion. Kinda have to thank those boar traps for that. Taking a look at a whole family of boar family, Zhongli began to harvest the chips from them, then set up a pot in place and began to build a fire. What? The manual said that building a fire in the forest is a dangerous behavior, easily attracting more demonic beasts, and that's a good thing. Zhongli directly lit the manual and used it as a fire starter to start building a fire to cook. Thanks to the blessing of the extreme Dao demon technique, as long as he ate top-grade demonic beasts he could enhance his strength and meridian points, while the demonic beast's blood and flesh itself had the effect of increasing his chi and blood. Anyway, he came in just to get stronger, while eating meat to get stronger. He can also attract more demonic beasts to facilitate him to harvest points. Why not do so? On the other side, the white glutinous squad that had already run far away finally collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. No, I can't run. I really can't. Manhwa, let's take a little break then. I don't hear any more footsteps behind me, so I don't think they're coming after us. One of the team members whispered under his breath, is it possible that they didn't come after us because the herd of wild boars fed on the man? Manhwa frowned. No. The instructor said the chip inside the demonic beast will activate when the student is near death and kill the demonic beast directly. He'll clear his points at best. He won't die. Another member of the team whispered, but, what if? What about all those demonic beasts? Manhwa is annoyed. What do you mean? Accuse me. It's not like I didn't warn him to run away. He got himself killed. If I hadn't made the split-second decision to take you guys and run, you'd be the ones feeding the demonic beasts right now. A few of the team members were silent, which was true. But being still pure students, they always feel some guilt after they are safe. Li Tsong took the medicine at this time and coughed twice. Why don't we go back and take a look? If he's on the verge of death, I don't know how long it'll take the instructor to get there, and we'll be able to give him a healing pill first. This statement was met with unanimous agreement, and a few people helped each other and began to walk back cautiously. Suddenly, Li Tsong frowned and shrugged his nose. What smells so good? Chapter 27. The gap between man and man is greater than the gap between man and pig. Do you see that is cooking smoke from a fire? Or maybe it's a distress smoke? The distress smoke smells so strongly of meat? Confusion arose within the squad. No one could figure out why a pillar of smoke appeared at this time, because in their imagination Zhongli was likely to have been seriously injured and on the verge of death. His intestines and stomach turned over, spitting out blood and collapsing on the ground, unable to move a muscle. But when they looked over after the direction of the cooking smoke, they found Zhongli sitting on a rock, feasting. There were 14 tusked boars laid out neatly around him, the largest of which, the one on the first rank, had been sliced open. The one they imagined their intestines and stomachs flowing all over the place was not Zhongli, but this first great upper demonic beast that directly crushed them. All 5 people in Ihano. one middle school were dryly silenced by this image. After a long time, it suddenly appeared that a red fox that ran after the blood cheese suddenly appeared and leapt out from behind Zhongli. They came back to their senses and shouted at once, "Look out!" The word "careful heart" hadn't even been finished when they saw a cold light flash and the red fox's head fell to the ground. Zhongli, on the other hand, remained in that sitting position, holding a piece of meat and feasting on it. 5 people finally lost their grip. Woohoo! What a fast sword! It seems to be faster than the one from the Wind and Thunder Blade. Did you see when he struck his sword? No, I even feel like if my eyes were out of order just now. That red fox was in a blur before my eyes. Bai Nuo pursed her lips. She knew that all the people who came this time were geniuses, but she had never thought that the gap between her and the geniuses was actually so big. They were whisked up and down. But what about this guy? Casually resolving the demonic beasts that had crushed them, and when they were done, they even strutted around doing what was absolutely forbidden in the manual, not dealing with the blood chi of the dead demonic beasts at all, and just opened fire and cooked in a bright and honorable manner. With absolutely no one to help him keep watch, he backhanded the demonic beast that was sneaking up behind him. I have to say, this scene is really too much of a blow to her self-confidence as the first genius of Ihano. One middle school. At this time, Zhongli also saw these people and greeted them to come over and sit. You guys are still weirdly good, taking the initiative to help me attract the demonic beasts. I won't lie, I didn't even have time to read the manual yesterday to figure out how to track and hunt. Luckily you guys helped me draw so many. White sticky. You're welcome. Zhongli handed over a piece of meat. Eat? It's the most tender piece of meat on the pig. The boar is too tough. And it's the only kind of meat that can be cooked in this little crappy pot. The meat of a first-grade demonic beast is still quite effective in boosting chi and blood. With that, another small demonic beast leaped out and sneak attacked Zhongli's back. Zhongli just kept his left hand against the meat, not even looking behind him as he chopped the small demonic beast into 2 sections with a sword. The 5 were silent again. They didn't know what to say. Looking at Zhongli so easily, nothing could describe their complex feelings right now. They had the feeling that they were also human, but a few of them had not evolved all the way, and were just a bit out of place with Zhongli. Bai Nuo shook his head. You eat? We are relieved to see that you are fine. We still have to hunt demonic beasts, so we will leave first. Zhongli took the initiative to wave his hand and bid them goodbye. He had always been as gentle as a spring breeze to those who could still remind him to run in times of crisis, and to those who could still warn him of a sneak attack. After they left, Zhongli ate the meat before he started to collect the chips from those few death-seeking unclassified demonic beasts. He then ate and cultivated in this place for another 2 hours. The majestic chi and blood provided to him by the first great upper demon beast did not break through the last acupoint of the Han Tien Lung Meridian, the Cloud Gate acupuncture point, due to the short period of time. Perhaps if I cultivate in this place for a few more hours, I should be able to break through the Cloud Gate point and penetrate the entire Han Tien Lung Meridian. But he hadn't forgotten what Baron had told him, and points were useful. In these 2 hours, he had killed more than 30 uninitiated demonic beasts that had followed the blood aura to find their way here, and his total points had reached 445, exceeding the passing line of 300. But is it something to be happy about for a schoolboy to score 100 points more than the passing line? Isn't it a damn shame? Zhongli also realized that the resources in this place were just too barren. If he remembered correctly, demonic beasts also had the concept of territory. It was probably because Paige's family had a first-grade demonic beast, so there were no other demonic beasts above first grade on this mountain. Although it is still unclear what exactly the points can be exchanged for, it is definitely possible to exchange the military version of the elixir, which is absolutely good. Even if you can only exchange that one, it is still a big profit. That was why Jiang Li was prepared to hoard a large amount of points, and that meant that he would have to move towards the interior of the Ohio trial zone. The manual says the closer you get to the interior, the more dangerous the area. There were even second-grade demonic beasts present. Jiang Li was still eager to see what a second-grade demonic beast looked like. After packing up in place, Jiang Li began to head deeper into the trial area, and at the same time, Huang Shi began to advance deeper into the trial area. She was also on the lone wolf route. Originally her plan yesterday was to hunt people who smelled good, but after hearing the instructor talk about what the badge did, she realized how easily it would reveal what she was doing, and she had to give up on the idea of hunting people for a while. Turning to those upper-grade demonic beasts stated in the manual, she was already demonized, so she didn't care about anything else. As long as she could get stronger, she kept eating. It's just that, after the accident last night, Jiang Li started practicing. The side effects of the 7 military chi gathering pills and the side effects of the berserk punch points were all transferred to her and a few unlucky demonic beasts. At times when Jiang Li did not specifically designate one person to suffer the side effects, everyone would suffer the side effects. And this side effect transfer isn't spread out. It's the same side effect for everyone assigned to it. The potency of the military chi gathering pill has been strengthened by several times, but the same side effects have also been elevated. Eating 1 was fine, 2 wasn't so bad, but 7 together directly gave Huang Shi dry spit blood. However, Huang Shi was already used to it and skillfully entered the bathroom to adjust her chi and blood. And when Jiang Li finished practicing, Huang Shi realized that her potential was overdrawn again. There was no subterranean dragon pill for her to use at this time, but she had already demonized and could fill and recover by eating the meat of demonic beasts. It's just that she felt weak after enduring the side effects, and she couldn't just go straight into the interior according to the original plan. She had to start with the external demonic beasts that didn't make the grade first. So, as long as Jiang Li ate, Huang Shi ate for as long as he ate, but Huang Shi didn't barbecue or use a pot, and directly drank blood like a wild beast. When Jiang Li was almost done, she had recovered almost as well, only her spirit was getting more and more unstable, and on the way to the inner part of the Ohio trial zone. Several times she encountered students who almost couldn't help but just get them killed and then feast on them. But fortunately, most of these students were not first grade, and even if they were only at the beginning of the first grade, not up to the level of Zhang Li or Ling Rut. She could still suppress her desire, but as it gets deeper and deeper, the students who can go here, there are no more rookies, all of them are in the middle of a pint, and Huang Shi's sanity has completely collapsed. It's too fragrant. When he encountered a Lone Ranger, Huang Shi finally couldn't help himself and used the last bit of sanity left to rip off his badge and throw it away, then carefully leaned over from behind him. Chapter 28 Huang Shi's demonization was discovered. Being able to be a lone wolf, his strength was naturally good, and even if Huang Shi had been more light-handed, he had been discovered. Only when this Lone Ranger turned around and pointed his knife at Huang Shi. A freeze, it's a human. I thought it was a demonic beast. What's the point of sneaking up behind me? Gee, are you naturally hairy? It's sad that a girl has an overproduction of androgens. I have a friend too. The Lone Ranger is still a chatterbox, and after seeing Huang Shi, he basically put down most of his guard. Huang Shi was silent and didn't say anything, but slowly approached towards him, then suddenly made a move. Taiyue Sanking Fang, caught off guard. The Lone Ranger collapsed to the ground without even screaming, staring at Huang Shi with wide, dead eyes full of disbelief. Huang Shi ripped off the badge he was wearing and threw it aside, then took a bite on the other's neck and began to feast on it. Back office of the base Cave 3 and 2 squad. Cave 3 and 2 squad. Rescue mechanism triggered. Coordinate directions have been sent to you. Rescue as soon as possible. Roger that. A soldier sitting in front of the screen, headphones on his head, working diligently. Today was the first day, and it was normal for the rescue mechanism to trigger. After all, it was a novice trial, and even the new recruits wouldn't be any better than these students. Barong and the other 11 instructors were all in this backstage at this moment, always observing the area they were responsible for. The lead instructor of the Shin district was called Jiang Yu, and Barong had the best relationship with him. The two of them were gathering at this moment to discuss the first student intensive training. Barong clasps his hands to his chest, his eyes constantly scanning over the screen. How many have you dropped on your side? Jiang Yu sighed. There are already 35 of them, and it's only been one morning since we started, so I'm really afraid that these 200 or so students won't even last 3 days. What about your side? The corners of Barang's mouth couldn't help but turn up when he heard that his good buddy Shin district had dropped 35 people. 22. When I first approached this group of students, I thought my side was going to do poorly, but I didn't realize that these boys just look like goons and fuck up pretty hard. Look at that. Zhang Li, he's got 800 points now, and it's just the beginning of the morning. And that one, Ling Rut, 630 points. Hey, how many points did the top-ranked one on your side have? Zhang Yu's face was dark. Really fucking pro brother, just know to reveal the shortcomings. 602. Satisfied? Barong laughed. Not bad. Just after that, the red light flashed in the Ohio area that Barong was in charge of, and the rescue mechanism was triggered for 10 people one after another. The soldier rushed to send the coordinates location to the field team. Jiang Yu came over to look, his face full of surprise. Nice guy. 10 people triggered the rescue mechanism together. That's arching into a boar's nest. Hey, why don't you smile anymore? Is it because you don't like to laugh? Barang's face is very black now. That is, this group of students is not a soldier under his hand. Otherwise he has to report. A soldier took off his headset, turned around and saluted, yelling, report. Barang is speechless. What again? 2 students have lost their vital signs. Barang's face paled and he stepped forward quickly. This was no joke. What's going on? Is there a bug in the rescue mechanism? What's their location? This is the first intensive training, although there is also a death index, but this is different from the new recruits. These are some students, or the most talented group of students in Shanhua province. One death is a loss of Huaxia. The most crucial thing is that whoever dies gets a big beard, and they, the instructors in charge, have to personally go and explain things to the parents of the dead students, which is the hardest thing to talk about. The soldier points to the screen. The first one is this student named Huang Shi, and the closest demonic beast to her was 1.5 kilometers away when her vital signs disappeared, so I think she might have lost her badge. Barong nodded, relieved that this sort of thing had come up in past years. What about the second one? The second student's name is Sui Xin. The location where his life signs disappeared is here, and there are no demonic beasts in the vicinity. Barong understood that it was the two fucking students who had lost their badges. That's if he's a soldier. It took a few deep breaths for Barong to calm down, but he still had a dark face and said clear all the points for both of them. Send me the coordinates, and I'll lead a team to get them both back. If there was a badge on his body, he could still trigger the rescue mechanism. If there was no badge, and if he was lucky enough to meet a demonic beast that he couldn't deal with, these two unlucky people's lives would be gone. Barong blackened his face and led his squad into the Ohio Trials area, and soon found the badge that Huang Shi had lost based on the positioning of the coordinate points, which made Barong breathe a sigh of relief. There was a 0.0% chance that something had gone wrong with the rescue mechanism and the person had actually died, but it was still a relief that it hadn't really happened. Split into two teams. Lang, you take one team to find this Huang Shi, the other team follow me. Action. It was obvious that these were seasoned veterans with very strong execution, and as Barong finished speaking, the team immediately split into two groups. The man called Little Cold Band began to analyze the footprints on the ground and where they might have gone, while Barrow headed straight for the lost location of the second badge. Soon, Barong found the badge that Huang Shi had thrown away, but not far from the badge, he saw a body that had been gnawed and disfigured. Barong closed his eyes. Despite his harsh words, he was the last person who wanted to see his students lose their lives. Barong waved his men to collect the bodies while connecting directly to the backstage. Fuck, what to eat? Didn't I say that there are no demonic beasts near the chest badge throwing? The soldiers backstage were blindsided. There really isn't one, and the closest one is 2.1 kilometers away from the positioning of that badge. So what's gnawing at this student in Tama? You tell me. Check all the demonic beast trace data in the vicinity and find that demonic beast for me. Like the slain recruit before him, the best consolation for his family was to send the demonic beast that killed the recruit straight to him. Available at. The soldiers in the background were silent when they accessed the data. No demonic beasts have passed through your location in the previous 2 hours? What kind of shit are you putting on? Before Barong finished speaking, the soldier collecting the corpse suddenly shouted, report. Say, there's something wrong with this body. Not only are there gnaw marks on it, but there are penetrating wounds from the sword. Barong walked over to him with a stern look in his eyes. He had the most experience. Not only had he been on the battlefield against demons, but he had also carried out many missions to eliminate evil sects, so it could be said that he was familiar with demons as well as people. This injury, although it's a bit damaged, it looks like the Taiwei 3 green peaks of the Huashan sect. Many college students graduated from the Huashan school every year, and he knew a few people who knew this move from previous operations, so he was fairly familiar with it. This looks like a student's hand. It's a small accomplishment at best. It should be a family heirloom. But, it's even stranger. Barong asked backstage with a frown, are you sure that no demonic beasts came close to my current location before this? Backstage looked twice before answering no. Big problem. Just looking at the gnawing marks, it was no surprise that a demon had done it. But then again, someone else had stepped in, and there are no demons nearby. So who did this gnawing mark? Go see if there's any blood or discarded pieces of meat around. It was also possible that a certain student had a grudge against the Sui Xin, and after striking it down, he purposely imitated the demonic beast to commit the crime. Just then, Lang, who had separated from them at the beginning, led the way. What are you guys doing over here? Lang, we were following the trail of the student named Huang Shi after he lost his badge. Barong froze for a moment, followed by the few remaining soldiers reporting back to him there was no blood, and no discarded pieces of meat were found. Barong thought of something, and pressed the intercom with a serious expression. Notify all squads to enter the Ohio trial zone from now on to conduct a dragnet search for a female student named Huang Shi, who I suspect is demonized. Chapter 29, Fishing for Law Enforcement. Demonization was such a serious matter that if a demonized martial artist appeared in a certain city, the entire city's police would have to be mobilized. The kind of madman who is senseless and only knows how to kill and eat meat can cause serious casualties in a short period of time, and the longer it drags on, the stronger the demon will be and the harder it will be to capture. By the same token, it won't be much better in the trial zone than in the urban areas. That's over 200 students, and they're all the most talented of the bunch. If this matter was really done by that female student named Huang Shi, judging from the fact that she had already started eating people, her demonization was already very deep. if she doesn't stop it in time, she'll kill and eat anyone she catches. And the more she eats, the stronger she gets. And the faster she gets stronger, the faster she'll get. Because demonized people and pure demons are still a little different. Demons don't have cultivation techniques for that matter. They only know to constantly use chi and blood to flush the places in their bodies that are called meridians and acupoints by human beings. There is no rules and regulations. However, even if the demon was completely crazy, the cultivation base was still there, and years of cultivation habits could still subconsciously follow the gong method to run the chi and blood, and their meridians and acupoints are stronger again because of demonization. So they don't have to worry about getting hurt. They just eat and get stronger. You can refer to Zhongli on this point. As fast as Zhongli was getting stronger, Huangshi was now getting stronger. The only difference is that Huangshi is completely demonized and can no longer be called human. Under Barang's command, dozens of squads entered the Ohio district together and began to pull the net to find Huangshi. As for calling it quits, it's too big a deal for Barang to do anything but report the situation anyway. All he could do was to take care of the other side as quickly as possible. He was a third-grade martial artist, and the lead sergeant of an unusual squad was also a second-grade martial artist, and the other party was nothing more than a demonized student. So it could be said that if she could be found, a random group of soldiers could easily take care of her. Still, it's a good idea to give all students a heads up. At this moment, Zhongli was advancing towards the depths of the Ohio trial zone. In his hand he tugged on a rope that was full of dead demonic beasts that he dragged forward. Zhongli was not finished reading the manual, but he remembered a characteristic of demonic beasts. Blood chi was very tempting to them and would activate their feeding instincts. He didn't bother to follow any life trail one by one and then carefully sneak up on them. It was too much trouble and would take a lot of time. So when he finished eating Page's family and went on his way, Zhongli took a portion of Page's family's flesh and blood, tied it with a rope and dragged it forward. In this way, not only would the demonic beasts from other directions run over after smelling the blood aura, the blood trail left all the way behind him would also attract a large number of demonic beasts to follow in his footsteps and chase him over. This routine is simple and crude, but works well. Zhongli slowly went from occasionally encountering a running demonic beast to 3 to 4 at once. After killing all the demonic beasts that ran over to him, Zhongli once again disemboweled them to maximize the dispersion of blood chi before tying them to a rope and dragging them forward. Now whenever Zhongli could come across a demonic beast, there would be 7 or 8 of them in lesser numbers, and a dozen in greater numbers. That's why his points could go up so fast. To others, of course, this behavior is pure death wish. Even if it was a squad of 5, like that squad of Bainuas, only 14 tusked boars appeared and they had to run away. However, to Zhongli, a mere dozen or so demonic beasts did not matter at all. Just as he saw another dozen or so red-eyed demonic beasts pouncing at him and was about to strike to settle them, the chest badge on his chest suddenly made a sound. Attention all Ohio Trial Zone students. From now on please pay attention to a girl named Huangshi. The other party is characterized by not wearing a badge on her body and possessing some of the characteristics of a demonic beast. She's dangerous. Any student you meet should be alert and not make contact with them. And at the first sign of contact, please press down on your badge long enough and then quickly flee. Repeat. Zhongli threw away the rope and easily dodged the sneak attacks from one demonic beast after another, then wandered through the dozen or so demonic beasts with his sword in his hand as if he were idly walking. Every time a cold light flashed, a demonic beast would fall. By the time the chest badge was repeated, Zhongli had also resolved the dozen or so demonic beasts in this wave. What the fuck? Zhongli checked up on Huangshi's status in the system. Speaking of which, he hadn't looked at it for a while. And nowadays, without any special reasons, such as the need to replace the candidate who was suffering from the side effects, Zhongli usually didn't look at the status of the person he had designated in the system. At this look, Zhongli called out what a great guy of the 9 subjects, 4 were shown to be dead. They should have let the human martial artists get killed on the battlefield against the demons, and the remaining 5, they were all injured to varying degrees. The only one, which is Huangshi's status, is shown as completely demonized and out of control. Too much food today? It wasn't too surprising really. There were signs when I looked at her status earlier. Eating that first grade upper demon beast today could be the last straw that breaks the camel's back, but I have to say, good job on the demonization. When he first arrived, he felt his lungs explode with anger when he thought of what the 2 Huangjing and Huangshi had done, especially after his personal contact later on. He was more than sure that his predecessor's memories were not faulty, and that these 2 just deserved to die. Several times it gave him the urge to knife these 2. But he even held back from striking, just using the negative transfer system to take revenge. He wouldn't let his hands get bloodied because of these 2 scumbags. This was a good opportunity to get Huangshi killed in a fair and square manner and still be called a hero. Moreover, didn't demons prefer the taste of blood chi? In terms of blood chi, who else could be more dense than his current blood chi? Come on Huangshi, let's see if you can run into my hands. Taking the chips from the dead demonic beasts one by one, Zhongli made many more cuts on these demonic beasts, then tied them to a rope to increase the qi and blood dispersion. Then he pulled out a map and dragged the demonic beast's corpse step by step as he continued to walk forward. Huangshi had to be killed, but he had to take the points and goodies just the same. As I said before, not only can you kill demonic beasts for points in each trial area, but there are also some hidden little eggs. These are marked on the map, but each egg is hidden very close to the deepest part of the trial zone, the most dangerous area. There were a total of 3 eggs in the Ohio trial zone, and the place Zhongli was going to immediately was the hidden location of this first egg. Of the 3 menus, this is the one with the lowest risk factor. Chapter 30, you'll be able to make 1 cut. The Ohio Trials area, Valley 138, is also home to one of the 3 colored eggs. Ling Rut, the little yellow hare with headphones, also arrived at this place at this time. IMGSRC equals http://p9 reading sign. Fno Velpic. com/novelpicar/i/6AK9FA64D8882AC9815F0FA5 PNG? OK 3S equals 8D963091 and X expires equals 18157286664 and X signature equals DJGMAQ%2BZQGNCTUVO03LXXD 0% 3D. His body was no longer as clean and tidy as it was when he left in the morning, with more blood and scratches, but the whole person was not seriously injured, indicating that the demonic beasts from before still did not pose much of a threat to him. Gently removing the headphones and hanging them around his neck, Ling Rut carefully searched for the location of the egg. Even for a confident genius like him, he didn't dare to be too flashy. He had already seen demonic beasts on the first grade on the way. He could compete with the other party in terms of speed and attack power, but whether it was defense or strength, he was no match for that first grade upper demon beast. In the end, it was relying on speed and the powerful attack of the Wind Thunder Blade technique that he managed to decapitate that first grade upper demon beast. Ling Rut was still very confident in himself. He should be the strongest one in the entire Ohio trial zone, so he wasn't worried about anyone being able to snatch this egg from him. But, just as he was carefully groping around, suddenly the sound of a large number of demonic beasts running came out from this No. 138 valley, and that strong stench of demonic beasts could be clearly smelled even from quite a distance away. Such a strong stench. How many demonic beasts are there? A beast tide has appeared? Ling Rut's face changed, and he strategically turned in first, jumping onto a large tree not far away. The location he found was not bad. There were quite a few large trees of the same height nearby, and if a boar-type demonic beast crashed through the tree he was in, he could quickly jump to other large trees. Obviously, he had been trained for some time before he came here. After all, his father was also a 5th grade martial artist and a professional hunter. So don't look like a very individualistic person with dyed yellow hair, but it really is much better than the other students. Ling Rut looked at the demonic beast that rushed out of the valley. It was a herd of wild boars. Looking at it, there were 30 to 40 heads. The 4 boars in the lead were all standard first-grade upper demonic beasts with huge body sizes, and there were 7 or 8 slightly smaller-sized ones behind them that were also stuck as first-grade demonic beasts, while the rest were unimpressive demonic beasts. Ling Rut was glad that he had run away in time, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to handle so many demonic beasts. It was just that he was a bit puzzled as to what could have triggered such a group of demonic beasts to riot. A human's nose was not as sensitive as a demonic beast's, so it was normal for Ling Rut to not be able to smell the blood aura. But for this gang of tusked boars, there was a direction so thick with blood that it could almost be described as splitting. Originally, a tiny bit of blood chi was enough to lure a few tusked boars out, and such a huge amount of blood chi directly caused the entire group of tusked boars to riot. Out of curiosity, Ling Rut cautiously touched down behind the group of boars. Because he was moving through the trees, he saw Zhongli earlier than the boars. The moment he saw Zhongli, Ling Rut was confused. Woohoo! His first feeling was that this guy was crazy, and his second was that this guy was strong. Only to see Zhongli dragging dozens and hundreds of demonic beast corpses of all sizes with a rope as he advanced. The power of just dragging these demonic beasts was not to be underestimated. He sort of understood why the entire group of tusked boars were rioting. Such a huge gathering of blood chi. If he were a demonic beast, he would have to go crazy. Seeing the group of tusked boars getting closer and closer to Zhongli, Ling Rut couldn't help himself. You shabby. Run! How are you going to fight a dozen first-grade demonic beasts? It can be said that we are all students, have not yet entered the dike of society, are still very simple and kind. People are in competition with each other, but not to the point where it's a matter of life and death. That's why Lingjia opened his mouth to remind Zhongli. However, Zhongli was still standing still. Is this guy scared out of his mind? Ling Rut's heart began to struggle with the Celestials. If he went to help him at this time, he might be pulled down himself. and at that time, he would trigger the rescue mechanism to directly zero out the points. Instead, it would be greatly to his advantage not to go. The man had lured away all the demonic beasts, and he could easily enter the valley in search of the colored eggs. One is not at all good for you, the other is very good for you, and hesitantly damn, I'm so convinced. Ling Rut stomped on a tree branch, flew to the ground, a forward roll to ease the impact. The figure stabilized, stood on Jiang Li's right side, was ready to fire. Ling Rut's right hand was on the hilt of his blade, ready to leap out like a sharp arrow. You better not be really stupid. It's with real strength, or else this time old me is considered to have dropped to the big one. Jiang Li was a bit surprised. So there are still good people in this world? After coming here and running into scum like Huang Shi and Huang Jing, he didn't even have much hope anymore. It seems that the young people of this generation are generally good. No wonder human martial artists can push back against demonic beasts. Jiang Li didn't say anything. In fact, there was no time to speak. The group of tusked boars had already arrived in front of him. It was as if the sound of thunder rang out between Ling Rut's breaths, and electricity slowly wound around his body, especially on the saber at his waist which was densely charged. In the next second, Ling Rut shot out like lightning, and with a single slash, he chopped a first-rate tusked boar in half starting from its head, and together with the two heads that followed behind this boar, all of them were chopped off. Even though he still wasn't as fast as Jiang Li, this special effect of thunder and lightning encircling him was so cool how it looked. Only, handsome but not 3 seconds. Ling Rut, who had finished the slash, turned around and ran. Several wild boars that had been frightened by him were about to scatter and run away, and when they saw Ling Rut turn his head and run, they instantly braved up and arched after Ling Rut. Jiang Li blinked. No, you can just make one cut. Ha! The chased Ling Rut roared. Nonsense. How old am I? I haven't even practiced the second style yet. Can you step in while you have the time to talk? These boars have their tusks up my ass. I'm really fucking sorry I came to help you. You fuck. Ling Rut shouted and realized that Jiang Li didn't reply. He turned his head to look over as he ran. Then he saw Jiang Li strike. The big muscular guy was hella faster than he was. If he was a lightning run with fingers pointing back and forth, then Jiang Li was the kind of ghost whose feet didn't touch the ground. Shaped like a ghost, he wandered through the torrent of rushing boars. Ling Rut couldn't even see Jiang Li's sword coming out. He could only see a cold light flashing by, like tiny meteors dancing in a herd of wild boars. When the meteoric points of light disappeared, the 20 or so tusked boars chasing Jiang Li all fell to the ground. Each boar had a tiny sword wound in its head. Ling Rut's mind was filled with 5 words: precise and elegant. This guy who looked like a big muscular only guy actually went for the agile assassin style. Ling Rut had the feeling of being shaken for a moment. In his mental picture, he thought that Jiang Li would hold the tusks of these boars and wrestle with them, but it turned out to be this? Ah, woohoo! Help me, just watch you go. Fangs up my butt. Chapter 31, How does a man get so girly? You want to practice the sword of evil too? Do you want me to kill them all or save 2 for you to relieve yourself? Jiang Li tilted his head and asked Ling Rut who was being chased. Ling Rut also figured out now that this guy wasn't stupid. He was artistically bold. He struck out more or less on his own. But young people are just good at saving face. Once he heard Jiang Li say that, he raised his breath. No need. Whoever kills it is on me. I can take care of it myself. Are you sure? Ling Rut was now running like a tom being chased by a dog, and was close to carrying his own butt forward. Okay. Ling Rut gritted his teeth and ran towards a thick enough tree, taking deep breaths as he ran. Although he was filled with the stench of the demonic beasts behind him, he couldn't care less. The chi and blood began to revolve, and with lightning wrapped around his body, his speed picked up at once. Utilizing the high speed of running at this time, Ling Rut stomped on the tree in front of him, using the force to turn around in the air, and finally tightening his legs. His hand pressed down on the saber at his waist and began to build up his strength. One by one, the tusked boars below simply couldn't break, and directly performed a wave of pigs crashing into the trees, and it was head after head. The kinetic energy of these massive boars was extremely frightening when they ran, like a tank, and it wasn't that easy to break or turn. The hog in front crashed into a tree, the hog behind crashed into the butt of the hog in front of it, and there was a tragic chain of rear-end collisions. And Ling Rut also took advantage of this time to split down in mid-air as a bolt of lightning. He instantly decapitated the several first-grade demonic beasts that posed the greatest threat to him, including an upper first-grade tusked boar. The rest, which were basically tusked boars that didn't make the grade, weren't as threatening, and Ling Rut could easily decimate them. After decapitating all of the dozen or so boars, Ling Rut's legs were shaking where he stood because of his excessive force, but he still managed to stabilize his body, holding down the hilt of his sword and tilting his chin to look at Jiang Li. I'll look like I'm not so bad, right? Jiang Li gave a thumbs up. Very handsome. I know. Ling Rut tilted his chin and slowly sat down on the ground. His legs were still shaking. He had faked it himself. He knew it. The wind and thunder blade technique he used was certainly strong. Even amongst the third-grade martial arts, it was superior. However, it was slightly hard to use for a first-grade martial artist. The chi and blood in his body galvanized the thunder, stimulating the acupoints of his body, allowing him to gain greater speed and strength. If one is a third-grade or above martial artist, their body and acupoints are strong enough. They don't have to worry about this side effect. However, if it was a first-grade martial artist, after using it, the acupoints and the body would tingle with the pleasure of passing through an electric gate. If you can have a chance to rest, it is best to run your internal energy immediately after use to eliminate such after effects, or else you will also be left with dark wounds. Ling Rut believed that Zhongli, like him, must be using some sort of third or even fourth-grade martial art. Taking a first-grade martial artist to use it, there must be side effects as well. But when he started to rest, Zhongli acted as if nothing was wrong and started to collect the chips from the demonic beasts. Ling Rut? How could it be? Zhongli's speed was even faster than his. How come there was no side effect manifestation at all? How could he know that Zhongli's biggest side effect of using the Sword of Wisdom had already let Huang Jing bear it for him? When Ling Rut finished resting, Zhongli was also done. More than 20 boars added 564 points to him, and now the total points had reached 1,612. Still tying a portion of the tusked boar's flesh and blood to the rope and moving on, Ling Rut was directly dried autistic. He thought he was already considered the most talented. How the hell there are still masters? This guy couldn't already be a second-grade martial artist, could he? Otherwise how could he use such a strong sword technique without any side effects? Hey, it's going to be more dangerous if you go further in. Are you sure you still want to take all this blood and flesh with you? Zhongli turned his head to look at Ling Rut and shrugged his shoulders. I'm too lazy to go looking for demonic beasts. If there are really too many to fight, the big deal is to run. Ling Rut pursed his lips, a look of wanting to say something but not being able to. Zhongli waited for a while, and when he still didn't say anything, he turned around and continued to walk forward. Or not. Why don't the two of us form a team? There will definitely be more demonic beasts encountered further down the road. You've seen my strength. So the two of us working together will save you from being chased by hundreds of demonic beasts behind you. Zhang Li raised his eyebrows slightly. Just you? Brother Idao? Fuck you. Ling Rut's defense was directly broken by this nickname, and he opened his mouth as a nationalist. Okay, come on. It's still the same as this time. Whoever kills it counts. After saying that, Zhang Li continued to walk forward. Ling Rut skimmed his lips and held down the hilt of his knife to follow Zhang Li's footsteps. Zhang Li glanced at him and looked at the map towards the valley of 138. It wasn't like he didn't have his own considerations. As Ling Rut said, if he encountered a beast tide of hundreds of demonic beasts, even he might not be able to manage it. It was hard to beat 4 hooves with 2 fists, and it would be a good choice to have someone to help take up the firepower. It's just that people are arrogant. How can a little boy have a girly vibe? You're going to egg point number 1? Lingjia asked as he looked at the direction Zhang Li was going. Well, just because I can see you here, doesn't that mean you're running here too? Ling Rut didn't deny it. He just asked another question. How are you going to split this egg? I figure the odds are it's probably a potion or something. Zhang Li looked at the map and returned without lifting his head. How do you want to split it? A fight to decide the winner or a little piece? Ling Rut looked at Zhang Li. As much as he hated to admit it, this guy's swordsmanship was too much better than his. What about a little piece? Zhang Li looked up at Ling Rut and said calmly, if it's a martial arts technique in there, it's up to the person who can use it, and the person who takes it to help find the egg behind it, or give chip points to top it off. If it's a potion, split it as equally as possible. Ling Rut pouted. Obviously used to enjoying the best treatment in their school, suddenly having to share things with people was a bit uncomfortable. Zhang Li doesn't spoil him either actually. I still prefer to use force to solve problems. Why don't we just fight? Lingjia's mouth was immediately put in a straight line. I think it's very good to be calm. Just do as you say. Zhang Li nodded. Or the same sentence. The small tree does not repair, not straight slip. You see that this attitude is not a lot more correct. There's one more thing. Ling Rut suddenly said, I'm guessing we're probably not the only ones who found the egg. There must be others who can find it too. The others aren't as strong as the two of us, but I've seen quite a few squads regrouping along the way, with more than 10 people even. And there are likely to be more who make it this far. That's true. Some people don't have an abundance of force, but they have enough brains, have good organizational and coordination skills, and are born to be official material. With a 3-inch tongue, you can combine strangers from multiple schools into one team. Zhang Li also encountered a 12-man squad on his way, but the other party took one look at the dozens of prey he was dragging behind him and simply fled. Zhang Li closed the map. Take it or leave it. Ling Ling smiled for the first time. That's what I like about you sexually. Fuck. Chapter 32, Are You Worthy? Valley 138. Ling Rut's prediction wasn't wrong. There were indeed others who had found this as well. There were 28 people in this group, and the leader was a male student named Zhang Chong, who was also a first-grade horizontal martial artist. When he was in their school, this one called Zhang Chong was pure school bully. That's why he was able to gather so many people not with a mouth, but with his fists and a gangster mentality. His brother was a gangster, so he grew up knowing the rules of the mob's way of doing things very well. These 28 people, except for the 4 from the same school at the beginning who were his juniors, the rest were his current juniors. As a school bully who knew the rules of the mob form and the psychology of gangsters very well, Zhang Chong was extremely good at fighting the few with the many. The first group of students that he took as minions was a 3-member squad that was quickly robbed of all the chips by Zhang Chong because of their small numbers, and then Zhang Chong told them to follow him and the chips that were robbed later could be divided among them. After there were more people, the risk of encountering demonic beasts and robbing other students also became smaller. There was nothing else the robbed students could do. They were injured and the consequence of not opting in could be a week of lingering here and then being eliminated from this camp. So, it had to be joined. At this point they would have 8 people, and had a numerical advantage over any squad they encountered. After the second squad was robbed and Zhang Chong had distributed chips to them as promised, the first squad that was forced to join began to change their minds, and they felt that it might not be a bad idea to engage in this way. Then it was a snowballing process. Zhang Chong took the gang he had organized and quickly rolled out a team of 28 people by relying on this model. No squad could touch a team of this number. Even a dozen or so hordes of demonic beasts would have to fall under their fists. And at times like this, Zhang Chong instead did not continue to expand. Going by the mob experience he knew, he might not be able to control any more people. Next, as long as he kept the team assignments reasonable, he could allow his gang to run roughshod over the Ohio trial zone. Therefore, after going all the way through the ranks, the total points gained by this gang added up to a higher amount than Zhang Li's, which was 3,000 points. Of course there wouldn't be much to divide among everyone, but it was only the first day's time. The minimum requirement of 300 points, with 1/3 completed per capita, was enough to make them dead set on continuing to follow the gang's crimes. And just now when the tusked boar herd in the valley was attracted to pour out by the blood aura Jian Li carried, they arrived just in time. Unlike Ling Rut, Zhang Chong hadn't even sent anyone to see why the gang of wild boars were actually rioting. All he knew was that the opportunity had come. They didn't have to face this group of terrifying demonic beasts. Instead they could pick up a leak. So Zhang Chong directly led his men into the 138th valley and started searching for the colored eggs marked on the map. Since there were no obstacles, they quickly found this egg number 1. It's a second-grade elixir. Huang Shi would be familiar with this pill, as it was the subterranean dragon pill that she had spent millions on. For people with overdrawn potential, this stuff is a miracle drug to fill in lost potential. For regular people, this elixir, on the other hand, could greatly increase one's potential and cultivation speed. A non-first-ranked martial artist, even if their chi and blood value was only 60 points, could directly charge up to 100 points and achieve first-ranked martial artist. If there was an internal martial arts technique that could be practiced, the excess medicinal power present in the body would be enough for an ordinary person to open the first meridian. And even, there might be a surplus, if it was a first-grade martial artist. Take Jiang Li for example. His left hand's Han Taiyin Lung meridian was still 1 Yunmen point short of breaking through. This is the last point that is harder to punch. After consuming it, not only could he directly punch through it, the extra medicinal power could also help him punch several additional points. Either that or this thing is expensive. It was also for this reason that when this subterranean dragon pill was obtained, this gang of Zhang Changs erupted into conflict for the first time. Even if Zhang Chong, the gang leader, wanted to take this elixir all by himself, there was no way. Even Zhang Chang's 4 juniors from the same school turned against him, and the king's vassal would rather have his own kind come to the intensive training camp is to become stronger, and then take a good grade in the college entrance examination. Go to a good sect. This kind of time, there is this opportunity. Who cares if you are the boss? You're not going to kill me, are you? The entire gang of 28 began to mingle, and when Jiang Li and Ling Rut arrived, the melee hadn't ended yet. Zhang Chang's fists were covered in blood, gasping for air and still tugging at the collar of one of his juniors. Upon seeing Jiang Li and Ling Rut, Zhang Chong threw down his beaten-up little brother and yelled out, "All stop! A guest is coming!" Zhang Chong had a loud voice, and all of them yanked on their opponent's neck collars or hair, slowly turning their heads to look at Jiang Li and Ling Rut. Everyone involuntarily gulped at the sight of the large number of demonic beasts that Jiang Li was dragging behind him. The first thing that comes to mind is this person is so strong, and then the second thought was he has so much loot. The points on him must be high. Zhang Chong stepped forward, and at this moment, he had re-emerged as the leader of the gang. Classmate, we don't want to get rough. As long as you can obediently hand over all the chips in your hands, we'll let you two go. Apart from being a bit unable to raise his head in front of Zhongli, Ling Rut was still the same condescending genius in front of the others. Right now, he's looking directly into Zhang Chang's eyes. You, worthy? Zhang Chong didn't get the slightest bit annoyed after being scolded. He just opened his arms to let Ling Rut look at the person standing behind him. I know you. Ling Rut, the genius of Ihano. 1 middle school, the heir to the 3rd grade martial art Wind Thunder Blade, right? I certainly don't deserve it, but so many brothers certainly do. I'm sure I'm no match for you in a single fight, but it's not that hard for the 28 of us to surround one of you, is it? If you're sensible, hand over all the chips you have on you. Big genius. If you're beaten and screaming for your mom in our hands, will you have any face when you go out? Ling Rut's face darkened to death at the remark, and his hand directly pressed down on the hilt of the knife. Zhongli spoke up at this time. Can I ask what the egg here is? To Ling Rut, a famous genius, Zhang Chong was still a bit polite, but to Zhongli, he opened his mouth with the words, what are you? Your boss didn't even say anything. Is it your turn? Don't you know the rules? In Zhang Chang's opinion, those demonic beasts were all killed by Ling Rut. As for Zhongli, how he looked at it was like a little brother who helped Ling Rut to hold things, so he was not polite. Zhongli threw away the rope he was holding in his hand. Who taught you to have such a foul mouth? Your stepmother? Zhang Chong was just about to curse back at being scolded when he suddenly saw Zhongli arrive in front of him as a shadow and slapped him on the face. Chapter 33. Getting baby sleep. Before, Ling Rut did not see how strong Zhongli's power was, but now he had seen it. Zhang Chong was a horizontal martial artist, and like most horizontal martial artists, their defense was strong. And Zhang Chang's horizontal training technique was called the Barbarian Bull Martial Technique, a 2nd-grade horizontal training technique and the town martial art of his brother's gang. After practicing, not only is the skin tough and resistant to swords, guns, swords and even bullets, but such a person, by Zhongli a slap in the face, Ling Rut I saw the other mouth a mouthful of good teeth is not one left flying out. Zhang Chong was jerked dumbfounded. How did this man manage to be so fast for such a big man? He didn't even react. And the other side was terribly powerful. After entering the trial area and eating the demonic beast meat on the 1st grade, Zhongli's muscle strength had now broken through 2.5 tons, which was already a strength that only a 2nd-grade horizontal martial artist could have. It was also the case that Zhongli hadn't learned a horizontal training type of technique. Otherwise he would still be slightly proficient in punching and kicking if his opponent strongly demanded not to compete with him with a sword. Zhang Chong spat out blood mixed with broken teeth and roared as he punched Zhongli. This powerful punch. Zhang Chang's juniors had seen Zhang Chong kill a 1st-grade demonic beast with their own eyes. However, it was easily caught by Zhongli with his left hand and also appeared to twist Zhang Chang's fist even more easily. Only a cackling sound was heard as Zhongli twisted Zhang Chang's wrist. Zhang Chang's body naturally bent because of the pain on his wrist, just so that the left side of his face was complete in front of Zhongli's eyes. Zhongli swung up and slapped Zhang Chong, quickly making him cry. It wasn't just his face that hurt. With every slap, his brain was trembling along with it. Not only did it hurt but he was also dizzy. Zhang Chong, who had been acting as the boss, cried out with a wow and begged for forgiveness in a slurred voice. Wrong. Wrong boss, I'm wrong, my mouth stinks, spare me. However, Zhongli still didn't stop, and Zhang Chang's emotions were broken. Instead, he had a sense of dying towards death, shouting in a slurred voice, are you all dead men, waiting for him to beat me to death, side by side? He's only 2, what are you afraid of? Zhang Chang's words reminded the students at the back. No matter how much they grabbed the elixir, that was an internal conflict. The strong enemy was in front of them, or they had to solve the strong enemy first and then divide the chip points of these 2 people. They definitely couldn't beat them in a single fight, but in a group fight, they had become more and more skillful. A group of students rushed towards Zhongli with swords in their hands. Ling Rut saw this and without saying a word turned his sword around and rushed into the crowd as a bolt of lightning. Zhongli, on the other hand, rushed into the crowd carrying Zhang Chang's collar. He was extremely fast and could do both, smacking Zhang Chong while still being able to dodge the swords and knives that were slashing at him, and then backhandedly slapping the person slashing him in the face. With 2.5 tons of flat A power, Zhongli still slapped a man even though he purposely put some power away and probably only used 3 points of his power. Every student he punched in the face basically fell into a baby-like sleep, even those who barely didn't go to sleep. Looking at their surroundings and seeing Zhongli's strange strength like that of a humanoid demonic beast, they chose to fall on the ground and pretend to be asleep. Soon Zhongli and Ling Rut resolved the gang of 28 students. The students on Ling Rut's side were rolling on the ground in pain, basically having their bones broken by Ling Rut with the back of his knife. Zhongli's side, on the other hand, was much quieter, with the entire group falling into a baby-like sleep. At the end of the day, Jiang Li picked up Zhang Chang's collar and lamented one must also be practicing cross-training, and not get dizzy from all this pumping. In fact, Zhang Chong was now tempted to fall into a fainting spell like everyone else, but Jiang Li's collected force of a slap couldn't really whip him unconscious. Instead, the pain made him more conscious. Seeing his own boys on the ground, Zhang Chong cried again, "I was wrong. Let me go, please brother." Jiang Li was carried off the ground by Zhang Chong. "I'll ask again, what's the egg here?" As soon as Zhang Chong heard these words, a wave of remorse surged to his heart, and he couldn't wait to smack his own two big mouths. "You said that when Jiang Li asked the first time, how come he didn't answer properly? If I had answered properly, I wouldn't have to take so many big pussies now. It's an elixir, a second-grade elixir subliminal dragon Dan. It's in that box, we haven't even touched it yet. Look, it's not going to be a good conversation. Young people should speak in a civilized manner. Understand?" Zhang Li had intended to reach out and gently slap Zhang Chang's skinned face a few times, but as a result, Zhang Chong had already urinated with a jolt before he could stick it on. Casually throwing Zhang Chong on the ground, Zhang Li checked that he didn't get any on his body before putting his heart down. Walking up and opening that box, he took out the second-grade subterranean dragon Dan inside. "Just one ah. You say, how should we divide it?" Zhang Li tilted his head to look at Ling Rut, who was jolted. After seeing Jiang Li's brutality, does he dare to speak? He was also afraid of getting a big nosebleed. "You eat. How's that? Do I look like the kind of person who likes to break the rules? Ling Rut, since it's a partnership, I can't let you lose out." Zhang Li pointed at the sleeping members of Zhang Chang's gang on the ground and said there should be quite a few chip points on them. "You take 2/3. Ling Rut didn't refuse and hurriedly started searching. In the end, a total of 3,204 points were tallied, and Zhang Li said that he should take 2/3 of them, but he only took a whole number, which is 2,000. For that matter, it was twice as much as what he had gotten before. The points on his body were already as high as 2766, while Jiang Li's side was as high as 2816. So it could be said that the first cooperation between the two was very successful. After leaving the valley, Jiang Li directly found a place and swallowed that subterranean dragon pill to start cultivating. It just so happened that it was almost time for dinner, so Ling Rut silently stood guard while nibbling on compressed cookies and filling up on mineral water. The subterranean dragon pill was worthy of being a second-grade elixir, and Jiang Li felt it just after it went down. However, it was different from the feeling brought about by either the chi-gathering pill or the demonic beast meat that directly boosted chi and blood before. He was like a bucket filled with gravel, though the gravel got higher and higher. Even if it was pressed tightly, there are eventually gaps between the gravel. And the potency of this subterranean dragon pill was the cement that filled in all the parts of the bottom void after eating it. The cement fuses those gravels and dries and hardens into a single unit at the end of the potency. That means that when the medicine wears off, this foundation will become very strong. With a solid foundation, a building can be built higher and higher. There is no such thing as building high and then you know that if you build a little more it will collapse and you can't keep building. And when the foundation was stabilized, the excess medicinal power would assist Jiang Li in boosting his chi and blood and impacting the acupoints. After sitting cross-legged on the ground and running the extreme Dao Demon technique for half an hour, a storm of chi and blood violently erupted from Jiang Li's body, much more ponderous than when he had previously flushed out his acupoints. Ling Rut, who was munching on a compressed cookie, froze directly in place. This is penetrating the first meridian. Wimpy. Chapter 34 Huang Shi appears again. Jiang Li's side of the cultivation hadn't ended yet, and in the Valley of No. 138, Zhang Chong, who had slowed down almost as much, climbed up from the ground. His mob credo has since grown to include one more thing: never mess with the Lone Ranger. But where soloists are concerned, strength is uniformly based on being able to fuck over 28 people. Zhang Chong gently touched his face that was swollen from being slapped, and it hurt like hell. Unsurprisingly, he felt that in the future this creed would run through his entire life, and whenever he got carried away, he would remember his slapped, raw face. Although Zhang Chong was blackballed, he didn't give up and started to wake up the students on the ground one by one. It was normal to kick in the iron. His brother had been lectured a lot when he was a gangster and would use him as a shield from time to time. But after each lesson, his brother would never give up. And that's why his brother was able to become stronger and become the gang leader in his area. So it doesn't matter if they get blackballed, they just go back and grab it again. Although everyone was a bit discouraged, Zhang Chong said it's not like everyone is like those two monsters just now. Did we have any opponents before we met them? With one sentence, everyone was re-inspired, and they all got up from the ground, intending to intensify their hunting efforts and grab back all that they lost. Still, they had to recuperate a little, get something to eat and put some medicine on before they could move again. And at this time when they were resting, Huang Shi's figure appeared on the side of the valley, a pair of reddish becks first staring at the corpses of the demonic beasts that Zhang Li had left behind in the valley for a while, and then looking at the freshly alive Zhang Chonggang. She had followed the blood trail left by Zhang Li all the way here. Although he had completely lost his mind, Huang Shi's luck was still good, following Zhang Li to pick up demonic beast corpses along the way, especially finding the place where Pei Qi's large family had died a violent death, because it was too much and too heavy. Zhang Li didn't take too much away, allowing Huang Shi to feast on them. She had eaten almost all the demonic beast blood and flesh above the first grade, and while her strength had risen greatly, her demonization had deepened once again. At this time, she could no longer be seen as still being a person, living like a monkey demonic beast. Hair grew all over her body, and her face was no exception. If you ruffled the fur on her face, you could also notice that her upper and lower rows of teeth had grown fangs that were only found in predators, and had been bared to her lips, sniffing the blood in the air. Huang Shi's eyes once again became bloodthirsty and crazy. Zhang Li had left that huge pile of demonic beast corpses here before he left. After all, he was going to take the subterranean dragon pill. Even if he was strong enough, he still had to find a place where he wouldn't be disturbed when he took the pill, and bringing so many demonic beast corpses would be just purely causing trouble for himself. And the corpses of these demonic beasts left in the valley directly attracted Huang Shi. But at this moment, the blood and flesh of those dead demonic beasts was not as sweet as the blood and flesh of fresh human beings, and Huang Shi jumped one after another above the valley, looking for the best time to cut in. A member of Zhang Chang's gang raised his head to look at the cliff top of the valley overhead. Is it just me? I think I hear movement overhead. Another member shook his head. It's not an illusion. I heard it too. It should be a demonic beast that came after the blood chi. Zhang Chong stood up with a sniff. And although his face was swollen like a pig's head, he still had the strength to fight. Those who defeated us also left us a valuable treasure. These demonic beast corpses are like a large trap that will keep attracting the demonic beasts to come. We'll just stand guard here and it won't take us long to get back the points we lost. After saying that, Zhang Chong looked up to the top of the cliff while saying, those with serious injuries will rest in place first. The rest of you will be on guard with me. Whoever kills the demonic beasts, the points will be theirs. Rotation in 3 hours. Any questions? No. Half of the lightly injured members have risen to their feet. At this time, since it was already dark, the people of Zhang Chang's gang built a bonfire, and the members who got up were looking for sticks to start the fire to make it easier to see what was going on. And it was at this time that Huang Shi moved. The thoroughly demonized Huang Shi was as dexterous as an ape. On all fours, she stepped off the cliff top of the valley in several jutting places and landed in the interior of the valley, lunging at a member who had his back to her. Don't look at her demonization. Whether it's internal martial arts or sword techniques, she still knows them. Just as a pure demon race can evolve their innate talent, a demon person can use the feats and martial arts they had before they were completely demonized. Huang Shi drew out the long sword at his waist and raised his hand with 3 swords with extremely fast attacking speed. The long sword with blood-red sword chi directly pierced through the student who was starting the fire from the back, and then without any love for the battle, he immediately disappeared into the darkness. An approaching member was alarmed at the sight. What the heck? A demonic beast can use a sword. Zhang Chang's voice was low, and the swaying firelight shone on his face, making his expression look somewhat shadowy and ghastly. It's not a demon. It's a human. Remember the badge broadcast earlier? It was that girl, Huang Shi, who was completely demonized. The original thoroughly demonized people will still fucking use human sword skills. No wonder the official attitude of the fucking for these demon people is to drive to the end of the world. The threat is too great. After saying that, Zhang Chong did not hesitate to press the badge hanging on his chest, and then pointed at the wounded man who had been stabbed through and through. Go check on him personally and save him if you can. All those still able to fight immediately surrounded the seriously injured members behind their backs, all in a circle with their backs to each other. None of them dead. If the other party was really strong, they would have killed us as indiscriminately as those 2 monsters. She wasn't too strong, that's why she sneaked in. As long as we don't give it a chance, we can hold out until the military comes to the rescue. Those who could be the boss proved to have 2 skills, and the students who could move immediately formed a circle back to back, shielding all the seriously injured in the center and then alerting the surrounding area. Huang Shi jumped out a few more times. She could easily kill any student on her own right now, but every time she appeared she had to face a siege of at least 4 students. After several attempts, Huang Shi failed to make a breakthrough and eventually chose to give up, instead taking away the corpses of several first-grade demonic beasts left behind by Zhang Li. And although Zhang Chang's gang members had a feeling that the other party might have left, they never dared to give up their defense for fear that Huang Shi was still waiting for them to reveal their cracks in the dark, until the barangay came looking for them based on the alarm. All the members of Zhang Chang's gang then relaxed. It's just that the student who was stabbed with 3 penetrating wounds by Huang Shi with a long sword didn't survive in the end. Looking at the instructor, Zheng Chong, who robbed his classmates, did not have a very natural expression. But this was misinterpreted by Bar Eng as Zhang Chong feeling guilty about not being able to save his classmate. Bar Eng, who had been cold-faced, patted Zhang Chang's shoulder. You've done well to organize everyone's defense in this situation and hold out until I arrived. You're not to blame for his death. Chong Zhang, I just feel like I can do better. Zhang Chong directly acted with the size of the ground, watching the Bar Eng side straight, patting his shoulder, constantly consoling, and finally using his own authority to add 100 points to Zhang Chong. Chapter 35. How can you stay here? Another person died within the trial area, and Barang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It went straight to his immediate supervisor, requesting the suspension of the Ohio trial zone set. The students weren't withdrawn, and he had to worry about disrupting the trial. As long as all the students withdrew and he was given a day, he would be able to pull out the demonized man and finish him off. And out of concern for the safety of the students, Barang's immediate superior, Xiang Yu, agreed to his request. Directly notify all students through the backstage that the Ohio trial zone has suspended the trial due to special circumstances, and all students are waiting in place for the military squad to pick them up. At this moment, Jiang Li had already ended his cultivation due to the exhaustion of the medicinal power. The result of this cultivation was to completely penetrate the Han Taiyin lung meridian, and to punch open the Shangyang point, and the Ermai point of the Han Yangming large intestine meridian. Unsurprisingly, the blood value should have been raised to at least 700 upwards. You hear that? The trial is suspended. Seeing Jiang Li end his cultivation, Ling Rut was the first to walk up, frowning with an unhappy look. For high-end players like them, they were on a roll at the moment, and suspending the trial was really a great spoiler. The point was, with everyone participating in the intensive training, they might have to take a lot fewer points for a day's suspension than the geniuses from other regions, and the rewards they could redeem at the end would be much less. It should have been the demonized student who may have killed someone, and that's why they had to call it off. After hearing Jiang Li's words, Ling Jia spat on the ground. Don't let me find that demon or I'll have to cut her head off. With a one-day suspension, we'll get at least 2,000 points less than the geniuses in the other regions, and we'll be a section weaker than them by the time the entrance exams come around. Jiang Li stood up and stretched his muscles a bit. Or what do you want to do? Tell the military to stay on? Ling Rut's eyes lit up. It's not impossible. The strength of the two of us can definitely deal with that demon man. Why don't we tell the instructor that the two of us will stay behind and kill the demon beasts to gain points while searching for the demon man? Maybe if we take out the demons we can even add a large amount of extra points to our score. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes. This was a good idea, and it would allow him to kill Huang Shi in a fair and square manner, completely solving this aftermath. I just don't know if the military will let them stay. Hey, speak up. How about asking the military if they can stay? Ling Rut at first glance arrogant, high cold, a look of disdain and talk to people. But after getting acquainted, not only anxious nature, but also talkative. Ro, I'll ask when the military squad gets here. Touché. The two waited where they were for about 20 minutes until they were met by the military squad coming towards the two of them. The squad leader showed his badge, also one depicting a pig's head, obviously the squad in charge of the Ohio district. This is squad leader Pang Chang. A special situation has arisen in the Ohio trials area and the trials are suspended. You may re-enter after a day's rest when you leave the trial area. Now follow us out. Ling Jia looked at Jiang Li, who took a step forward and asked, we would like to stay and assist in the capture of the demon man. Please, Captain Pang, ask for permission. Pang Chang looked Jiang Li and Ling Jia up and down. Just you guys? Don't even think about it. I can tell you clearly without asking for permission that it's impossible. Pang Chang's eyes were filled with disdain, and he could say without hesitation that he just looked down on this group of so-called geniuses at this stage. Maybe they were better talented and had a promising future, but he had no problem saying that these geniuses were trash right now. The future is better. You guys just go back to war in the future and don't give our military a hard time in this waste of time. In China, in addition to going to a technical school or studying arts and sciences, students with poor talent can also join the military, which is a path for those who are not particularly gifted and can't get into a sect, but have a little bit of talent. There were also very few of these types of students who reached first-grade martial artist after 3 months of time training after becoming a soldier. But these recruits who were less than first-grade martial artists came here to perform much better than this group of so-called geniuses. He, Pang Chang, was also such a student. His talent wasn't strong, and he was only a second-grade martial artist for over 10 years, and his highest achievement was that of a squad leader. That's why he had disliked the so-called other people's children since he was a student. And this time, after seeing the woes of the geniuses, he was even more disgusted with these so-called geniuses. In fact, this mentality is quite normal and common. Just as the military in the normal world is not so fond of the high achievers who go to join the army, The high achievers think they're simple-minded and uneducated, but the guys who have been in the military for a few years can just blow them away physically, and then taunt the high achievers for not even being able to walk down a path. Things couldn't be much worse at this point. Sensing the disdain and hostility in Pang Chang's words, Zhongli stared at him. How do you know it won't work if you don't ask? Pang Chang took on the same style as in the army and said forcefully, because I'm the captain. You want me to report it? Fine. I'll report your request if you can beat him. Pang Chang confidently ordered a random soldier out, and although neither he nor his soldiers were gifted, they had been in many battles. Here is not the kind of normal world when 10 years of soldiers in addition to maneuvers of war have not fought the military. High martial world of the military. Every soldier has been on the battlefield against the demon and foreign race. The ones that survive. Those must be the best soldiers of 100 battles. It was certainly not strong, and it was only at the level of around the middle of the first grade. But the combat experience was definitely 10,000 times better than all the students. Pang Chang had already looked at geniuses with displeasure, and since Zhongli wanted to be a thorn in the side, it would be just the thing to make geniuses suffer. The soldiers coming out of the squad clasped their fists and arched their hands. Squad 071. Zhang Shun. Zhongli also saluted. He wasn't the kind of rat like Huangshi who just shouted to start a sneak attack. Middle School 12. Sanshan City. Zhongli. Pang Chang frowned. What's all the grunting about? Junko, get it over with and hurry up. There are still several targets to take. Yes. After Zhang Shun responded, he drew a military dagger from his waist. Apparently Zhang Shun also felt that Zhongli could not possibly compare to him in terms of combat experience, so he even purposely used the shortest blade on his body. This had the feel of Hawkeye fighting Sauron, but Zhang Li wasn't Sauron, and this Zhang Shun wasn't Hawkeye. A blood-colored chi surged out on Zhang Shun's body attached to the surface of his body. This was the military's unique internal power Red Lotus technique. Although it was only a first-grade technique, it could be used all the way up to the second grade, and the difficulty of cultivating it was extremely low, suitable for popularization, and was enough for the ordinary soldiers. Zhang Shun bullied his way up and his dagger flew at Zhang Li's right eye. If a blow misses, one can still change moves at any time, allowing the dagger to flow in the hand like a butterfly through flowers, with a variety of changes that dazzle the eye, making it a first-rate martial art. Short dagger walk, that every ordinary soldier must learn. Zhang Li drew his thin sword and dinged the dagger with a point. Zhang Shun's face changed. This student was so fast with his sword. Pang Chang also frowned slightly. He hadn't even seen when Zhang Li had made his sword. What the hell kind of swordplay was this? Next, Zhang Shun missed a blow and turned the dagger in his hand repeatedly, attempting to make several false moves to confuse Zhang Li. At the same time, he was staring at Zhang Li's eyes and expression, only waiting for the moment when Zhang Li revealed a breakthrough to strike his sword for victory. Available at ding, ding, ding. Every fake move was nudged away by Zhang Li. Zhang Li perfectly demonstrated what it meant to not be able to tell which one was a fake. Then point the whole damn thing off. When the last point was made, the dagger on Zhang Shun's hand finally couldn't withstand it and crumbled. Zhang Li's sword tip was also pointing at Zhang Shun's neck at some point. Everything looked so easy. I'm offended. I don't have to pay for the broken dagger, do I? Zhang Shun. Pang Chang. Chapter 36. Who says that a sword technique that's all flat A isn't strong? It seems I underestimated you guys. Pang Chang said and glared at Zhang Shun. Willing to bet? I'll help you guys up with the request, but it's not up to me to decide whether or not to agree to it. Zhang Li nodded his head. Thanks a lot. The army men were a bit cranky, but at least they were outspoken men. Pang Chang quickly connected to the intercom of Barong. The head of the Ohio Trial Zone. 2 students have requested to stay. Barong was annoyed by Huangshi at the moment, who was like a dexterous monkey and was very vigilant, leaving very few traceable traces, making it extremely difficult to track down. So I just blurted out, let them roll. Pang Chang wasn't surprised at all and was just about to reply when Barong suddenly spoke again. What are the names of those two? Pang Chang glanced at Ling Rut. What's your name? Ling Rut. Pang Chang pressed the intercom and replied, one is called Zhang Li and the other Ling Rut. Barong's grumpiness faded as soon as he heard it was these two names, two of his most favored pricks. He's in the mood. You tried them, didn't you? How was it? His own people knew what kind of character their own people had. Barong had been Pang Chang's captain. He knew too well what kind of character Pang Chang had. If he hadn't tested the two, he wouldn't have sent him this message at all. Pang Chang's voice was a little low, as if he couldn't lift his head a bit. Shunzi didn't beat the one called Zhang Li. He has a fast sword. The other side of the barangay laughed. Interesting. You fight them, and if they both can beat you, they are allowed to stay. Barong predicted that although Huangshi's strength was growing by leaps and bounds, he definitely wouldn't break through to the second rank in one night today plus one day tomorrow. So as long as the two Zhang Li and Ling Rut combined could fight, no, even if it was a draw or slightly weaker than Pang Chang, then it would be fine for those two to stay. As the chief instructor of the Ohio district, he knew more things, such as the last week of the 1-month intensive training, which would focus on the top 10 students and the total points rankings of each trial area to compete in a match with very rich rewards. Granted, the instructors in charge, won't have extra rewards for which district has stronger students, but still, it's all about face. It would definitely be a great honor to have a first in anyone's trial area. By the same token, if anyone's trial area came out on top of the countdown, it would definitely be very humiliating. So Barong didn't mind letting Zhongli and Ling Rut try. Additionally, if they agree, tell them that killing a demon will earn them 5,000 points. Yes. Pang Chang ended the conversation and took off the headphones hanging from his ears. Spread out and be on guard. The team members under Pang Chang had maximal execution and immediately chose their respective stations, just enough to get stuck in all directions. Pang Chang pulled out a pair of finger tigers from his waist and slowly put them on his hands. Seeing this, Lingjia pressed his hand on the hilt of the knife and whispered behind Zhongli, "This guy isn't going to hammer us with a personal vendetta." Pang Chang looked at Ling Rut. "How about you lower your voice? I can hear you." "Me? There's nothing wrong with saying that it's okay to hammer you guys. Barong said you can stay if you want to. Just beat me." "So, what do you guys mean?" After saying that, Pang Chang unabashedly displayed the powerful chi and blood of a second-grade martial artist, and a red lotus made up of chi and blood slowly appeared around Pang Chang. Ling Rut gulped. "Second-grade martial artists. Ah, these grandsons didn't want us to stay." Pang Chang disliked it unceremoniously. "Have you ever seen a demon? Have you ever dealt with a demon? Do you know how they fight?" The kind of madman who had completely lost his mind magically still retained his fighting style before demonization, meaning that this group of demons would still use human martial arts. In her current condition, a non-second-grade martial artist couldn't keep her. At the same time, thoroughly demonized, they can rapidly become stronger as long as they feed on flesh and blood with sufficient chi and blood. And if they can't be resolved within 2 days, they may break through to become second-grade demons, and I may not be able to resolve them by then. So if you don't have the strength to defeat me, go back and recuperate before it's too late, and come back when we've solved the demon problem. This time Pang Chang wasn't exaggerating out of hostility or any other emotion, but stating the facts. Zhongli made a starting gesture with his sword and said in a deep voice, "Got it. Come on, fix it as soon as possible without interrupting your work." Pang Chang was made to laugh. This kid was but a first grade. How did he look at him so confidently to say such words? Think he's a first-class martial artist like Shunzi? Tigers. This was the fist technique that Pang Chang specialized in. A second-grade fist technique that could use his chi and blood to hit a tiger head-style shockwave after storing up power. The use of the second-grade fist technique by a second-grade martial artist exploded with a power that Zhongli had never seen before. That shockwave in the shape of a tiger's head plowed a gully into the ground and traveled extremely fast. Zhongli hadn't dealt with this kind of attack before, so he dodged it first. The tiger's head shockwave crashed into a large tree that 4 people could encircle, directly smashing the tree. What a terrifying power. Ling Rut's cold sweat was running down his face. Is this the time to start emoting? At some point, Pang Chang had already appeared on Ling Rut's right side, his right hand clenching the finger tiger as he punched over. In his haste, Ling Rut couldn't store up his strength before he met him with a knife, which didn't even have much lightning wrapped around it. After the sound of dang, Ling Rut was smashed and sent flying more than 10 meters away with his sword, and crashed heavily into a large tree. The moment it smashed up, the other side of this large tree made a clicking and cracking sound, and Pang Chang's terrifying force directly penetrated the tree. "That's it. You guys aren't very good at it." Pang Chang laughed. He really liked this feeling of beating up a crying genius, but unfortunately he hadn't even had the chance before. But in the very next second, Pang Chang couldn't laugh anymore. He felt a cold aura stabbing from the side, so fast that he could only barely feel it, but couldn't see it. Hell, what kind of swordplay is this? He didn't even know what part of him the sword was going to attack, so naturally he had no way to swing his fist to block it. But don't underestimate second-grade martial artists. Huban's courage. The horizontal martial arts he practiced were not only boxing, but also body protection. The second-grade martial artist's chi and blood formed a black and red shield on his body surface, making Pang Chang look like a general clad in black and red armor. But unfortunately, Zhongli, after penetrating the Han Tien Lung meridian, not only had his speed increased once again, but even the sword chi attached to the sword blade and the ability to break armor had also increased once again. It caused Zhongli to pierce through Pang Chang's body protecting technique with a single sword, and the tip of the sword directly pointed at Pang Chang's neck, and the victory was decided. A sword ended the fight, and Pang Chang felt the sharpness on his neck, not even daring to take a big breath for fear of having his throat sliced open. Lose, lose, lose. What kind of perverted sword technique are you using? A first-grade martial artist can actually break the defense of a second-grade martial artist. Is it a fourth-grade sword technique? How could he have known that these were precisely the two strongest characteristics of the sword scripture of evil, the third grade of the sword record of wisdom and evil? Although completely lacking any special moves like Tiger's Might and Tiger's Ben's Courage, the entire book of swordsmanship only has 72 sword moves, which means that it's all flat A. However, it was by relying on the two characteristics of extremely fast speed and strong armor breaking ability that it could be called the strongest third-grade martial art. Even some fourth-grade martial arts might not be able to compare to the sword spectrum of evil. But as to why it's not a fourth grade, let's just say that the side effects of this stuff really drop big points for it. Chapter 37 Like the Lord of the Descending Devil in Heaven, truly the God of the Earth. This student. Zhang Li smiled faintly and lowered his sword. It's just normal swordplay. I'm just a little faster with my hands. Ling Rut covered his chest and stood up, his face full of grudges. This pussy makes you pretend. Pang Chang touched his neck, although it was not broken. But just now there is really a feeling that his neck has been cut open, a big mouth. The breath of death has enveloped himself. Is really scary. If you wish to bet, you may stay. Pang Chang stared at Zhang Li. I'm not worried that you won't be able to defeat that demon, but a friendly reminder. Don't hesitate to kill the demon after you see it. Never be merciful. Hearing this reminder, Zhang Li almost laughed out loud. Him? Soft on Huangshi? Seeing Zhang Li's expression, Pang Chang thought he was disdaining this size. So he reminded again, killing demonic beasts and killing people are two completely different feelings. You'll know when you try it. By the way, this is intercom. Since you're staying as well, take it with you. And if you see a demon, speak at the first opportunity and we'll come over for backup. Close ranks. Pang Chang left with his team, and Ling Rut came over rubbing his chest, his eyes full of curiosity. What the hell kind of swordsmanship is that of yours? Zhang Li glanced at him. Do I know you this well? TCH? That's a hurtful thing to say. Forget it if you don't want to talk about it. What are you going to do tonight? Continue hunting demonic beasts to gain points or rest for a while? Zhang Li thought about it for a moment. The night vision was really bad, and humans were inherently at a disadvantage without night vision, and it wasn't too bad for this night. Resting well today would allow for better hunting of demonic beasts tomorrow. Rest. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night. You for the second. Okay. The two men made their arrangements and spent the night without words. By the time the next day dawned, the two had simply given up on the process of washing up. There was no way to wash up properly here anyway, and there was no room in their supplies backpacks for things like toothpaste and toothbrushes in the inches of space they had. There's all that room to stuff an extra compressed cookie. What about today? Still using the same routine I used yesterday, then all the way to the second egg spot. Zhang Li took out his map to check. The second egg spot was to their northwest. Ling Rut, on the other hand, came over to him with a compressed cookie in his mouth. Shall we pick up yesterday's demonic beast corpse? Zhang Li shook his head. No. Use a new one today. Yesterday I threw all the demonic beast corpses into that valley. And not surprisingly that side has now become a cafeteria for the demonic beasts. Ling Rut's bite of the cookie stopped for a moment. Big brother, you threw so many corpses there. Hundreds of demonic beasts could have gathered there in one night's time. Catching up with a small beast tide. You don't really want to go. Zhang Li smiled faintly and put his hand on Ling Rut's shoulder. I've got you here. Don't I? Can I temporarily break up the gang? Yes, but are you sure? Zhang Li looked Ling Rut up and down. You've got a lot of points on you. I'll be sure to rob you first thing if we split up. Ling Rut, families who get it, get on the bandwagon. Okay, I'll go, but I'll say this in advance. You can't blame me if I run away if it's not possible. So much bullshit. Let's go. Zhang Li covered the fire with dirt and walked towards the 138th Valley area. At this time there was still a group of soldiers remaining in the valley of the 138th. By order of the barangay, the entire Ohio trial zone now had the biggest smell of blood in this place. What if Huang Shiri runs back? So specially left a team stationed here. The captain with the team is called Zhang Morning. It is said that because of witnessing the scene of the death of his parents, specially changed his name, and as his name suggests, Zhang Morning is really mourning, with a misanthropic face. All the other soldiers had small flat hair, but he had long hair with bangs covering half his face. All watch carefully, don't let the demons get mixed in. Zhang Morning spoke in a funereal tone, and the soldiers under him had long since gotten used to it. The soldiers scanned the demonic beasts that were coming in and out to eat the buffet at all times, and suddenly one of the soldiers stared wide-eyed. Team Zhang. Coming? Zhang Morning hurriedly went over and ended up following the direction of the soldier's finger to see Zhang Li and Lingjia. What the hell? Didn't they say they had evacuated all the students yesterday? Zhang Funny pressed the intercom and adjusted the channel to talk to the backstage. Backstage, this is Chang Morning. I found 2 students who have not evacuated. The soldiers backstage knew about it. Barong had told them about it ahead of time last night. The barangay captain said that the 2 of them were allowed to continue their trials in the trial area. The intercom ended and Zhang Funeral frowned. Are you kidding me? letting 2 students stay here. What if they meet a demon? Has the captain lost his mind? Zhang Morning, who was a bit unsure of himself, decided to directly connect to barangay's intercom to inquire. And at this time, the soldier beside him suddenly pointed in the direction of Zhangli and the 2 of them and said, "Captain, look." Zhang San raised his eyes to look over. Then his eyes glazed over. Do they want to die? Only Zhangli and Ling Rut burst straight into the wild buffet restaurant. At the moment, this wild buffet restaurant must have at least 150 demonic beasts upwards in existence, and had become a dangerous zone in the entire Ohio trial zone, second only to the deepest part. Although demonic beasts that did not enter the grade occupied 70% of the total, there were still 30% that were demonic beasts of grade 1 or above. In fact, there was no need to have 30% of first-grade demonic beasts, even if all of them were demonic beasts that didn't enter the grade. Hundreds of them, as if it was a small beast tide. Even Zhang Funeral, a second-grade martial artist, would have his scalp numb when he looked at it. That's why he had been observing with his squad. And even if Wang Shi did come, he could only call for support or have the backstage execute a rescue mechanism to directly activate the chips in all the demonic beasts. Otherwise, capturing or finishing off Huang Shi amongst hundreds of demonic beasts was definitely something he couldn't do. And there was still a possibility that the barangay captain would come. And at the moment, what he wouldn't even dare to do. These 2 students burst in. "Captain, save it or not." Zhang Funny slapped the speaker on the head. "Waste of fucking words. Surely we have to save it. Hurry up and call for backup from the brigade commander." After Zhang Funeral finished speaking, he directly rushed out, and only 1 soldier stayed at the same place and pressed the intercom. Connecting to barangay's side, Barang's first words were, "Demons went to area 138. No, but we saw 2 students who didn't evacuate." Barang's excited heart suddenly cooled down, thinking of the 2 students he had mentioned. That should be Zhongli and Lingjia. "I know. I authorized those 2 students to stay." "Why?" "They stormed the valley of 138. The valley is now full of demonic beasts, at least hundreds of them." Barong was dumbfounded when he heard it. Are they so brave? He had left these 2 behind. Indeed, he wanted to give them more time to acquire more points to give him a long face. He didn't let these 2 break into the beasts. "I'm close to your place. I'll be there in a minute. If it's too late, just have the backstage pull the plug." "Yes. What's the situation now?" The caller looked up and froze in place. "Say something. What's the situation now?" The soldier in charge of calling for help then reacted and hurriedly shouted out those 2 students. The yellow-haired one killed a few demonic beasts and ran out. The remaining one made swords so fast I couldn't even see them. And no demonic beasts came close to him alive. Like the heavenly will be the demon lord. Truly the earthly Taeyujin. This student, bull. It was a bit bad though. The demonic beasts were starting to surround him. He ran away. He escaped the demonic beasts' encirclement. He made it. Barang scratched his head as he listened. This soldier couldn't have been doing game commentary before he came to be a soldier. Could he? Chapter 38. You're coming to work in the commentary department tomorrow. Barang is a bit speechless anyway. They managed to escape, didn't they? Aha! No need for backup? It shouldn't be necessary. The demonic beasts didn't continue to chase after them and are grabbing the corpses of the freshly dead demonic beasts. At this time, Zhang Morning led the team to stop as well, looking at Zhangli and Ling Rut, who ran out of sight and sighed in relief. It's lucky that these 2 brats ran fast. They dared to break into a herd of this number of beasts. Barang was also relieved during the call. He thought highly of these 2 boys, but don't let them die here because he let them stay. That would be a big sin on his part. I see. Keep an eye on the 138th Valley and report anytime you see a demon. Yes. The contact soldier was about to end the call when he suddenly shouted again, "They're back." Barang's side was about to end the call as well, and a comment that they were back again gave Barang a dry hump. What's back again? Those 2 students. The yellow-haired one charged into the demonic beasts and killed a few and ran away again. And the one with the sword is still killing. Ha! At this moment, Zhongli in the center of the battlefield was concentrating on his sword with all his might. None of the demonic beasts could come close to him for a second, because in just less than a second, he would be able to decimate a demonic beast. Only the situation was the same as just now. The number of demonic beasts was simply too many, and very dense simply did not give him the opportunity to position himself. He could only kill while retreating backwards. The demonic beasts on its front kept attacking fiercely, while the large number of demonic beasts that couldn't bite Zhangli also started to meander, becoming 2-sided packs of cheese. Once the demonic beasts were allowed to close in, Zhangli could easily kill the demonic beasts in front of him, but didn't have an extra hand to deal with the demonic beasts behind him. He had no choice but to retreat at the speed of light as well. It was just that this time, the group of demonic beasts seemed to have been ignited by his anger. And while they were busy grabbing the corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground before, a number of them were now chasing after him and running away. Jiang Li retreated and killed at the same time, and Ling Rut also rushed out at the critical moment with a slash of Hurai Chop, clearing a line of 4 or 5 demonic beasts. This reduced Jiang Li's pressure and he easily killed the demonic beasts chasing him and ran away. Liaison passionately explains, "Why don't men bring the Wu Hook and collect the 50 states of Guanshan?" Although there were dozens of demonic beasts chasing after him, with the help of his partner, he managed to kill all the pursuing demonic beasts and managed to escape. Bar Ong, who had listened to the commentary the entire time, fell silent, not because of Jiang Li and Ling Rut's maneuvers. He wasn't that worried about Jiang Li and Ling Rut anymore. These two had the strength and brains to run if they couldn't beat them, and fight if there were demonic beasts chasing them. As long as they didn't completely fall into the encirclement, a dozen or so demonic beasts chasing them would be a piece of cake for them. The one who silenced the barangay was this little genius Liaison. "Why the hell didn't I know we had a talent like you on our team before? When you get back, go to the broadcasting room and get on board. You'll have the hosting job from now on. Also, remind those 2 students to stop in moderation. Even if the 2 of them are strong first-grade martial artists, their chi and blood are still small after all." Liaison, huh? Click. The call has been unilaterally hung up by the barangay side. The liaison can't even complain if he wants to. At this time, the Captain Zhang Morning and other members of the team also returned. A substantial shock appeared on Zhang Luan's face. No wonder the first captain let these 2 stay. This damn is a first-grade martial artist? A couple of the other team members were also hit hard enough when I was their age. I was less than a pint. And yet these 2 are already able to charge towards a herd of hundreds of demonic beasts. After that, everyone sighed deeply. Zhang Wen looks to the liaison. The situation was reported. Right. And what did the brigadier say? Contact. The first sergeant told me to work in the radio room when I got back. Zhang Funeral was stunned at first, then smiled indeed. Your boy is eloquent. And it's still the first captain who will tap into the talent. Hey captain. Those 2 students rushed in again. Zhang Wen turned around with a headache. No. These 2 students belong to Zhao Zi Long. They both have to go 7 in and 7 out. The liaison officer added the senior captain also asked us to remind the 2 of them to not be so prodigal. It'll be bad if their chi and blood are depleted. Zhang Fan nodded. It's about time. The 2 first-grade martial artists have killed 50 to 60 demonic beasts one after another. And they're probably out of gas and blood after this charge. Shouldn't have to worry too much though. They must have something in mind. Shortly after Zhang Morning finished speaking, Jiang Li and Ling Rut retreated once again. And at this point, there were only half of the demonic beasts left in the valley. Around 70 of them. This time, Ling Rut's speed was obviously much lower. And as he ran, Jiang Li had to help him kill 2 demonic beasts that were chasing after him. Neither man came out again for about 10 minutes afterward. Zhang Wen turned his head to look at a few of his team members. Look what I'm saying. The first captain is accurate in reading people. Not only are these 2 students strong, but they're not the reckless type. They have it all in their hearts. The liaison blinked, signaling Zhang Morning to look down. It turned out that just the moment Zhang Morning turned his head, Jiang Li rushed out again. Zhang Morning. Mistake. This student's chi and blood is quite a bit more robust than an ordinary person. But look at his other companion didn't come out. It's obvious that his chi and blood is depleted. In fact, I predicted pretty much the same thing. This kid is absolutely powerless after this fight. It will take at least 2 hours of recovery to have the chi and blood to move the martial arts. This time, Zhang Li had to retreat after killing only a dozen demonic beasts. Zhang Morning had guessed correctly. Ling Rut's chi and blood were indeed depleted. Without Ling Rut to help him share half of the pressure, he could easily be surrounded, especially since several surprise attacks had already made this group of demonic beasts accustomed to the fact that they would surround him at the first opportunity. He could only kill as many demonic beasts as possible before the encirclement appeared, then strategically retreat. Waiting for the demonic beast to relax its guard again, he struck again. As for why his chi and blood looked inexhaustible, it was thanks to the 12 demonic beasts in here and Huangshi. He could divert all the negative effects on his body, and running the Sword of Wisdom to drop blue was naturally a negative effect. In other words, as soon as he started fighting, the consumed chi and blood were all counted towards his designated negative transfer object. In fact, the Sword of Wisdom is really quite blue consuming. Don't look at all flat but want to increase the speed of the sword. You must consume a lot of chi and blood to promote. No kidding, as long as he rushed once, he could completely drain the chi and blood stores within these 12 objects plus Huangshi. The 12 objects were the demonic beasts in the valley. Basically Jiang Li was draining one for another. But Huangshi couldn't change it, so by the time Jiang Li rushed for the second time, the chi and blood in Huangshi's body had begun to completely overdraw. Barong was now looking everywhere but couldn't find any sign of Huangshi walking. That's because Huangshi couldn't walk at all. This unlucky man has shrunk himself into a ball and curled up in a tree hole. Chapter 39, Huangshi, I'm definitely the son of heaven's destiny. Jiang Li went in and out 7 times, killing all the demonic beasts without losing a single bit of qi and blood in his body, but accordingly, he was now left with only Huangshi as his transferable object, and Huangshi's current state, the blood and qi are severely depleted, and I'm on the verge of death. This is equivalent to the ancient warriors who had to insist on killing the enemy on the city walls when they were besieged and lacked water and food. After resisting 7 waves of attacks in succession, the city was held, but the cattle and horses, which ate little and did much, died from severe overdraft. Jiang Li was fine with everything, but Huangshi was in bad luck. At this moment, it was as if she had fallen into a state of hibernation, curled up in that tree hole and didn't move a muscle. The energy of the blood and flesh that she had eaten earlier was all overdrawn, and her entire body was dry and thin like a skeleton, and all of it was starting to lose its hair. But it was in this particular state that she surprisingly regained her sanity. It was reasonably impossible, and during the years of war against demons, a number of people had been demonized for various reasons. After years of repeated experiments, no one can regain their sanity when complete demonization begins. But Huangshi is an exception, because Jiang Li was constantly overdrawing her qi and blood. Everything in her body was being converted into qi and blood to provide for Jiang Li to squander recklessly, starting with their own qi and blood, and starting to consume the energy in their bodies to transform their qi and blood when they are depleted. When it ran out of energy in the body again, it started to consume what it had. 7 times. Even the part of the energy that demonizes people is drained. This was an extremely special state. In a daze, Huangshi regained her sanity and felt the terrible situation inside her body. She couldn't even lift a single finger because there was no strength at all. However, she soon realized that there were quite a few dried fruits pressed underneath her, which was food hoarded by an industrious squirrel demonic beast. Although demonized and preferring to eat meat, the various beasts still retained some of their instincts. Huangshi smelled the nutty aroma and with great effort, he opened his mouth and took a nut and started chewing. Along with eating slowly, she gradually got slightly stronger and was able to move around, at which point Huangshi accelerated her eating progress. Amazingly enough, although Jiang Li had drained his body of all the energy that could lead to his demonization, the changes to her body from the previous demonization had not disappeared, meaning that she was maintaining a special state of being able to become stronger by eating while still having her own sanity. Just like Jiang Li, only, she suffered more. After emptying the poor squirrel demonic beast of all its inventory, Huangshi's brain was finally able to work again. Thinking back on what she had done, killing and eating people, Huangshi knew that she had been exposed, and it was no surprise that the military was definitely looking for her. She's killed several people. There's no way she's going to be treated well anymore. She's going to die. She doesn't want to die. She's in such a perfect state right now. Although the heavens had given her suffering, they had also given her a new life, and she now possessed the talent of a demon. Yet she still had not lost her sanity. As long as she could escape, she had a bright future ahead of her. Huangshi moved up and coincided with the squirrel-type demonic beast coming home, and in a wide-eyed moment, Huangshi poked 3 times with his index finger with sharp nails. Finger gun, Taiwei 3 green peaks. Poor little squirrel doesn't just have his home stolen, he's hitched himself to it. After eating a squirrel, Huangshi finally regained the ability to walk, only that she was still in a weakened state, and she realized that the risk of losing her sanity still existed after eating the blood and flesh of this squirrel demonic beast, and it wasn't completely gone. As long as she continues to eat and eat more, she will still lose her mind. But at this point, Huangshi was no longer so worried, because she firmly believed that since the heavens could let her regain her sanity once, they must be able to let her regain it a second time. Right now, while she had regained her senses, her highest priority was to leave the Ohio trial zone, recover herself, and get stronger. Huangshi took out the map and found the boundary of the Hay trial zone. She'd had a hunch that her situation might take a turn for the worse when she'd first entered, so she'd long ago studied her escape route. She realized that although each trial area had high walls dividing the various areas, these walls didn't have any blocking firepower, and the only function of these high walls was to divide the area and prevent demonic beasts from crossing the border. She witnessed a demonic beast attempting to approach the high wall, only to turn its head and run away with a look of pain the moment it got close. It was thought that there should be a chip on each demonic beast. As long as it was near the high wall, the chip would activate, not killing the demonic beast, but painful enough to do the repelling. But Huangshi's body didn't have a chip, and the height of the high wall wasn't a problem for her as a first-grade martial artist. The sky's the limit as long as we can get out. The Ohio trial zone was simply too big, and when Huangshi went over the high wall, the dozens of squads led by Baron had only managed to pull the net and search halfway through, and at this moment, Huangshi had already arrived at the next door to the 100 Days district. There were no army raids here, and Huangshi found some sweet-smelling students. However, since she still had her sanity at the moment, she did not target the students, and instead, with the advantage of not having a badge or positioning, she began to transform into a ghost, frantically killing all demonic beasts she saw, and not worrying about the problem of her sanity collapsing in the slightest. She was convinced that she was the most favored cub in the heavens, and that even if her sanity crumbled, she could recover with the help of the heavens. So she went on a killing spree in the 100 Days trial area, and her strength grew faster and faster along with the more demonic beast blood and flesh she ate. And when the Ohio trials area was finished being searched by all the dragnets, the words hell no were written all over Barang's face. Didn't find it. How can that be? Must have missed something. Find it again. Barang roared and opened a second dragnet search. For his own part, he went back to the backstage first, not just with a silly manpower search, but also with technology, and that check immediately gave Barang a clue. You're saying that there was a demonic beast that suddenly ran out of life signs without any other demonic beasts around? Yes. Send coordinates. Barang went to see for himself and found the cleanly eaten corpse of a small squirrel, which made Barang sure that Huangshi was still there, except that even though the demon man had lost his mind, he was still much smarter than a normal demon beast. She knew she was being searched for, so she acted with extra caution. Focus on finding this area. Demonized people, even if they are cunning, have no sense, and will surely keep feeding on blood and flesh just like wild beasts, so that the backstage will be on the lookout for all unnatural deaths of demonic beasts. One could only say that Barang was looking in the right direction, but he didn't realize that Huangshi had actually regained his senses and then ran next door to the 100 Days trial area. The backstage members of his tube only viewed the phenomenon of abnormal deaths of demonic beasts in the Ohio trial zone, not the 100 Days zone. Chapter 40 Humans rely on martial arts. Demonic beasts rely on abnormal abilities. 233 Short Slope. This was where egg number 2 was stored, and after Jiangli finished hunting the demonic beasts in the valley of number 138, he dragged a large number of demonic beast corpses to the short slope of number 233. In the valley, Jiangli killed a total of 124 demonic beasts, including 21 first-grade demonic beasts, and gained 220 points. The remaining 103 were all demonic beasts that did not enter the grade, gaining 1030 points, adding up to a total of 2,250 points, making his total points as high as 5066. I hope the points can really be exchanged for something good, or else it'll be a waste of all my hard work. Jiangli dragged a large string of demonic beast corpses and marched forward with ease, and Ling Rut was walking slowly 3 paces behind him. It had been an hour and a half since the Battle of the Valley had ended and he still hadn't completely recovered. It was expected that the other geniuses must be similar. Basically killing dozens of demonic beasts had to rest for 2 hours upwards to recover. But what about Jiangli? He didn't even see Jiangli getting high to restore his chi and blood. This guy was just like a cow that never knew what exhaustion was, going in and out of the demonic beast herd 7 times. He even doubted if Jiangli's chi and blood were unlimited. So Jiangli said he worked hard? He didn't see it at all. This guy even said something after he finished his 7 and 7 out. That's it? Pervert. Jiangli turned his head. What did you say? Ling Rut was all smiles. I'd say you're working really hard, and someone who works as hard as you do deserves to be so strong. But I say let's not rest a little too. I haven't completely recovered here. If we encounter a large number of demonic beasts in the future, I might not be able to help. Jiangli casually waved his hand. It's okay, I'll take care of it. But if you don't help, you won't get your share of the spoils. Ling Rut shook his head. It didn't matter. He also had more than 3,000 points in his hand, which was already a great achievement for him. If he hadn't teamed up with Zhongli and robbed Team Zhangchong, he probably would have had this many points at the end of the week. Here we are. This is short slope 233? How come it looks like there are fewer demonic beasts than in the valley? Zhongli frowned as he looked at the wolves on the short slope. There were only a dozen of them. Lingjia looked at the dozen or so wolves tied to Zhongli's rope and wanted to say something. That is to say, is it possible that they're all hanging off your rope ahead of time? Zhongli glanced at the dozen or so wolves hanging from the rope, and when he thought of the wolf demonic beasts that kept running over along the way, he came to a sudden realization. I'll say, it's a relief. The routine is a real good one. At this moment, the wolves on the short slope also went into an attack mode, and they had long since smelled the thick stench of blood. A large wolf covered in pitch black stood on the rock. This was the Wolf King, more than 3 times larger than the other wolves and taller than a man. The pressure from him could be felt from a distance. Ling Rut's expression became serious. This Wolf King's chi and blood pressure is the same as Pang Chang's. It's definitely a 2nd grade. Zhongli sniffed with a certain curiosity towards the Wolf King, as the textbook he remembered had an introduction about demonic beasts. Just like how humans were able to use a divine martial art like tiger's might after reaching the 2nd grade, the demonic beasts of the 2nd grade also had an innate talent. In the final outlook of the Extreme Dao Demon technique, It was said that the innate talent of the demon race has claws, teeth, and other kinds of mutations. In short, it's very rich and fun to look at. Therefore, the demonic beasts at this stage can already be called small demons, transcending the concept of beasts, and are proper demon clans. This is the first time I've seen a second-grade demonic beast. Do you want to see what a second-grade demonic beast's innate talent looks like? After Jiang Li finished speaking, Ling Che skimmed his lips. Even if I say I don't want to, you're sure to charge anyway. Just to be clear in advance, I can't help you much as my chakra hasn't fully recovered. The physical strength of any second-grade demonic beast is comparable to a human second-grade martial artist who specializes in horizontal training, so be careful yourself. Before he could finish, Jiang Li had already thrown away the rope and rushed up. The Wolf King stood on the rock staring at Jiang Li. Looming over him, several first-grade demon wolves quickly ran towards Jiang Li. Jiang Li had noticed when he encountered the few demonic wolves on the road that these wolf-like demonic beasts were all very fast and extremely good at dividing up the work. But unfortunately Jiang Li's sword was faster than theirs. With a flash of sword light, the corpses of the two demonic wolves that were charging at Jiang Li head-on slid out from both sides of Jiang Li. And if one looked closely one could notice that there was a bloody hole in both of their heads. The remaining two demonic wolves that were preparing to attack Jiang Li in a roundabout way saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly tried to run. But they were caught up by Jiang Li, one by one with his sword. The remaining demonic wolves all looked towards the Wolf King, and once the Wolf King decided to run, they scattered and leaped. Unfortunately, the Wolf King's decision was to meet it head-on, and the massive black-furred Wolf King, looking like a mythical Fingal, gracefully stepped off the boulder. The time was approaching noon at the moment, and the sun was shining almost straight up and down on everyone. The boulder is a protrusion from the hillside, and the shadow it casts on the grass from the sun shining vertically is not large. The Wolf King stepped on the shadow with one paw, then disappeared into it as if he had lost his footing and fallen into the river. Jiang Li's eyes widened. Was this reasonable? No. Didn't the outlook of the extreme Dao demon technique say that the innate talent of the demon race was the enhancement of body parts like claws and teeth? How is it that there are still powers combined with the claws and such? The native talents are of the physical enhancement line, and on top of that there's the psychic line, right? Is there a nature department? Humans become stronger by martial arts, and demons become stronger by psychic abilities, right? Jiang Li, watch your butt. Ling Rut, who was not far behind Jiang Li, had his eyes glazed over. Right in the massive shadow between Jiang Li's 2 feet, the Wolf King's bloody mouth suddenly appeared. The giant wolf that was taller than a man had a bloody mouth that was enough to swallow Jiang Li's entire lower body. That is, this is not the director of the African anorectal department. The Wolf King still has temperament. Open the big mouth, only want to bite off Jiang Li's lower body. Otherwise Jiang Li just door cannot keep. Jiang Li hurriedly positioned himself and tried to avoid it, but realized that no matter how he positioned himself, his shadow was always at his feet, which meant that the Wolf King was always in the shadow at his feet. There's no way to run. All he could do was jump like Mario when the Wolf King bit. Treating the symptoms does not address the root cause. He wasn't sure just how long the Wolf King would be able to use this native talent. After all, this angle of direct sunlight was just too unfavorable for his ass right now. But in the morning or afternoon, he'd need to worry about his back or his front at best. The only thing he had to worry about at noon was the crotch. Since I can't run, I won't run. Die. Jiang Li stabbed his sword the moment the Wolf King opened his mouth again. The Wolf King was very sneaky and dodged very quickly. Jiang Li only cut off a piece of his tongue. The Wolf King whimpered and came out of the shadow of another place, smacking the taste of blood in his mouth as his eyes began to glow red. It looks like it's completely pissed off. Chapter 41, Egg Number 2. Third grade horizontal training martial art Gungjin forging body technique. The Wolf King was once again trapped in the shadows on the ground, and Jiang Li, who had experienced a sneak attack from the Wolf King once, had relaxed a lot. This ability accounts for one word of shenanigans over the hard-hitting body-based augmentation talents. If you don't succeed in the first sneak attack, just keep your eyes on the shadowed areas later on, and you won't be sneaked at all. And Jiang Li plunged a thin sword into the shadow at his feet before the Wolf King could appear, and immediately heard the Wolf King's wail. This is like playing a gun game when the racks point. People know you will definitely enter from this place, as long as the gun is added in advance, and even hear the footsteps when directly open the advance gun. That is not only the part of the beaten. The Wolf King has a bit of cunning, but his intelligence is still not enough. The Wolf King, who was injured again, simply ran out of the shadow, intending to fight Jiang Li hard. As a result, the speed that he was proud of was directly pulled out by Jiang Li. And if it wasn't for the fact that he had dodged Jiang Li's certain death several times by virtue of the unique danger foreknowledge of the demon race, he would have already had multiple holes in his head. Even then, it was just a dodge of the essentials, not the whole thing. The Wolf King's right eye was completely stabbed blind, and his face was covered in sword wounds. After realizing that this was not an opponent he could deal with, the Wolf King set his sights on another human. After disappearing into the shadows, he opened his bloody mouth and bit into Ling Rut's butt. Unfortunately, Ling Rut, who had been observing for so long, had not only recovered most of his chi, but he also knew how to deal with such a sneak attack. Jumping, a slash of Hurai chop at the directly underneath. The Wolf King's lower lip was cut right in half. If the Wolf King chose to continue pummeling Ling Rut at this point, within a few hits, Ling Rut would be disengaged. But the Wolf King was afraid, and in his perception these two humans were one more terrifying than the other. The Wolf King chose to run straight away. It had to be said that this ability of his was an excellent choice for running away. Sneaking around in the shadows, even Zhongli couldn't do anything about him. All Zhongli could do was to select the Wolf King as the object of his side effect transfer and wish him luck. It's a pity that it ran away. Second-grade demonic beasts definitely have more points. Ling Rut was still carrying his sword, fearing that the Wolf King would kill back. Zhongli was not worried. It's not a big problem. Sooner or later you have to die. Ha! Zhongli didn't explain and walked straight to the boulder where the Wolf King had stayed before. There was a small land temple-like structure in that place, half a man high, with two small stone doors. There was a badge-style depression right above the stone door, and after Zhongli placed the badge on it, the stone door slowly opened to both sides, revealing what was inside. A pad. After taking it out and unlocking the pad with Zhongli's badge, one could see that there was only one text inside, which read Gungjin Forging Technique. A countdown of watchable time is displayed in the upper left corner, 23:59:59 inch. It's a martial arts book this time. Ling Rut is also interested. Zhongli clicked on the secret book to see that it was actually still a third-grade horizontal training technique. Good boy Aran Ding Dong. The military is really bloodthirsty this time. The third-grade horizontal training technique is willing to give it. Ling Rut shouted. Zhongli was also slightly dumbfounded. The military's handiwork was indeed not small. No wonder people outside were breaking their heads to come into this intensive training camp. Take a look at these two eggs. One is an elixir worth millions, and the other is a third-grade martial art. Enough to be a town martial art for a small sect. If it was a gifted student from an ordinary family, it was one that had good talent and hadn't learned any first or second-grade martial arts. After coming in and getting the subliminal dragon pill first, and then getting the third-grade martial arts, life will directly take off. It just so happened that he was in need of a horizontal martial art. Generally people who practiced Yokozuna didn't look at their bodies as particularly exaggerated because they would refine their muscles as much as possible to solidify their muscular strength rather than going in the direction of a muscular behemoth. The kind of power that one could tell at a glance was definitely strong, just as if one could judge a demonic beast by its size as well. Do you need it? Watch it together if you need to. Zhongli wouldn't be stingy. After all, he was a partner, and as long as the other party didn't stick two knives in him, he would remain friendly. That goes without saying. It's definitely needed. My old man just taught me the sword technique alone and nothing else. So let me see how this Gungjin forging body technique method works. The two of them sat side by side on the hillside and looked at this Gungjin forging skill. They had to look at it as soon as possible. They had to memorize it all in at least one day's time. This horizontal martial art was developed by General Bai Qi, one of the military's martial arts masters. Army stuff is all about simplicity and brutality that can be rolled out on a large scale. At the same time, the efficiency of cultivation should ideally be as high as possible, using the shortest possible time to bring up the combat power of the senior officers in the army. So, martial arts produced by the military tend to be practiced by all, and practiced quickly. However, there was no perfect gong method that required both that everyone could practice it and that it be practiced with high efficiency, and that naturally led to some side effects. This Gungjin body forging skill, those who practiced it needed to swallow gold and take beatings to forge their bodies. Swallowing gold talks about not eating gold, but eating metal, and then running the gong method to absorb the metal's Gungjin chi. The metal is everywhere, and it's perfectly fine to roll it out on a large scale. As for the beating, it is better to understand it. Right, after absorbing the metal of the Gungjin chi, through the gong method to run the chi and blood to bring the Gungjin chi to the position that needs to be forged. For example, the first level of the realm is the epidermis, the second is the sinews and muscles, the third is the skeleton, and the last is the 5 organs and 6 bowels. Taking the first layer of epidermis as an example, after running the chi and blood to drive the Gungjin chi into place, the Gungjin chi was evenly dispersed on the skin through constant beatings, and then constantly overlapped. This forging technique said that stacking 99 layers was qualified, 199 layers was excellent, and 299 was the limit. But going even one layer higher would not work, because any higher, the skin will completely become a layer of metal skin, losing the activity that belongs to the skin. It is equivalent to practicing a piece of iron armor out for yourself, or the kind that is tightly attached to the flesh. Now the advantages and side effects of this stuff are obvious. The advantage is that this is very well practiced, and you can reach the first level of the realm, copper skin, in a short period of time. When the time comes, knives and guns will be invulnerable, and even bullets with high kinetic energy will hit the body unharmed. The forging tip said that there were special pills introduced on the military side, like the so-called golden pills introduced by the ancient Taoist priests, which were made of metals such as lead and mercury, with magical herbs from the revival of martial arts added to help neutralize the metal toxins as much as possible. Relying on this medicine, the fastest practitioner, 3 days copper skin small success. When fighting demonic beasts, it was like no one else's business, not worrying about the sharp claws of a first-rate demonic beast at all. The downside is that it's easy to practice transcendence to turn into an ironclad, while taking a beating must be done with full force with a club, which can be very painful. Last but not least, one of the deadliest drawbacks, heavy metal poisoning. It's a high martial arts world, yes, but not a cultivation world where a little bit of science is still practiced. Eat metal every day. Also guide the gung gold gas into the body. Even if you can neutralize the metal toxin, accumulated to a certain extent will certainly have to hang. If John Lee's guess was correct, there shouldn't be a single one who practiced this technique to perfection. The highest would be practiced to the bone and then it would end. When all the accumulated metal toxins have invaded the bones, that person is pretty much done for. Chapter 42 An Unexpected Third Positive Alienation. After reading the detailed cultivation method of the Gangjin forging body technique, the smile on Ling Rut's face disappeared. No, the military is sick. What is this thing being released for? I'd rather they give a second-grade no side effect horizontal training. Zhang Li, on the contrary, had the corners of his mouth raised, looking like he was in a very good mood. What the military produces, the main focus is on quick results and good results. As for slightly side effects, they are within the acceptance range of the generals. After all, they were the ones who were at the forefront facing the demonic beasts head-on. They couldn't care less if there were side effects or not, and if they didn't use them, they would die if they encountered a wave of beasts. If practiced, on the contrary, there is a silver lining. Ling Rut sighed. That's true, but this stuff is really outrageous. I'm not practicing, and I urge you not to either. You're so talented. You'll be at least a 6th grade in the future. This stuff has too many side effects. John Lee didn't say anything, just stuffed the pad into his backpack. This thing, he practiced. No bullshit side effects are a problem for him. What's next? You're not thinking of getting egg number 3 in one fell swoop, are you? Even though we're the only ones in the Ohio trial area today and there's no competition, we don't have to roll like this. Give the others 2 days, they won't be able to get to where we are now. Rest up. Ling Rut said is not a problem, just John Lee is this kind of character. There is something best to do together to finish. And the most critical thing is that he is not tired at all. Chi and blood and what not only did not have half a point of consumption but more and more plentiful. Did you make him stop? You can stay and rest if you can't keep up. No, it's too heartless, isn't it, brother? Zhang Li glanced at him. Our cooperation is based on a common goal. There is nothing ruthless. Can keep up. Everyone will continue to cooperate. If we cannot keep up, goodbye. I'll remember you. Ling Rut, our cooperation turned out to be pretty good. Next time we have the chance to work together again. Ling Rut helplessly shook hands with Zhang Li and announced the breakup. He really couldn't hold on any longer, and there was no reason for Zhang Li to stay and wait for him. He wasn't a sister, and he could still play the emotional card. Just like that, the two split up. But Zhang Li didn't go black as soon as they split up. As he had said before, he just dragged that large string of demonic beasts and continued towards the third colored egg. Egg number 3 is located in the deepest part of the Ohio trial area. From the moment Zhang Li started approaching the deepest part, he never saw any demonic beasts below the 1st grade. Moreover, the number of demonic beasts began to become scarce. Even when he dragged such a large pile of blood chi to trap them, the demonic beasts that appeared were all one by one, and there were very few of them that were even in pairs. Zhang Li chose to change his strategy after killing a few. There was no point in dragging around such a large string of demonic beasts anymore. Being in the trial zone was not very useful for this thing. It just so happened that he hadn't eaten at noon, so Zhang Li directly opened fire in place to cook, and roasted the still fresh demonic beast meat for dinner. Now the conditions were not as good as before, but anything that could be roasted was a demonic beast of grade 1 or above, and those that didn't make the grade didn't deserve to be eaten at all. While barbecuing, he made some traps around himself, not to catch the demonic beasts, but to remind him that they were coming. After all, he had always eaten demonic beast meat for a day, cultivating as he ate. In the case of an ordinary person, it was possible to go off the deep end if they were disturbed from their cultivation in a hurry. Although Jiang Li's side effects would be transferred to Huangshi, it was always good to remind him and give him a buffer. By the time the trap was set up, The first portion of demonic beast meat was also roasted. After eating it beautifully, Zhongli immediately felt that the flesh and blood energy was being rapidly transformed into his body's qi and blood. Other people who ate this stuff needed to constantly run their body's qi and blood to refine this part of the qi and blood transformed from the demonic beast's flesh and blood, only intercepting a very small portion of the qi and blood to stay behind, avoiding demonization as much as possible. And Zhongli didn't care about that and just accepted it as it was. All the side effects of demonization were all sent to Huangxi's body in the first place. Now of all the people Zhongli could designate, this bitch was the only one left alive. As he continued to eat and his qi and blood continued to rise, Zhongli had a feeling that he was getting hungrier and hungrier. Zhongli stopped in bewilderment. He hadn't even started practicing the horizontal training technique. How did this happen? After running his qi and blood around in his body to look for it, he realized that it was his stomach that had produced an alienation. Demonic beasts are often able to eat several times their body's worth of food, but can digest it in a very short period of time. The stomachs of demonic beasts are very efficient at digesting, kind of like life restitution in Rako Senkaku or King of Thieves. In fact, after the meridian points were alienated, Zhongli was no longer so concerned about the issues regarding the alienation of the body. He felt that the meridian points alienation had already been able to reach the conditions for the cultivation of the extreme Dao demon technique, so there was no need to go overboard in pursuing other aspects of alienation. As it turned out, God surprised him, and instead of deliberately pursuing alienation, he experienced positive alienation. His stomach was the third body part to be alienated now, which was why he got hungrier and hungrier the more he ate and digested too quickly. Zhongli had to speed up the speed of his eating, which could almost be described as swallowing. He didn't need to chew his food anymore. As long as he swallowed, his stomach was able to digest it so quickly that it was like a food mill. Rapid digestion drove the speed of qi and blood enhancement to become even faster. Although 6/10 of the energy provided by the demonic beast meat would be divided equally into his muscles, stomach and meridian points, automatically strengthening these three alienated parts. Compared to before, there was more extra consumption, but Zhongli's speed of raising his qi blood still increased by 2 times. By the time it was dark, Zhongli was surrounded by piles of skeletons. In front of them were a full 6 piles of roaring bonfires with roasted meat on them, and with the fact that it was still dark, the whole scene was as if they were in hell. Zhongli was like the judge who ate the brat, picking up a piece of roasted meat and taking a step directly to his stomach without even chewing it. At this time, Zhongli had already rushed through 3 acupoints. They are the Sanla point, Hangul point and Yangshi point of the hand Yangming large intestine meridian. At the same time, his 3 alienated parts were also nourished like never before. After all, this was considered Zhongli's first time to purely eat first-grade demonic beast meat, and the energy level would be completely different from the previous demonic beast meat that he had eaten that didn't make the grade. One of the most noticeable changes was the muscles. Zhongli was now completely transformed into a muscle beast. It's a quick lift to get it that way. It's just too big of a block. I was thinking of waiting until the end of this week to practice the Genjin forging technique, but I can only start practicing it up now. Like other horizontal training techniques, the word forging in the Genjin forging technique was a direct nod to the topic. Through constant beatings and hammering, the muscles would continue to be streamlined, and in the end, they wouldn't look too big, but their strength would be stronger than when they were big. Chapter 43, What else can you do but slobber all over me? Just how do you keep getting beat up without help? Can we find those demonic beasts? The book says it's best to have hell pounding from the beginning to the end so that the Genjin Qi can be evenly dispersed over the surface of the body. If you intentionally try to control it, you should be able to take it yourself by meeting the attack with a designated body part. Only now it was too late. Looking at the sky, Zhongli decided to sleep and rest for tomorrow, so he stayed away from this eating spot. The smell of blood was too strong and would easily attract demonic beasts. Changed locations and found a tree tall enough to sleep in the canopy. While he was sleeping, the 100 Days district next door was kind of down on its luck. That's right, because Zhongli had eaten too much. The side effects were all transferred to Huangxi's body, once again causing Huangxi to enter a state of complete demonization madness. Only after Huangxi killed 7 or 8 students one after another did the commander of the 100th district react. While contacting the Barong, the students were informed to exit the trial area. A big manhunt started again, this time gathering manpower from both regions to pull together a net to search, striving to find Huangxi and kill him in the shortest time possible. Because Barong has experience, directly let the background to access the data of those inexplicably dead demonic beasts. If not leaning on the nearest is not Barong and the 100 Days district's grand captain, but also really almost caught Huangxi. Huangxi's strength had skyrocketed and was close to a 2nd-grade demonic beast, directly catching that squad off guard and escaping the encirclement. Subsequently, because he could not help but kill the demonic beasts, Huangxi was surrounded 3 times, and after he managed to escape, he seemed to realize the problem, and no longer killed the demonic beasts but hid, until dawn. In addition, because she escaped to the 100 Days trial zone, there was no danger on the Ohio trial zone side. So all the students from the 100 Days trial zone and the Ohio trial zone were put into the Ohio trial zone. At the same time, because the number of people had increased, fearing that the number of demonic beasts would not be enough, a large group of demonic beasts from the 100 Days trial zone had been driven to the Ohio zone. Zhongli heard all of these mobilizations through the intercom that Pang Chang had left behind. Huang Shi was really out of his element. It wasn't enough to spread out in one area. He actually went to a second trial area. Zhongli suddenly looked forward to the development of this bitch a bit. It's not like she can still perform miracles, right? Stretching out on the tree, Zhongli went down and started moving towards the third egg spot. Because practicing the Gangjin forging technique requires swallowing metal, it says that it's best to exchange points from the military for copper pills, which are pills specifically used to practice the Gangjin forging technique. Of course, if you're on the front lines and don't have the stuff on hand, any metal will do instead. It's just best to grind the metal into a powder before swallowing it. Otherwise it tends to sting your throat. Ling Rut was right. This was a martial art that a human could come up with? He had nothing but fine swords on hand, and that left him with some canned goods to use. Since he had been eating demonic beasts along the way, Zhongli hadn't eaten the canned food in his supplies backpack. These cans were not lost, so this would be a good time to use them. With his strength, he could easily tear the can into pieces or knead it into a ball and swallow it. But since the side effects would be transferred anyway, Zhongli didn't care about that anymore. Just waiting to meet a demonic beast and then swallow the metal. Soon, Zhongli encountered a demonic beast on the first grade. It looked like an Alaskan or Era. It was not the original demonic beast of the Hay district. He hadn't encountered it before. It should have been transferred from the 100 Days district. Okay, you're it. Zhongli designated this dog demon as the object of side effect transfer. And the moment the dog demon lunged at him, he tore up the can and stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it down. In his senses, devouring a tin can raw felt a bit like eating one of those large slices of spaghetti. But the dog demon in front of him ran and suddenly a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The dog's eyes were full of panic, not understanding why it was as difficult as if there were many blades stuck in his throat, and his throat was scratched, and these blades were still continuously slashing down his esophagus, cutting his esophagus and stomach, one by one. If he had swallowed a tin normally, with the dog demon's strength on this level, the stomach acid would be able to corrode the iron piece quickly, but the problem is that this iron piece is in Zhongli's stomach. Zhongli can't feel any pain, and he doesn't feel anything when he pulls it, because all the sensations are taken by this dog demon. The dog demon performed a wave of dead and alive in front of Zhongli, and taking advantage of his opponent's complete frenzy, Zhongli also began to operate the Gangjin body forging technique and rushed forward excitedly. Come on, bite me, top me, ravage me. The dog demon that was going completely crazy from the internal pain pushed against Zhongli's stomach without saying a word, and as a result, his own stomach suddenly had a feeling of being pushed up against him. All the side effects of practicing the forging technique are deflected, which can be stuck a bug. Any beating could be counted as really practicing the forging technique, which meant that not only would Zhongli not be injured, but he also had an anti-injury buff. Hitting him across the street is the equivalent of hitting yourself. The dog demon's limited brain capacity couldn't even think about this, and the more pain he felt, the more berserk he became, biting on Zhongli's hand, arm, and head one after another. After Zhongli confirmed that the damage and pain would be transferred, he also didn't worry about being bitten at all. Instead, he took the initiative to stretch out the parts that hadn't been bitten for this era to bite. The scene became extremely bizarre. This didn't bite it. Can you have some dedication? You can't stop biting humans just because you're in pain. You're only on the first rank now. Have you ever considered if you're not trying hard enough to bite the bullet and that's why you're only on that rank? Good girl. One more bite. The more Zhongli was bitten, the more injuries appeared on this wolf. It's safe to say that every bite is a bite for yourself. No waste at all. The demonic beasts were still biting Zhongli because the more severely they were injured the crazier they would become. Thanks to this dog demon, Zhongli's hands and arms began to harden, and the Gangjin Qi gradually existed in Zhongli's skin because of the other party's gnawing. It's just that because most of it is gnawed on with sharp teeth, it hardens very unevenly, mostly one spot at a time. This made Zhongli very upset. What else can you do but get me all slobbered over? At this time, this poor dog demon also bit himself to death. Zhongli slapped his brain. Waste. After wiping the dog demon drool from his body, Zhongli decided to find a local demonic beast. The most abundant thing in the Hay Trials region was the boar-type demonic beasts, which were highly fertile, a large litter in a lifetime, and had a strong survivability. So out of the 12 trials regions, the Hay Trials region's demonic beast breeders were the most relaxed. while the dog demon could only bite him with his teeth. Piggy was good at piggy surges, and one top of his body was a large piece of his body, which was the most suitable animal for the gangjin forging body technique. Chapter 44, Crash and Bump and Kill. All the little brothers John Lee walked all the way and looked for them. He didn't know if it was because there were too many demonic beasts dropped over from next door. All he met were dog demons, already slapped several to death. The points are rubbing up, but the progress of the gangjin forging technique has not enhanced much. So far not even a layer has been stacked. After another hour of searching, John Lee was ready to grill meat for dinner first, and finally found a nest of wild boars on a 1-by-1 hill. Looking at a dozen or so, and only 3 of them were not in the grade. The rest were all first-grade demonic beasts. There was even one that was a second-grade demonic beast. Looking at the map, it was also true that we were almost at egg point 3, and it was understandable that the demonic beasts over here were of high quality. John Lee excitedly designated that second-grade tusked boar and the remaining first-grade all as objects for side effect transfer before swallowing a tin can once again and excitedly rushing up, like the dog demon before. A few boars that were still lying in the mud puddle and rolling around happily suddenly felt a small knife stabbing him in the throat, and all of a sudden, they went berserk. At this moment when John Lee appeared and even ran towards them with a cheerful look, these dozen boars stood up in a mischievous manner. Piggyback. Piggyback. The largest second-grade tusked boar, which was 4 meters tall, was wrapped in a thick layer of mud, as if it had armor on its body, charging up with more momentum than a tank. It was like a dump truck charging at Jiang Li and crashing into him. With a bang, Jiang Li, who opened his hands to meet the impact, was hit head-on and his whole body flew out directly, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Flying in mid-air instead, he felt a sense of freedom. The second-grade tusked boar that hit him, on the other hand, took several steps back the moment it hit him. Scarlet's huge pig eyes were full of disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that such a tiny human had been knocked away from him, but left behind such a great force that it gave him a few steps backwards. Behind him, the dozen or so first-grade tusked boars that had originally initiated the charge hadn't even waited to bump into Jiang Li, because the second-grade one had bumped into Jiang Li, and they were considered to be bumping into it. There was just the feeling of the boss crashing into them at full speed, his brain buzzing and his bones being dislocated. A few boars under the first rank stood shaking on the ground for half a day. As for Jiang Li, he quickly stood up after landing on the ground, even though the tusked boar was dirty and he felt like he stank of pig. But, cool, with just this one hit, he felt that his gangjin forging body technique had instantly completed half a layer, and with another hit he would be able to stack a layer. This was something that the dog demon had failed to achieve after biting him for half a day. Jiang Li hurriedly rushed forward again in excitement. Come on, hit me, don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. Knock out. How could the second-grade boar king spoil Jiang Li? Without saying a word, it toppled again, and the result was self-evident. Jiang Li flew out again, but it was also a bit confused by the impact itself, with the feeling of hitting a mountain. Its brain buzzing. His piggy minions, on the other hand, let out a direct wail, mournful and incomparable. They couldn't figure out why it hurt so much when they weren't even on it, only that it hurt them once the boss hit the human. Pigs are very smart animals and get it after 2 crashes. Hurriedly, he squealed towards the second-grade boar king pig, telling him not to hit it. But then Jiang Li appeared again. Thanks to the boar king, his gangjin forging body technique Copper Skin Realm had successfully stacked a layer now. There are still 98 layers to go, even if it's a minor accomplishment. The copper skin after small completion could directly resist the claw strikes of a first-grade demonic beast. This effect was already perverse. It could be said that as long as it was practiced, at least no student in this base could break his defense. If so, then let the other party be the object of their side effect transfer, and then continue practicing the gangjin forging technique. Let the storm come harder. Piggy, can this second-grade boar king endure? Ignoring the wailing of the pigs under his command, he charged directly towards Jiang Li. With a bang, the skin on Jiang Li's body had made a sound not unlike flesh after the impact. Jiang Li flew out again, but this time, a few small boars under the first rank couldn't carry it either, and directly collapsed on the ground, with their bones already shattered in various parts of their bodies, and their internal organs severely injured, and they started to spit out blood in a wow. Jiang Li, on the other hand, once again charged towards the second-grade boar king. Come on, North knows. Today's day Jiang Li was considered to be all-consumed in forging his body, but it wasn't completely devoid of gains in points. The first thing was that all of the first-grade boars, except for that second-grade boar king, were all hung up, harvesting roughly 600 points. At the same time, following the first-grade boars in their demise were the second-grade wolf demons that had previously guarded egg point number 2. Shouldn't be able to handle being hit by a big truck hundreds of times a day and get traumatized alive. If Jiang Li hadn't removed Huangshi from the position of the side effect transferring object in time, It was estimated that Huang Shi would have been traumatized to death as well. To be honest, now Jiang Li wasn't so eager to see Huang Shi die as simple as that anymore. He was starting to have a kind of drama-chasing mentality, wanting to see just how far Huang Shi could go while constantly suffering from the side effects that he gave him. That being said, Jiang Li had finally managed to stack the game gene forging body technique to 99 layers by bumping into that boar king hundreds of times a day, reaching the achievement of a minor accomplishment. This thing gets harder and harder to stack the further back you go. You only need to get hit twice to stack a layer at the beginning, and a dozen times in the middle to stack a layer. After stacking up to 70 or 80 layers, you pretty much have to get knocked off your feet dozens of times before you can stack up a layer. It's been a long day and Piggy can barely stand it. This boar king was once an existence that could fight with other second-grade demonic beasts for a whole day. But after bumping into Jiang Li for a day, which was equivalent to bumping into himself for a day, he also faltered. Towards the end he tended to take a few minutes before he could launch a charge at Jiang Li. And with this perseverance, Jiang Li had to give him credit. More critically, because Jiang Li was constantly running the gang gene body forging technique, his qi and blood were extremely depleted, and those first-grade boars weren't exactly crushed to death. They were even more drained of their qi and blood and died in vain. Therefore this second-grade boar king was also like the 8 precepts had gone into the goblin's cave for a week, and his huge body had lost a large amount of weight in one day. On the contrary, here in Jiang Li, the situation was completely reversed. Originally, the positive muscle alienation caused by eating demon beast meat was severe, and although his strength had become great, he had turned into a muscle beast. As for strength, Jiang Li had no place to measure it, but estimated that it had to be of 5 tons upwards. And what about now? The strength had increased further, but his muscles had begun to streamline due to the forging technique, turning him from a muscular behemoth like Ronnie the fitness ancestor, to a plain old Boulder Johnson. But this is still far from the state that Jiang Li wants. What he wants is to look like a fluttering gentleman. But in reality, he can poor pluck Lu Zhishan's feeling. Therefore, Jiang Li patted the head of that second-grade boar king. Keep it up tomorrow, bro. The second-grade wild boar king was a-trembling, and had an impulse to spread his hooves and run away. Chapter 45 Ling Rut was ransacked? That night, Jiang Li followed the map and found the only small river in the Ohio Trials area and took a bath. The river was a serious danger zone marked on the map, and because there was only one river, there would be a lot of demonic beasts that came to drink the water. But to Jiang Li, the demonic beasts by the river were purely rations delivered to his door. After taking a bath that night, he ate the demonic beasts that came to sneak up on him without a second glance. The next day was also the 5th day that the students entered the trial area. At this point there were already students who couldn't help but run out after saving up 300 points, and only after going out did they realize how comfortable the flatbeds in that cramped little room really were. Those meals in the cafeteria, which were originally not considered to be very tasty, but just large and filling, were as delicious as dragon's liver and phoenix marrow in their mouths. Every single day in the trial area they didn't eat well, didn't sleep well, and had to be constantly on guard against demonic beasts. It was simply worse than dying. They didn't feel alive again until they were back in the dormitory. And more students, who had actually saved up 300 points, were still hunting demonic beasts in the trial area, especially for the top wave of geniuses. Most of them had backgrounds in their families, so they knew a lot of information and the roll of points. Even if they were bitter and tired, they would continue to stay in the trial area to gain points until they were forced to be pulled out, which created a phenomenon of a head genius leading the inward roll. Yesterday, because of the temporary merger of the 100 Days District and the Hay District, students from the 100 Days District flooded into the Hay District for the trial, causing a small amount of chaos for a while. After all, no one wanted students from other regions to steal their region's resources, and they had already been suspended for a day due to the appearance of a demon. They didn't go into the 100 Days zone to get points on the day they were suspended, and as a result, after the demon ran into the 100 Days zone, the students there came to them? This arrangement doesn't make sense. So the Ohio District students are hostile to the 100 Days District students, believing that they are stealing their resources. The students of the 100 Days District, on the other hand, believe that it is the fault of the students of the 100 Days District that the demons ran from the 100 Days District to their district, causing them to have to come to the 100 Days District. There were constant conflicts between the two sides, and during the day yesterday, many of the students didn't care about hunting demonic beasts, and just fought with the students from the other region. The military is also screwing things up. You're talking about being in a large region. Can't you change your badge as well? Hey, they don't. This makes both sides of the students take a look at the badge to know each other is which big district. The Ohio District scolded the 100 Days District students are dogs. The 100 Days District scolded the Ohio District students are pigs. Cannot fight even if it is a ghost. Of course the fights were things that the relatively fairly average students did because they were just fighting because their emotions got the best of them. and those students who were the most talented were busy hunting demonic beasts and gaining points. If there is a fight, it must be because the other party has robbed them of the resources they need. For example, Ling Rut knew deep down that he couldn't possibly go to egg point 3 alone after separating from Zhongli, so he started hunting demonic beasts near egg point 2. It was doing quite well until the genius of the 100 Days Zone arrived. Ling Rut was hunting a few first-grade demonic beasts when he let one go. He was chasing after it when the student who ranked first in the 100 Days Zone points, Ruan Wu, appeared in front of him. This Ruan Wu was also a first-grade martial artist, and had penetrated the Han Tien Lung Meridian, and had additionally opened the second meridian, the 5 points of the Han Yangming Large Intestine Meridian, not much worse than Zhongli, and could be said to be one of the most gifted ones in this session. It is said that his father is the current teacher of the Qingqing School, and the martial arts that he himself cultivates is even passed down from the Qingqing School's third-grade martial arts, Green Character 9 Strikes, City Character 18 Breaks, which belongs to the School of Concealed Weapons. Ruan Wu had snatched the first-grade demonic beast that Ling Rut was hunting with a single green bee nail, and naturally, Ling Rut was not happy about finishing it. But Ruan Wu, unlike him, was not a lone wolf, but had brought together those few students who were the most talented in the entire 100 Days district to form a squad of 5. Apart from Ruan Wu, the other 4 were also all martial artists in the first grade. The strongest had penetrated the Han Tien Lung Meridian, and the worst was only 1 point away from breaking through. In this situation, Ling Rut couldn't fight at all, and was directly taken down, and had all the chips on his body taken away. Thousands of points, just gone. The exasperated Ling Rut headed towards the third egg spot after he ran away. He wanted to find Zhongli. If there was anyone who could educate these few people, in his opinion, the only one in the entire Ohio district students was Zhongli, and I don't know if it was on purpose, or if they were also going to the third egg spot, but Ruan Wu and the 5 of them followed Ling Rut all the way. Ling Rut was having a hard time killing 2 demonic beasts, and they came out to rob them. At the back Ling Rut directly gave up, lying flat, and not rushing at night, so he just lay down on the grass and sleep, letting those 5 people help him stand guard and keep watch. Wait until the next day when you have more energy before you start looking for Zhongli. Zhongli, Zhongli, where are you? If you were there, these pussies would never be able to be arrogant. Ling Rut muttered as he searched for Zhongli in the mountains. Not far behind him followed Nguyen Vu, with purple hair and a hipster suit. Nguyen Vu also wore a mask and looked just like the assassin. Nguyen Luck 7, Ruan Wu's teammate beside him. Dang Ling asked in a low voice, Brother Wu. This guy wouldn't have given up on himself, would he? Just to drag us away from hunting. Ruan Wu, Ohio district is just a pig's head. Just follow along for a little while longer and then leave him alone. Let's go straight to egg spot number 3. My dad said that a spirit weapon would be released at egg spot number 3. I was disturbed by that demon when I was in the 100 Days district, and I didn't get it, so it's just as well to take the one in the Ohio district. It's still necessary to follow Brother Wu. If not for Brother Wu, we wouldn't have known that points could actually be exchanged for 4th grade spirit items and 3rd grade elixirs, and even just a 4th grade spirit fruit is worth more than $10 million. Nguyen Vu seemed to enjoy being bragged about. The corners of his mouth under the mask lifted up high. As long as you guys follow me around, if there's a bite of meat for me to eat, there's definitely a bite of food for you. My dad said that this is the first intensive training camp, so it will be very strong, and as long as you guys can get 30,000 points in 4 weeks' time, you'll definitely be able to get a 4th grade spirit item. Dang Ling's eyes flickered. Really, Brother Wu? Then we need to grab a few more Ohio district students. It's all their fault for letting over a demon, or else we'd be making smoother progress than we are now. Nguyen Vu thought so. Point taken. Then let's ignore this dumbass in front of us. Go take egg spot number 3. And then grab a couple of Ohio sector assholes. Aha! Just as they were discussing the matter, suddenly a mournful pig's squeal resounded through the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, the 5 felt the earth tremble, as if something huge was running. What the hell? Dang Ling looked straight ahead with big copper bell eyes. Takeshi, pig. When Wan Wu took a look, it was really a pig, and it was huge, more than 4 meters tall, definitely 2nd grade. There were over 1,000 points for killing a head, which was dozens of times that of a 1st grade demonic beast. Together. Chapter 46. I thought you were dogs, but I didn't realize you were rats. Ruan Wu was confident in his own strength. His green character 9 strikes and city character 18 breaks were 3rd grade martial arts. Not only did they contain the use of concealed weapons, light footwork and even hammering techniques. That's right, the green character 9 strikes was a method of using concealed weapons, while the city character 18 breaks was a hammer method. This thing to say a little bit, not to speak of martial arts virtue. The green word 9 dozen is a sneak attack to throw a hidden weapon. The green bee nail is the 4th of them. The rest of the iron linden and iron lotus seed, running the chi and blood in the case of the speed and attack power of the hidden weapon will be greatly increased, and even briefly control the trajectory of the hidden weapon. There is so much a little bit of the meaning of the imperial weapon. And the Shingo 18 breaks is when you get in close and pull out a short hammer to attack. At first glance, this martial art can be fought regardless of whether it is a long-distance attack or a melee battle. But when you think about it, this thing is a full-on rogue's landlord style of fighting. Throwing concealed weapons from a distance, and swinging a hammer to fuck people when they get close. What's the difference between this and the fighting style of a punk gangster? At the moment, Ruanwu was the one who threw the concealed weapon Iron Lotus Seed first. This kind of concealed weapon was relatively large, and it was most suitable for attacking this kind of large-sized demonic beast. The Iron Lotus Seed attached with chi and blood directly dry-blinded the eyes of this second-grade Boar King. Then the other four flew up and launched attacks with their respective martial arts. Ruanwu, on the other hand, ran his light energy to the top of that Boar King, and smashed down the armor breaking in the Hammer City character 18 breaks, directly hammering and shattering the canopy of the second-ranked Boar King, and it didn't take much time for this Boar King to fall to the ground and not be able to stand up. Deng Ling said in a teary voice while Brother Wu is so powerful. Even the second-grade demonic beasts are not your match. So easily taken out when Ruanwu was complimented by the girls, he couldn't wait for his chin to raise to the sky. That is, the mask covered his face. Otherwise the corners of this mouth must be harder to press than even AK. At that moment another teammate frowned and fumbled with the Boar King's body. Brother Wu, there's something wrong with this demonic beast. The bones on its body are almost cracked, and it's almost covered in injuries. Deng Ling's voice became more whiny. Brother Wu, your city character 18 breaks are getting stronger and stronger. You actually hit a second-grade demonic beast with a single hammer and severely injured its body, cracking its bones. Nguyenvu was slapped all over his body at the moment to soothe him, and the frowning teammate named Shirkai hesitated for a moment, but still said, Wu, it's not like that hammer of yours could have caused this. The state of this Boar King was very wrong. How could it be possible to just smash its head as if it had been hit by a large truck all over its body? There should be a second-grade demonic beast. We have to prepare in advance. The one that can make the second-grade Boar King escape must be a stronger demonic beast. Ruanwu's expression pulled down for a moment, and Deng Ling glared angrily at Shirkai when she saw it. You're a stonehead. You've got eyes and you don't know what you're talking about. Brother Wu is so strong. How could this not be a fight from Brother Wu? As soon as Tang Ling's words fell, Jiang Li's voice rang out. It's true that he didn't hit it. A few people turned around at the sound and saw Jiang Li, and not far away Ling Rut, who had seen the second-grade demonic beast ready to run away, ran back and cried and hugged on Jiang Li. Li, finally, I've found you. Jiang Li pulled him away with a disgusted look on his face. Don't get tears on me. I just washed them last night. Ling Rut pointed to Ruanwu's team. You don't know. The 100 Days District's people came to our place. Even if they robbed resources, they also robbed. All of my chips have been snatched by these dogs from the 100 Days District. The word dog made Tang Ling explode. Says whoever the dog is. The pig-headed one from the Ohio District. This is a trial zone, and it's all about the weak and the strong, and the winner is the king. The instructors all agreed that we were competitive with each other and that if you couldn't beat them, don't call them dish, just go back and practice more. Jiang Li looked at the small girl who was petite and had a sweet and cute look, but spoke relentlessly and poked straight to the heart, and looked up and down for a few moments. Who's the chihuahua that got out? Deng Ling's eyes widened. You. Jiang Li waved his hand. I don't care if you rob him or not. He's not paying me protection money. I care about this pig. This is my pig. Who told you to kill him? Just half an hour ago. Jiang Li found Piggy ready to let Piggy bump into him again, stacking the layers of the Gangjin forging body technique. As a result, Piggy ran away crying after half an hour of crashing. Not only did he not give Jiang Li a crash, but he also crashed himself half to death. If you can't beat it, you can't run away. As a result of this run, he met Nguyenvu and lost his life. The team member named Shirkai's pupils shrunk when he heard that it was Jiang Li's prey, looked at the pig, and looked at Jiang Li who was unharmed. He was also engaged in horizontal training, and it was impossible for even a first-grade upper martial artist to beat a second-grade demon beast by himself. And this person in front of him had not only fought off the second-grade demonic beast, he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. Shirkai immediately recognized that Jiang Li couldn't be messed with, but Ruanwu didn't. Nguyenvu stepped right up and said, what's your prey? Into my hands. What I kill? That's mine. Just now, this stupid pig called you Li brother. You are better than him, right? Can go to this body chip must be a lot. Be a good boy and hand it over, so you don't have to take a beating like this stupid, uneducated pig. Shirkai wanted to remind Ruanwu, but just now his words had made Ruanwu lose face, and when he saw that he wanted to go forward, Deng Ling directly blocked his way up. Shikai. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes slightly and opened his mouth and said to Lingjia, when you get your chip back, give me half. Ling Rut knows it's a sure thing when he hears this, yes. Wenvu on the other side of the room laughed out loud when he heard it. Did you hear that? He said he was going to take that stupid chip back. Ha ha ha, that cracked me up. Who gave him the courage? Even if you're strong alone. What about the 5 of me? The 5 strongest people in the 100 Days district. Do you understand what the gold content is? I don't even bother to say anything more to a dumbass like you who can't tell the difference between a big and a small king. Wenvu isn't pure stupidity. He's making a big deal out of this to cover up his actions. While he was spewing trash talk, he had already touched 4 green bee nails in his hand, and as he was nearing the end of his speech, the 4 green bee nails shot towards Zhongli. The green bee nails that flew in the air with a sharp green color were really like 4 highly poisonous green bees that stung on a person's body as a bloody hole. The green character 9 strikes is about striking both the vitals, but the bottom line here is that it can't be fatal. So Wanwu's green bee nail wasn't quenched with poison nor was it struck towards the vitals. Zhongli stood still and watched as the 4 green bee nails hit his body before making a tinkling sound and falling to the ground. Zhongli's eyes first swept Wanwu, then looked at the green bee nails on the ground, and his eyes vividly displayed 2 words. That's it? I thought you were dogs, but I didn't realize I was wrong about you. You like to play such underhanded tactics, so you're rats. You shouldn't have stayed in the 100th district. You should have stayed in the sub-district. Wanwu's face darkened. Those like him who played with concealed weapons were most jealous of people calling them rats. Obviously they are all martial arts. Those who use fast swords are concerned about preemptive strikes. Those who use guns are concerned about an inch long and an inch strong. How come they can't sneak up on them and they are called rats? Those 2 words are really hard to hear. Come to die. Now that he's been exposed. He's not closing his hand. He was wearing one of those big jackets with a hood that looked kind of nice like that trendy clothing that's popular right now. But the clothes that Wanwu wore was not just for looks. It was a customized costume that his father had given him according to his requirements, which was waterproof, fireproof, corrosion-proof, thorn-proof, and crucially, loaded with a large number of concealed weapons inside. Wanwu was also indeed a concealed weapon genius, and unusual people could not see when his hand pulled out the concealed weapon in his clothes. Moreover, the hidden weapons he threw collided with each other and could hit the enemy from multiple angles. At this moment, Zhongli felt that he was surrounded by concealed weapons from all sides, and all of them were conical concealed weapons, pointing at various acupoints on his body. Wanwu was truly skilled. Recognizing that Zhongli was a horizontal martial artist, the first thing he did was to use the armor-breaking cone and then look for Zhongli's cover, or weakness. In his hard skills, a lot of horizontal training techniques that are not practiced properly are having a hooded door, like the simplest iron cloth shirt. All the martial artists who did not enter the grade could only practice the upper body, and only after the first grade of martial artists could they refine the iron pants. Unfortunately, even though the Gangjin forging technique practiced by Zhongli had great side effects, it was still a 3rd grade martial art, and it really didn't have a fucking cover. As long as stacked to 99 layers, small success. A transport of power. The whole body skin epidermis is a one-piece iron plate. Even the egg skins are as hard as steel plates. The sound of clanking iron kept coming. And Zhongli crooked his neck. That's it? Wenvu has a dark look on his face. Coat of a pussy horizontal training martial artist in front of me. Still pretend up. Today not to break your defense. This city word 18 broken is considered to be practiced in vain. Together, Ling Rut had extra trust in Zhongli. After all, that was the ruthless person who faced hundreds of beasts and dared to challenge the 2nd grade demonic beasts alone. He ducked right out of the way to be a squirter. I thought you were going to fight one-on-one, but I didn't realize it was still a group fight. I wasn't wrong to say you're a rat. As soon as the words fell, Wanwu struck a green bee nail directly at Ling Rut, who had been beaten up by them yesterday, and was himself suffering from injuries. Realizing it, his body couldn't keep up and was hit directly in the shoulder by the spike. Wanwu snorted. I think you're the one who should come to the 100 Days district. This lickspittle makes you. Zhongli frowned, hitting the person who paid him protection money in front of him. Zhongli directly operated the steps of the Sword of Wisdom spectrum, bringing up a trail of residual shadows as he walked, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wanwu. Wanwu, who also practiced the 3rd grade martial arts, although he also had light footwork paired with concealed weapons, it was simply not as fast as the light footwork paired with the sword script of the wise evil. After all, the green word 9 doesn't city word 18 broken this kind of martial arts and no side effects. How to compare to cut Koan also to practice the ruthless. Wanwu saw that Zhongli actually took the initiative to go forward. His speed was also thief fast, and the weirdness of his footwork even surpassed him as a person who used concealed weapons. Hurriedly also began to use the light power, but the result is not fast enough. Not to mention to shake off Zhongli, even pull away in Zhongli, and the distance between them cannot be done directly by Zhongli pasted the face to a slap. This time, Zhongli was a bit angry, so he used a third of his strength, and as a result, he slapped Ruan Wu and sent him flying. However, it was good that he was also a first-grade medium martial artist, not much worse than him in terms of chi and blood cultivation, so he wasn't directly smacked unconscious. Zhongli raised his eyebrows slightly. You've got thicker skin than you look. Wenwu got up from the ground. His whole body was dazed. He was an assassin, and he actually lost in speed to a cross-trained fool. What made him even more angry was that Zhongli was standing in the circle of Tangling, Shi Kai and the four of them, and as a result, these four people just watched him being jerked away. You guys are watching the show. Hit him. Shi Kai, aren't you also a cross-trainer? Hammer him. Shi Kai was a fierce man who could rival Zhongli's current state of muscularity, pulling away from his stance, obviously learning boxing. It looks like a Baji Quan style, with good use of elbow strikes. After his move of centering elbow on top, he realized that he could not break Zhongli's defense at all. It was as if he was on top of a steel plate. Behind her, Dangling practiced legwork, not to mention being small, but she was able to kick Zhongli in the back of the head. It's a vital part. Zhongli slapped Shi Kai back with a palm, and immediately after, no one could see how he got out of the sword, only to see Tangling covering his back heel and falling to the ground howling in pain. Asshole! My hamstring! I'm going to sue you! Zhongli looked at her coldly. If that kick of yours had materialized, I'd have been a fool if not dead. I'm a girl. Why are you so serious with a girl? I didn't really kick it up. Are you a man? So small-minded. Ah! Zhongli was the most diabolical to listen to this stuff and slapped her up, directly smashing her mouth. Fighting is allowed in the trial zone, and it's permitted as long as you don't die. You're boxing with me in a place like this with a mud horse. Break! A vicious wind whistled from behind Zhongli. It was Ruan Wu's city character 18 breaks. His short hammer was not an ordinary weapon but a spirit weapon. The reason why he was able to easily hammer through the brain of a second-grade demonic beast was because that short hammer of his was crafted from the palm bone of a fourth-grade demonic bear whose innate talent was armor breaking. As long as it was a body-increased type demonic beast, the higher the grade, the more the body parts that the innate talent changed when they died would leave behind some of the characteristics they had in life. For example, the fourth-grade demon bear that was the source of the weapon in Ruan Wu's hand. The innate talent was that its pair of bear paws had a special armor-breaking effect, and it could ignore defense to a certain extent when slapped on a cross-trained martial artist. After his death, the bones of the bear's paw are removed and forged into a weapon, which will possess some of the characteristics. Using it in conjunction with a martial art will amplify this part of the trait. Therefore, Ruan Wu was especially confident that as long as he could hammer on Zhongli, whatever horizontal martial artist he was, he would have to die. Boo! He hit it, but at the same time Zhongli reached out and pressed down on Dangling's body. Dangling hadn't understood why Zhongli still wanted to play hooligan with her at this kind of time. Suddenly her chest sunk in, as if a heavy hammer had hit her. Dangling puffed a mouthful of blood and sprayed it out. Half her sternum was hammered away along with half her lung. Ruan Wu looked at the unharmed Zhongli, and then at the severely injured Dangling. The man was dumbfounded. Didn't I hammer you? He knew Tangling's state all too well. It was exactly the phenomenon that would occur after being hit by this thunder dupe boom of his, and he was more than familiar with it. But, it's Zhongli he's hitting. Nope. Ruan Wu looked at Zhongli's hand that was holding down Dangling's body and his eyes widened violently. Is it hard to be a bucket? No way. How could you? Chapter 47, My grandmother can keep up with you in a wheelchair. Zhongli smiled faintly. Dirt dog. What would I need you to know? There's only one martial art in this world that transfers power air? Ruan Wu finally got serious. This kind of martial art of transferring strength to other people had to be at least a third grade to start with. And this person in front of him must also be a genius of a certain family. Get out of the way. Don't give him a chance to touch it. After Ruan Wu shouted, Zhongli directly pressed on his face. A double peak slam slapped him with a concussion, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and he was delirious. At the rate you guys are going, my grandma could push a wheelchair and give you guys a smack in the face. After slapping Ruan Wu unconscious, Zhongli rolled over to Shi Kai and the other 3 and slapped each of them. After practicing the Gangjin forging technique, his body was the best and hardest weapon. One person slapped all of them. Zhongli greeted Ling Rut. Over here, tie them all up and scavenge all their chips. The rest of the time you have a grudge and a grudge. Ling Rut trotted over and collected all their chips. Ling Rut from which only point out 2,000 points of the chip put away. He actually should take nearly 3,000. But hold the thigh should have a hold thigh subzi. All the rest went to Zhongli. Ling Rut smiled as he walked up to these 5 people. Call me an Ohio District piggyback. Right? Say I like being a lickspittle. Right. Today I'll show you guys who beat me up what's wrong with being a dog. Ling Rut swung down slap after slap, giving Ruan Wu, Shi Kai and the others a bruised and swollen nose. At this time, Zhongli finished counting the chip points and the total was 13,300,000 points. Zhang Li was disappointed and kicked Dang Ling in the face. That's all? Are you guys working hard or not? Barking so aggressively when you bark, and this is the result? You guys are still learning from others to come out as villains. Robbery? Garbage. Dang Ling had just taken a healing elixir, and at this time she was vomiting blood again, pointing accusingly at Ruan Wu, and speaking indistinctly with her slapped mouth. He's the boss. Why are you kicking me? Zhang Li kicked again. He's not as angry as you. Zhang Li's foot was heavy, and after kicking them one by one, he directly kicked them all into unconsciousness. Finished, Zhang Li walked over to Piggy and sighed lightly. Why bother? Then bump me. Not good. At least can still live for a while more. Have to find this dead. Shaking his head, he sliced open Piggy's body and removed the chip worth 1,800 points, throwing it into his backpack. At the moment, his points were up to 20,000. Rubbing the blood from his shoes on the gang, Zhang Li continued to look for the next second-grade demonic beast to refine the Gung Jin forging body technique. And this time, Ling Rut said anything to team up with Zhang Li and never separate again. Are you sure? Following me would be exhausting. The more tired you are, the more rewarding it is. I won't leave this time even if I'm exhausted. Zhang Li looked at his serious and dog-licking appearance. Okay, let's go. Same as before. Whoever kills is who. Touché. Zhang Li then found another second-grade demonic beast, or a tusked boar. Zhang Li named him Piggy 2. Piggy no. 2 then worked much harder than those few trash. Even though all of the first-rate small boars under his command were all taken out by Ling Rut, he still persistently chased after Zhang Li and arched over him. For the remaining 2 days, Ling Rut was responsible for seducing the demonic beasts to Zhang Li's location, and then they would work together to solve the demonic beasts while Zhang Li practiced martial arts to gain points. Because of the need to practice martial arts and also juggle the acquisition of points, Zhang Li didn't go looking for the third egg spot for the time being and instead spent all his time here. 2 days had allowed him to successfully stack the Gangjin body forging technique to 199 layers, which was considered the first layer of the realm copper skin realm to be a great success. 3 days to achieve great success. No one had been able to do it since the military bigwigs created this martial art, and at the same time, because the 7 days were up, it triggered the military's anti-addiction mechanism, forcing all those still in the trial zone to be kicked out, and to take at least a full day's rest before re-entering. Every week, it just so happened that Zhang Li was also almost done with all the metal products. First the tin cans, then the iron casing of the flashlight. Anything that had anything to do with metal, he ate it clean. If you want to keep practicing, you'll have to quit too. When he and Ling Rut left from the trial area, they re-entered the base's preparation area, which was the soldier field. Zhang Li realized that almost everyone was staring at the two of them and couldn't help but feel a little strange. I know we're a little unkempt, but they look about the same. What's with the look? Ling Rut's eyes were sharp enough to see that there was a large screen on the wall more than before they came in, showing everyone's point ranking. Even if he didn't count the chips and only counted the points that could be recognized, Zhang Li was far ahead at the moment, firmly occupying the first position with 5,000 points. In second place was Ling Rut with 4,000 points. The third one was actually Zhang Chong, the brother of the mobster who was beaten up by Zhang Li, with 3,800 points. Then pull back until more than 50 to see the ranking of Ruan Wu in a few of them. There is no way. The injury is too serious. Wait to recover again. Even if the strength to go to the robbery will not have the opportunity to pull up the points. On the contrary, after Zhang Chong was beaten up, because of the calm and collected command response when he encountered Huangshi at night, he made the originally fragmented team cohesive again. And after the merger of the 100 Days District into the Hay District, this gang of theirs was even more directly transformed into the Hay District Bandits, specializing in robbing the students of the 100 Days District, and hard to pull the points up to the third place. The rankings not only had names, but also personal avatars, and even though Zhang Li was a bit scruffier now, he still made all the students in the soldiers field recognize him at once. That's number 1? How did he get so many points with just a 2-man team? See, our Ohio District's people are just awesome. The dogs of the 100 Days District, the strongest ones are only worthy of ranking on the 50s. Suddenly, Zhang Chong walked towards Zhang Li from the crowd, still with his professional gang. A huge group of people walked towards Zhang Li, causing the crowd's clamor to come to a screeching halt as they nervously looked at Zhang Chong. Many people from the 100 Days District were excited. They hadn't been robbed by Zhang Chong much. As the saying goes, personal pleasure is built on the pain of others. But where there are those who have been robbed as much as they have, they're not so upset about it. However, when Zhang Chong approached Zhang Li, the Zhang Chong gang bowed in unison toward Zhang Li. Big brother. The crowd was quiet again, and everyone had the feeling that their brains were down. That ferocious bruiser actually called this man Big Brother. Zhang Li was also stunned. Don't yell. Zhang Chong took out a chip worth 1,000 points and handed it to Zhang Li. Instead of encountering you being robbed again later on, It's better to go up in time and confess to your big brother. Zhongli and Ling Rud exchanged glances and couldn't help but nod their heads. This guy has a lot of promise. Chapter 48, 4th grade Spirit Marrow only costs 30,000 points? There's no limit on purchases yet. Is that a good thing? I'll go. Even the Zhang Chong gang had to recognize them as big brothers? It can't be that this guy's points were also robbed. Right. That's why the points are so high. Who makes people strong? Just like those 5 dogs in the 100 Days district. Hey, when can we civilian geniuses stand up? Fart. Are you guys stupid? A single person killing a demonic beast is the only way to get points directly. The points don't increase when there are multiple people at the same time. You can only rely on the chip to recognize the points. He has so many official points. How can he rely purely on robbery? No matter if they say he relies on robbery or if they say he really relies on strength. Zhongli doesn't pay attention to those idle words. He has no shame in his heart. People pay protection money for peace of mind. Why shouldn't he take it? I'll take this credit. And you can come to me when you can't beat them, like the ones in the 100 Days district. Zhongli pointed down to Ruan Wu and the others in the 100 Days district, and Zhang Chong was instantly shocked. They had also encountered these 5 people, but because of their large numbers, they had not been robbed successfully, but they did recognize the strength of the other party, which was really strong. Only it was no stronger than Zhang Li's 1 through 28 record. I didn't realize that these geniuses of the 100 Days district were also fucked by Zhongli. Zhongli? This master is really only playing high-end games. In this ordinary geniuses simply cannot touch his ass. Zhang Chong was now glad that he had made his confession in time. 1,000 points was just the amount of points they would get if they robbed a few people, but it was well worth it to gain Zhang Li's shelter. Don't have to worry about the 5 guys from Guinvu in the 100 Days district. Thank you, big brother. Zhongli waved his hand and led Ling Rut to the original weapons area. That place is now converted to a points certification area. The points would only be recorded accurately when there was no second person and the individual killed the demonic beast, while the presence of a second person would need to rely on the point chip inside the demonic beast to authenticate the points. Zhongli dumped a backpack full of integral chips on his desk, and the soldiers in charge of authentication looked confused. So much. The soldiers all wondered if Zhongli had found the logistics department's warehouse and stolen the points chips from it. Although he was puzzled, he still authenticated his points for Zhongli, and soon Zhang Li's new points appeared. The students in the room looked at the points on the big screen and everyone was numb. 23, 245, 23, 000 plus. I deserve to die. What kind of pervert is this? It's not like all the high-end demonic beasts were killed by him, right? Zhongli ignored the monkey calls behind him and asked the question he most wanted to ask: what can points be exchanged for? The certified soldier shook his head. I'm not in charge of this. See the line over there? That's the points exchange office. Just go over there. Zhongli thanked him and turned around to walk towards the exchange office. When the students who were still lining up before saw him coming over, they looked at the points on the big screen and then looked at Zhongli, and they all made way for him. Hell knows if this guy has a good temper. If he's like those 5 dogs in the 100 Days district, not to mention bad-tempered, but also careful, then it's over. If you offend him at this time, you will be robbed by him when you enter the trial area. Zhongli, however, surprised them by being very polite and saying thank you to every student who gave way. It would have been a normal question of politeness, but the student who had been told thank you felt inexplicably agitated. Whoopi, did you hear that? He said thank you to me. The big brother with the most points said thank you to me. He's too polite for that. Such a talent deserves to be number 1. The 5 dogs in the 100 Days district in the end cannot die a death. Zhongli quickly reached the front of the line and then saw the full picture of the exchange office. There are 10 windows, each with a 2-way screen computer, where students can redeem their points for merchandise through the computer in front of them, and then the quartermaster in the exchange office will see the redeemed merchandise through the computer screen inside, and he will pick it up and hand it to the student. Zhongli used the badge to unlock the goods he could exchange, the cheapest being various foodstuffs and camping equipment such as tents and things like that. That means you can eat and sleep well the second time you enter the trial zone as long as you don't skimp on points. The next is the military version of the chi gathering pill that is redeemable for 50 points. If a normal student can get 300 points out of 5 days, they can take 2 days off and use the military version of the chi gathering pill to speed up their cultivation progress. And the extra can be used for cultivation after entering the trial area in the next week. Battles involving life and death were the things that could most enhance one's strength. And after the 5 days of battles were over, taking 2 days to recuperate, digesting the battle experience, and boosting one's chi and blood was the most appropriate development route for the lowest-end ordinary geniuses in the design of the training camp. By the time the month-long intensive training camp was over, these students who might have only broken through 1 to 2 acupoints after spending a month at the school would be able to break through at least 5 to 6 acupoints, and that was still the worst of the predicted results. As for the geniuses in the middle tier, they received even more points and could choose 100 points apiece for the first grade upper elixir, the barrier-breaking elixir exclusively provided by the military. It is a great enhancement for boosting chi and blood and impacting acupoints. The medicinal effect was stronger, but the side effects were still weakened compared to the military version of the chi-gathering pill, which was a more advanced elixir. On top of that, middle-tier geniuses who don't have a family martial art, or who only have one martial art that they want to expand, a month's time would also definitely be able to gather 5,000 points to exchange for a second-grade martial art. Although the military martial arts are often accompanied by certain side effects, but the cultivation speed, good effect, this is also an indisputable fact. For the rapid cultivation of talent has a great role, and like the geniuses at the highest tier, then they could make an impact to get 30,000 points in 3 months' time, redeeming a third-grade elixir that had a chance of being able to impact to a second-grade martial artist, or a fourth-grade spirit marrow, which was 30,000 points for both of them. On top of that there was the third-grade martial arts, which was also 30,000 points. Zhongli looked at the fourth-grade spirit marrow and gulped. Even he would covet this thing, because the introduction of this thing was saying that as long as it was paid in multiple installments, it would definitely allow him to advance to a second-grade martial artist within this month's time. If someone wasn't afraid of the medicinal power holding them up to pay for it in their own breath, as long as they didn't die, they would even be able to become a second-grade martial artist in a short period of time. Before fighting the demon tribe territory there is really a warrior. Cannot care so much? A mouthful of swallowing, although the medicine is fast to blow up their own, but still held up not dead, directly through a meridian. Strength increased greatly. Is this kind of side effect a big deal to Zhongli? No wonder that gang of people grabbed their heads and wanted to come in. A fourth-grade spirit that directly elevated to a second-grade martial artist. This must not be sold for tens of millions of dollars outside. True to form, the intensity of the first set is really fierce, and Zhongli noticed that there was no purchase restriction policy on this thing. It seems to think it's impossible for someone to manage to gather 60,000 points and buy 2 copies in a month's time. So there's no limit on a person buying 2 copies at all. That means with a little effort you can buy 2 copies of a spirit that would take tens of millions of dollars to buy outside? And that's a good thing. Chapter 49, Any Unreasonable Rule Has an Outrageous Story. The quartermaster looked at Zhongli's points and froze slightly. This was only the first week and he had more than 20,000 points. Given another week wouldn't he be able to redeem the spirit marrow immediately? Zhongli didn't hesitate to buy the copper pills, iron pills, silver pills and gold pills to be used for the Gung Gene forging technique first after he figured it out. The first 3 correspond to skin, sinews and bones respectively, and the last type of gold is relatively soft in texture and well suited for the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Just so far, no one has practiced to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and at most, they dare not practice to the bones, so the golden pills are available, but the inventory is not very large. Zhongli then directly emptied his inventory of gold pills and only spent 2,000 points on 100 of them. This stuff is supposed to be extra cheap because no one buys it. No kidding, buying it and going out and refining the gold out of the pills could make a small fortune, but it's doubtful any genius would come up with such an idea. The rest are even cheaper. Copper pills are 5 points apiece, iron pills are 3 points apiece, and silver is 10 points. Yes, copper is much more expensive than iron these days. 100 pills of each. Enough for Zhongli to use for a long time. In total, it cost 3,800 points. In the end, Zhongli spent 2,000 points to buy 20 barrier-breaking pills, enough for him to cultivate for 2 days, but nothing else, saving up his points to buy spirit marrow. Ling Rut borrowed Zhongli's light and soon also looked at the convertible things. Then ruthless people like him did not buy anything at all, pulling Jiang Li to say, brother, we must save up 30,000 points as soon as possible in the next period of time. Why don't you take a break and get right to it? I'm not tired at all. Zhongli smacked his lips. Born with a cow and horse holy body IU. If you are willing to suffer, there will be endless suffering waiting for you next. Go back and rest for a day properly, and go in again tomorrow. Even if you want to save points you don't have to fight so hard. It's not that bad. After saying that, Zhongli went straight back to the dormitory. These days he didn't sleep much. Although he wasn't so afraid of being attacked at night after learning the Genjin forging technique, it was still quite difficult. I went back to the dormitory for a good wash, a shave, a cafeteria meal, and then a nice nap. During these 3 days, Huangshi was finally considered to have been captured. Even if she was more cunning, ultimately, her strength was not up to the level of being able to dry out a third-grade martial artist. Only instead of being killed, Huangshi was even fed. After a meeting, Barangay's superiors and the leaders of the Ministry of Education unanimously passed an opinion that they had done a poor job in this demon incident and had to rectify the situation accordingly. For new recruits, the rescue mechanism of the badge is sufficient, and after all, the new recruits had been trained and also divided into squads ahead of time, and a team of a dozen or so would not have too much of a problem even if there was a demonic incident. But the students were not trained in advance and there was no mandatory teaming. After this, the camp would start a week earlier, during which time the students would be trained for a week like new recruits, and then assigned to teams on a mandatory basis. There were many more besides, and this meeting went on for a long time. In a nutshell, there is an outrageous story behind any unreasonable regulation. It was like how the rule of providing good meals as much as possible and absolutely not allowing anyone to eat the meat of demonic beasts in every yearly training set after that came into being. There's also the subsequent issue of students not understanding that their heads are full of surveillance, which was also added because of this demon incident. While there is no privacy and you have to be surrounded by a bunch of backstage soldiers at night to hand punch, it avoids unexpected demon attacks and makes it easy to monitor all sorts of unforeseen circumstances. There was also one thing that was most incomprehensible to the students who participated in the training camp in the later sessions. The 30,000 points of spiritual objects were actually still limited to purchase. It's good enough to get 30,000 points. Who the hell is so awesome that they can buy several times? This one, too, came up at the end of this intensive training camp, but not now when the military and the Ministry of Education met to discuss it. The last of these is the one that annoys the students involved in the intensive camp behind the scenes the most. In this first training session that Zhongli participated in, the original plan was to have the highest ranking points of all the regions in the last week to come together for a big match, in advance for the college entrance exams to preheat a heat. But that original plan was cancelled when Huang Shi showed up. The military, despite the protests of the Ministry of Education, has created a new program. Let the students with the highest points participate directly in this race to hunt down the demon. Students with low points are also required to participate in the race to hunt down demons of lower grades. And for the sake of the future flowers of the motherland, the military pays to bring in demons of lower grades. The military said the students performed too poorly in dealing with the demons. Being killed is certainly heartbreaking, but by analyzing the way they stood against the demons when they died, it's clear that they were defenseless and even filled with curiosity to see if someone was wearing a fury costume and cozying up to the monkey lady. This made the military feel the need to teach the students a lesson. The more people die because of demons, the more students should be pushed to recognize them, understand them and how to track and kill them. That's why Barangay's leader ordered the base to start training Huang Shi, at least to the level of a second-grade demon, in order to achieve the purpose of education for that group of high-point geniuses. As for the students with fewer points, the military will urgently bring in a large number of unqualified demons to do the teaching in the remaining 2 weeks. There were definitely a lot of criminals who wanted to go out of their way in this world, and with chivalry breaking the ban with martial arts, the world would only become more chaotic. So there were quite a few thoroughly demonized martial artists who were desperate to take risks, and because of their characteristic of not being able to regain their sanity after being thoroughly demonized, they could only be killed, with no extra value. Now it has found new value for these demons as teaching aids. More students should be made aware of the demoniacs and refuse to be demonized and turn into crazy batches no matter what the situation is. Chapter 50, heading to egg spot number 3. Being preempted? Early the next morning, Zhongli was woken up by Ling Rut. Since this guy knew that there was a 4th grade spirit marrow that required 30,000 points, it was just like letting a dog whisk him away, and he had to tell him during meals that it was a big waste of time to eat. So why don't you go into the trial area now and start saving up your points? Zhongli didn't even know how many times he had pushed this guy's head away. Fuck you, brother. The dogs in the 100 Days district have all rolled away. It should be that the demonic man has been captured. We have no more competitors. Saving up to 30,000 points has become easier. Zhongli's eyes widened. Caught? He had been busy cultivating for the past 2 days, and he had wanted to see how far Huang Shi could go, so he had moved her out and hadn't looked at her state. This bitch actually got caught? Is this a good use of the light? Zhongli hurriedly designated Huang Shi as the object of side effect transfer and took a look at the, losing his mind. Eating to enhance his demonization. Are you sure she really got caught? I don't know. Anyway, everyone in the 100 Days district went back. The alarm was lifted, so I guess it was taken care of. That's strange. Huang Shi, that bitch's status didn't show that she was dead. Can it be that she acted too special and was captured as a guinea pig for research? Zhongli's first concern was whether it would be studied on his head, but thinking about it, although he and Huang Shi had their differences, they definitely didn't have half the interactions that could cause her to demonize. This world of China is also full of cameras. It is very easy to check a person's whereabouts. There are even cameras specifically for martial artists. That shooting speed. Absolute. Even the best 4th grade martial artist with the best light skills would be photographed clearly, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. The power of the system wasn't something these natives could understand. Thinking about this, Zhongli put his heart down. After gathering himself, he re-entered the Ohio trials area with Ling Rut. This time, he was going to stack the layers of the Gangjin forging body technique while taking points. He decided to lure a large number of demonic beasts at once, and then let the demonic beasts besiege him, constantly attacking him, crashing a batch to death and the next batch topping up at any time, forming an assembly line operation. After all, since there was no limit on the purchase of that 4th grade spirit marrow, one would definitely have to buy as much as they could. There was also that 3rd grade elixir, which could be bought just as well as long as there were enough points. Now Zhongli is instead a little worried that the demonic beasts in the Ohio trials area are not quite enough. Because he wanted to reach this new plan of his, Zhongli decided to quickly head to egg point 3 to get egg point 3 and then return to kill the demonic beasts near egg point 2, using his blood chi to attract a large number of demonic beasts to arrive. On the third side, although the quality of the demonic beasts had improved, they were all of the 1st grade, and they could still encounter 2nd grade demonic beasts. But there are too few proficiencies. As long as he was able to kill all the 1st ranked and unranked demonic beasts near the number 2 egg spot, he could immediately return to the number 3 side to kill the remaining demonic beasts. After all, the demonic beasts in the vicinity of the 3rd egg spot were all very strong, and no one could touch them at all unless they gathered a lot of people like Zheng Chong did. But accordingly it's not very cost effective. You have to share the points of a 1st grade demonic beast among many people. How much can one person share? Zhongli traveled day and month, and although the 3rd egg point was far away, with the corresponding light power paired with the Sword of Wisdom spectrum, it only took him half a day to arrive at the location where the 3rd egg point was located. As for Ling Rut, the guy was paralyzed with exhaustion halfway through the run, so Zhongli just let him stay and recuperate. After the rest was over, start killing the demonic beasts early, then use the blood chi produced by the demonic beast corpses to attract the arrival of the demonic beasts. When he returns, it's just time to start planning. This would be where egg spot number 3 is located. After looking at the map in his hand and confirming that he hadn't gone in the wrong direction, Zhongli raised his head to look at the lake in front of him. This place was considered the very center of the entire Ohio trial zone. At the very edge of the trial area and where the demonic beasts were of the lowest grade was the high wall separating the area. And every time they went a little deeper in, the strength of the demonic beasts would rise a little. The location of the 3rd colored egg spot was the center of the entire area, and it was also the place where the demonic beasts were the strongest. Just as Zhongli was about to start searching for the demonic beasts, he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting and the hissing of the demonic beasts. Someone actually beat me to it? Zhongli frowned. It couldn't be. The strongest individual strengths in the Ohio trial zone were him and Ling Rut, and the strongest when it came to team fighting was Zheng Chang's gang. Other than that it was all dirt. How could someone get to egg spot 3 before he did? Zhongli quietly felt his way towards the source of the sound, and behind a small slope, he found 18 students who were fighting a 2nd grade medium tusk boar. This piggyback 3-0 was quite terrifying, standing at 6 meters tall, with a big bladder that looked to be bigger than a truck. Charging up, those 18 students couldn't resist at all, and could only scatter in all directions. Zhongli actually saw an acquaintance. Yun Lang. Why is he here? Zhongli didn't even see his teammates who were supposed to be with Yun Lang, Gao Chan and Jin Hong. After looking at it for a while, Zhongli realized that these 18 people didn't seem to be here to kill this 2nd grade medium demon beast, but rather they wanted the 3rd colored egg guarded by this pig demon. That's why they hadn't been attacking and were constantly pulling on the pig demon in an attempt to bring him out. A skinny student had been wandering in the outermost periphery, with a flexible figure, and it seemed that he was a martial artist who specialized in practicing light kung fu. Unsurprisingly, he's supposed to be the linchpin of the operation, and he's in charge of stealing egg number 3. Seeing this, Zhongli understood. He just didn't understand what kind of opportunity could make this group of students who looked at each other as complete strangers to each other gather together to steal the egg in the most dangerous center of this trial area. However, Zhongli didn't bother to ask why, because the gang's actions were successful, and the pig demon was about to be pulled out. Once it's pulled out, that little man will surely steal the egg from egg spot number 3 right away. What kind of help is this? How can you steal from him in his house? Zhongli walked out, brightly, as if he had actually returned to his home. Yun Lang, who knew Zhongli, saw him first, and his eyes moved slightly, as if he had wanted to say something, but then became determined and shouted at the others, "Someone's sneaking up on us." The others immediately saw Zhongli because of this voice, and their eyes did not look very friendly. A boy with a short ponytail stared viciously at him. Egg number 1. Egg number 2. You've taken enough. It's time to leave something for someone else. 2. This trial area is not open for you alone. The other short-inch boy also looked at him angrily. If you dare to make a move, we'll immediately give up and turn our heads to surround you. Don't blame us. You're the one who didn't speak martial arts first. Jiangli slightly tilted his head. Strange. Isn't the military set up that way to say that if you're good, you'll get a better deal and become better? I didn't say you weren't allowed to compete at the other 2 egg spots. It's just that you didn't know where they were when I arrived. So I couldn't just remind you that I was going to get the egg and then wait for you to come over and then compete with you on a level playing field. Could I? Yunlang stared at Jiangli. You're right. So we accept your competition. If you're up to it, try to come and grab it with the 18 of us. This isn't the 12th middle school in Sanshan City. And those present aren't that bunch of students who don't enter the grade. We're all first grade martial artists per capita. So I'd advise you not to be too confident. Jiangli. Chapter 51, The rat who uses underhanded tactics will be crushed. Oh, I just have one question. How did you guys get together? Jiangli asked out curiously, his entire state showing particular ease. This made a few people on the scene even more upset. Yunlang directly disliked. We don't have to talk to you. But another straight-talking buddy backhanded Yunlang in the face. After all, there were so many people and they all had different personalities. If it wasn't for Ruanwu telling us that you swept all the high-end resources clean, I'm afraid that we'd still be chasing after a certain first-grade demon beast by now. You really think we're stupid? Oh, that's clear. The dissociation. It's about those 5 rats who kept staring at him yesterday, with a smile that seemed like polio at the corners of their mouths. Guess the image they wanted was that evil smile of a plotting man. It's really hard for them. After being crippled by me they start playing dirty tricks. It's really right to call them rats. What did the rats who abetted you here promise? They wouldn't have failed to mention that there's a second-grade demonic beast where you came from. Would they? It's not like you've been lulled into coming to such a dangerous place without giving you the benefit of the doubt, is it? One of the students said with a strained neck. Who says we didn't ask for favors? I took 4 barrier-breaking pills. As soon as he finished speaking, the other one's eyes widened. Why did I just take 2? Yunlang's expression was the ugliest because he hadn't asked for anything, and as soon as he heard that he could discuss Zhongli, he participated without saying a word. Looking at the different expressions of the group, Zhongli laughed out loud. It's a good show. Though, Yunlang was forcibly redeeming his honor and shouted, egg point number 1 is a pill worth millions. Egg point number 2 is a third-grade martial art. And egg point number 3 is a spiritual weapon. As long as we get our hands on it, if we use it we'll digest it internally. And if we can't use it we can sell it to him. He's offering 20 million for the spirit soldier. Zhongli was slightly surprised at what he heard. Such a big deal. And yeah, this dude must be a big one with all the dog licking around him. Okay, I've got it all figured out. So you guys can move on. Thanks to you guys, I wouldn't have known what was in egg spot number 3 otherwise. In reality, Zhongli still wasn't sure what a spirit soldier was, but since it was called so nicely and was placed at the very center, he thought it should be a good thing. Zhongli directly strutted towards the number 3 egg spot, and when those 18 people took a look, they were dumbfounded. Big brother, you don't treat us like human beings either. This contempt, no, I should say ignorance, enraged everyone. They were certainly not the strongest, but they were still upper-middle-class geniuses. Ruanwu had gathered the strongest geniuses from a full 18 high schools to discuss Zhongli, and in his anticipation, even if he couldn't play Zhongli to death, he could definitely disgust him. Anyway, he doesn't have to want this third egg. As Zhongli walked towards the colored egg, he removed the others from the side effect transfer objects, leaving Ruanwu alone. At this time, those 18 students couldn't hold their nerves and prepared to practice their respective martial arts. The little man suddenly spoke. Let's all get out of the way and see how he breaks this mid-second grade demonic beast. This is the most difficult barrier set by the military. I've asked the soldiers at the base about it. In the past, recruits had to have at least hundreds of people before they could grind down a mid-second grade demonic beast. All 18 of us in his place didn't even manage to cause him a single bit of damage. Even if he's stronger, there's no way he could have crossed a large realm to beat this mid-second grade demonic beast. Zhongli looked at the small man, who instead raised his head and proudly continued, we are the Yang plot. You are not confident. You lying Yuan Ah. I'll even make it clear that when you fight this pig demon, we'll sneak up on you. Don't you dare go on. The top ranked won't wimp out, will they? Aggressive, clumsy as hell. But, Zhongli really did walk towards the pig demon. The little man was ecstatic, unaware that he had been added to the family package. Lucky for him, he and Wenwu were the only 2 people in the package right now. As the saying goes, a gun is a gun, and he really doesn't understand that at all. The little man laughed at Zhongli's stupidity, and he was actually successful in such a simple provocation. But in the next second, when the pig demon crashed into Zhongli like a dump truck, everyone was cheering for Zhongli to be knocked away. Only the little man spewed out a mouthful of blood. Nguyen Vu from the next 100 Days district was originally synchronizing to the number 3 egg spot in their area, and as he ran, a mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out, and he flopped to the ground without uttering a single superfluous word. They should be thankful that Zhang Li's Gungjin forging technique had become a great success, stacking 199 layers. Oh, now it's 200 layers. This piggyback 3 is really giving it a go. Otherwise, it was possible for them to have all their bones shattered. Now, but only cracked bones all over the body, and then suffered serious internal injuries. That is, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels have different degrees of rupture. The problem is not big. Take medicine in time can still keep life. The other 17 people couldn't understand how this small man was injured. And even more so, they couldn't understand why Zhang Li was unharmed after being hit solidly. And on the contrary, he was more energetic. Yun Lang did know that Zhang Li was very fast, but not to this extent. A quick slap to the smaller man after being knocked off his feet? No way. I could more or less see the remnants before, but this time I couldn't even see the remnants. My eyes couldn't catch up at all? No way. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Li, who had been hit, turned his head to look at the small man who had fallen to the ground and was vomiting blood. The corner of his mouth quirked up and he slapped the pig demon on the head. Don't worry. I'll play with you when I get back. There's plenty of time. Hopefully you'll last longer than your predecessors when the time comes. With the full power of running his chi and blood to strike, the 12 tons of force gave the 6-meter tall, as if a dump truck, second-grade pig demon a staggering blow. The pig demon was blinded for a moment. What power this was! Turning around, he continued his charge towards Zhang Li and crashed again. The small man who had been helped by his companion to take the elixir and looked much more peaceful suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood on his companion's face. Let's just say that with this level of power, a small person practicing light kung fu wouldn't even last the 3rd hit. Nguyen Vu over there couldn't hold out for a 4th hit. And thanks to these two, Zhang Li was directly jacked into the number 3 egg spot unharmed. A little bit of searching led to a small land temple just like egg spot number 2. Unlocked with the chest badge and still a pad inside. After tapping on it are several options. I have to say the military is really humane. Weapons are something some people won't be able to use for the rest of their lives without practicing this. So wouldn't that go against the military's philosophy of wanting young geniuses to grow up as quickly as possible? So, instead of putting weapons, put choices. Just pick whichever one you want when you get here. And since it's unlocked with a badge, you can't turn it again once the individual has turned it on. That's something that those 18 people don't know. Not even Nguyen Vu, who knows a certain amount of inside information. Behind him, the pig demon once again came up on top. Zhang Li was brushing the pad, so he used the lightness paired with the sword of wisdom to easily dodge it. Sidewalk and watch. I've got 18 people looking at me like I'm a fool. Whoa, so he was able to dodge it. Chapter 52 Grandmaster Chungtang. You have to do it for us, then why didn't you hide before? Are you sick? Everyone couldn't understand Zhang Li's operation. But Yunlang directly pointed out the question, any more nonsense from you guys and he'll take egg number 3. A word woke up the dreamers, and the 16 people who could still move rushed towards Zhang Li. Zhang Li glanced at a few of them and couldn't help but shake his head. It's not good for a bunch of pushovers to learn what it's like to be a rat. After choosing a spirit soldier named Bee Stinger, which looked like a thin sword, on the tablet, Zhang Li slipped the tablet into his backpack, turned around and deftly dodged another hit from Piggy 3, and rushed up against those 17 people. Zhang Li's pace was as fast as a person who specialized in practicing light kung fu. Welcoming the first person who rushed up, he swung a slap round and smacked him in the face. This outlier was sent flying backwards directly from his charging state, still spinning 360 degrees in the air, with blood spraying out of his mouth in a spinning state. Against this bunch of goods, Zhang Li didn't want to crash them through the side effect transfer system. He just wanted to personally slap their faces one by one. At that moment, because he stopped slapping people, a student seized the opportunity and drew his stick to poke Zhang Li in the throat. And at this time, Zhang Li purposely went to run the Gengjin forging technique at the lowest level, deliberately letting the opponent's damage hit full. The stick-making student used a second-grade martial art, the Wulong Bagua stick. A blow does not work. Can always take back the hand Shi Mei stick, backhand a knock. That is the head of the stick. It would have been better if the point had been hit, a blow to the throat, and then still a blow to the head. At this point in his life, the small man over there who had gotten high a second time and looked more peaceful than Nguyen Vu in the 100 Days district, poofed out another mouthful of blood, with bones cracking all over his body. He stiffened his hands and covered his throat. They couldn't even cry out, and could only express their current pain through grim, helpless expressions, but unfortunately no one paid any attention to him. And Zhang Li? Not only did it not hurt, it didn't hurt, but he held the stick, jerked it toward himself, and backhanded this student playing with the stick in the face. Snapped. Another aerial turn plus blood-spraying high-flying maneuver. Other people saw the situation. The good guys were swords, spears, swords and halberds, axes and hooks and forks. 18 kinds of weapons were all greeted towards John Lee's body. John Lee unintentionally glanced at the small man, and the small man who was covering his throat seemed to realize something and reached out his hand in an attempt to get them to stop. So he lowered the operation of the gangjin forging body technique once again. These guys are notorious for their martial arts skills, and they deserve to be ranked number 1 in several high schools. A knife stabbed at John Lee's waist, a gun pointing at John Lee's crotch, and those hammers, fists The little man's eyes widened and he walked peacefully on the spot. And Nguyen-Vu over there was supposed to go to that carefree place too, but as the good oldest son of the Ching-Ching sect's big brother, he must have a life-saving pill on him, and after getting high, he was considered to have saved his life. John Lee looked at the state of the two. One had passed away outright and the other was on the verge of death, and was relieved. One by one, they began to snatch the weapons from their hands and then one by one, they were given a large forced pocket. Knowing that Jiang Li's horizontal training was a bit perverted, and that he was unharmed when he was hit by a mid-second grade demonic beast, the gang planned to rely on their large numbers to suppress John Lee with their weapons. But it turned out that the magnitude of John Lee's strength was beyond their imagination. The combined dozen or so people failed to suppress John Lee's power, and instead, their weapons were drawn away by him, and they were also slapped by John Lee one after another, shattering their mouths full of good teeth and spitting blood as they flew out in circles, to the last one, and the one that John Lee had purposely kept, Yun Lang. John Lee walked to Yun Lang's body. At this moment, Yun Lang was lying on the ground, shivering uncontrollably, begging Jiang Li to spare him. He didn't mean to do it either. John Lee pinched his little white face and broke open his mouth. Did you get all the teeth you knocked out earlier set back in? Yun Lang seemed to have a premonition of what he was going to suffer next, and was directly scared to pee. Don't. I'm begging you. Don't. I pop. Snap. Everyone else was slapped, but Yun Lang was slapped after slapped until Piggly Wiggly no. 3 arrived and John Lee stepped aside for a position. Seeing Yun Lang like a broken sack filled with sand being knocked away for an unknown distance, John Lee left happily after designating everyone present to be the subject of a side effect transfer, allowing them to set up a whole new side effect family bucket. After slapping these idiots, his whole body was much more relaxed. Hopefully they will live longer with the side effects shifting. The area behind a theatrical stage reporting to the Bile Brigade. Another student's vital signs have disappeared. Bar Ung, his face full of a mask of pain, came forward to see where the dead student was. Good old egg spot number 3, the most dangerous area in the entire region. And there were no demonic surprises this time. The mid-second grade demonic beast was hanging around near their location. Why isn't the rescue mechanism on? The backstage soldiers were quick to pull up the data. It seems like it's because at the time this student named Shurchen died, the demonic beast was too far away from him to fulfill the trigger conditions of the rescue mechanism. What a load of shit. I told you this rescue mechanism should be reformed. Before, I could say it was an accident, but this time it's a real bug. It's also possible that that pig demon kicked a rock just in time for him to die. In which case what's the use of this pushy rescue mechanism? Soldiers can't hold their heads up when they're scolded. Brigade Ba. Now that there are still a dozen students positioned around there that are not moving, and maybe injured as well, should we activate the chip first, so that the second grade demonic beast can faint first? Bar Ing is full of unbelief. You're fucking asking me that? Are you trying to get a few more students stomped to death? Hurry up and activate it. Bar Ing breathlessly held his forehead. He now had the powerlessness of a driving instructor. See a pedestrian in front of you. Go on. Run him over. Ah. No good. You know it's bad and you're not hitting the brakes. You know all about it. Why don't you hurry up and do it and ask for a mud horse? Alright Ba Brigade. The demonic beast has fainted. Bar Ing took off his backstage-only headphones and threw them away. I'll go there myself. Send me the location. Barangay soon led a team to the scene, this time by helicopter. After going down, the mid-second grade Boar King fell to the ground and fell asleep. Ordinary demonic beasts activate the chip to kill. This level of demon, cultivated is also quite laborious. Can get dizzy. Reuse. Bar Ing led an inspection of the scene, saw a group of students with slapped faces, and couldn't help but inquire about the situation himself. Are you guys saying that you were beaten up by John Lee? What's the reason? Why did you guys get beaten? We are the victims. He beat us. Still need a reason it. This person is just brutal. Instructor, you have to give us the Lord. Bar Ing raised his eyebrows slightly. He was now only worried that it was John Lee who had gone too far with his hands and gotten the little man Shurchen killed. Normal competition. He didn't even bother. Not to mention that the real situation might not be the same as what they said. It was good that soon Bar Ing got the background data that John Lee hadn't had the slightest contact with Shurchen, which made Bar Ing relieved. He asked the students again, And although the group hated Zhongli, none of them yet knew that Shi Qian was at peace. So they told the truth. Shi Qian? Zhongli didn't touch him. He seemed to have suddenly gone off the deep end, sprayed buckets of blood and fell to the ground. When Zhongli left, didn't touch him either. But he really hit us. Instructor, you've got to do something for us. Barong double-checked everyone's statements. And the gang couldn't possibly lie for Zhongli, the man who had smacked them a dozen times, and completely let go of his heart. Let the men take Stonecipher's body with them and turn away. Behind them resounded the slurred but unbelievable voices of the dozen or so people who were slapped in the face from the instructor. Really don't care about us? No goddamn way. Chapter 53. Who was so outrageous? Zhongli? Oh, it's okay then. After confirming that the person was not killed by Zhongli, Barong didn't even go to Zhongli to ask questions and directly withdrew. Zhongli, on the other hand, quickly arrived near the second egg point and saw Lingrut, who was working hard like a little bee. Ever since he knew that 30,000 points could be exchanged for a 4th grade spirit marrow, this guy's energy was high. Currently, he had already killed more than a dozen demonic beasts, and because of the demonic beasts' blood chi, he didn't even need to go out to kill the demonic beasts on purpose anymore. He could just wait for the rabbits. With Zhongli on board, the collaboration between the two was formalized. Zhongli was responsible for letting the demonic beasts that were attracted by the blood chi attack himself, forging his body while letting these demonic beasts die slowly. When the first batch was almost close to crippling themselves, the second batch topped them, while the first batch was mercilessly killed by Lingrut, turning it into points for both of them. Zhongli took 70% of all the points and Lingjia took 30%. Although the progress of the forging technique was slow in comparison to letting Piggyback 3 crash, it took a bit more points that way, and to juggle this was the best way to do it. The two had spent the entire day running the place, and the demonic beasts that were still alive here had gone from single digits to double digits, about 40 to 50 of them, and that's just during the day. At night, the number of demonic beasts would be even higher. This was actually quite distressing. After all, running the forging body technique had to be run while awake. There was no one who was still able to run the technique while asleep, so it's just a matter of staying up all night. Even for young people, staying up all night is a hard thing to do. Zhongli was wondering if he could manage to run the Gung Jin forging body technique even when he fell asleep, so that even if he was constantly being attacked, he could still maintain his state of cultivation. He tried all night with little success. Whenever he forced himself into sleep mode, the forging technique wouldn't work. However, Zhongli felt that this conjecture was still possible to realize as he had entered a light sleep at a certain time when he forced himself to sleep. He was still slightly conscious and could also control his body to run the body forging technique. This means that as long as one can keep on sleeping lightly, one can keep on running the body forging technique. Zhongli kept trying for the next few days. The corpses of the demonic beasts around them had been stacked high, and the richness of the blood aura was so thick that the demonic beasts in the entire Ohio trial zone could smell it. And every day, there were 100 or 200 demonic beasts finding their way here by the smell. After a few days and nights of simmering, Zhongli had finally mastered that ability to stand and go into a light sleep and still run the Gangjin body forging technique. This gave Lingrut a stupid look straight away. He watched as Zhongli stood in the center of the beasts with his eyes closed, and then his body surface flashed with a metallic sheen with every impact. It means the guy is asleep and the kung fu is still running. It's just off the charts. These days, Zhongli was responsible for being the target, constantly surrounded by demonic beasts while pulling so that the demonic beasts didn't disengage. He was in charge of dealing with demonic beasts that had somehow knocked themselves to the brink of death. In 4 days' time, he had already dealt with nearly 400 demonic beasts, of which the ones that did not enter the grade accounted for 80%, and those of the first grade upwards only accounted for 20%. He felt as if he was now a butcher in a slaughterhouse, raising his head every day to face a batch of demonic beasts that looked half dead, and then raising his hand and dropping his sword. But let's not talk about it. His blade technique progressed extremely rapidly, especially mastering how to kill demonic beasts with a single strike. Killing any Ohio District demonic beasts and never using a second blade greatly increased efficiency. The points he earned were really high, and the chips were going into his backpack in piles. But he was really tired. Lingrut was now not at all in the same state of mind that he had been in when he first came in, and even if he managed to sleep every night, he still felt drained the next day. Only when he could rest did he smile gleefully, like the vast majority of beatniks. Of course the vision over here naturally drew the attention of the soldiers in the background. After all, hundreds of demonic beasts gathered in one place every day, and the next day these hundreds of demonic beasts would die again in a short period of time. And in the center of these demonic beasts, there were only 2 students with their badges positioned. The backstage soldiers reported it to the barangay the next day, and the barangay was anxious as to which one of these desperados dared to play like that. At a glance at the names, Zhongli and Lingrut, Oh, that's alright. Suddenly there was a sense that everything made sense, but out of curiosity, I took the team to check it out. Zhongli was then found to be in the center receiving attacks from the beasts and then continuously eating copper pills, obviously practicing the Gangjin body forging technique. Ling Rut, on the other hand, was like a tired slaughter worker, disposing of batches of tired-looking demonic beasts so that the more energetic ones could attack Zhongli. It was as if these two formed a strange factory, and the reason why there were so many demonic beasts coming was because the demonic beasts they had killed were all piled up together, all stacked into small mountains. The Barong were silent after reading it. There were actually people practicing kung fu like that? And it also balances getting points. Not even the craziest generals in the military have done this. But seeing that they were in no danger, Barong retreated. However, he would still keep an eye on Zhongli's situation in the background every day. And if he couldn't make it through, the rescue mechanism would be activated at the first opportunity. This was his most favored genius. He couldn't let him play himself to death, because this matter was so outrageous. It caused all the backstage soldiers and captains of the other 11 regions to follow along and focus on Zhongli and Ling Rut. That kid called Zhongli hasn't slept or rested for a full 4 days. Just standing in the middle all the time and letting the demonic beasts surround him. Won't this guy boil himself to death? Where did he get enough chi and energy to run for 4 days? Teen Ba, I think you'd better go and persuade him. Although this kid is a genius, he can't carry on simmering like this. One more thing. Haven't you noticed that the number of demonic beasts in the entire Ohio district is plummeting? Just because of these two boys' blood chi trapping plan. All the demonic beasts near the second egg spot have been almost emptied. The rich blood aura also attracted demonic beasts from other areas to continuously run towards the two of their locations. If this goes on, I'm afraid that your entire Ohio district will be emptied of demonic beasts by these two boys, and no one else will have any fun. Barong obviously realized this problem as well, and along with the passing of each day, he found that there were already quite a number of students from the Ohio district who couldn't touch a single demonic beast for the entire day. Either Zhongli should stop or more demonic beasts should be dropped into the Ohio region. He couldn't make a decision on this matter and had to ask his superiors. His superior, Xiang Yu, heard that there was a young man with such a strong character, and after carefully understanding him, he directly waved his hand. Have the breeding department select a batch of demonic beasts and continue to place them. Let him kill as long as he can. I'd like to see how far this kid can go. Yes. In private, Xiang Yu looked at Zhongli's profile and couldn't stop the smile on his face. This boy, too, is too good for the army. Chapter 54. What kind of pervert is this? The Hay Trial Zone became the only zone among all the zones to replenish the cast of demonic beasts, and after dropping 2,000 demonic beasts of different grades once again, the other students were finally able to see the demonic beasts. However, just like before, because the blood chi on Zhang Li's side was too abundant, a large number of demonic beasts were still gathering in his direction. Moreover, because of the blood chi, several hundred demonic beasts were attracted over in one go, directly setting off a small to medium-sized beast tide. The students, who were still happy that they could see the demonic beasts, scattered in fear. As for the group of demonic beasts going to their destination, Zhongli and Ling Rut still knew nothing about it, but it just felt as if there were more and more demonic beasts coming. It was almost time for the 7-day anti-sedation period. They had to speed up their progress and get rid of all the demonic beasts before the last day. Suddenly, the ground began to shake and a large number of demonic beasts spewed out. Ling Rut's expression changed and he threw down the demonic beasts he was dealing with and turned his head to run. Brotherly, run! There are too many coming. In their mode, the limit of what two people can withstand is between 200 and 300, and when 400 or 500 demonic beasts surged over at once, Ling Rut directly shouted at Zhongli to run away. But Zhongli didn't run. Since there are too many, let's reduce the number of demonic beasts a bit. Ling Rut was dumbfounded. How's this for a reduction? Zhongli no longer passively defended and pulled, but began to actively attack. During the 4 days, he cultivated the Gangjin body forging technique while using the barrier breaking pill in his cultivation. Although he didn't have time to eat to replenish his chi and blood, but he let the demonic beasts that attacked him bear all of these side effects. And Zhongli was still at the peak of his battle power, except for being a bit sleepy. And stronger. The first layer of the Gangjin forging body technique, copper skin perfection. Even the number of stacked layers had long exceeded 299 times the number of perfect layers, and according to the Gangjin forging technique, as long as it exceeded this number of perfect layers, the skin would be completely metallized and inactive. But this side effect was useless to Zhongli. He had already stacked 321 layers and the side effects were all transferred to these demonic beasts. His skin now not only possessed extraordinary defense, but was also rich in activity, and was even more tender than those sisters who were good at taking care of themselves when they weren't transporting their energy. Even more, he had begun the second layer, the cultivation of sinews. Tendons are swallowed iron pills, and by the end of the day the muscles will be like steel cables that can withstand great tensile forces. As for the sinew and flesh realm, he had also stacked 21 layers. By now, even if it was a first-grade demonic beast, if he didn't use the minimum degree to run the body forging technique, the other party wouldn't even be able to injure him. It was also time to get rid of this bunch of trash that couldn't even break his defenses. Zhongli turned the Gengjin body forging skill to full power. The surface of his body was like a layer of copper armor, glowing with copper light, as if he was a heavenly god charging through the beasts. None of the demonic beasts were able to break through his defense, but each of his swords pierced through the brain of a demonic beast. 600 or 700 demonic beasts were just 600 or 700 swords. What? Where does a normal first-grade martial artist get so much chi and blood? Did Zhongli ever use his own chi and blood? Borrowing the chi and blood within these demonic beasts to kill demonic beasts. Zhongli was also the first person in the ancient world. Because of its size and vastness, Barang was the first to go out, ready to rescue Zhongli. At the same time there were a number of students who wanted to follow this movement to see what was going on, including the 17 rats who were trying to steal egg number 3. When the military's helicopter arrived in the sky, Barang and the soldiers saw Zhongli rampaging through the demonic beasts like a bronze-armored heavenly general, not even using light footwork because he wasn't afraid of the demonic beast's bites at all. Barangay soldiers, a group of students climbed up the tree with great effort, trying to see what this beast wave was caused by. Yunlang stood on a tree branch and looked over, only to see Zhongli rampaging through the middle of hundreds of demonic beasts, with a feeling of being a one-man army. Yunlang, after watching for half an hour, Barang frowned. What's with this guy's chi and blood? Does it never dry up? Even he, a third-grade martial artist, would be consumed in the face of a beast tide of this magnitude. It was easy for him to kill these first-rate or unranked demonic beasts, a dozen or so in a single slash, but there were too many of them, and it was hard to beat them with 2 fists. There would always be a time when he was injured, and there would always be a time when his chi and blood would run out. But Zhongli seemed to have stacked the buffs to the fullest, and wouldn't be injured, and his chi wouldn't run out. What the hell kind of monster is this? You're telling me that this is a first-class fucking martial artist? Yunlang in the tree and the few rats in the company were even more cold sweaty on their backs. We actually attempted to fight this monster before? Nguyen-Vu was really damned. Having gotten wet himself, he incidentally fooled us into not bringing umbrellas too. No, he's fooling us into not carrying umbrellas first, and then tearing them up when we do. Is this something a fucking person can do? He's practically Superman. This beast tide of 600 to 700 demonic beasts took Zhongli a full half day to sort out. Midway Ling Rut boldly came forward to help. After all, he cannot Zhongli that body of the diamond cross practice skills, can only be careful sneak attack, but also help to solve dozens of, finished on their own tired down. As for Zhongli, after killing the demonic beasts, he actually had the strength to dismantle the chips in each demonic beast's body. At this point of course there are students who would be dumb enough to do it. After all, there are quite a few of them around and everyone has a herd mentality, and they have a self-consciously plausible reason for it. What about so many demonic beasts? Chip, can you finish demolishing them all by yourself? We're helping you. The student who said this was blasted and hammered by Zhongli, breaking bones all over his body, and was thrown out like a piece of trash. Then no student dared to come forward again. When Zhongli finished collecting the chips, the helicopter hovering in the sky landed, and Barang's expression was very complicated. You kid, are you really human? Zhongli was actually tired. Not physically, but mentally. But still, a smile. Human as in fake. Take a break. I don't want a genius like you to die of exhaustion. Zhongli was actually planning to do just that. He had planned to clear out all the demonic beasts on the last day, but a beast tide changed everything. Zhongli nodded his head in agreement and even left with Ling Rut. The two of them fell asleep after returning to the dormitory, not even bothering to wash up, and didn't sort of wake up until noon the next day. Met up and went to the cafeteria to eat together and certify the points. The total haul this time came to 16,000 points. Zhongli's available points had reached 30,000 and could be exchanged for that 4th grade spiritual marrow. Chapter 55, Spiritual Soldier, Bee Stinger. The quartermaster watched as Zhongli chose to purchase the spirit marrow, and his entire expression was quite complicated. Honestly, he wouldn't have expected anyone to come up with 30,000 points this time, unless dozens of people went hunting to supply one person. So the opportunity, the military is given, but it's really hard to say whether you can get it or not. But Zhongli did it, and he became the first person to redeem a 4th grade spirit marrow. Also, got a spirit soldier bee stinger. Spirit marrow, that thing, because the military think no one can exchange so early, or no one can exchange at all. So the exchange office this side simply do not have to go through the procedure to transfer. Instead, the spirit soldier bee stinger was quickly taken out by the quartermaster and handed over to Zhongli. The first thing Zhongli felt when he held the bee stinger in his hand was lightness. Then there's the sharpness. Even if he didn't use the sword of wisdom, and took a hair and floated it down from above the bee stinger's blade, the hair broke into two without touching the bee stinger's blade. It's strong. Seeing that Zhongli was trying out the spiritual soldier bee stinger, the quartermaster could see that Zhongli should be unaware of the spiritual soldier. So he spoke out and reminded him, you can try injecting your chi and blood into a spirit soldier. Zhongli sniffed and ran his body's chi and blood to inject it into the bee stinger. And then he had a feeling that it was like the thing had come to life. The quartermaster took out a 3 centimeter thick steel plate. Try it. Zhongli looked at the thickness of the steel plate. Good lord. This thickness could not penetrate even if he used the sword of wisdom. But since people said that, Zhongli listened to the advice. He also didn't use the sword of wisdom. He was just running his chi and blood, and just plainly stabbed his sword at the steel plate. But the moment he stabbed it, Zhongli was shocked. This 3 centimeter thick steel plate was as easy to penetrate in his hands as if it was a plank of wood. That's when the quartermaster said the thing called spirit soldier is simply actually a special weapon formed by fusing a part of the body of a demonic beast with an innate talent through a special forging technique. These weapons also possessed a portion of the demonic beast's natural ability, which could be activated as long as you ran your chi and blood. This spirit soldier bee stinger in your hand is the stinger of a B-type 4th grade demon beast, and its innate talent is to strengthen its tail stinger, giving it a terrifying armor-breaking ability. On the battlefield, several generals practicing the Ganjin forging body technique were pierced through by this bee demon. Zhongli had a sense of curiosity when he heard the person finish speaking, I'm practicing the Ganjin forging technique as well. Can I penetrate it with this spirit soldier? The quartermaster smiled at the words, unless you don't exert yourself. This spirit soldier bee stinger can easily penetrate you. If you don't believe me, do your best to find the hardest practiced place to try it. Zhongli passed the bee stinger to the quartermaster, please try it out for me. I'll see how far this bee stinger can go, and I can make a comparison as well. He really wanted to see how strong he was now, and at the same time, he wanted to see how strong the bee sting was. The quartermaster's got a question mark on his face. Are you sure? Zhongli nodded his head, okay, come on. I still have to remind you that this spirit soldier has pierced through a 3rd grade martial artist practicing the Ganjin forging technique. Are you still sure? Okay. The quartermaster shook his head. It had been a long time since he had heard such a bullshit request. But he, as a person, was just helpful. He also kind of wanted to see this genius wince as he poked and prodded him. The quartermaster first didn't use his chi and blood and stabbed at Zhongli normally. Then there was a feeling of stabbing on a steel plate. The quartermaster's compliments. You've practiced well. How long has it been? And you've practiced the copper skin realm to a small level. Zhongli smiled and didn't say anything, and the quartermaster began to work his chi and blood, stabbing at Zhongli's arm to reduce the damage. As a result, this gentle stab was still like stabbing on a steel plate, and it couldn't be topped at all. The quartermaster's eyes widened. Is it hard to believe that you've already become a great success? It's only been less than 2 weeks since you arrived here. The quartermaster continued to increase his strength, and still failed to break Zhongli's defense. Knowing that this bee stinger was a spiritual weapon, the talent was still armor-breaking. The skin of a 3rd grade martial artist was pierced through. How come it couldn't pierce through Zhongli's? The quartermaster was silent and began to utilize martial arts sword techniques, stabbing Zhongli in the arm with a sword. He was kind of regretting doing that, in case he hurt someone. He was a student after all. But, ding! Still no broken defense. You've practiced the copper skin realm to perfection. What cross-practicing holy body! The quartermaster was completely stunned. At this time, the soldier escorting the 4th grade spirit marrow came. Zhongli took the spirit soldier bee stinger and left the exchange office with the spirit marrow. He already knew what level of defense he had now. That quartermaster was also a 2nd grade martial artist, and all of them used their sword techniques, and also used a spirit soldier whose talent was to break armor didn't even pierce his skin. So it could be seen that his current outer layer of defense was in the end how awesome it was. He didn't even use the copper skin realm's martial art from the body forging technique. Copper armor martial artist, after using this martial skill, a layer of a mixed body shield of Ganjin chi and blood would coalesce on the surface of the body, making the defense even more perverse. That is to say that altogether, a 2nd grade martial artist could no longer break its defense if it was about epidermal defense alone, but it could cause damage to his internal organs through blunt force. Not bad at all. Finally, this week's efforts have not been in vain. After he had gone, the non-commissioned officer escorting the pith asked the quartermaster curiously, who's this? It's only been less than 2 weeks and he's gathered 30,000 points. The top originally estimated that no one would get it, and was going to put it in the final grand tournament as the first place reward to come. The quartermaster had a very complicated expression on his face. This one, is a genius among geniuses. I guess it's a match with those demons in Kyoto. Have you ever seen someone who practiced the copper skin realm of the gangjin forging technique to perfection in less than 2 weeks? What? You mean him? The quartermaster nodded. Let's hope this little brother remembers the generosity of our military department and chooses it afterward. John Lee, who returned to the dormitory, looked at the spiritual marrow in his hand. Even through the crystal ball he could feel the majestic spiritual chi in it. Aura was the key to this world becoming a high martial world, and it was said that enough aura could make creatures evolve. Just like those demonic beasts, the human life level also leaped forward, becoming able to use supernatural powers like chakra and martial arts. Therefore, if one could eat a spiritual object that possessed great spiritual energy, it would be enough to make one's life level leap again. This was not just any ordinary raising of chi and blood, punching through acupoints and penetrating meridians. It's a leap in the hierarchy of life. It is said that humans who leap again will gain the same magical gifts as demonic beasts. This was also why Jiang Li chose the spirit marrow instead of the elixir that was also 30,000 points. It was just that this one serving of 4th grade spirit marrow was probably enough to create a leap in his life level. But Jiang Li didn't intend to take just one serving either. Running his chi and blood to unlock the crystal ball protecting the spirit medulla. Jiang Li didn't eat the spirit medulla a little bit in a few times as written on the instructions, but instead directly smothered it in one gulp. In an instant, Jiang Li had the feeling of drinking a big bucket of ice water in the middle of summer. The cool aura of the spirit marrow began to travel through his body in a way that he could clearly feel, improving his body. But, for a human being, this high-quality spirit is still too complimentary. It's like eating ginseng will give you nosebleeds, eating too much tonic, and the deficiency will cause great harm to the person instead. But the good thing was that Jiang Li still kept Yun Lang and 17 other rats in his family bucket. Jiang Li had temporarily changed his target to demonic beasts after draining their chi and blood once when he killed them earlier. And now this kind of good thing naturally had to be the first to let them enjoy it. Chapter 56, Realize the reality and live in the now. The powerful aura of the spiritual marrow was like the tidal wave of the Qintang River, raging against every part of Jiang Li's body. Jiang Li understood the ferocity of this just by feeling the surge. Those with poorer bodies would have to suffer a minor injury if they were slightly slapped by this tidal wave. First-grade martial artists could withstand some more, but only some. But the tidal wave of spiritual energy inside Jiang Li's body just felt raging, and every time it slapped on his body, it was so gentle that it didn't hurt him at all yet, and it also quickly flushed out the impurities in his body and improved various parts of his body. But the ones in the trial area were out of luck. Yun Lang and the others were enjoying the well-being that Jiang Li had left behind when a large number of demonic beasts that had died gathered near the second egg spot, and the blood aura was so thick that it constantly stimulated the taste buds of the demonic beasts, drawing a large number of demonic beasts to this side continuously. As for Yun Lang and nearly hundreds of students, they spontaneously formed a loose alliance, each dividing an area to kill the demonic beasts that came, and everyone's points increased twice as fast as before. Just as Yun Lang and the other rats were happily harvesting the lives of demonic beasts, a sudden sensation erupted from within them. It was as if an inexplicable energy bomb had exploded inside their bodies. The shockwaves continued to destroy their delicate internal organs, bones, and flesh, and all of them curled up on the ground in pain in an instant, unable to move. Seeing this, the surrounding students rushed forward to help them block that part of the demonic beast's attack. It wasn't out of kindness. There was an agreement before it started that whoever couldn't carry the load would automatically step aside and give the ground to someone else. Although this rule was still made by Yun Lang and his gang together with Zhang Chang's gang, but they were all down on the ground and couldn't move a muscle, so who cares about them? Yun Lang even had to thank them for saving them. The tidal wave of spiritual energy was constantly pounding in Jiang Li's body, from the skin, flesh, sinews and bones to the internal organs and bones. Enough spiritual marrow caused Jiang Li to receive a comprehensive flush, and the whole person was like being reborn. This aura not only cleansed his muscles and marrow, but also greatly increased his chi and blood. The same chi and blood that seemed like a great tide, wrapped in the remnants of aura together, began to impact the acupoints. Prior to this, Jiang Li had refined his chi and blood while practicing the body forging technique, breaking through the 6 acupoints, namely, the partial calendar acupoint, the warm slippery acupoint, the lower lian acupoint, the upper lian acupoint, the sanli acupoint of the hand, and the chu chi acupoint. This was because the further one went, the more difficult it would be to break through these acupoints, requiring one to spend more time and use more sufficient chi and blood to impact them. So these 6 points of the second meridian took Jiang Li more than half a week. But today, not only did the cleansing of the muscles and marrow produce a small leap in the level of life, it also directly breaks through the elbow sole, hand woolly, arm foam, shoulder, ju bone, tian ding, fu tu, mouth was si and ing xiang points, totaling 9 points. It directly penetrated the entire Han Yongming large intestine meridian, causing Jiang Li to completely advance to the second grade of martial artist. And it only took half a day to do all that. Jiang Li opened his eyes as if they contained starlight. Bull. It's worthy of being a fourth grade spirit. It even directly penetrated the entire Han Yongming large intestine meridian, allowing me to be promoted to a second grade martial artist. This was a feeling that Jiang Li had never felt before. Not just the feeling of an elevated second grade martial artist's body being full of qi and blood and a sense of power. There's more of a feeling of being cleaned all over and even having some of the parts upgraded. Especially those three positively alienated parts. The muscles, meridian points, and stomach, all had an unspeakably wonderful feeling. How exactly do you describe it? It's as if a seed has been planted, and after many days of nourishment, it has finally begun to sprout, but it hasn't yet reached that point where it breaks the ground. It was that close. Jiang Li had a premonition that if he just did it again, it was possible for him to obtain the same kind of innate talent as the demonic beasts. The reason why the second spiritual marrow must be taken. Jiang Li was now refreshed and a little bit of the tiredness from staying up for more than half a week was gone. He went straight to Ling Che at night. Ling Che isn't asleep, is he? Ling Che has also not gone to bed. Ling Rut walked out of the dormitory with a snort, looking as if he had just laid down Li, rubbing his eyes. He was a bit dazed as he looked at Jiang Li's energetic appearance. Even after sleeping for a day and a night until now, he still hasn't slowed down a bit. Is Jiang Li playing chicken blood or eating sultanas? Suddenly Ling Che thought of something brotherly. You ate the spirit marrow. Jiang Li displayed his qi and blood, and Ling Rut's entire body sobered up when he was rushed by the qi and blood of a second grade martial artist in Jiang Li's body. Second grade. Spirit marrow is so awesome. Jiang Li patted his shoulder. You're not just short of 22,000 points. This time we go in and we'll go straight to the end and get all the points. By the time you use the spirit marrow, you'll be a second grade as well. This big cake painting, directly to Ling Rut's support spirit. Who doesn't want to become a second grade martial artist before the entrance exam? There was data that showed that 90% of those who could become second grade martial artists would be accepted by the top sects. Not the Qingcheng school, Woyue like the sect O, but is the Shaolin school, Wudong school and the free school of this kind of top school. As long as you can get in, basically means that the future is unlimited. Even some students from ordinary families, just because of their good talent, got into such a big sect. The day the admission notice was sent down, there were those kinds of big gangs and factions or big companies in power directly door to door to propose marriage, either to marry their daughters over or introduce their sons. It's not even impossible to have 2 children if you want. You can see how gold these top sects really are. Ling Rut went straight back to organize his things and followed Jiang Li before returning to the trial area. The Barong were helpless when they learned that they had only rested for a day and a night before setting out again. I've seen it rolled. I've never seen it rolled like this. Many soldiers have even changed their stereotypes of these gifted students as a result. Previously, they felt that these talented students merely possessed more resources, and that lying on them a pig could turn into a second-grade demonic beast. But today, their stereotype was shattered. Why the hell are gifted students so curly? Like they don't want to die? Not to mention Jiang Li. Even the group of students in the current Ohio district had not closed their eyes for a day and a night because of the constant refreshing of the fixed demonic beasts. It was a moment when many soldiers were reconciled with their past wealth-hating selves. It's normal for people to go higher and farther when they work that hard and have okay talent. As for them, just recognize reality. Live your life now and wait for a good birth in your next life. Chapter 57. I told you that you kid has a future. Jiang Li and Ling Rut retraced their steps to the vicinity of the second egg spot, where Jiang Li expected a large number of demonic beasts to have gathered. That was true, but it wasn't just demonic beasts that had gathered here, but also a large number of students. Almost all of the 200 or so students in the Ohio district are concentrated here. Jiang Li and Ling Jie didn't say anything when they saw that there were so many people, even though they came up with the model. The resources were public after all. Jiang Li wasn't an evil person, and he still made sure to expel these people. You guys can stay here if you want. I'll just kill my demonic beasts. But, as I said before, the place had been divided into separate areas by the students. Jiang Li and Ling Rut didn't know this and found a place where there were more demonic beasts and went to work. As for the students who were in charge of this area, many of them had never seen Jiang Li's feet and had only come here after Jiang Li had left. One look at 2 people who came in with no knowledge of the rules at all. Even if you're at the top of the points standings, you have to be a man of honor. This rule is made by more than 200 people. Even if you are strong, you can be stronger than 200 people? A few later students approached Jiang Li directly. Oi 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 oi. Behave yourself. This is our territory. Ling Rut almost laughed in anger. Do you guys know who made this place? A couple of the students had that I know it all too well look on their faces. This is a demonic beast hunting camp created by everyone's joint efforts. and this rule was already in place when we arrived. Ling Rut was completely infuriated. Didn't anyone tell you that we both made this place? Just the two of you. Several students laughed out loud. There are thousands of demonic beast corpses here. Just the two of you can kill so many of them? I knew you guys were number 1 and number 2, but I didn't know you guys liked to brag so much. If these demonic beasts were killed by the two of you, I would have eaten these thousands of demonic beasts on the spot. Zhang Li walked up. You really like to cheat on your food. You, whoever started this place, just tell me what the rules are for this place now, and fuck you all over? When Zhang Li finished speaking, the few students who knew that Zhang Li was number 1 in points and also knew that he was powerful subconsciously took a step back. Don't mess around. It's a rule that over 200 of us made together. If you dare to hit a few of us, you're slapping the faces of over 200 of us. Zhang Li smiled. How do you think I killed so many demonic beasts? Slapping the faces of the 200 or so of you isn't much harder than killing these demonic beasts. After saying that, Zhang Li rolled up his arms and sleeves and was about to do it. And just then, Zhang Chong made a sliding tackle. Good as drifting and shoveling. Don't do it. Big brother, don't do it. Zhang Chong came over and nodded to Zhang Li for a while, then turned around and scolded the students. Are you blind? Dare to bark at Li's dog. Who the hell gave you the face to allow you to represent these 200 plus people? Do you guys deserve it? From now on, you are no longer part of my team. Get out. A few of the students were dumbfounded. Punchy. There's no need for us to be afraid of him. Is there? It's just 2 people. That's right. We're 50 or 60 people now. The number 1 gang here. What are we afraid of him for? After hearing this, Zhang Chong had the urge to smack the mouths of these several sabi. These later ones didn't see Zhang Li kill 600 to 700 demonic beasts by himself. What the hell is this 50 to 60 people can solve? Not to mention the 50 or 60 of them. Even the overall 200 or so of them probably couldn't beat Zhang Li alone. He wasn't sure why Zhang Li could be perverted to such an extent. As if he was a perpetual motion machine. His chi and blood would never be in short supply even if he was. He hadn't seen Zhang Li's horizontal training kung fu when they were beaten up last time they met. And it was said that in the second egg spot was a martial arts secret book, which Zhang Li must have learned after meeting him. In just a few days, they were able to stand up to the siege of several hundred demonic beasts without a single scratch. This talent was something they could compare to? Anyway, if you see it, just slide on your knees and be done with it. These two still have the nerve to say that hitting them is hitting over 200 people in the face. He too, and they deserve it. However, the hundreds of students who had seen Zhang Li's hands, it was estimated that when they heard it, they would have to have a mouthful of spittle to make them drink a full glass of water. And then curse seek death yourself and don't drag us along. Those students themselves felt inexplicably kicked out. And Zhang Chong flattered Brother Li, don't be angry. Even though the brothers borrowed your light, they didn't borrow it for nothing. But whoever was the first to come here didn't know that this was a place developed by your Brother Li. I'll talk to them and ask them to call in some venue fees. 30% each, so you don't have to do anything and just wait to collect the points. What do you think? Zhang Li looked at Ling Rut. I told you this guy had a future. But doesn't that make me look like a bad guy? Zhang Chong directly waved his hands in succession. It won't. How can it be? How can my Brother Li be a bad guy? I'll be the bad guy. Just don't worry. Zhang Chong was also enlightened on the guidelines of mixing with the triads. They were the ones who did the dirty work for the stronger ones, and it was just a matter of getting the benefits for themselves. Earn points. Not too shabby. I mean, that's a bad guy I don't mind being, and now that you've brought it up, let me know if anyone doesn't take it well, and I'll go have a chat with him. Zhang Chong hurriedly said, I'll do it. In that case, then 30% you take 10%. Can't let you help for nothing. Zhang Chang's heart was greatly relieved when he heard this. He told him that he was right in his enlightenment. You just watch. Zhang Chong directly turned around and found the head student of each region. Those who could become the head student of each region were the strongest and were the first to come here. As soon as Zhang Chong said that he wanted 40% of each person, they were instantly anxious. The gains are twice as much as before, but that's too much to ask for, and it's straight back to liberation. Just when they wanted to refuse, Zhang Chong said faintly, don't let Zhang Li come to talk to you in person. Everyone looked at Zhang Li, and the appearance of Zhang Li slaughtering the beasts immediately appeared in their minds, and they couldn't help but Cold War in unison. 40 is indeed too much. 35. Zhang Chong looks like he's having a hard time. I'll ask Zhang Li. Zhang Chong quickly found Zhang Li brotherly. They all agreed. You're quite capable. Zhang Chong scratched his head with a naive appearance. Actually, I didn't do anything. It's still that your performance before, Brother Li, was shocking enough. I'm just passing the word. Brother Li, I didn't do anything. I can't take that 10%. Zhang Li is not someone who doesn't know the rules. What must be given must be given. Zhang Chong is still very useful. After a bout of arm twisting, Zhang Chong tearfully took 5%, but in reality he still took 10%. he exchanged the extra 5% for more trust from Zhongli. Chapter 58 Final Week. Demon Battle Royale. Zhongli took 25% of the total earnings of more than 200 people for almost 2 days, directly arriving at more than 16,000 points. After giving Ling Rut more than 2,000 points, the two of them directly left this and headed to the deepest part of the Ohio region to hunt those high-grade demonic beasts. Something like that strongest mid-second grade tusked boar must have at least 3,000 points, according to the military's original plan. This kind of grade of demonic beasts would have to be teamed up with at least 30 people or more to be able to complete the kill, and by then the points would be 1 point, and each person would only be around 100. That value would make sense on the military side. No one gets that many points unless they are individually strong enough to do the kill with fewer people. In this way, it is true that only the strongest can save up to 30,000 points and get a copy of the Spirit Marrow. And for someone like Zhongli to be able to single-handedly take on a mid-second grade demonic beast by himself was simply an impossible existence, and was not in the military's preconceptions at all. What's more, I never imagined that after Zhongli took the first copy, he had saved up another 14,000 points so quickly, and would soon be able to go in exchange for another copy of the 4th grade Spirit Marrow. The following week or so was quiet, with the ordinary students relying on the perfect hunting grounds that Zhongli had created for them, and their point values exceeded the average points of students from other regions by at least twice. Zhongli, on the other hand, brought Ling Rut to empty the entire depths of the Ohio district of all demonic beasts of grade 1 or above, including that piggy pig number 3, who, after helping him stack the tendon and flesh realm to 99 levels of minor success, also died after accomplishing his work, contributing 100 points to Zhongli. By now it was the middle of the last week and the military called off all student trials, while Zhongli was still 5,000 points short of reaching 30,000. Ling Rut was even further short, needing more than 10,000 points to reach 30,000. Ling Rut sighed helplessly. Is it still not working? Now I can only go in exchange for inferior pills or martial arts as well. That's when Barong, the lead instructor in the Ohio district, gave them hope. These are your last 3 days at the camp. There was supposed to be a bout, but it was clear to everyone what kind of accident happened in the middle of it, and both we and you have responded very poorly, and here I am humbled as the Ohio district instructor in charge. I'm going to take the criticism, and you guys are going to have to step up your awareness of the demon man. So for the last 3 days, the higher-ups decided to set up a demon hunting contest. The top 3 ranked people in each region will participate in the hunt for that demon man that appeared in the Ohio region. Huang Shi. The rest of you will be dropped into an area to hunt down 120 outside captured demons. All at once, all the students exploded. In particular, Yun Lang and the others only then realized that the demonic person who made the Ohio district stop spinning for a day was actually Huang Shi. No wonder they hadn't seen Huang Shi these days. Zhongli, Lingjia and Zhang Chong, the top 3 in points ranking, were then called out individually, while the rest stayed in the hall to continue listening to the rules. The rules for the rest of these guys are simple: over 3,000 people chasing 120 demons in a large area. Think of it another way, it could also be called Demon Battle Royale. You get 3,000 points for each demon kill. It was enough for them to exchange for a large number of pills used for cultivation, and they would also rank the kills, and the top 3 with the most kills would be rewarded with spirit soldiers, martial arts, and elixirs respectively. And the 3 of them, Zhongli, who were called individually, heard the rule that 3 people from each district, that's a total of 36 people chasing a demon. I have to remind you guys that although that demonic human was also implanted with a chip, after the special cultivation of the base's cultivator, she has already advanced to become a mid-second grade demonic human, and she will still know the martial arts she had before she was demonized. This means that you are not only facing a small mid-second grade demon with a strong life force and body of the demon race, but also a mid-second grade martial artist at the same time. At the same time, you guys are different from the gang outside, because you only have one target here, which is Huang Shi. Killing her, you can directly become the first place and get the final prize, the 4th grade Spirit Marrow. But then there's only one reward, which shouldn't be exciting for you youngsters. So after a meeting and discussion, it was decided that the above would allow you to rob each other of your respective points. Just grab the chest badge from the target and get all the points of the opponent. Fun! Zhang Chong and Ling Rut's faces both changed and became better looking. There's also good stuff like, Baron knew how perverted Jiang Li was, so he wasn't the least bit worried about losing face this time. Just a special reminder. This time, your main target is still the demon man, Huang Shi. If you end up failing to kill the demon man due to snatching points from each other, then I'm sorry to say that all of you will be emptied of all your points. So here you are allowed to forfeit your participation in the head match, and can go to the secondary match, which is to grab the chance to kill 120 demons with those guys outside. and you get 3,000 points for killing one of them. Do any of you give up? As soon as Barang's words left his mouth, Zhang Chong and Lingjia were quicker than Zhang Li to take a stand. Don't give up. Zhang Li then nodded his head. I'm in. Barang was satisfied and patted Zhang Li's shoulder and said, you're the one I'm most optimistic about. And it's no surprise that you're the number one this time. I hope you don't forget about the military department after your senior year and consider military school if you can. With that said, Barang left, and several people began to rest and prepare for the start of tomorrow's hunt for the demon. The Moro Jiangli, Ling Rut and Zhang Chong were led by soldiers to a special trial area labeled as Ide. Also here were another 33 students from other regions, each with the words I am the winner of life written on their faces as if they were. These are the top 3 in the other 11 regions. Per capita, 1 pint midway up. Among them Jian Li also saw an acquaintance. Ruan Wu. This guy actually did not die, is also quite resistant to build. Can only say that deserves to be a big family. There must be a lot of life-preserving things on the body. Soon, a middle-aged soldier walked up to them. I am the base chief of this base. You can call me Xiang Yu. I'm going to explain the rules of this contest to you next. The things that Xiang Yu spoke about were the same things that Barong had told them once yesterday. And the only thing that they hadn't heard about was that this area was originally used to breed demonic beasts. However, all the demonic beasts were now imprisoned, leaving Huangshi alone. The area here was similarly not small, so it was still difficult for 36 people to find Huangshi alone. So each of them would get an early warning device that would send everyone the location of Huangshi every hour that passed. That's all I have to say. I hope you guys have fun. Chapter 59, What to do when you meet a sonic martial artist. Slap his musical instrument. The rules this time were still quite exciting. You could rob other people's points, while if you failed to kill Huangshi within 3 days, everyone's points would be cleared. The most interesting thing was that there was a big screen where they were with everyone's point status, which seemed to be intentionally visible to everyone. The student with the most points at the moment was a student named Sang Yuan, with a whopping 29,000 points. Just 1,000 points short of redeeming a 4th grade spirit marrow. Jian Li couldn't rank in it at all. Never mind the fact that he had 25,000 points in his hand, but he froze and ranked 13th. When looking towards the end, Jiang Li also saw very interesting data. There were 6 people who had 0 points. They should have simply exchanged all their points or transferred their points before coming here after hearing that they could grab the points. I have to say that this is a pretty smart way to go about it, being debt-free and not being targeted, but instead being able to hunt others with ease. Ling Rut and Zhang Chong slapped their thighs after reading it. I should have known we'd do the same thing. After all, even if he kept following Zhang Li might not be able to protect both of them in every way. There are still a lot of strong people. But, it's too late. It's already going in. In order to keep the battle from happening so quickly and causing it to start out as a chaotic mess, 3 people from each region were directed individually to head to a single passageway, with everyone entering through different entrances in Region A. And the moment he entered, the alarm in Jiang Li's hand went off. Li, the demon's position has been updated. Jiang Li took a look at it. It was quite far from where he was. The straight line distance was 8 kilometers. Realizing that Area A is also full of mountains, the actual distance traveled is absolutely doubled with the winding mountain roads. Go! The 3 of them began to quickly advance towards Huangshi's position, while at the same time, just in the direction of Jiang Li's left side, the people from the ugly district were also quickly marching towards Huangshi. Both teams were traveling in the same direction, so they were bound to meet halfway. It was just a matter of how long it would take. The ugly zone trio are 3rd, 8th and 15th in the standings, and can be considered a strong team. The 3rd one is called Liang Ting, the 8th one is called Huang Liang, and the 15th one is called Bai Xiao. Those last guys were real chicken shits. How come we didn't think to also do the points transfer trick? White Shaw is a small, bald, chubby man who looks kind and talkative. Liang Ting is thin. Look at the face like a ruthless person. A bad look. On his back was a leather pouch that appeared to contain cylindrical weapons. Transferring the points away. You're not afraid the guy won't return them? Anyone who can get in here doesn't have 10,000 points or more. Huang Liang looked a bit creamy, always squinting, and unarmed like Bai Xiao. Liang Ting is right. Don't go gambling on human nature even if they are your close friends. Aha! Did you guys hear the noise? White Shaw stopped and made a special gesture of listening with his hands. No. Is it a beast of this forest? Liang Ting, impossible. It was said when we arrived that all the demonic beasts here are temporarily locked up. Huang Liang narrowed his eyes and said, then it would have to be a human. Whether it's a demon or someone from another region. We'd better prepare in advance. White Shaw stroked his bald head, full of wonderment. Not that you guys really hear voices? Unsure, but choosing to trust the 2 big brothers who ranked higher than him, Bai Xiao began to go into silent mode. walking carefully and making as little noise as possible. Soon, the sound of Zhang Li's trio traveling grew louder and louder, and Bai Xiao heard it and gave a thumbs up towards Huang Liang. As Zhang Li and the three of them completely revealed themselves, Huang Liang was the first to say they're from the Ohio district. The one in the lead is called Zhang Li, ranked 13. The two remaining ones, one named Ling Rut and the other Zhang Chong, are ranked at 29 and 30. White Shaw's eyes widened, so pulled. Well, this is a great opportunity then. After robbing the three of them, our points will go straight to 30,000. Do it. Huang Liang looked at Liang Ting, and after a moment of eye exchange, Liang Ting nodded. To them, the strongest of these three in the Ohio district is only 13, and the remaining two are even more crotch-pulling as hell. They are ranked 29 and 30 not because they have more points, but because the next 6 wouldn't have any. Against a team that is arguably in the doldrums, what is there to say? After all three agreed to strike, Huang Liang pulled a flute out of a long, specially sewn pocket on his lap, then handed both men a pair of earplugs each. All plug your ears. White Shaw's eyes widened and he whispered while plugging his ears, good fellow. Sonic martial arts. This is the first time I've seen it. Plugging his ears? Liang Ting looked at Huang Liang with some curiosity in his eyes. This was also the first time he had seen a musical martial artist. Huang Liang stared at the trio of Zhang Li who were traveling and slowly blew his flute, emitting a gentle music. What's that sound? The military even gave us BGM? Zhang Chong asked in a puzzled manner. Ling has a good father. He's a little more knowledgeable. It's probably a sound wave type martial skill, which is uncommon, but the users are said to be very strong. We're definitely being watched. Quickly plug your ears. Not even waiting for the three of them to plug their ears, the euphonious sound of the flute became austere in a flash. The three of them stopped in unison, and Ling Rut and Zhang Chong directly put on their pain masks. With each blast of the flute, they had the feeling that a firecracker had exploded in their ears. Zhang Li, on the other hand, was still exercising his ears for the first time. In lieu of him suffering, Nguyen Vu and Hong Hei are the two unlucky ones dedicated to this game. At the same time Huang Shi, who was fleeing, and Ruan Wu, who was running towards his target, covered their ears in unison and fell to the ground and rolled around like Wukong, who had been read the spell of the tight band, removing the problem of injuring people with the sound wave martial skill. Zhang Li also felt that the flute was not bad to play. Quickly walking towards the source of the sound, Zhang Li quickly spotted Huang Liang and the other two who were playing the flute while hiding behind the curtain. Seeing Jiang Li's expression as if nothing had happened, Huang Liang glared his eyes to the max for the first time. Why are you unaffected? Is it hard to believe that you are deaf? Unbelieving. Huang Liang increased his strength, pulling the original pitch up again. This time it wasn't so good. Even Jiang Li found it a bit harsh, so he slapped the flute for him and smashed it. Though you blew a pretty good one. My two teammates can't appreciate it. Sorry. Seeing Huang Liang's flute being smashed, Liang Ting furrowed his brows, first pulling the drawstring of the leather bag behind him with his hand, followed by kicking at the bottom of the bag with his heel. A section of the gun head and a section of the gun body then flew out. Liang Ting quickly assembled the lance. His qi and blood rippled up and surged into the gun body. As he twisted the gun with both hands, the spinning lance brushed against the tree, and in an instant it unexpectedly lit a large line of fire on the gun. Liang Ting stabbed at Zhang Li with his gun, and the flames on the gun turned into a fire dragon that pounced on Zhang Li. Spirit Soldiers. Chapter 60. I'm so nice that I'm willing to be reasonable when I could just whip you. Liang Ting looked like a ruthless man who didn't give a crap and stabbed Zhang Li in the chest. The fire dragon viciously engulfed the upper half of Zhang Li's body. But in the instant of contact Liang Ting's face changed. He felt like he was stabbing on some kind of hard metal. He simply couldn't even pierce the outer skin. Turning to withdraw, he found that the gun in his hand wouldn't budge. It had already been pinched to death by Zhang Li. That's a cool gun. Bring it on you. Zhang Li's strength was already terrifying. He had more than a dozen tons of strength when he hadn't even been promoted to a second-grade martial artist. And after using the spiritual marrow to promote to a second-grade martial artist, his positively alienated muscles were once again baptized and strengthened. Although Zhang Li hadn't bothered to measure it, a flat-A should have a strength of 20 tons upwards. At least he would be able to tussle with that mid-second grade boar king. It's easy to grab a gun. Liang Ting, probably distressed about his gun, was dead set on not letting go of it, and was yanked along by Zhang Li. Zhang Li happened to use the martial skill of the Tendon chapter, Tendon Martial Man, and his entire right arm swelled up by more than 2 times. A fist pounded on Liang Ting's chest, directly sending him flying. The chapter on sinews and muscles is about exercising the sinews and muscles, making both able to withstand stronger forces, and running the qi and blood can instantly make the sinews and muscles expand and exert stronger forces. Currently it was only a minor accomplishment, but Jiang Li was already able to explode twice as much power, and if it was paired with the right punching technique, the damage would definitely be even more explosive. and it can actually allow for a greater increase in sinew strength. But overexpansion tends to strain the sinews for normal practitioners. Zhongli certainly wasn't afraid of this, and he certainly wasn't the one who was injured. He is afraid to increase a little more. A punch to this called Liang Ting sent away. Bai Xiao saw Liang Ting spraying blood as he flew backwards, knowing that the force of this punch must have been great, and if Liang Ting were to crash solidly into a tree, the consequences would be unimaginable. So Bai Xiao rushed to meet them. The little white fat man is practicing jiu-jitsu, although not as famous as Wudong Taiji, but also very good at unloading and borrowing power. He thought that he could easily dislodge the force that Zhongli had thrown on Liang Ting's body, but the moment he caught Liang Ting, a fat white face suffocated red. In the end, he barely managed to dissolve the force by exerting all his strength, and after placing Liang Ting on the ground, his entire body was about to be deflated. You're ranked 13th in this strength? Zhongli juggled the lance. It could ignite a flame as long as he injected qi and blood into it, so it could be confirmed that it was a spirit soldier. Sniffing, unconcernedly, oh, I've already exchanged my points for spirit marrow once. Piece of a simple sentence, as if a thunderbolt resounded in the ears of the three people. Well, I thought I was picking a soft target to pinch, but I ended up picking a big hidden boss. You used up the spirit marrow? Huang Liang asked somewhat incredulously. Zhongli slightly exploded his qi and blood, and the might of a second-grade martial artist was unmistakable. The three of them took off their badges without saying a word here. It wasn't just a matter of having their points taken away. The three of them weren't weak, and there was always a chance that they could regain them. But if the non-head iron does not give, people are beating them up. They all seriously injured can be completely out of the game. Zhongli picked up the badge and pressed it on the alarm in his hand. The alarm is actually a tablet that displays the map location in addition to transferring points at the same time. Everyone's tablet is bound, and holding it down with someone else's badge will automatically transfer all the points in the badge to the person holding the tablet. After collecting the points from the three, Zhongli's total points were directly as high as 93,000 points. Thanks for the cooperation. Throwing the badge to them, Zhongli turned to leave. Liang Ting opened his mouth reluctantly. My gun. This is the egg I snagged. Watch your language. Don't look away. This is my gun now. Available. Zhongli sighed. He was such a great guy. He was willing to reason with him even though he could just beat him up. The egg is for those who can get it, which means that the strongest person deserves to get it. If the intensive camp is over, I'm sure I won't mess with the robbery. But the camp isn't over yet, don't you think? Liang Ting looks bitter. Do you know the term rights before troops? Zhongli finished speaking to him with a smile on his face. Then immediately afterward, his face changed color after the right. I may use my soldiers. Huang Liang and Bai Xiao hurriedly pulled Liang Ting back. The points were all given. It would be a loss to be crippled at this point because of the spirit soldier. Liang Ting had no choice but to give up and could only watch as Zhongli took away the spirit soldier that he had gone through so much trouble to get his hands on. He's too hard. On the other side, Zhongli, who had returned to Ling Rut and Zhang Chong, displayed his points. When they saw the beginning of 9, both of them breathed heavily. Ling Rut, brotherly, next time please make sure to let me fight. Zhang Chong, I think I have a fighting chance too. I can't always let you go through the trouble. Zhongli is indifferent. He display points as to let these two people effort, when his little brother cannot be too pull. As long as the two of them could win the fight, Zhongli would let them have whatever points they had. And anyway, he already had more points on hand than he could buy 3 more copies of Spirit Medulla. But this stuff only works well the first time you use it, and it gradually becomes less useful after you use it more. Like the Qi gathering pill. Taking 10 pills in one bite at the beginning would allow Zhongli to break through 2 acupoints, but if you eat it later, you can only break through 1. The effect is only increased again when the military version is taken later and the potency is increased. But then you take the military version later, and the effects are still declining dramatically. Spirit marrow was estimated to be the same, but after all, it was a spirit, and eating 2 more servings should still have an effect. And even if the cleansing effect wasn't that good anymore, the huge aura would at least be able to penetrate his 3rd meridian. As for the extra points, let's just see if there are any other martial arts that can be used for that 3rd grade elixir. At this stage, no one could tell that he was using the Sword of Wisdom, but as the hierarchy rose, surely someone would be able to recognize this kind of sword technique. When the time came to be stared at Koan every day, Zhongli couldn't stand it. Just perfect to use the military's martial arts for window dressing and do some unseemly things in private with the Sword of Penetration. Chapter 61 Girl Help Girl. At this time, the interior of Zone A presented a chaotic scene. Although the military had purposely spread out the entrances for everyone, the positioning of the yellow sun given was bound to bring the 2 areas together. This led to the fact that everyone was fighting right now, and no one had gone looking for Huang Shi's trail yet, except for Zhongli's side. which was splitting the winners and losers almost at the speed of light. Soon enough, however, the three people from the Tatsu trial area also stood out and advanced towards the Huanshi positioning that had appeared earlier. These three, the team led by the top-ranked Kuwabara, were arguably the strongest team aside from the variable of Zhongli. In addition to Sang Yuan's points ranking first, the remaining two, one named Zhang Jun and one named Enai Peng, all three were from Laki City, which was also the capital city of the province. So no matter whether it was educational resources or all other aspects, they were far beyond the other counties and cities. Among them, Sang Yuan was only 3 acupoints short of breaking through to a second-grade martial artist, and Zhang Jun and Enai Peng were similar, able to break through 2 or 3 acupoints less. Moreover, there were 2 third-grade martial arts per capita in possession, and light skill and an attack martial art were almost a must-have for anyone in the Loki city. It's a damn shame that each region can only elect the top 3 in points to come out, or else if 10 people from our Cinnabar region came out, the other regions wouldn't have to play at all. Zhang Jun said with displeasure, and Ipeng also nodded in agreement. Didn't we say that we have to choose the strongest? And the 10th place in our Tatsu district is much stronger than the first in other districts. How can those 3 stinky shrimps they just met be the top 3 in their district? We don't even need Hara to do anything. The 2 of us can easily crush them. It looks like there's nothing left to lose in this race. Kuwabara, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. Isn't this good? Since they're so weak and don't deserve to get points, points should be in the hands of someone with power. Kuwabara looks like a resolute, tough young man on the outside, and at first glance has a bit of an old cadre-like temperament, but he speaks with the flavor of a crazy critic. What do you mean? Hara? Capture that demon, then wait for the others to come and give us points. I want everyone's points this time, and empty the military department's exchange office. Sector A. Northeast. 3 girls are taking their badges and holding them down on their alarms to transfer points. There were also 2 men and a woman down on the ground, the 3 from the lunch area. The 3 of them were the ones who didn't have any points to begin with, but a little differently than the others thought. They didn't transfer their points. They ran out of them. Sister Chin Chin, it's still you who is smart. If the 3 of us came in normally, we would definitely be alive to be slaughtered. But by pooling the points of the 3 of us together to exchange for a 4th grade spirit marrow, and boosting our chi and blood cultivation before coming in, the situation will be completely different. The girl who spoke was called Shirin Meng, and was originally a mid-1st grade, penetrated 1 meridian cargo. It was also the fact that the overall strength of their U district was weak, even weaker than the Ohio district side, making the 3 of them the top 3. But the girl called Sister Chin Chin was too smart. After hearing the rules that day, she directly joined forces with Shirin and another girl Gong Xian to consolidate everyone's 10,000 plus points together, almost 40,000, and directly bought a copy of the Spirit Medulla and then split it among the 3. This did not allow for the best results, but it did allow all 3 to penetrate half of the acupoints of the 2nd meridian. With the rest of the money they bought a copy of the 2nd grade sword formation. All 3 of them used swords, and the military side had many battle formations suitable for multiple people to use. There were all versions of everything, and there were especially a lot of sword formations. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, even a 2nd grade martial artist would be able to fight. Such a decision directly jumped the girls from the bottom to the top of the 36-member powerhouse. Not at the beginning of this they met the 3 people from the Noon district. Not to mention defeating them, they even fell to the ground without breaking their sword formation. The 3 of them easily and happily took 70,000 points and then just split them equally. The girl who was called Sister Chin Chin was named Zhuang Qin. We girls are born to be much less powerful than those boys, but if we help each other, we can use our minds to defeat those smelly men who look down on girls. After this battle, it was a test of my idea and the power of this sword formation. Our goal this time is to take everyone's points, prove that we're not inferior to anyone at all. Situations like the 3 in Yuku are rare after all. Not many people would be willing to trust another person they don't know and then take out all their points to gamble on this one. So everyone else is just about the same. Nothing special. Oh, except for Nguyen Vu's side, who took 2 liquors and went out on a limb. Fighting with people. Wan Wu, the highest combatant, suddenly had a ringing in his ears, as if his brain was going to explode. Originally he was the main C, and he was able to win the game hard to be flipped. Now those 2 licking dogs were looking at him differently, seriously wondering if Wan Wu had been beaten out of his mind by Jian Li before, and was either injured or on medication every day, greatly delaying the progress they would have made. Back here in Jiangli, after fighting the first wave, they hadn't encountered anyone else, and made their way very smoothly to the location where Huangshi first appeared. But it's no longer here, and an hour is enough time for Huangshi to run a long way. But it was about time, and Huangshi's next localization appeared right away. Just as Jiang Li was waiting to see the positioning, The Kuwabara squad also appeared. Zhang Jun stared at Zhang Li's trio's faces for a while and snorted out a laugh. Haha, the strongest is ranked 13th. The other two are hanging on. If not for the fact that there are 6 people with no points, these two would probably be ranked further back. That's weird. How did you guys get here so fast? Specializing in light kung fu? After Zhang Jun finished speaking, N.I. Pang also laughed, as if in their eyes, other than the option of being good at lightness, there couldn't be any other reason for these three to be able to come here faster than them. At that point, the alarm went off and a new locate had appeared. It wasn't very far from them. Kuwabara took a little look at it and then walked forward without wasting any more time. Are you going to hand over the badge yourselves? Or will you let me grab it? Sang Yuan just didn't put Zhang Li's trio in his eyes at all, talking with his nostrils, with the look that you guys don't waste my time, and if you don't want to get beaten up, you should hurry up and concede. In his anticipation, at this point, not to mention the one ranked 13th, at least Ling Rut and Zhang Chong, the two ranked 29th and 30th, should start to get scared, but strangely enough, these two people's faces didn't show any fear at all. Instead they were very excited. Seeing this, Zhang Jun walked up and said with a somewhat exaggerated expression, Chapter 62, I am a farmer haha, really laughed me to death. Waste should be a little waste of self-consciousness. Okay, my original brother is a second-grade martial artist right away. Just you guys, can the three of you together beat my original brother alone? Ling Rut and Zhang Chong looked at each other, ha 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 ha, did you hear how he pretended? It's almost to the second grade, ha ha ha, laugh me to death. The expressions of the three of them, Kuwabara, changed instantly. How dare the trash laugh at them? Zhang Jun has a sullen face. It would have been fine if you had been good enough to hand over your badges, but you had to have a foul mouth. I'm going to smash both of your mouths today. Zhang Jun's lightness is very handsome, and he went up to the sky with a single step of his feet, like a big goose. Second grade lightweight golden goose kung fu. Ever seen it? Country bumpkin. This martial art is not only light, it is also able to briefly stagger in the sky. It is simply unreasonable, but if it goes further and can walk in the air, it can be comparable to Wudong's 4th grade of lightness vertical cloud ladder. Zhang Jun quickly swept towards Ling Rut, who laughed the loudest. Hand and eagle claw. Chi and blood running under the surprisingly far away can feel the sharpness on it. It was still the second grade martial art eagle claw kung fu, but to be able to achieve this level, it was clear that Zhang Jun's eagle claw kung fu had been practiced to perfection. With one claw, even a boulder would be shattered. Humph, do you really think the two of us are trash if we don't put up a fight? Ling Rut's strength is not bad at all. The reason why the points are low is mainly because before Jiang Li gathers half of his points to go, otherwise his current points are almost close to 30,000. Hukarara, the sound of thunder appeared out of thin air in the dry sky, and Ling Rut's breath carried electric currents, and his entire body transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Zhang Jun in the sky. Hollowy chop. Ding! The sword that was strewn with thunder was grasped in Zhang Jun's hand, and the sword and hand clashed with each other, emitting the sound of gold and iron. There was nothing wrong with Zhang Jun's claw skill, not to mention that it was only a second-grade martial art, but it was just right for him to practice right now, and practicing it to perfection wasn't at all worse than Ling Rut. But that's about it. After the exchange of hands between the two sides ended, each retreated. Zhang Jun's face was full of puzzlement. How did you get this many points for this strength? Ling Rut didn't say anything but just stretched out his thumb, then twisted it down and pressed it hard. Zhang Jun's face went straight to red seat death. Zhang Jun was about to make another move when Kuwabara spoke up. Stop. Do you want to be embarrassed again? The other side is obviously playing a setup, and it seems to me that you should be the strongest one out of the three of you. Transfer points to others. Show weakness. Then when everyone else thinks you're a soft touch, you strike again and take care of one quickly. Tennessee is not all brainless fools in the countryside. It's a pity you met us. Zhang Jun is the weakest of the three of us. Even the weakest is not something you can beat. That redneck line really kind of hit a minefield for the trio. Big places are great. Without the resources that come out of small places, the big cities don't farm, and within a few days they're all starving in the city. Ling Rut, he too. What's all that nonsense? Man up, huh? You're right. We're a field day. Come you and fight the worst of us. Ling Rut could be a real little wit, turning around and pushing Jiang Li out of the way. Jiang Li secretly gave a thumbs up towards Ling Rut, then said to Sang Yuan, I'm a farmer. Come and beat me up. Tender won't even be able to beat a farmer, right? Sang Yuan immediately felt insulted, and after setting up a boxing stance, he punched Jiang Li through the air, just like the tiger's might that he had encountered when he had beaten Pang Chang earlier. This punch sent a forceful air flying towards Jiang Li. There were 7 different strengths in this punch, either strong and fierce, or feminine and soft, or soft within strong, or strong within soft, or out horizontally, or sent straight, or inwardly retracted. and the enemy could not withstand this source of strength, and would be deeply injured internally. This is the 7 injury fist. The Kongdong Sex Town Fist Technique. A 4th grade martial art. Its power is comparable to the 5th grade martial arts, practiced to the great success. Do not care whether the other side is a horizontal martial arts. There is no hard work defense. Out of the way will be able to injure their internal organs and 6 bowels. But accordingly this kind of boxing is also very teaching. No one hand in hand teaching the case. A person practicing on their own is very easy to get carried away, hurt their organs and bowels. This shows that the background of the one called Kawabara is not small either. The Kongdong sect was not a middle-rate sect like the Qingqing sect. It was a truly great sect, although the card cannot be Shaolin, Wudong like the top sects, but also can be ranked in the first class. In such a first-rate sect, even an ordinary teacher might not be able to learn the 7 injury fist. Only the director's level was possible. Kawabara's punch ran smoothly, without any backlash or other surprises. The fist energy struck John Lee's body as expected, and a mess of power air, either rigid or feminine, ran around in John Lee's body. But where an ordinary person received this punch, in a short period of time is basically considered to be wasted. Internal organs are too severely damaged, and the punch strength in the body is also very difficult to pull out. That's right, talking about those two guys, Huang Shi and Nguyen Wu. Ruan Wu had just knocked out the medicine to treat himself. He was now so skilled that it was heartbreaking. The moment his body got a little winded he immediately took the medicine, half without hesitation. The last time I was a little slow. I almost died stepping on a horse. This time, still without warning, there was suddenly a feeling of power air running amok in his body, as if he had gone off the deep end. Ruan Wu rushed to run his chi and blood to calm down, and as a result, he held down 1 force, and 6 more. You can't hold it down. You can't hold it down at all. Put again. The 2 lickspittles Ruan Wu had brought with him sighed and skillfully pulled out the medicine for Ruan Wu and stuffed it in his mouth. Why don't you and I go, and leave this shabby to his own devices? I followed him to get points off of him, not to nurse him. As for Huang, she sighed. It's the same. It was only that her body strength was much higher than a human's after she was completely demonized, and she was still a mid-second grade demon now, so her strength there could come out in time to use her chi and blood to wear it down. But this also caused Huang Shi's strength to be weakened step by step. Jiang Li sighed. Humph. Don't hold on. There's no way your own chi and blood can resist my original brother's 7 injury fist power. Zhang Jun clasped his shoulders with a sneer on his face. But in the next second, Jiang Li slightly tilted his head. Where did that punch come from? Are you talking about the warmth that just punched into my body? The stuff that massages me from the heart? Zhang Jun, how can you possibly still speak? Not to mention the people. The second-grade demonic beasts couldn't even say a word after being hit by Sang Yuan's 7 injury fist. Kuwabara also frowned. It was really the first time he had encountered such a situation since he had practiced the 7 injury fist. Is it hard to believe that he missed? Impossible. This boxing method, but any mistake to hurt is himself. This point he knows very well. Kuwabara didn't believe that the man in front of him could really block his 7 injury fist, but couldn't understand why it wasn't effective. Only 1 more punch. This time, Jiang Li hardened himself against this punch from Kuwabara and took a step forward, then 1 step after another. Just watching Kuwabara in front of him and a monkey doing a show. He kept punching and punching, punch after punch, but never managed to make Jiang Li stop. Until Jiang Li walked in front of him, then slapped him on the face. I told you I'm a farmer. So you're going to massage me with this much strength? Didn't eat. Chapter 63, I have a way to break the defense poem, specializing in hitting people like you. Kuwabara was stunned by the slap. You hit me? Snap. Another slap. Did it not hurt enough just now? Does it feel real now? Kuwabara grew up as the pride of heaven, the child of a big family, not to mention someone beating him up. The house sitter gets fired outright for upsetting him. When has he ever been punched in the face? How dare you hit me? Snap. Cool. Ah. Sang Yuan's body was bulging with chi and blood. He felt that Jiang Li was able to resist his 7 injury fist probably because he had practiced some kind of horizontal training technique that was both internal and external, and as long as he went all out, he would definitely be able to. Snap. What's a dog barking at? Jiang Li's chi and blood of a second-grade martial artist burst out, directly suppressing the chi and blood in Sang Yuan's body. The Kuwabara are stupid. Second grade. Behind them, Zheng Jun and Ni Pang now knew why Ling Che laughed so loudly when they spoke earlier. Compared to what Jiang Yuan, who was already of the 2nd rank, said, Kuwabara, who was almost of the 2nd rank, showing off in front of him was indeed like a joke. Returning to his senses, Kuwabara clenched his teeth. It was impossible for a person to be all things to all people. If this person could reach the 2nd grade of martial artist, he would definitely be slightly worse in other areas. Just now, I saw that he was unharmed by his punch, so he should have practiced horizontal kung fu, so he definitely wouldn't be able to do light kung fu. Sang Yuan had made up his mind to sneak up on Zhongli and return all those slaps one by one. Sang Yuan lifted his breath and retreated backward at a rapid pace. His light skill was also a third-grade martial art, only it was not a Kongdong school jutsu, but a jutsu called flying on grass, carrying a breath of air. You can run on water in small success, and on grass in big success. The main one is fast and light. It is also one of the highest grade light skills you can buy on the market. Kuwabara had practiced to a small degree of success, was very fast, and could float up to 3 meters high with a point on the ground. But what filled his eyes with horror was that Zhongli floated in front of him with his right hand raised like a female ghost, and as fast as he retreated, Zhongli followed. At his most desperate moment, Zhang Jun and Ni Pang rushed to help, only to be stopped by Ling Che and Zhang Cheng. Zhongli's slap he still hadn't dodged, and the sound of snapping resounded throughout the woods. Kuwabara covered his face, his eyes red, and yelled, "If you have the ability to spar martial arts, what's the point of slapping someone? Humiliate me." Zhongli moved his wrist. "This martial art of mine is called the breaking defense palm technique. Why? Don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, I'll show you the martial art of this palm." After saying that, Zhonglei started the martial skill of Gung Jin forging skill, Flesh and Tendon chapter, Flesh and Tendon martial man. The right arm thickened by 2 circles overall, and this time it all flapped up with the whistling sound of wind and thunder. Sang Yuan's eyes are almost staring out. Originally he felt that Zhongli's strength is big enough. This damn expansion of a circle is afraid that it is not directly to his brain fan a circle. Hurriedly, he stepped backward, and as a result, the image of Zhongli walking close to him like a ghost appeared again. Snap! As this palm went down, Sang Yuan directly rolled his eyes and fainted, his face swollen like a pig's head. After casually adding him to the victim family bucket, Zhongli yanked off his badge. As soon as the points turned around, Zhongli was overjoyed. 73,000 points. It's worthy of being the strongest opponent I've come across. The points are pretty high. Zhongli's total points were now almost 170,000. The area behind a theatrical stage, several brigade captains gathered together and followed behind Captain Xian Yuchi to look at the data of all parties displayed on the large screen. More than half of the 36 students who entered the EA zone had already lost their points at this point. And it wasn't the students in their respective regions who were most annoyed after losing points, but these grand captains. The captain of the ugly district tapped the table. "Screwed up stuff. Only a few minutes into the game and it's been taken away from me. And I was kind of optimistic about these 3 boys. The points of the 3 people in his area were taken away by Zhongli. That's why the corners of the mouth of the barangay in the Ohio district never came down from the beginning. When a friend from the nearby Shin district came over to chat with him, he didn't care what he was asking. He just opened his mouth and said, "How do you know that Zhongli already has 90,000 points? At the very beginning, and he is the same. There is also the great captain of the Chen district. He has under him Sang Yuan, Zhang Jun and Ni Pang. Can be said to be also from the beginning of the corner of the mouth has not come down." Full of happy face to comfort the other regional squad lost points of the great captains. It's okay. You still have a chance." But when Zhongli's score increased again and Sang Yuan's points were cleared, the Chen district captain's expression bristled. "The points are wrong, aren't they?" Barang patted him on the shoulder, the corners of his mouth going up to the sky. "Old Chen, don't look. It's here with me." Tatsuya district captain. One by one, the captains he had just comforted came forward and patted his shoulders, saying, "It's okay. There's still a chance." One by one, they don't even act. The corners of their mouths are harder to press than AK. The Tatsuya district captain blew up straight away. "Who could take this fall? Chief, I don't think that's right. It's likely that 1 or 2 regions will be left with all the points at the end of this game, and they'll have enough points on hand to redeem all the high-end items twice, which is so unfair to everyone else, isn't it? After all, we're here to make more geniuses stronger this time, not to make one genius have more than enough in their hands to take out and sell." Xian Yu clasped his shoulders. "Do you think this is a problem that the staff would not have considered? Keep watching. The really good part is just about to start." They had a large screen in front of them that showed everyone's location in real time. Soon on his screen the positioning of a group of people who had all originally been scattered on the outermost perimeter began to show movement inward. It's interesting that this part of the periphery started to merge after contact and continued to move inward. Barangay, I see. Just because someone has already had their points taken away doesn't mean they've been eliminated. Instead, because they each had no points, they could unite with each other without scruples. As long as the 2 squads merged to be 6, the 3-man squad that would have been able to beat them before wouldn't be able to do so against 6. That way the points will go back to them again. So that's how it is. This is the equivalent of a reincarnation. Ah, where the weaker ones jointly attack the stronger ones and recapture the points while gaining more points at the same time. Stronger people who wanted to reclaim their points again could only learn to join forces with them as well, before the demon is killed and the game is declared completely over. It's up to whoever can grab more points by combining and managing to keep their score. This way, it's still roughly balanced, with everyone's scores going back and forth, but instead everyone's scores on hand only become more even. Aside from eliminating the very tail end of the group, the rest basically get 30,000 points. Chapter 64. Xiang Yu nodded his head. That's what it means. This rule planned by the Senate is still generally fair. As long as the students aren't stupid enough to not join forces, the end result won't be too super predictable. According to the staff's prediction, there would probably be around 10 people whose points would be completely cleared out, and the rest of them would get a copy of the spirit essence. This also fits the goal of the camp, to make this class of the most talented students in the province stronger and hit the high school rankings. Unsurprisingly, this college entrance exam, our province is going to produce quite a few dark horses. Several of the first captains nodded, their faces less frustrated, because when analyzed like that, their region's squad did have a chance. Now it's up to which regions are a little more unlucky to have any points left under these rules. At this point, the barangay in the Ohio district had a worried look on his face. His brother from the Shinshu district saw him and patted him on the shoulder. It's fine. After all, you have Jiangli in that district. That kid has carried a beast tide of several hundred demonic beasts all by himself, so he'll definitely be able to hold out. Barang Sked, that's what I'm worried about. I'm afraid that even if all the remaining 33 people go against him alone, they might not be able to beat him. And instead, he'll snatch all the points away. What do you think he should do if he gets hundreds of thousands of points alone and moves all of our base's inventory? Shin District old brother froze. Suddenly brainstormed Xiang Yu went to the base warehouse ready to pick up something. A door opened crying out, I remember our base is a warehouse. Look. It shouldn't. It won't. Right. Back to Jiangli. With Jiangli not interfering, Ling Rut ended up narrowly defeating Zhang Jun. In fact, if it wasn't for the variable of Jiangli, Ling Zhi should have been the first place winner in the Ohio region. His talent and strength were of the highest quality. After dry humping Zhang Jun, he got 400 points directly, and managed to exceed 40,000 points in his hand. However, Zhang Chong came close. This Han Yu was still more suited to be a Yakuza leader. His own talent and strength were relatively poor. He was able to get this far because he had managed to push through to the finals by collecting his minions' uplift with one hand and eating Jian Li's 10% kickback with the other. Ni Pang, who was fighting against him, used a hand of the third-grade blade technique, Mocking Wind Blade. The Mocking Wind is an ancient divine beast, the third son of the 9 sons of the dragon, capable of calling the wind and controlling the weather. Meanwhile, the image of the Mocking Wind is often used as a decoration for the eaves of palaces, symbolizing good luck, beauty and majesty, as well as deterring demons and clearing away calamities. And this hand Mocking Wind Blade technique just had so much of the feeling of calling out the wind and rain. And it was the same type as Ling Rut's Wind Thunder Blade. The blade lent itself to the wind. Not only fast, but also incredibly sharp. Although the barbarian bull martial technique practiced by Zhang Chong was a horizontal technique, it could not block the opponent's Mocking Wind Blade and was defeated within a few rounds. But the problem is that there are still 2 more on Jiang Li's side that can stand, especially since Jiang Li's strength and Ipeng has seen it. After defeating Zhang Chong, he was stared at for a while by both Jiang Li and Ling Rut, and ripped off the badge himself and threw it over. Ling Rut smiled and picked up the badge. Understood. His points for this badge were split equally between the 3. After all, Zhang Chong was the one who lost. After defeating the 3 Sang Yuan, Jiang Li continued to pursue in that direction of Huangshi, and at the same time, the defeated 18 behind them began to unite, and 3 teams of 6, referred to here as the losers, were formed and began to launch a chase against the 6 teams of 3 from the first round, also referred to as the winners. It didn't take long for the points situation to start reversing. And the first losers group that managed to make a comeback was the Ugly District, which had been defeated by Jiangli, and the Noon District, which had been defeated by the 3 sisters from the Yu District. The strength of the 2 teams, Ugly and Noon, were not low, and had it not been for the fact that one had run into Jiangli, a pervert, and the other had run into the 3 sisters of the Yu District, who were playing Lai Shang sword formation, they would have survived the first round. After all, just Huang Liang's Sonic Wave martial arts and the Ugly District squad would be able to play a lot of teams to death. Not to mention that there was a third-ranked Liang Ting in the mix. The fusion was a straight-up dry run through the winner's subzone. Each of the 6 split the points for the sub-district, and each got over 20,000 points, which was a way of getting back most of the points they had previously earned, but just a few more, so they continued to hunt down the remaining winners bracket. At the moment, for these first-round loser teams, Huang Shi's existence was not very important. The points were the key. Everyone has to get at least 30,000 points to be considered good enough. So the scene quickly became chaotic, and the 3 6-person squads from the losers bracket quickly defeated the 3 3-person squads from the first round winners bracket to become the new point leaders. Zhang Li didn't need to say much. No one could even catch up. The 2 remaining unbeaten 2 original winners group were the team of the Tatsu district where Kuwabara was from and the team of the 3 sisters of the U district. The former because there were no more points. The loser team that already had points naturally did not want to touch the bad luck. The latter, the 3 sisters of the U district, on the other hand, had a battle formation that was truly awesome, and even a 6-man squad could make a draw. And this squad had acted too tricky, so it was also dropped. The Sangwon squad during this period suddenly realized that the situation had changed. Sangwon's Tatsuya district squad had thought that even if the points had been taken away by Jiang Yuan, they could at least get them back from the others. But it turned out that this was not the case at all. The ones you run into either can't be touched by a squad of 6, or they're a squad of 3 that's already been looted and pressed for points. By the time the second round was over, the only one left with a winning record was Jiang Li's Ohio district squad. By the time the third round rolled around, even Kuwabara's Tatsugu team had to team up with the team that failed in the second round. The good thing is that because Kuwabara is really strong, anyone who sees Kuwabara chases after him to team up with him. As a result, Kuwabara's team actually combined the 3 remaining second round losers brackets directly, and after combining the 3 original winners teams of Shin, Z, and C, the number of people climbed directly to 12. Start a new round of tipping. The captains watching backstage were glowing with interest. I say next time the logistics department can't stick cameras all over the inside. Just looking at the positioning can only be based on imagination. It would have been more fun to see the display screen. The Tatsuya district captain, whose face had sunk earlier, was shaking again at this moment, because the positioning showed that the Kuwabara squad under him had formed 3 squads to go in, numbering 12 people. He wanted to see who else could threaten the points reign of the Cinnabar district. The face he lost, he'll learn it back in one wave this time. Chapter 65. I was careless and didn't flash. On Barang's side, the look of worry on his face intensified. Reality was moving closer to what he had previously expected. The next thing that should slowly evolve within the EA zone is that there are only 3 parties left. One is Kuwabara's 12-member squad, one is everyone else's team, and then Jiang Li's team alone. At that time if Jiang Li to those 2 parties dry over words, his points can keep it. After all, a person alone hundreds of thousands of points. He could only plead with Xiang Yu as much as he could. He also couldn't have imagined that his students being too competent could actually cause him distress. And if its brigadier general knew of this affliction of his, he would not fail to spit directly in his face and curse pretending to be a mud horse. In the second hour, Jiang Li still hadn't found Huang Shi, but in the third hour, when Huang Shi's localization reappeared, Jiang Li managed to catch Huang Shi's tail and find her. Given a little more time, he could have managed to find Huang Shi and end this match. But Huang Shi's positioning is the equivalent of the final grand secret treasure in the King of Thieves, where no matter which course the person setting out is on, they all end up heading in one direction. In the winners bracket of the second round, the squad formed by the 100 Days district and the Eam district caught up with Jiang Li, directly interrupting his progress. The Eam district was not weak, and its captain was Yan Hu, who was ranked second in points at the beginning. And if they hadn't gone out and bumped into the Kuwabara squad from the Tatsu district, they would have been a member of the winners bracket in the first round. Now it's just a combination with the already crippled 100 Days district squad. Yan Hu licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue the moment he saw Jiang Li finally. A squad we haven't seen before. Yan Hu was a bit of a black college student kind of guy, with an overall athletic look and a horizontal scar on his cheek that looked like a tiger's whiskers. Yan Hu was excited and ready to go on, but it turned out that the 3 people in the 100 Days district waved their hands as frantically as if they had seen a ghost, especially Nguyen Vu. This guy was going crazy from the injuries that had appeared inexplicably, and he seriously suspected that Jiang Li was the one who had given him the beating, thus leaving him with serious aftereffects. The most crucial thing was that he had even tripped Jiang Li before he left, and he had thought that he couldn't touch it, but he ended up having such a competition. Jiang Li at this time certainly know that he makes trips. This time do not run, waiting to be smoked. No, 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 we can't look for Jiang Li, can't find this squad. Run, run. Yan Hu looked at Ruan Wu, his head full of questions. Although this guy is a little sickly, but that hand of green character 9 dozen, city character 18 broken also left a deep impression on him. Is a powerful. Why are you so scared of this squad? Did this guy let Jian get away with violence at home or at school when he was a kid? You're scared shitless with me around. What about the 6 of us? We don't even dare to fight in a group. You should just go home and sleep while you can. Nguyen Vu's eyes are filled with terror you don't understand. I can't explain. It's too late to explain anymore. I'll go if you don't. Ruanwu turned around and was about to run away with the 2 lickspittles, but just then, Jian Li's voice rang out, "Yo, isn't this an old acquaintance? Just met and want to leave." Ruanwu's entire body froze in place. He knew that as long as he let Jian Li see him, he wouldn't be able to run away. Not only his strength and horizontal training, but Jian Li's lightness also left a great psychological shadow on him. Can't run away. Can't run away at all. Nguyenvu grinned an ugly grin and turned his head. "No, I didn't want to disturb you." Jiang Li looked Ruanwu up and down. "You, I think, still have points." Nguyenvu pulled off his badge without saying a word. "You take it away. Don't hit me." The badge was handed out, and when Jiang Li was about to go up and take it, a large rough hand held onto Ruanwu's hand and snatched the badge away. "I don't know why you're afraid of a ranking 13 like this, but since you're so afraid that you'd rather give points than fight, then give me these points and I'll help you get revenge. You watched how your tiger brother hammered this rank 13. Yes, it was Yanhu who spoke. Being ranked second, he had lost even when he beat Sang Yuan. He was not convinced how strong Jian Li could be. "If you're really strong, can you be ranked only 13? You're kidding." Yanhu set up his stance, and with his chi and blood running, the whole person's aura came out as if he was a hanging eyes white-fronted tiger staring at Jian Li intently. "I'm using my family's 4th grade martial art, the beast mimicry martial art. My grandfather once scared off a 4th grade demonic beast with just a glare while in his beast mimicking state. I'd like to see what kind of strength you have to give Ruanwu such a fright." Jiang Li knew he was talking tough, but somehow he wanted to laugh. "The first martial art of this technique of yours wouldn't be called dry eyes, would it? You, get a life." This animal mimicry martial technique was kind of like one of those animal mimicry fist techniques, like the mantis fist or monkey fist kind of thing, but to be able to claim the 4th rank in the high martial world. Naturally there was something there. Yanhu was using the first martial skill of the beast mimicry martial technique, white tiger martial body, at this moment, which was somewhat like a beast spirit attaching itself to a person's body surface, not only giving the person the usual defense and speed of a demonic beast, but also a powerful might and attacking power. Yanhu made a fierce tiger jumping into the stream, and slapped his palms at Jiang Li. Jiang Li dodged and dodged away, and these double palms slapped on the ground, directly making a deep tiger paw type indentation. Visible Yanhu body surface. Looking at the transparent tiger spirit is not really false, nor is it a good-looking appearance. It is really a fighting force. Jiang Li backhanded a palm, hotly collecting a few points of force, counting it as a test. This palm clearly only struck the outer layer of the tiger form, but it felt like it was hitting a solid body. Jiang Li was interested in this. It is worthy of being a 4th grade martial art. This form is a gap with other martial arts. It is really special. Brew good looking. Yanhu was slapped by Jiang Li's force, but he was not injured and only retreated a few steps and laughed. "Just this? I'll admit you've got good power and watchable speed, but that's about it. I thought the person who made Ruanwu afraid to this extent was so strong, but it turned out to be." Just before Yanhu finished speaking, Jiang Li suddenly floated in front of him like a ghost. His right arm violently expanded 3 times and slapped on the tiger head of Yanhu's body's silhouette. Only a snapping sound was heard as Yanhu's white tiger martial body was shattered. Yanhu himself was directly slapped out, flying through the air as Cuckoo spurted blood. Nguyenvu closed his eyes in despair at starting. "I told you to give me the points, and I'd get beaten up less. So why are you standing up and acting like an asshole?" Yanhu landed on the ground and sprayed out another mouthful of blood with some embarrassment on his face. "It was careless of me not to flash. That one over there, Jiang Li, right? That's your strongest martial art, right? It does look good. But this way you try again. Xuanwu armor body." Yanhu lucked out and made a complicated gesture on his hand. A blue chi and blood began to linger around his body, gradually forming the appearance of a Xuanwu turtle shield, so that you can come back again. If you can still break it, I'll call your father. Chapter 66, The Standard Death of a Horror Movie Protagonist. Jiang Li drew out the spiritual soldier bee stinger at his waist, and the moment his chi and blood were injected into it, the bee stinger emitted a faint beeping sound. Yanhu's expression changed instantly. He recognized what this was. This damn thing was a spirit soldier. "Hey!" As soon as he shouted, Jiang Li was already in his face and pierced the Xuanwu armor body on his body with a sword. When the tip of the bee stinger's sword was pressed against Yanhu's throat, Yanhu didn't even dare to take a big breath. "It's time for you to fulfill your promise." Yanhu's throat did not dare to move at all, and pointed to the bee stinger with his finger. "That means you take it away first." Jiang Li slightly retracted his bee stinger. Yanhu immediately drew a pair of finger tigers from his waist and put them on his hands, and then the white tiger martial body emerged on his body again. "No martial virtues. You didn't tell me you'd use a spirit weapon earlier. This time it doesn't count. Let's talk about it if you can beat me." Jiang Li lowered his voice. "I hate people who don't keep their word." Yanhu didn't care about that. It was better to let him call his father than to let him die. Clutching the spiritual armament, Finger Tiger, he attacked fiercely towards Zhongli. Each swing of his fist had the ferocity of a tiger slapping its claws. The White Tiger martial body of the beast mimicry martial technique brought him great strength and attack power bonuses, coupled with the fact that Finger Tiger of his was gifted with speed. Yanhu's fists were so fast that they appeared as stumps. But in terms of speed, even if Yanhu had used a spiritual weapon, it would not be able to match the faster sword speed of the Sword of Wisdom. When Yanhu swung a punch, Zhongli was often able to strike 4 or 5 swords. One sword pawned Yanhu's attack, and the remaining swords stabbed at various parts of his body. The two had only gone through a few moves before Yanhu had already become a bloody man with at least 20 sword wounds on his body. Yanhu shouted with a stern look on his face, "Take a shot. He's not that scary. Don't you see I'm evenly matched with him?" Yanhu's 2 teammates and the 3 people from the 100 Days district were silent as they stared at Yanhu, who had become a bloody man. Evenly matched? Where do you see it from? Big brother. Ruanwu didn't want to fight Zhongli anyway and yelled out, "He's got my points. I'm worthless. Don't chase me." After saying that, Nguyen turned and ran. The 2 lickspittles beside him were a bit phobic of the now weak Ruanwu, but they could hardly disagree with what Ruanwu was doing now. Dropping his badge, he ran off after Nguyen. Also just Yanhu 2 teammates did not run. They felt that although Zhongli was hard to beat, but Yanhu had not also resisted the other party's attacks, and if the 2 of them joined in, there was still a high hope of winning. Yanhu's 2 teammates directly responded to Yanhu's request and rushed forward for the 3 of them to surround Zhongli together. But Ling Rut and Zhang Chong weren't dead either. Ling Rut unexpectedly gave that teammate of Yanhu's a second with a direct slash of Holui Chop, and the other one was also temporarily in a stalemate with Zhang Chong. This resulted in Yanhu remaining isolated, and the more rounds he fought, the more wounds Zhongli left on him. Gradually Yanhu began to feel that the body cannot make some strength. Blood flow is too much. Even the blood cannot be raised. The body surface of the White Tiger martial arts body directly disappeared. The whole person shaking but still did not open his mouth to beg for mercy. At least he's so much better than the others in the area of backbone. Don't you surrender yet. You'll bleed out if you keep fighting. Yanhu staggered and gritted his teeth and said, "There are no cowards in the old Yin family who surrender and beg for mercy. If you want to take my points, kill me. Kill your ass." If he could kill people here, Zhongli would have already finished off an unknown number of people. Putting away the bee stings, Zhongli casually slapped Yanhu, whose body was full of wounds, into unconsciousness and took away all his points. It's not much, just 60,000, and that includes Nguyen share. Picking up the chest badges of the 2 lickers beside Ruanwu, Zhongli got another 40,000 plus points. At this moment, his total points had exceeded 270,000. Oh, and over there, Zhang Chong still hadn't fought, and Yanhu's last remaining teammate gave his badge as Zhongli and Ling Rut watched. This time, Zhang Chong didn't ask for the points. He had 30,000 and that was enough. Ling Che also didn't ask for them, so all the points were given to Zhongli this time. Zhongli's total points reached 290,000 points. The 100 Days district after the escape Nguyen, the 3 of them ran for a long time without a purpose, mainly because Nguyen ran fast. His mental shadow area was just too big, fearing that if he was beaten by Zhongli again, that inexplicable disease would keep appearing again. Hu brother Wu, no one is catching up behind us. Take a little break. Ruanwu's legs weakened at his words and he fell straight to the ground. Originally he was not healed, and so running cannot be weak legs. After falling to the ground, Nguyen patted his chest. "It's good that you didn't get hit. It's good that you didn't get hit." Tang Ling looked at the once immensely powerful and confident boss with a grudge. "Brother Wu, but we threw away our badges, so we don't have a chance to get any more points." Another whispered a suggestion. "Maybe Zhongli and the others have left. Why don't we go back and see if we can pick up the badge?" Not having a badge means they lose their security, and if they run into a demon, killing them won't even trigger the rescue mechanism. But when Nguyen heard about it, he felt a jolt. Not going back. Even if we were to go back, we'd have to wait an hour. Dan Ling. Okay, even if Ruanwu was seriously injured, he is still the strongest among the 3 of them, and they all have to rely on him, so what can they say? "Hey, isn't it almost time?" Nguyen suddenly asked. Deng Ling nodded yes. It's about to be refreshed with the latest location of the demon. No sooner had she finished speaking than the alarm went off and the trio glanced at the latest location. "Ruanwu, why does this location on the map look so familiar to me?" Deng Ling looked up at the surrounding terrain and then at the map positioning. "It seems like it's us. She's this localized. It seems like it's right here at." Deng Ling took 2 steps forward and looked up. The tree was squatting on Huangxi, who was full of weak-like. Previously, Zhongli had received the Sonic Wave martial technique first, followed by the 7 injury fist, and had directly fucked up Huang Shi and Ruan Wu, who were helping to take on his side effects. At the moment, Huang Shi was very weak. It was the time when he needed to eat to repair himself. Oops, it was such a coincidence that these three ran aimlessly, but instead ran right up to her feet. Tang Ling tilted her head and looked at Huang Shi, who was completely demonized at the moment and looked like a big monkey. Her body stiffened and bean-sized beads of sweat couldn't help but trickle down from her forehead. Thinking of Huang Shi's grade, which was said during the introduction of the rules before he set off, that it had reached the middle of the second grade, Tang Ling was so scared that she couldn't even speak. That's when Nguyen Vu and the other lickspittle curiously walked up and tilted their heads together to see. And then, there was no then. Huang Shi leaped down. His long fingernails stabbed out a move Tai Wei Sanqing Feng. The powerful strength and speed of a mid-second grade demonic person made the three of them not even react. Their heads were opened up with big holes, and they collapsed on the ground without even uttering a single word. Huang Shi immediately feasted on. Chapter 67, Demonic Whispers. Naturally, the backstage was the first to realize that the three men's badges were detecting no more signs of life, and they rushed to find the location in the alarm. The alarm doesn't have the ability to detect signs of life, but it can do the job of locating them, which is a double guarantee. If the alarm is in the same place as the badge, and the badge doesn't detect signs of life anymore, there's a good chance that a life has been taken, because some of the ones that lost their badges, odds are they wouldn't lose an alarm that big. As it turned out, the badge was in one place, with the positioning of the two squads, Ohio and CIN, around it, and it's surprising that the alarm's locate appears around the locate of Huang Shi. The soldier in the background realized the situation was bad and chose to report it at the first opportunity. Xiang Yu hurriedly took the intercom and shouted directly to Zhang Li through his badge. Zhang Li, can you hear me? At this time Zhang Li was about to leave. Heard the chest badge came backstage questioning, a little puzzled. Could it be that he has too many points to be banned by the backstage? This is Zhang Li. I can hear you. I'm sending you Nguyen Vu's current location. Demons are appearing in the vicinity of his location. Join forces with your side of the C-Zone team to check it out as soon as possible. In the staff setup, it had not been thought that the three could defeat Huang Shi, who was in the middle of the second grade. The genius of the Senate had made Huang Shi as strong as possible, and was also thinking of telling all the students one thing. It's that no matter how fierce the infighting is up front, everyone must stick together in the face of an external enemy. But in this situation, the Ruan Wu squad of only 3 people will almost certainly not be able to defeat Huang Shi when they meet him, which is why Xiang Yu is so anxious. The chip on Huang Shi's body could have directly stunned Huang Shi, but if it did, this match would have to be suspended, influence the overall process. So it's better to let the 6-man squad have a look first. All 6 of these squads were strong enough to escape, even if they couldn't beat them. If the situation is really urgent, the rescue mechanism can also be activated directly. Zhang Li sniffed at the crippled Yan Hu, then looked at the 2 remaining people and said back, I understand. I'll see to it. His alarm went off as Huang Shi's latest location was sent successfully. In fact, it had already been sent once just now up to the whole point, and this time it was sent with the same positioning as it had just been positioned, indicating that she was still at that location. It's not very easy to tell. It's possible that Nguyen Vu is still resisting or that Huang Shi is feeding. Zhang Li greeted Ling Rut and Zhang Chong to catch up and arrived at the scene as fast as he could, then saw Huang Shi, who was still feasting and had already eaten almost all of Ruan Wu's trio. Zhang Li reported the situation truthfully to his badge, and Xiang Yu in the background pinched his brow with a headache. There was an accident after all. Zhang Li, retreat immediately. The 3 of you won't be a match for that mid-second grade demon. I'm sending out the final mission to everyone now, with constant updates on the demon's location, so that everyone can come to your support. Zhang Li frowned and asked, can't I strike out on my own? Execute the order. Zhang Li. Xiang Yu's words were hard. He knew that Zhang Li was very strong, but the strength of Huang Shi, who had been specially bred for 2 weeks, definitely far exceeded that of a normal mid-second grade demonic beast, and he didn't want Zhang Li to die at her hands as well. At the same time, it's the ultimate mission. Gotta get everyone involved. Zhang Li, what will happen if you don't carry it out? Cancel all your points immediately. Xiang Yu had to put down coercive measures. He really didn't believe that Zhang Li could take out the current demon Nan Huang Shi. Zhang Li was silent for a while. This old wall lamp. Really want to give added to the family bucket. However, a moment later, he still gave up on direct kills and began to carry out the orders given by Xiang Yu, while completely abandoning his intention of joining the military school. The training is strong here, but the orders are too strict and rigid to suit him at all. The area behind a theatrical stage. Xiang Yu was relieved to see that Zhang Li wasn't being stubborn anymore and asked the backstage soldiers to send notifications to the others. For a moment the Kuwabara Brigade and the others, who had been still pursuing the second round winners group, all stopped. looking at the positions of the demons that continued to appear on the sirens, their heads filled with confusion. It was only when they heard the final mission given by Xiang Yu, asking them to immediately go and support Zhang Li and collaborate in killing the demon man, and telling them that there was already a large region where all 3-member squads had been killed in action, that everyone then realized it. Some people were a bit incredulous when they heard the word death. They thought this was a school kind of competition, even if they were seriously injured. The bottom line was that no one would die. But now, real casualties had appeared. But soon the 2 6-man squads in the second round winners bracket realized that while dangerous, this was a good opportunity for them. Now everyone has to go on the final mission, which means there's a huge probability that they'll be able to keep their existing points. As long as the demon was killed, the mission would be over and each of them would be able to go and exchange a portion of spirit marrow, and those who started out in the winners bracket, in turn, became the ones with no points, and they succeeded directly against the odds. Happy's 2 squads of 6 responded immediately to the backstage, rushing furiously toward the locus, and Kowabara's 12-man brigade hadn't caught up with anyone yet, and at the moment everyone's expressions were hard to read. If it ended just like that, they would not have any points at all, and it was equivalent to a wasted trip, which was not something that these members of the original winners group could accept. So Kowabara made a decision. Intercept those 2 6-man squads. But what about the final mission given by the base commander? The base chief told us to back up the Ohio sector team, and with 3 dead already, there was no way Kowabara could accept that he, one of the strongest geniuses, would end this training camp with a 0-egg score? Not even as good as the worst of those. What's more, Zhang Li was the culprit for his current situation. Kowabara's expression was slightly scowling. Are you guys sure you want to care if Zhang Li dies or not? You're all the most talented people in your districts. If you go back with a 0, will you be able to deliver? Can you accept that those who are less than you are standing over you instead? Everyone was silent. It was a very real problem. Kowabara concluded with another remark as if he were a demonic whisper. As far as I know, Zhang Li has at least 4 squads worth of points in his hands. Probably more now. If he dies, these all points are ours. All at once, everyone's breath caught. The points from intercepting 2 6-member squads, plus the points in Zhang Li's hand, would give each of them triple the points. That is, 3 portions of 4th grade spirit marrow, or by the spirit marrow, pills and martial arts one by one. Why should people care about the deaths of others over their own accomplishments? It's a world of the weak and the strong, isn't it? Isn't that what the military has been telling them all along with their setup from the beginning? At this moment, everyone no longer hesitated and chose to carry out Kowabara's orders, regardless of Xiang Qi-long's final mission. Chapter 68, Watch Me Die? Then don't even play. Since the location of Huangxi on the map was now continuously updated, it was certain that everyone would be rushing in Huangxi's direction. Their team of 12 was closer to Huangxi. In fact, everyone probably knew the directions of the other teams, as they were all defeated teams. Combine that with the fact that the rest of the squads would all be heading in that direction towards Huangxi, so they would be able to predict the location and intercept them in advance. Soon, the first squad of 6 was jammed. The 6-member squad combined by the Ugly District and the Noon District was stopped, and Liang Ting was without a spirit weapon in his hand, so he could only hold a lance sharpened by a tree branch as a weapon, and with his martial arts skills, he basically had to replace one after using it once. Seeing that someone intercepted them, Liang Ting's face sank. The base commander gave the final mission. Didn't you hear him? Kowabara didn't care anymore at the moment, clenching his fists and staring at Liang Ting. But he didn't say we weren't allowed to fight each other, did he? It doesn't say. It just can. There's another squad being hunted by demons. Aren't you guys at all worried about another death? Kowabara tilted his head and looked at Liang Ting. If I remember correctly, you were also defeated by Zhang Li, right? Wouldn't you like it if he died? Besides, he's so strong, he'll surely last until I come to his rescue, so don't worry about the others, and don't say any more nonsense to stall for time. A minute of stalling raises the likelihood of that squad of Zhang Li's death by 1 point. Saying that, Kowabara directly led a siege on the squad formed by the 2 districts of Ugly Noon. Sang Yuan's strength was indeed strong. Not many people could catch the 4th grade martial art 7 injury fist when it was struck. Although Huang Liang's sonic wave martial skill was troublesome, it couldn't carry a siege of many people, and was eventually resolved. 6 points were split evenly between Kowabara and the other 12. Sang Yuan even went so far as to directly break the legs and arms of 6 of Liang Ting's men in order to prevent them from having a chance to unite with the other squads, completely cutting off their chances of counterattacking. Then, not much later, a second squad of 6 was also besieged by Kowabara. The several great captains in the background were silent as they watched the scene, and the great captain of the Cinnabar district, who had always been proud of Kowabara, Chen Long, was even clenching his fists at this moment. Asshole! At a time like this you actually care about those points. If this were a soldier under me, let's see how I'd hammer his face in. Qianlong looks at Xiang Yu. Base chief, call off this match. Zhongli is only 6 people and there's a seriously injured man. Surely he won't last long. Xiang Yu looked at Zhang Li's current situation, and after getting the final mission, Yan Hu from the Yin district team dragged his severely injured body after getting high, and brought the other 2 team members forward to support Zhang Li. After getting enough points, the 3 sisters of the Yu district, knowing that the number of united squads was increasing, also changed their strategy and began to hide, so it was very far away from Zhang Li and they were still on their way at the moment. Xiang Yu, who had inquired about Zhang Li's Yan Hu situation, knew that even if Zhang Li had 6 people now, he could never manage to drag the sick man along. Xiang Yu picked up the intercom with a black face and was just about to inform everyone to end the match and directly use the chip to knock out Huangshi. Zhang Li's voice suddenly rang out as he held down the badge and asked, "Are the others not here yet?" Xiang Yu was silent for a while. The 12-man squad led by Kuwabara is robbing the other 2 6-man squads of their points, and Xiang Yu's attempt to announce the end of the match was directly interrupted. "Did you tell those 12 people in Kuwabara that I'm being chased by demons right now?" Said. "Now, I know." Zhang Li directly stopped his fake escape. Xiang Yu's face changed. Zhang Li, what are you doing? The match is over. I'll control the chip to stun Huangshi." Zhang Li held down the phone. "No, you don't get to say whether the game is over or not. I do. If you want to deduct all my points, feel free." After saying that, Zhang Li directly took off his badge and threw it in his backpack. Not going to listen to Xiang Yu's shouts, he turned to look at Huangshi, who was running towards him. He'd been dragging his feet for almost an hour, during which time he'd been holding back for the sake of those pussy points. But now, he didn't want to endure it. Anyway, he had already eaten the spiritual marrow, so it didn't matter even if all the points were deducted. He's cool most of all. What were those 12 people led by Sang Yuan doing intercepting the other 2 6-member squads? Knowing that he was now being pursued by the demons? That son of a bitch Kuwabara can't wait for him to die at the hands of the demons. Then he'll come over and take all his points, right? Okay, then none of it. Zhang Li strutted towards Huangshi, and behind him, the severely injured Yan, who stared wide-eyed. "You're crazy." In the next second, Huangshi poked out Taiwei Sanqing Peak with his long sharp nails. Zhang Li admitted that Huangshi's speed now far exceeded the speed he had at the very beginning of the confrontation, and his strength and qi and blood were also terrifying. But, that's about it. Zhang Li didn't move and took Huangshi's hit hard, only to hear a dang sound. Huangshi's nails hit Zhang Li's chest, rubbing out sparks but not piercing in at all. A humanized wonder appeared on Huangshi's face. In the next second, Zhang Li's 2 arms swelled 5 times. Sinew and flesh martial artist. At this moment, whether it was Huangshi, Sang Yuan or Xiang Yu, their arms all had a tearing sensation. Zhang Li, who had only practiced the flesh and tendon chapter to a small degree, couldn't carry such a strong increase in power yet, but the side effects of overuse weren't to be borne by him, so he used it without any qualms. It seemed like the arms of a titanic beast were even 2 times stronger than the entirety of the demonized Huangshi. The casserole-sized fist hit Huangshi's outstretched arm, directly breaking Huangshi's arm. Zhang Li then held Huangshi's neck with one hand, while the other hand made a fist and held Huangshi down on the ground with an explosive hammer. There's no technique, it's all emotion. After dozens of strikes, Huangshi's head flattened, but the demon's strong vitality kept her from dying outright. In the middle, Huangshi's unbroken hand kept poking Zhang Li's heart area, but it couldn't even break the epidermis. Instead, Zhang Li got the time to directly rip off that arm after holding it, and then continued to hammer. It was only when Huangshi was only breathing in but not out and dying that Zhang Li stood up with her neck. Everyone behind him looked dumbfounded. Yan Hu's face was already white, but now it was even whiter, and he asked Ling Che in a low voice, "Do you know the trick?" Ling Rut shook his head in confusion. "I don't how." Yan Hu laughed helplessly, together with the fact that Zhang Li still hadn't used his full strength to beat him before, and was playing around with him using his least skillful sword technique, but had already made him unable to hold back. He wouldn't last 10 whacks with that. At this time, Yan Hu's chest badge sounded Xiang Yu's voice. "What's the situation at the scene? Is Zhang Li alright?" The reason Xiang Yu didn't want Zhang Li on was because he didn't want to see Zhang Li get seriously injured or die. But what he couldn't have imagined was that Zhang Li had the ability to hold down Huangshi and fight. After Yan Hu briefly described the scene, Xiang Yu fell into a trance. Copper skin realm consummation. Sinew realm great accomplishment. This kid, that's right, being able to expand that many times. It would have to be at least a great success to be able to do that. Zhang Li's talent was far too perverted than what he had expected. Chapter 69 Code of these people. I push a wheelchair to run over. But since Huangshi is hanging up, it's time for this tournament to end. Xiang Yu was just about to shout when Zhang Li's voice rang out. At this moment, Zhongli was holding Huang Shi's neck with one hand and lifting it up in the air, while holding the badge with one hand and saying the demon's life signs haven't disappeared. Have they? It's true that it didn't disappear. But, what's the difference between being dead and alive in Huang Shi's state now? The game is ready to end. No, the game isn't over until she's dead. Zhongli threw the badge into his backpack once again, not listening to the gibberish in the background, and dragged Huang Shi on the ground by his neck as he started to look for Sang Yuan traces. With a large number of people and the sound of fighting, Zhongli easily found Kuwabara's group who were besieging the second six-man squad. At this moment, the battle had already come to an end, and Sang Yuan had gone completely crazy. Adhering to the do-it-all mentality, he broke all of these people's arms and legs as well, ensuring that no one would be able to snatch the points from him in the end. And at this time, Zhongli appeared with a pile of creatures by the neck. Everyone stopped their hands to look at Zhongli and the pile of creatures in his hands. What's that? Looks like a demonic beast. Wait, it can't be the demon man. That's the demon who chased him? Isn't it a mid-second grade? Didn't we say he was being chased waiting for our support? If this thing with his head hammered flat is really a demon, with his strength he still needs our support? Zhongli listened to the whispers of the gang and looked at the students on the ground who were wailing with their arms and legs broken. Zhongli grinned a mouthful of big white teeth and looked so morose. Rats, having fun. What do you think you guys are having so much fun? And that old clown Xian Yu keeps telling me to run away and wait for your backup? Zhongli paused for a moment and scanned the circle before placing his eyes on Sang Yuan. I just have one question. While you guys were happily playing the intercept game here, did it even slightly occur to you that a few of us might be killed by the demons? Kuwabara and the other 12 were silent for a moment before Kuwabara stepped forward. The best of the best. Only those who stay to the end are truly strong. If you die, that means you don't deserve those points. Zhongli sniffed and applauded, but with one hand clutching Huang Shi's neck. His other hand could only slap on Huang Shi's face in a smooth manner, which did manage to make a loud sound. I like that about you. So if you guys die it also means you don't deserve those points, right? These people's faces changed as they rebuked Zhongli. What kind of foolishness are you talking about? Haru means that the one who killed you was a demonic beast. We can't kill each other. Zhongli looked at these people on the ground who had their arms and legs broken and snorted. Doesn't it seem ironic to say that in front of this scene? Zhongli stopped talking nonsense and loosened his big hand holding Huang Shi's neck as his body began to swell up. It was no longer the case that only his arms had swelled 5 times before, but that his entire body had swelled 5 times, entering the true, tendon martial man, state. At this moment, his strength had also increased 5-fold, reaching 100 tons upwards. This was the kind of power that only a third-grade horizontal martial artist could have. At the same time, the originally dying Huang Shi suddenly jerked all over her body, and the feeling of tearing all over her body hardened and gave her pain back. And Kuwabara on the opposite side of the room felt the same way. The intense tearing sensation of the muscles all over his body caused him to fall straight to his knees without saying a word. Zhongli stepped on the ground under his feet and brought up a gust of wind, like the Hulk charging into an ordinary crowd, waving his hand and directly breaking the arms of the 2 people who stretched out to block him. Walking over to the fallen Sang Yuan, he stomped on his arm and crushed it, listening to his screams and pleas for mercy. Zhongli even stomped on his remaining arms and legs without hesitation before kicking him off. The powerful impact set Kuwabara directly into the tree, unable to gouge it out. Zhongli then walked up and held down Kuwabara's arms and legs and whacked them over and over again until they were glued together before he stopped. The strongest Sang Yuan was not even a match for Zhongli, let alone the rest. Those who dare to touch with Zhang Yuan, their arms and legs are smashed or light. Zhongli is excited, but also can come to an earth throw, directly smashing people into the ground. As for those who said that they saw the situation was not right and fled, they would realize that Zhongli in the state of sinewy martial artist was not even a bit slower than them, and with a wave of his palm, he pressed them into the ground, shattering them along with their bones and any rocks that might be under the ground. Zhongli is like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. 12 people instantly lay on the ground. Some are even still in the ground or in the trees. Zhongli didn't kill them, but in their current condition, they wouldn't be able to get better in 1 year without the use of a 10 million level 3rd grade gold pill, especially the most seriously injured Sang Yuan. Without a 4th grade elixir plus a martial arts divine doctor, the arms and legs could definitely not be saved. After getting this together, you also have to have at least a month's recovery time, and you're basically considered to have no connection with this session of the college entrance exams. Zhongli's brutal actions were chilling even to his own people, but the squad of 6 lying on the ground hardened themselves against the immense pain and raised their arms that were broken by Kuwabara to give Zhongli a round of applause. If it wasn't so hard to move, they'd want to push the wheelchair and run it over these sons of bitches again. Grabbing points is grabbing points, and fucking breaking people's arms and legs is too fucking much. Now it was good that all the points they had just snatched away were all in Zhongli's hands. These 12 have upwards of 600. 000 points on hand. The total value of the points in Jiang Li's hand amounted to more than 900,000. After he was done having fun, Jiang Li dispersed his state of being a sinewy martial artist and crushed Huang Xi's head with one foot, allowing her to completely end her miserable life. Only then did Jiang Li take out his badge and announce to Xiang Yu in the background, game over. Xiang Yu in the background is silent for a long time before announcing for the medical department to carry the man. And Barong carefully comes up behind Xiang Yu. Team Xiang Yu had been his captain, and the two were quite close. Jiang Li, he's just young. Young people are always exuberant. Thinking about it, didn't you also disobey your superior's order and lead us to charge a demonic beast nest back then? Xiang Yu knew what it meant as soon as he heard that this guy started playing the emotional card. The result of that impulse was the death of 6 brothers. But things are different this time. It can't all be blamed on Jiang Li. You've seen that Jiang Li has the ability to take care of the second-grade demons on his own. Yet he's still willing to listen to your orders and wait for support. That's much better than you did back then, and waited for at least an hour. Xiang Yu turned his head and glared at Barong, who closed his mouth. And when Xiang Yu turned his head, Barong continued in a low voice, think about it. If at that time, the troops that came to support us didn't care if we lived or died, but instead, because of the third-grade spirit fruits that they encountered on the road, they collected the spirit fruits there and caused a few of our brothers to die. What would you think? If you ask me, according to your temper at the time, you'd be considered good-tempered if you didn't chop them up when you came out. Xiang Yu sniffed and let out a long sigh. He really didn't dare to think that if this was really the case at that time, he would have to dismember the people who came to support him into several parts. One answer to anyone who asks. They came piece by piece, putting his heart in the right place. Xiang Yu's tone still loosened up. I know what you're trying to say. The demon man isn't dead. He's still in the course of the match, and there's no problem with Jiang Li's maneuver. Injuries are allowed here as long as they don't kill anyone. And everyone signed a consent form before coming. I won't cancel his points, but this kid is really giving me a hard time. A full 900,000 plus points. This kid has to empty my warehouse. Chapter 70, Redeeming Points and Almost Bankrupting the Ministry of Education? The Region A Demon Hunting Competition was over, and it also represented that this training camp was brought to a perfect end. For Jiang Li, the geniuses of Sector S suffered heavy casualties. 3 dead out of 36 and only 8 uninjured out of the remaining 33. The rest either had their arms and legs broken by Sang Yuan's men or were crippled by Jiang Li. The rescue alone is a big job. Lingjia walked beside Jiang Li and asked in a low voice, brotherly, cool is cool, but in this situation now, will the military really not cancel your points? It was important to realize that from the moment Jiang Li threw his badge away, the badge of the few of them who had gathered around Jiang Li's periphery had been constantly transmitting Xiang Yu's ranting, telling them to hurry up and stop Jiang Li. The result was predictable. How dare they stop Jiang Li? Besides Ling Che, who hadn't been beaten by Jiang Li. Jiang Li's face was full of indifference, coming here and eating a 4th-grade spiritual marrow to rise to a 2nd-grade martial artist and getting 2 spiritual soldiers and a 3rd-grade horizontal martial arts. That's enough for me. I can't help it if it has to be cancelled. We are after all surviving under someone else's big rules somewhere. Just have a good time. After Jiang Li finished speaking, Barong walked towards him with a black face, splitting his head and saying, do you have any idea how much medical resources the base is going to pay for the people you injured this time? Jiang Li is not a wimp. Didn't you set up the mechanism to make us compete with each other? And your mechanism did that. If you want to talk about deducting my points to cover your medical resources, feel free. I can't fight it. Points are a sham. You can deduct them away when you say so. Jiang Li truly thought that Barong was here to sing in blackface and was trying to use this argument to offset his 900,000 plus points. The result was a surprising grunt from the Barongi. We've set up our own rules. And we're not so far gone that we're going to take on medical resources with the points you've worked so hard to earn. I'm just saying you could have gone a little lighter. You're both students. Jiang Li was a bit surprised and his tone was much better. But he still asked rhetorically, if you were in my position, instructor, what would you do? Of course it's to cut down that gang of wankers. Ahem. I'll convince people with virtue. Jiang Li nearly laughed out loud. Everyone is a reckless person. What kind of cultured person are you pretending to be? Instructor, your weapon wouldn't be called a D, would it? Barong sked. What about the lad so able to be poor? Come with me. You can use your points, but your case is slightly more unique than the others. How special is it exactly? I'll know when I come. Barong turned straight away. Jiang Li was relieved to know that he hadn't zeroed out his points and followed Barong's lead. And seeing Jiang Li follow, Barong threw an eye patch to him. The place I'm taking you to is a key location on the base. And you're not military, so you'll have to be blindfolded. But you can also choose to join the military department. Your grades have already been passed on. You don't even have to take the entrance exam. As long as you nod your head, you'll be joining the military department's seed number 1 program directly with the best benefits. Jiangli silently put on the blindfold. Sorry. I still want to see the outside world first. Barong sighed. He knew what the problem was. If he'd had the talent when he was younger, he'd have been offended by being forced to order something. Get in the car. Barong drove the blindfolded Jiangli through the huge underground base continuously, and also took an elevator ride before finally he arrived at the place. In front of him was something like a bank vault, but instead of one of those round, thick safety doors, it was a drop-gate type of safety door. After Barong opened the door by verifying his identity, Jiangli looked at the thickness of the door. It had to be 2 or 3 meters wide. Once inside, the lights turned on automatically, and inside were rows and rows of metal cabinets, each equally locked. Barong took a tablet from a table by the door and handed it to Jiangli. This is the real warehouse of the Ministry of War. The warehouse prepared for you students would probably be emptied directly if you were to exchange your points for it. The rest of the students kind of don't have to change anything. That's why the base chief has authorized you to come to the military depot, where things normally have to be exchanged for military credit by us. Jiangli took the tablet and flipped through it, and sure enough, it said military points instead of points. So how do I convert my points? The same percentage as military honors. Same. Jiangli looked at Barong in bewilderment, and Barong hugged his shoulders and laughed. Where do you think the demonic beast's point system came from? This place was originally meant to be a preparatory battlefield for new recruits, to familiarize them with the demonic beasts on the battlefield in advance. So don't be too surprised that the points are just as good as the military. Don't look at me like that. Your pattern of taking military credit for your teammates doesn't exist on the front lines. I may not be able to get 100,000 military honors even after 3 months of exhaustive fighting on the front line. You kid only have 1 month. It's more enjoyable than I've been doing it for a few years. So be contented. I reckon there's absolutely no way the staff will be able to pull off a game where they can plunder each other's points after you. They'll all have to think about whether or not there's a single person who can fuck the whole game and get all the points in the future. Barong said with a good-natured and amused look at Zhang Libi now. Zhang Li was probably clear about the current situation. The military department was considering that his points were too much for an inventory open for students, and if they only opened up redemptions for him for students, they would quickly empty the inventory for students this time around. But there were still more than 3,000 students who were still participating in the secondary demon beast chasing competition, and it was obviously troublesome to re-prepare the inventory of more than 3,000 people after it was over. So it was better to open up the high-level privileges and allow Jiangli to exchange them at the military department warehouse. He understood the situation, but Jiangli couldn't help but ask after looking at the goods on the tablet, did you guys adjust the exchange points up? Isn't this 4th grade spirit marrow 30,000 points apiece outside? How did it become 300,000 here? Barong looks at him like he's an idiot. Do you think this kind of 4th grade spirit can really be exchanged for just 30,000 points? This is a special subsidy for you participating students in this training camp. As the first training camp, the military always has to come up with something of sufficient weight, but it can't be completely in accordance with the military merit. So it's discounted. By the way, this is partly paid for by the Ministry of Education. If you say that, Jiangli understands everything, so he should have the meaning of the Ministry of Education to let him come. Let him buy outside, directly buy 30 copies of the Spirit Marrow. The Ministry of Education directly bankruptcy. These guys are still chicken thieves. Continuing to look, Jiangli realized that the upper 4 items basically doubled in exchange points. Something like a 3rd grade spirit item, such as the spirit snake fruit that could also enhance one's qualifications, only required 50,000 military merits. But a 4th grade spirit marrow would require 300,000. The 3rd grade martial art Gungjin forging skill only required 30,000 military honors, but the lowest 4th grade martial art was 300,000, and the highest could even reach 500,000 military honors. As for the 5th rank, that really doesn't dare to think about it. That's a million tiers of military service. Zhang Li's goal this time is martial arts and spiritual objects. There is a 4th grade martial arts this to Sang Yuan dejected, as if he is the only one in the world in the sky. What others have, he must also have. Just which one has the most side effects? Chapter 71, 4th grade Inner Strength, Battle Formation Atlas. The martial arts of the military department had more or less a few side effects, but the corresponding power was also quite high. Just like the Gangjin forging skill, Zhang Li was getting more and more enjoyable the more he used it. Moreover, the copper skin realm of the forging body technique had already stacked up to 350, and while the sinews were going towards the 199th layer of the grand completion, the stacking of the copper skin realm still didn't stop, which was something that the other cultivators didn't dare to think about at all. No one wants to be a half-human thing with a layer of iron armor, but Jiang Li didn't care about this side effect at all. So he looked for the kind of martial arts that had the most side effects in the introduction. And this time, he started directly from the 4th grade martial arts. Up came an internal skill, the earthen skill, a 4th grade internal skill. After cultivating it, the chi and blood were as thick as the earth. Best for those who play cross-trainer. The biggest advantage of this internal skill is its strong defense. Thick chi and blood can protect the meridian points. There is no lack of that kind of internal skill that contains special elements on the market, such as cold ice, flame, thunder and such. After a normal person is hit by a person who practiced this aspect of internal energy, the body will be residual with the other party's special elements of the strength of the air. It is difficult to eliminate. But people who cultivate Wuta skill don't have to worry about this at all. After cultivation is equivalent to using chi and blood to build a wall in the body. No one can break through it. It is claimed to be the strongest internal defense in the 4th grade martial arts, and you don't have to worry about receiving internal injuries at all. I have to say that this gong method is really good, and it's one of the few internal gong methods in the military that doesn't have any side effects and is all about advantages. The result was predictable, being directly brushed aside by Zhongli. The next 4th grade internal skill was much more interesting, looking not like a martial art, but rather like a book of war, or a record manual for a certain battlefield, called the 720 Battle Formation Atlas. Curious, he checked the introduction and realized that the so-called 720s were actually talking about the 720 acupoints inside the body, and this internal martial art was not known to have been created by some great genius who compared each acupoint to a soldier under his command. Since soldiers can form battle formations to enhance their combat power, why can't acupoints form battle formations? Of course the soldiers form a battle formation. Just like the 3 sisters of the U district form a sword formation is a billion points of side effects. A first-rate martial artist 3-person sword formation can beat a second-rate. Naturally, not because of 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 2. In fact, alone 3 first-rate cannot be dry off a second-rate martial artist. The reason why they could beat it was because of the overdraft power, combining 3 into 1 and erupting a power that surpassed the limit of the first grade itself. This internal martial art is also meant for this purpose, so it is divided into 2 parts. One part is the cultivation chapter, which is about practicing the acupoints that you use to get through first, and practicing them to become soldiers who are completely at your command. Acupuncture points are thoughtless, and you certainly have no problem mobilizing chi and blood from them. However, the human body itself has a protective mechanism that will force you not to move all the chi and blood within the acupoints, and what you have to practice is to make the acupoints as obedient as the soldiers, so that they can move all the chi and blood at the critical moment. Because there is a second part to this internal martial art. The second part is the temporary explosive chapter, which talks about the first part of practicing soldiers after completing a while. In a moment of crisis, you can unite all the points that have been opened up to form a battle formation like a unified army, and briefly impact the points that have not yet been opened up to forcibly enhance your own strength. The more acupoints in the body that were practiced as soldiers, the stronger the strength that could be briefly broken through. Seeing Jiang Li looking at this internal art, Barong interjected, "You're interested in this? This internal martial art is still quite useful. After refining the acupoints, the most basic seems like 3 acupoints can form a battle formation, and the increase in chi and blood for a short period of time is equivalent to the chi and blood you gained from breaking through 2 acupoints. And if I remember correctly, someone used this on the battlefield where a 4th grade martial artist hard temporarily broke through to the 5th grade. But after it was over, the meridians and acupoints were damaged and they lay down for over a month. This internal martial art is still too extreme for you students. I recommend you to go for the earthen decision, the most defensive of the 4th grade internal martial arts. That's what I'd like to trade for, and I'll have enough military credit right away." Jiangli looked at Barong curiously. "You don't look like you're that stable." Barong sighed. "You'll know when you start going into battle. The demon race is fine. As long as you don't eat their flesh, there's no possibility of demonization. But those devil sects and foreign races are different. The devil sects' gong methods often have special attributes that are very troublesome. As long as you are not careful and the strong air carrying the devil sect's internal gong hits your body, it will be like a seed hidden in your body and it is hard to find it out. But it will suddenly pop up when you are at the most critical point in your cultivation and send you over the edge. Like the basics of charm, rage, mourn, etc. There's also the foreign races. The system they cultivate isn't quite the same as ours. It's complicated to say the least. In any case, if you have the earthen decree, you don't have to worry about these underhanded tactics and tricks of theirs." Jiangli nodded his head after listening. "I see. Then I'll go with the 720 Battle Formation Atlas." Barong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He said so much. Jiangli, this kid is not listening to it at all. Jiangli naturally had his own considerations. What evil way could be more evil than him? Other people who had an extra demonic power air in their bodies would try to remove it by all means. He just joined in. "Since I can't solve it, I'll just learn yours directly. When the time comes, the side effects will be directly transferred, and backhand you charm, rage, and go off the deep end. How simple is that? That's how you mess with it. You tend to end up with black smoke all over yourself. Whatever. As the saying goes, there is no right or wrong technology. It just depends on whether the heart of the person mastering it is right. His heart is positively glowing. Okay. 450,000 points. Directly given to the 720 Battle Formation Atlas to take. The moment the points disappeared, Zhongli heard a snap and a small door on the cabinet opened by itself. Barong walked over and took out a jade tablet from inside and handed it to Zhongli, causing Zhongli to be filled with questions. What's this? Transmission jade tags. Not necessary for low-grade martial arts, but high-grade martial arts use this encryption method in order to prevent leakage into the hands of other countries or some unstable elements in the country. Only martial artists above the 5th grade can use their spiritual power to engrave the martial arts they have learned on a jade tablet, and by sticking it to their brain they can instantly understand the martial art, which also makes it easier for those who are learning to learn it. Zhongli was greatly shocked. Is this the kind of thing that is written in other novels? He thought that this world he traveled through was just so low, together with the low grade is not worthy of awe. But there's another problem. Won't I learn it and then copy it down so I can leak it? The Barang looked at him with a smirk on his shoulder. You can try. Zhongli pressed the jade tablet to his head, and as Barang said, he instantly learned this Battle Formation Atlas, but when he tried to replicate what was in his head, what came out in writing were words that were just as messy and garbled as they were, and couldn't be pieced together at all. What's going on here? Said this thing is encrypted. Our Chinese characters are profound and profound. After the words are broken up it does not prevent people from reading. This encryption technology follows that same principle. Bull. Chapter 72 Barangay, no. That's a bit extreme for you. In addition to internal martial arts, Zhongli also started shopping for various types of martial arts. Currently the light power that comes with the Sword of Wisdom can still be topped, so you don't need to buy it for the time being. But boxing palms, legs and these have to be bought. And so on the further back. People who know the Piscean sword scripture must have. He cannot always use the Piscean sword scripture. It has to be used as a bottom card. On the surface he is a cross-trained martial artist who plays with fists. There was also his latest acquisition of a Spirit Soldier Fire Dragon gun, which he had taken from Liang Ting, so if there was a suitable gun, he could also buy it and use it. And looking at these martial arts, that's a lot. Zhongli began to quickly flip through the pages, stopping only at those martial arts whose introductions said they had side effects. Currently, he still had 450,000 points left. He could buy multiple 3rd grade martial arts, or 1 4th grade and 1 3rd grade. After thinking about it, Zhongli finally chose to take 1 4th grade martial art and 1 3rd grade martial art. The 4th grade martial art called 8 Extreme Avalanche Mountain consumed 400,000 points, and the 3rd grade martial art called Fixed Dragon Gun cost 60,000 points. Doesn't this former thing smell a little bit like Shaw's Fire and Brimstone? In fact, it is not really. After all, they are all from the 8 Extremes Fist. And this door, 8 Extremes Avalanche Mountain, is also from the 8 Extremes Fist. There was Baji Quan in China before the rise of Wudao. And after the rise of Wudao because of the power of Baji Quan, it made many martial artists try to adapt Baji Quan into Wudao techniques. So there wasn't just one version of the 8 Extremes Avalanche Mountain, which was just a 4th grade fist technique researched by the military bigwigs. The basic general path remained unchanged, still using more elbows and punches, but this adapted style allowed the practitioner to strike multiple strands of Jin Chi when throwing a punch, like an impact drill that wouldn't move, seemingly striking once but actually delivering multiple strands of Jin Chi. The strongest person really used this move 8 Extremes to collapse a small mountain. So the first 2 words of this martial art are the name of the martial art, called 8 Extremes, and the latter is just an objective description of the martial art. The reason why I chose this is because it has horrible side effects. The force is mutual, and if the tendons and muscles in your body are not tough enough, the moment you collapse out will also backfire on your own tendons and muscles. However, this would be very suitable for cultivators who practiced the Gangjin forging body technique to practice, because that horizontal martial art happens to be able to train the sinews and flesh to be extremely tough. And practicing to the fullest is not much worse than steel cables. And once the Gangjin forging skill could be practiced to that point, practicing this 4th grade martial art would not do much damage. But to Zhongli, he didn't care about the side effects, just be strong. As for that 3rd grade dragon fixing gun, it was about ending the battle with a single strike, so it was also called the one-shot dragon fixing gun. With this martial art, it is said that either don't use it, once you use it, burn your whole body's chi and blood to burn yourself like a rocket propeller and nail the opposite side of the room with a single shot. This should be the last martial art that the generals on the battlefield would go for. An absolute backup hidden energy. If you can't fuck up the opposite side, then just wait to die. After looking at these two martial arts that Zhang Li had chosen, he directly silenced Barangay Dryad. Do you have an undying enemy? This martial arts choice is too extreme. Zhang Li shrugged his shoulders. Extreme? I think it's still a bit conservative. Who knows when we'll be in danger? How dangerous the world is. So conservative you'll die. Instructor Barong. Barong sniffed in a trance. Was Zhang Li still talking about this human bloom where all the human races were able to push back against the demon races? Shook his head. The points are yours, so do what you want with them. Now that the points are all redeemed and over with, let's go. Zhang Li suddenly said, hey, didn't they say that the first place winner of this competition would get a portion of spirit marrow? Barong froze. Good lord. Shocked by the more than 900,000 points in Zhang Li's hand, he had forgotten about the district's one spiritual marrow. Wait. Barong took the tablet and took a copy of the spirit marrow through the authority and handed it to Zhang Li, then blindfolded him and sent him back to the dormitory. For Zhang Li and these top 36, this training camp had ended here, and the biggest winner was Zhang Li, followed by Ling Jia and Zhang Chong who followed Zhang Li. They showed with practical actions that sometimes it is much more useful to follow the right people than to work hard on their own. Zhang Li packs with flying. The two of them were the only two people who had redeemed their points for spirit essence besides the three sisters of the U district who were anonymous from the beginning to the end. Cultivation had already begun now, and without any surprises. When the students from the sub-competition came out, Ling Rut would at the very least reach the second grade, and Zhang Chong wouldn't be too far behind, directly closing the gap with everyone else. Zhang Li also remembered that before he crossed over, there was a small country that just because they followed the right people, obviously they couldn't even rub out the chips. But they put a satellite in the sky earlier than even little Ben. Really shows what it means how important it is to follow the right people. Zhang Li saw that Ling Jia and Zhang Chong had both gone to cultivate, so he himself didn't run around and swallowed the portion of spiritual marrow directly, and the furious tidal wave of spiritual chi once again washed over his body. It was just that after the last flush, his body impurities were already quite low, and his talent had already been boosted once. As he had predicted before, the second reuse of the spiritual marrow had changed very little for him physically. Zhang Li's eyes lit up when a large amount of aura began to pour into all the muscle groups all over his body. It had been said before that the three positively alienated areas were like seeds about to break out of the ground, and that with one more go, there would surely be a place that could produce the same innate talent as the demonic beasts. Sure enough, this time it really showed up. The muscle groups on Zhang Li's body streamlined and shrunk as far as the eye could see, allowing Zhang Li to revert from the state of a big muscular guy back to that sunny and handsome big boy, who finally didn't have to attract the attention of the same sex. Moreover, he could feel that the density of the muscles all over his body was far more than before, and his strength had obviously become even more terrifying. At this moment Zhang Li had a realization. This innate talent he had awakened was giant strength. Since the rise of the martial arts, only demonic beasts have had this honor, as if they were able to obtain their innate talent as if they were the favorites of heaven and earth. It was also only in recent years, after years of aura infestation, that humans had grown spirit fruits and appeared on their own land, and it was only through these things that they had discovered the possibility of obtaining their native gifts. However, this kind of spirit is too expensive, and it is unusual for people to eat 2 portions of the 4th grade spirit marrow to at most make their qualifications increase dramatically, and at the same time enhance their chi and blood to penetrate their meridians. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Li already had a positive alienation, even if he ate 2 servings, it would be useless, and it wouldn't even be able to reach the omen of being able to appear as an innate talent. It would be even harder for others to reach this condition of his. He himself didn't even know how much demonic beast meat he had eaten. According to the extreme Taoist magic power on the record, 99 people have a person may succeed in obtaining a positive alienation, but that's just the probability. Really unlucky. Experiments 9,999 times may not be successful. Chapter 73, What flavor of cranberry does your family like? After the giant strength, talent appeared, Zhang Li used the rest of his aura to continue raising the chi and blood punch points. The first meridian of a second-grade martial artist is called the Foot Yang Ming Stomach Meridian, and there are quite a lot of acupoints on this meridian. 45 acupoints on one side, and many less talented people may not be able to get through the Foot Yang Ming Stomach Meridian for the rest of their lives, and they are completely stuck in the second-grade martial artist. And the Foot Yang Ming Stomach Meridian is in charge of the digestive system, including the stomach and intestines, the nervous system, the respiratory system, the circulatory system, as well as the organs of the throat, the head and face, the mouth, the teeth and the nose. It can be said that the process of penetrating the meridians is also the process of unlocking the human body. Every time a meridian was penetrated, the corresponding organ would undergo a qualitative change. and when all 12 meridians were penetrated, the person had almost completed an upgrade. When the Rindu 2 chakras are opened again, all the limitations of the human body will be completely broken. And this time, with the help of the spiritual marrow, Zhongli spent a day to break through the Chengsui point, Si Bai point, Juseo point, Di Song point, De Ying point, Che Che point, Xia Guan point, Headway point, Rening point, Shui 2 point, Shisha point, Shi Pang point, Shi 2 point, totaling 13 acupoints. If you were to change other meridians, you would actually have already passed through. But the foot Yangming stomach meridian was very special. Or rather, every time you broke through from the second grade, there would be a meridian with an extremely large number of acupoints that seemed to deliberately block you from continuing onwards. When Zhongli ended his cultivation and it was dark, Zhongli, who had been tired for a month, didn't have that sense of urgency that he had to gain points anymore and simply chose to rest. When the next morning came early, he used all of his remaining scattered points to exchange the barrier-breaking pill that aided in cultivation. It's only a few thousand points, so there's no point in redeeming it in the military's warehouse. Since the quantity was small and would not cause any impact, Xiang Yu also acquiesced to his act of using those thousands of scattered points to exchange for elixirs. After exchanging the pills and completely using up his points, Zhongli passed by the ward as he was heading to the martial arts practice grounds. At the moment it was filled with geniuses from the A district lying inside, one by one receiving basic treatment. Although the military will give treatment, it is only for simple diseases, like an ordinary broken arm or leg, nothing more than a fracture, a pill down to cure, more days to recuperate, no delay at all in the college entrance examination. But like the damage Zhongli did to that dead kid Kuwabara, the military said that they could only cure him for the most part, and the fine limbs would be difficult to fix even with the military physicians. So the 12 people led by Kuwabara were still left to wail in their hospital beds, the people whose arms and legs had been broken by Kuwabara and the others, on the other hand, were almost well enough to at least push their wheelchairs to their beds and then he too spit on. Kuwabara can't fight back yet. Apparently, what Kuwabara did to them was completely pissing off the gang and creating a big feud. At that moment, Sang Yuan saw Zhongli standing in the doorway watching them, and was thinking of a gnashing of teeth expression, but realized that his teeth had long been broken by Zhongli. Right now his oral state is about as perfect as it gets for an inmate in a pretty country prison. Sang Yuan, who couldn't even grit his teeth, stared at Zhongli dead in the face, his eyes filled with hatred. Zhongli looked at the person who spat on him, and then looked at Sang Yuan now looking at his expression. It wasn't hard to predict that this guy might find someone to retaliate against him when he went out. Zhongli turned to leave the entrance of the ward, thinking to himself that he should get high on some poison tonight. No, not to mention where to get the poison thing from, but if Kuwabara, who he had crippled, died inside the base, there was a chance that he would be held accountable. And even if we let him die here, he knows 4th grade martial arts, his family must be rich and powerful. With a little bit of checking, he would know that he had done it, and as usual, he would come to take revenge on him. I'm so tired of these dead kids from big families, crippling one and popping out a big one. It was still impulsive at the time. Zhongli began to self-reflection. In the future, must carry some can raise chi and blood but poisonous elixir on the body, and then encounter a similar situation to see the first sight of the end of the first direct drug. Get dead. Rubbing his hair, a sense of urgency came up in Zhongli's heart. Once you get out of the camp, there's only about a week or so left before the entrance exams. The Kuwabara family wouldn't be able to get started if they went straight into the high school process. This world's college entrance examination is valued no less than in the last life. And unlike the written examination, the college entrance examination martial arts examination is broadcast live throughout the whole process. So every year there are dark horses that can be recognized by the whole country. After his fame, he wasn't afraid of Kuwabara at all. It's this 1 week period where you could be attacked and killed. Zhongli was now a bit anxious to know what kind of people were in Kuwabara's family, if they walked at night, and if they liked to eat cranberries. But the only information that can be known at the moment is that Sang Yuan's family has a background in the Kongdong sect, and to be able to learn the 7-injury fist, which is a 4th grade town martial art, then his father is at least a director level of the Kongdong sect. It's so hard to do. Although this world has the internet and the sects are almost equivalent to the universities in the last life, but in this world, the internal situation of the sects is not announced to the outside world, so no one will know who is inside the sects and what the teaching content is. It is said to have been done to prevent spies from outside races from getting an accurate idea of the true strength of the human race. It's also understandable that the sects in this world don't just function as universities, responsible for education. There was also the wartime support attribute, where each first-class sect had a large number of 5th and 6th ranked martial artists. There are as many as 2 martial arts masters and as few as 1. The more he thought about it, the more difficult he felt. Zhongli's head was full of thoughts twisted into a knot, and finally he let out a long breath. It's useless to think so much. Take a step and see what happens. As long as you let me know the names of your family members, then we'll see if they can eat poison as a meal 3 times a day at that time. Thinking more was not beneficial. Zhongli decided to go and practice martial arts. As long as he practiced into the state, his mind would not think about things more. He has an internal art, a boxing art, and a gun technique waiting for him in his hands. Chapter 74, Pulling Demon Kings as Victims from the Battlefield. Zhongli started to get high on 10 pills in one breath to run his internal energy at the base practicing ground. This was a very familiar pattern now. It was just that the internal energy running was no longer the extreme Dao demonic energy that only had a first grade, but the 4th grade battle formation atlas. Although the extreme Dao demonic technique was now used for ordinary people, the cultivation speed was still considered fast. However, to Zhongli, the extreme Dao demonic technique could no longer keep up with his current pace. When Zhongli composed himself and recalled the cultivation process of the Battle Formation Atlas, a memory of practicing the Battle Formation Atlas automatically appeared in his mind. Not only is there a way to practice, but there is also the teaching of the person who passed down this martial art to help him take fewer detours and get straight to the other side. Following the memorized operation process, Zhongli started refining from the first acupoint. The qi and blood stored in the acupoints assisted in the refining process, transforming the acupoints into the desired look. And the acupoints worked with the Battle Formation Atlas to expand or lock up whenever Zhongli needed them. It was said that when all the developed acupoints in the body were all practiced to become soldiers, then no matter whether it was to refine the qi and blood afterward, or to operate, it would be a whole lot faster. After all, the execution of these points could already reach the level of soldier. However, in Zhongli's memory, according to that big brother's self-reporting, refining the acupoints was a very painful process. And to force the acupoints to obey was no less than if you could control your muscles to dance at any time. Cramps like this can occur even when controlling muscles, let alone controlling more subtle, practically invisible points. Zhongli saw the memory of the big man hard wailing, but he wanted a cup of tea, because there is no pain at all, making him a little bored. 5 minutes later, the first acupoint was successfully refined, and like an obedient soldier, he would be the first to provide all of his qi and blood whenever Zhongli wanted him to. Zhongli purposely disconnected all the designated victims within the family bucket to try and see what it would feel like if he came alone to withstand the entirety of the qi and blood within an acupuncture point being offered out at once. Even if it was just one click, just one acupoint's qi and blood was extracted in its entirety. Zhongli had a feeling that his waist had been taken out and he was a bit weak. So is the object designated by me going to suffer such a terrible side effect? That's great. Zhongli directly sang Yuan, Yunlang 2 people to rejoin the family bucket. Other people Zhongli has not so angry, but these two as he see once want to beat once. In no one saw the place will even directly neck right twisted guy, but besides those 2 loads, he had so many empty seats on his hands. I forgot to mention before that breaking through an acupoint meant that the lucky person who could join the family bucket was also added one more person. And currently he had opened 2 meridians plus 13 acupoints, which meant that he could fit a total of 45 lucky people. There were still dozens of empty seats after loading the 2 of them. Zhongli thought for a moment and checked the live video on the battlefield against the demons through the base's TV. This was the time when the battlefield of Mount Kunyu had ended its preliminary small-scale trial and truly began to pit large armies against each other. The Koanyu Mountain battlefield was still Zhongli's birthplace, a place near the city of Sanshan, which had formed a demon kingdom and a forbidden place for the human race a long time ago. There were once quite a few villagers living there, but without exception, they were all eaten clean by the demonic beasts. Now it is the turn of mankind to slaughter them completely. On the human side, besides the generals of the military, there were quite a few existences in different costumes, which should be martial artists from various major sects. As for the demon camp, the first few rows were all cannon fodder, and only towards the back were the elites of the 3rd grade and above, and the strongest ones should be at the end of the huge-sized lions, eagles and a white elephant. According to the host of the live broadcast, those 3 heads were the so-called demon kings, 7th grade demon kings. As for our side, the military has put out an 8th grade martial arts master to sit in on the town, so you can say how to play it, and directly crush the high-end battle force of the demon race. According to the host, the demon races didn't cooperate with each other as much as the humans did, so the demon territories were all spread out, giving the humans a chance to break them down one by one. Zhongli started naming the strongest ones from the last row of the demon camp, adding the lion, eagle, and white elephant all into the family bucket. Then the massive-looking demons that were a little ahead of them in line were added to the family bucket until the spots were filled. The host did not introduce. Zhongli also did not know that those few are also considered to be demon lords. Our 6th grade demon lords, in charge of their respective communities. And this group of demon lords already have not weaker than the human spirit, but of course, still cannot do as smart as humans. It was a natural choice that the native talents they evolved were primarily for fighting parts. If you evolved your brain, you wouldn't have waited to grow. You'd have already been eaten by a demon that had evolved parts that could be used for combat. So up to now there have been no rumors from the demon race that there are demons whose innate talent is in the area of wisdom. Filling up his family bucket with this group of demon kings and demon lords, Zhongli was considered to have a fixed seat. Normally these powerful great demons shouldn't die, and it was safe to glean their chi and blood, allowing them to help bear all the side effects from practicing martial arts. They were so strong. How much damage could the side effects caused by his martial arts practice as a second-grade martial artist do to them? With such a solid backing, Zhongli could also finally feel at ease and bold to continue his cultivation. Zhongli had always been curious as to what kind of combat power the acupoint battle formation recorded in the Battle Formation Atlas could exert. The most basic of which was that one could use the triple talent battle formation as long as they had 3 acupoints. Zhongli grabbed the other 2 acupoints and refined them, then couldn't wait to form a triple talent formation with the 3 acupoints. The instant he became a formation, Zhongli felt the chi and blood within those 3 acupoints boiling as if they were boiling, causing a wave of red air to start surfacing around his body, as if a scion had opened up. With the 3 talents formation turned on, Zhongli felt that his speed had doubled, his strength had doubled, and the most crucial thing was that he had at least 300 more points of chi and blood available in his body, calculating based on the 50 points stored in each acupoint. The moment the 3 talents formation was formed, the extra available chi and blood he had was equivalent to him temporarily breaking through 6 acupoints. The side effect of normal people using it is that after 10 minutes of ending the 3 talents formation, there is a serious deficiency of chi and blood, and the whole person enters a state of serious weakness. Because this was using the chi and blood of 3 acupoints to catalyze a short burst of chi and blood all over the body, creating the illusion of temporarily breaking through a few acupoints and having some extra chi and blood, and after it was over there would inevitably be a deficit as well. But for Zhongli, there was no such side effect and there was no deficiency of chi and blood at all. He used the time when the 3 talents battle formation was open to try to cultivate the 8 extremes avalanche mountain fist technique, following the memories in his head one trip at a time to build up the frame first. Even though he hadn't hit the stacked Jin Chi yet, he already had a sizable amount of damage due to the 3 talents battle formations boost plus Zhongli's own giant strength talent. The military practice field has special targets for practicing martial arts, all of which are steel combat puppets, motor-driven, with just a few fixed set moves, mainly to resist punching. As a result, Zhongli had only fought for 2 minutes before drying out 3, and that's with him not being able to stack the power airs to hit the mark. When the 10 minutes were over, Zhongli was still a bit unfulfilled. The feeling of not having any side effects and still getting stronger was really cool, but the wards Kuwabara and Yun Lang, who was still in the secondary competition and hadn't finished his intensive training, had a hard time, suddenly feeling a burst of chi and blood deficiency. Although it wasn't the kind that would kill them, one of them was in a state of serious injury, and the other one was chasing the demon and was already facing it. Sang was originally seriously injured, but also a sudden loss of chi and blood. Poof, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, directly fainted. Yun Lang, on the other hand, was in the middle of using his own sword technique, only to suddenly have a void in his chi and blood, and a stagger caused the demon to give him a backhanded slap. Also a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and could only watch as the others went to intercept and kill the demon, and then sailed away. Chapter 75. A man's absence can affect the battle. Kunzusen battlefield. At this time, the great battle between demons and humans had already begun. The first wave of demonic beasts charged, but all of the arms of the Huaxia military were still usable. This is where humans are stronger than demonic beasts. Weapons built with brains are effective in avoiding pointless deaths. The demonic beasts on the opposite side charged, and this side directly washed the ground with artillery fire. Pieces and pieces of uninitiated demonic beasts were directly blown to pieces, but the damage from the cannon fire wasn't that great against demonic beasts starting at first grade, and it was even less useful against second grade demonic beasts. Unless it's one of those large yield bombs. Seeing this, the demon race's 6th grade lords began to intervene. They were annoyed with these humans' weapons, but they couldn't understand how to use them if they were replaced. 3rd grade demonic beasts had the spiritual intelligence of a child, and 4th grade began to have the intelligence of a teenager. So even if they grabbed it, they couldn't use it. They couldn't let the number of 3rd and 4th grades, which wasn't exactly a large number, not go to battle and use the arms. Could they? So the best tactic for the demons is for a big demon with enough character to step in and just make the other side give up firing. A 6th grade tiger demon lord that happened to be on Zhang Li's list was very large and came out with a vicious wind, blowing a breath that made a large swath of incoming projectiles burst in the air. And seeing this, A 6th grade military general from the military also jumped out. The military general was holding a supine moon sword, looking much smaller in size than the Tiger Demon Lord. But waving the sword was a strike of green blade chi that was even bigger than the Tiger Demon Lord. The Tiger Demon Lord grunted and opened his mouth with a classic "that's it." With his strength it was possible to easily stop this move. But just as it was running its body's chi and blood and preparing to use its innate talent to spew out a hurricane, the majestic chi and blood that was rushing around in his body like the Yellow River suddenly suffered a loss. The Tiger Demon Lord's face showed a strange color. This point of chi and blood loss was nothing to him. It was just that he actually had a chi and blood loss before he even fought at this level? It doesn't make sense. It's not metaphysical at all. The most crucial thing was that this small chi and blood deficiency made the process of running his chi and blood not work well for half a second's time. Just by slowing down that half second, he slowed down the timing of his spewing hurricane defense by half a second. Both sides were 6th grade, the equivalent of a high-end game player in a gunfighting game. When you realize that the opposite side has paused for half a second while you are operating, will you just head for the other side? That's a given. If it wasn't for the Tiger Demon Lord still slightly maneuvering to dodge a bit, the military's 6th grade marshal general would have given it a slash to chop its head off. And even if he dodged a bit, the blade cut off the Tiger Demon Lord's ears along with a piece of his scalp, and the skull was directly visible. However, the demon race's life force was tenacious and recovery was even stronger. This injury was nothing to the Tiger Demon Lord. What's irritating is that the opposite human general carrying a supine sword said faintly no mounts, directly giving the Tiger Demon Lord an explosion of anger. He wailed and charged up. Zhongli at the base practice ground also didn't expect that he had tested just one triple talon formation, but it actually affected the battlefield, causing a 6th grade Tiger Demon Lord to nearly fall. He was still diligently cultivating the battle formation atlas, striving to refine all 44 acupoints in his body, except for the first one, which took 5 minutes because it was not skillful. The rest became much faster because the technique became skillful. After about an hour and a half, Zhongli finished refining all the remaining acupoints. At this time then try to run the battle array atlas to refine chi and blood to find that his speed of refining chi and blood is more than double A. Plus the very beginning of the extreme Dao demonic power hit the bottom, so that he already had the meridian acupuncture point positive alienation. He refines chi and blood speed is at least 3 times the speed of the record of the battle array atlas in his head. Ordinary 2nd grade martial artists cultivated 2nd grade internal energy at best. They couldn't catch up with his speed even if they beat their horses. Zhongli also struck the iron while it was hot and began to get high on a large number of pills and began to refine his chi and blood according to his own skillful way. This way of getting high on a large amount of medicine was certainly fast, but the pressure on the meridians and acupoints was extremely great. But overrunning chi and blood was nothing for the demonic beasts whose meridians and acupoints were already tough, and they couldn't feel a single bit of pain. The only ones in pain were Kuwabara and Yunlang. What could really threaten the demonic beast lords was that getting high on a large amount of drugs would seriously overdraw an individual's own potential, and if this group of demonic beast lords could survive in the end, they would realize that they could have advanced to the 7th grade, but no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't be able to lift it up unless they could eat enough spiritual objects to fill their potential. But the number of spirits that could be useful to a 6th grade demon lord were few and far between. Of course, one of the most critical issues is that they may not survive. This was because Zhongli had almost dragged all the demon lords plus those 3 demon kings into the family bucket. After refining all the acupuncture points, he got high for a short period of time and flushed out 2 of them, the treasury and household points. After resting, or rather, Zhongli, who was curious about what kind of power the fixed dragon gun and the battle formation atlas had when added together with more acupoints to open up the battle formation, started the rehearsal of the battle formation atlas and the practice of the fixed dragon gun again. The dragon fixing lance was known as a shot to fix the dragon, and in times of desperation, it burned all the remaining chi and blood in his body before stabbing out a shot with a full burst. If you kill the enemy, you lie on the ground and smoke a cigarette and wait for rescue. If you can't kill them, you lie on the ground and smoke a cigarette and wait for death. This thing, even if you cultivate it, you have to be careful. You can't explode with full force. You can only put out a little bit of force to cultivate it. So often the first-time users had never gone all out and didn't know how powerful the martial art really was. And Zhongli wasn't worried about the side effects, so he could go all out in every practice session, even stacking the battle formation atlas to turn on the full power of the great formation inside his body. At this moment, together with the 2 acupoints that had just been opened, Zhongli had a total of 46 acupoints opened in his body, which was enough to use that kind of multi-acupoint human body formation for a while. For example, the 36 Big Dipper formation. A human Big Dipper formation composed of all the chi and blood of the 36 acupoints is stimulated. Zhongli went step by step to light up the acupoints in his body according to the battle formation atlas, and finally connected them to form the 36 Heavenly Dipper formation. The compulsion of this internal martial art was quite high, and the effect was quite perverse. It was that this preparation time was too long, and one had to go through many practices before the corresponding human body grand formation could be opened smoothly. But ordinary people practice. If you use once on the fucking ground once, there is not enough medicinal herbs and doctors, who do not dare to easily go to practice, basically pointing to one or two formations to eat to old age. But Jiang Li was different. He had countless chances for trial and error, and the side effects of trial and error were paid for by the lucky demon race. 36 Big Dipper Formation. Open. Chapter 76, Jiang Li burning himself, resulting in the demon lords all hanging. The moment all the acupoints in his body lit up, waves of star-colored air began to rise around Jiang Li's body. Jiang Li planned to use the strength machine in the martial arts training room to test his strength first. His regular strength after having the giant strength talent was at 50 tons. Just as he wanted to go that way, his foot hit the ground and his person suddenly leapt forward a dozen meters. The original steel plate floor was hardened by a footprint. Jiang Li's pupils shrunk slightly. This increase is a bit too perverted, isn't it? This increase was so large he couldn't even control his current strength and speed, and had to adapt as best he could. Like a screen stuck in a game. A scurry to the power detection apparatus. After a flat punch was thrown down, the value was jumping rapidly on the display of the testing instrument. When it finally stopped, Jiang Li was dumbfounded. 200 tons. A full fourfold increase. No wonder he scurried away. This increase was more horrific than he thought it would be. But accordingly, the more points used to open the battle formation, the greater the cost, because it's using chakra for leverage to get stronger chakra and attributes. Under normal circumstances, the 3 talents formation lasts for 10 minutes and ends with a serious loss of chi and blood. The 36 Big Dipper formation, on the other hand, was purely the same existence as the fixed dragon lance, and was completely overdrawing everything it had. The setting of the battle formation atlas was that after opening the great formation, in addition to the increase in physical strength and speed, there was also an increase in chi and blood. The previous triple talent formation's chi and blood increase was equivalent to 300 points of chi and blood, which was the amount of chi and blood that had temporarily broken through the 6 acupoints. Now that the 36 acupoints formed the 36 Big Dipper formation, it directly allowed Jiang Li to temporarily skyrocket 3,600 points of chi and blood. That's not just an overdraft of oneself, that's an overdraft of 2. You'll be paralyzed in bed for a year and a half if you don't die after using it. If one were to use a certain physical art called the 8 gates of transportation to describe it, the 36 Big Dipper formation was basically equivalent to opening to the 5th gate. A second-grade martial artist opening 5 gates is equivalent to Li Rock opening 5 gates. And little Li was almost wasted after using it. But as the saying goes, the greater the side effects, the stronger the performance. If you completely burn yourself to make that shot again with this already added leverage, Jiang Li was starting to get excited. He was a little afraid to think about what kind of terrifying damage he could deal. Lining up all the battle puppets on the martial arts practicing field. These battle puppets could take damage from a second-grade martial artist and then remain unharmed. However, with Jiang Li starting the Big Dipper formation, the force of just a flat hit was already far beyond that of a third-grade horizontal martial artist. If you add the fixed dragon gun, following the operation of the fixed dragon lance, Jiang Li began to burn all the chi and blood in his body. Originally, the fixed dragon lance only burned the chi and blood of one of his second-grade martial artists to strike, and the damage was already considerable. Adding another 3,600 points of chi and blood was equivalent to adding another third-grade martial artist's chi and blood. At the moment, Jiang Li's body was like a huge boiler, and after all the chi and blood had been burned, the steam pressure in his body had reached a critical value. The fire dragon lance, which was already a spirit soldier, had long since begun to burst into flames, and because the amount of chi and blood was sufficiently excessive, the entire lance burst into flames, burning half of Jiang Li's body into it. Ready, Jiang Li raised his gun in a good starting position. Half of his body was burning with a fire that couldn't hurt him, the dragon gun, the only one that can set the Middle Kingdom on fire. As this spear stabbed out, a roaring fire dragon flew out, gradually losing its dragon form in the air, like a thick siege spear, viciously nailing onto the body of the first battle golem. The puppet that was hit directly exploded the moment it came into contact with the move. The battle puppet that could resist a blow from a second-grade martial artist without being damaged simply exploded after just one touch. And still, this spinning and burning siege spear continued to pierce and burst through the battle golems on this line with unstoppable vigor. It doesn't end with 1, 2, 3, until the final 21st. The end here doesn't mean stopping at the 21st golem. Rather, because there were only 21 battle puppets, the shot continued to fly forward, and it was not considered over until a large hole was made in the wall of the martial arts training room. The image is like a barret hitting a row of planks. But the battle golem wasn't a plank of wood. It was made of a special alloy that couldn't even be pierced by a real barret. As a result, it was so easily pierced through 21 by Zhongli, plus a wall. The 36 Big Dipper formation inside Zhongli's body automatically lifted. And Zhongli's mouth couldn't be suppressed at all. It's hanging on the battlefield of Mount Kunyu at this moment. The battle had already begun to enter white heat, with all of the high-level martial artists going out to fight against the demon lord. The martial artist side could use martial skills, while the demonic beast side had innate talents, and the two sides were indistinguishable for a while, with neither one able to dry anyone out. But at the same time, almost all of the demon lords were fighting when they suddenly felt the chi and blood in their bodies violently empty. Although they were all 5th and 6th grade great demons with chi and blood in their bodies like a rushing river, the amount of chi and blood that Zhongli had burned was equivalent to using a great move for them as well. It wouldn't matter if it was placed in normal times. The chi and blood deficit from putting up a big move would soon be made up by just resting and eating something. But this was on the battlefield. The sudden massive deficit in chi and blood had caused their chi and blood to not even run poorly anymore. It had come to a direct standstill. The human martial artists who were fighting with them suddenly realized that the demonic beast in front of them was like the leader of the ugly kingdom. Speaking suddenly stopped there, as if his brain had gone down. Can you pass up such a great opportunity? The human martial artists erupted their strongest martial skills in unison. In a span of time, 25th grade great demons were exterminated and 4 6th grade demon lords had their heads chopped off. The host of the live broadcast was dumbfounded, and after his brain went down for a moment, he shouted in a high tone of voice what we saw. Oh my God! I can't believe our eyes. What is going on? Why did dozens of 5th and 6th grade great demons stop moving at the same time? As if they knew that the heavens had ordained manhwa and gave up their lives. We could see that even the various martial artists who had killed the demonic beasts were confused. However, the scales of victory had completely tilted in our favor, and we had an absolute advantage in the Battle of Mount Kunyu. Let's congratulate Huaxia in advance for taking back another piece of territory from the demon race that originally belonged to humans. Huaxia proved its strength to the entire demon race and to the whole world. From today onwards, Huaxia will completely erase the words human forbidden zone. In my Huaxia land, the human race is in charge. Everyone who was watching the livestream was confused as they watched the footage on the livestream, and then cheered in unison. Even the soldiers in the base were watching the live broadcast and cheered. And Captain Xiang Yuqi even announced directly after watching the live broadcast that while the students were all still inside chasing the demons and didn't come out, they would hurry up and hold a banquet for the guys to follow and celebrate. Chapter 77 End of training. When Zhongli sheepishly left the martial arts training room that he had crippled, he found a scene of jubilation in the base. It was only when he asked that he realized that the Battle of Goodgai Kunya Mountain had just begun before he practiced martial arts, and it was actually going to end after he finished practicing martial arts. It is said that I don't know what happened on the demon race side. All the 5th and 6th grade demons all seemed to be down at the same time, and were killed by the military martial artists in conjunction with the top martial artists of various sects. It directly decimated 80% of the top echelons of the Kunya Mountain demon race. Now there were only a few 5th grade as well as a few 6th grade demon lords and those 3 7th grade demon kings left, and it was said that those 3 7th grade demon kings were also being chased by the martial artists from the human side, as if they were in poor condition, having fought in a battle before arriving, and were low on chi and blood. Zhongli listened to the system after clicking on the system. This look, well, hanging more than 20 how can he not know what happened? He practiced martial arts when the Big Dipper formation and burned all the blood to practice a fixed dragon gun. The result is directly to those demonic beasts in the body of the blood dry deficit empty, so that the human martial artist sees the opportunity to directly kill. Zhongli really didn't think that he actually had such a big role to play. If he came to do so in every war against the demons in the future, what else would the demons play? As he got stronger and stronger, when he reached the 6th rank, one full force outburst would directly be able to completely dry out this group of demons. He's practically on the demon treasure. The corners of Zhongli's mouth rose madly. Although he had only traveled here a short time ago and had no feelings for this world, his heart was definitely firmly on the side of the human race. With him, there were absolutely no surprises for the human race. After asking about the situation, he was about to go back to his dormitory to get some rest when Barong dragged him straight to a banquet organized by the military. At the banquet, Zhongli realized that everyone seemed to know him. In fact, this was thanks to Sang Yuan's gang of assholes. Sang Yuan received the final mission but didn't go to support it. As a result, Zhongli didn't just dry out a mid-second grade demon by himself. He also dry out 15 geniuses led by Sang Yuan with his own strength. It would be a great relief, especially for the military soldiers. Kuwabara's gang did something so defeatist that all the soldiers stood Zhongli, and some even said that in the future, Kuwabara had better not enter the army department. or else they would be beaten up one day. Because of this, he blended in well that night, mingling with the soldiers and taking the stage to sing a military song not found in this world, which received thunderous applause directly from the audience. Xiang Yu is on stage pointing at Zhangli with a skewer. This kid is damn good for a soldier, even as a civilian soldier. Borrowing sighed as he held his glass. Team Xiang, you gave someone a scolding like that before, so don't expect to still let them join the military department. Xiang Yu slapped the table. I'm doing this for his own good. Baron laughed, and after putting his glass down, said, Xiang team, you're too much of a dad flavor now. When is my eldest nephew born? Xiang Yu's face is full of smiles when he talks about his children soon. There's still a month to go. The old head honcho has arranged for me to go to the best maternity hospital in La Cap City, so you'll accompany me out to take a look at it at that time. Okay, come on, cheers. Item team, you're raising fish here. The Moro Zhangli covered his head and got up from the bed. It was the first time he knew that there was actually a special wine for martial artists that had special herbs in it so that even martial artists could get drunk. Those soldiers were literally dunking him to death. At this time the door to his dormitory was knocked on. Zhangli staggered to open the door and found Lingjia and Zhang Cheng standing at the door. Li, you drank a lot last night. Listening to Ling Rut's question with a smile, Zhangli nodded his head. Didn't you go last night? Ling Rut shook his head. We don't have that kind of face. No one was invited to the military banquet except you. I don't think they wanted to bring students either. Didn't you see the banquet they had yesterday after the tournament today? In that way, it has the feel of two parents going out to steal a barbecue behind their children's backs. The game is going to end today? Zhangli was a bit dizzy from drinking and forgot about it. Aha, nodded Zhang Chong. By the time they've finished exchanging their stuff today, I guess the set will be over and we should go. So we are not hurrying to thank you. Brother Li, if it is not this time to hold tight to your thighs, the two of us may also be Kuwabara broken legs. Which is like now. I'm already on the first grade, and I still have half of the spirit marrow left, so I'll be able to get to the second grade when I run out. My old Zhang family can actually produce someone who is on the top sect. Looking at Ling Rut again. Ling Rut grinned. I'm almost there too. I'm 2 acupoints short of the second grade. When the remaining spirit marrow is used up, I'm sure I'll be able to get to the second grade, and I'll be able to punch a few more acupoints. Li, thanks. You're welcome. You guys have helped me a lot too. Ling Rut, hey brotherly, which sect are you planning to go on? We have discussed it and would like to join you. Speaking of which, Zhangli himself hadn't thought about it. The news revealed by the various sects was just too little. But to be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the Devil's sect couldn't be considered a proper sect, and had always belonged to the rats and the nooks and crannies, Zhangli would really like to go to a Devil's sect, and preferably learn something like the Sunflower Treasure Tree, the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, and so on. It's fucking straight out of his comfort zone. The sects have revealed too little, but there are only a few top sects. Wudong, Shaolin, Easy, and the military school. One of the first two would have to be a Taoist priest for 4 years, and the other would have to be a monk for 4 years. And if I had to choose one of those two, I would prefer to be a Taoist priest. As for the last two, I should disregard the military academies and look at the prowlers. You two leave me your contact information and I'll let you know if I'm sure when the time comes. The three of them exchanged contact information, just as the base announced the end of the competition in the DB area, and asked the 3,000 or so students to leave the venue in an orderly manner. This also represents the complete end of this intensive training. The three people greeted each other and went back to practice, waiting for the military to officially arrange for them to leave. Chapter 78 Professional Services. Just ask if you are professional. End of training. Everyone left in cars provided by the military, and basically everyone just sat around. Only Kuwabara and his crew left lying down. When Kuwabara returned to school, he was transferred directly to the hospital. It didn't take long for Kuwabara's parents and grandfather to gather in Kuwabara's hospital room. Looking at Sang Yuan, who was lying on the bed with his limbs completely wasted, Sang Yuan's own mother cried like a tearful person. Is this a proper student? Why not punish him severely? Arrest him and put him in jail. Better yet, just shoot him. My poor drop. Sang Yuan's father. Sang Ping's color was iron blue, and the cigarette pinched in his hand was trembling. Don't say that. Before entering the intensive training camp, all signed the consent form in advance. As long as people don't die, no matter how much they are injured, they can't find people through the law. When he said that, Kuwabara's mother cried even louder. So let the criminals get away with it? I just asked. Xiao Yuan's injury, even with the best medicine to cure, this year cannot participate in the college entrance examination. And even if cured, there is still a dark injury. That little bastard is completely ruined our family. Xiao Yuan. At those words, Sang Ping's face became even darker. He had only one child. He was counting on him to get into the Kongdong sect and then take over his class. But now in this situation, the Kongdong sect was not under his sole control, so how could he possibly want a loser to go in? The smoke burned to the head and burned on Kuwabara's fingers, but Kuwabara felt nothing. It was Grandpa Kuwabara who finally stepped forward and knocked the cigarette out of Sangay's hand. The old man has silver hair and a white beard, and his face is not angry. The rest of Hara's life has been ruined, and it can't be over just because of a consent form. He crippled Obara and he wants to go to the entrance exams in peace? Those who hurt Obara must pay the same price. Sang Yuan's grandfather, Sangwon, was a 6th grade martial artist and a former dean-level figure of the Kongdong sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Sang Ping immediately said, "I'm going to waste that little bastard. Get back here." Sangwon glared at his son. "Do you not want to stay in the Kongdong sect anymore? Don't you know that recently, China's jurisdiction over sects is getting stricter and stricter? If you do something out of character, not only will you ruin yourself, but you'll also drag the sect down with you." When he finished speaking, Sangwon paused for a moment. "I'll take care of this, and hiring an assassin isn't that hard. Even if the incident happened, the old man is also a handful of years old, long retired, for the sect has made a merit, for the Huaxia killed the enemy and suffered injuries. Now that people are old, they think about their grandchildren, and their only great-grandson was crippled, so avenging his grandson's death is justifiable, and it doesn't involve anyone. People at the top have their difficulties, and it's not like they're completely fine once they get to the top, compared to a piker's wrath that can spill blood for no one's care. These people in high positions may cause a chain reaction if something goes wrong, taking many people around them to hell with them. The higher you go, the more careful you are instead." Sangwon finished speaking and walked out of the hospital room on his crutches, his legs a little weak. After leaving the hospital room, Sangwon opened her phone and found a number labeled Demon in her address book and called it. Soon, a somewhat lewd voice came from the other end of the line. "Yo, a rare guest. It's been a long time since the old man asked us to do anything. Cut the crap. Go find a high school student named Ihara and waste him. I'll send you his info right away." The caller sniffed, then laughed. "Student? Old sir, you have been mixing the grade of this list more and more back. Last time it was still shut, that pit of yours. Take it or leave it. Receive. How could we dare not to receive what you commanded us? Old sir, thanks to you we were able to survive in Laki. Your orders are much better than our helmsman's, but the job can't be done for nothing, don't you think?" Sangwon was silent for a moment. The man was old and he had used the gang quite a few times before, helping him do his dirty work, but basically asking for money. If you don't want money, that means the other person wants something that money can't buy, and things are big. Say, what do you want? It's nothing. We know that you, old sir, will still be a calling presence in the Ministry of Education of Laki City after your retirement, and we, on the other hand, just want to buy 2 tickets for the final round of the college entrance exam. You know, the pre-sale for the finals sold out right away, and you can't even get them for extra money. We'd also like to meet the current geniuses of mankind. You see?" Sangboon instinctively sensed that his opponent couldn't just want to watch the match. There must be something else going on, but the group was so good and so professional that he couldn't find anyone else who could do the job for him for a while. Moreover, the final site of the college entrance examination would have at least 2 5th-grade deputy examiners and a 6th-grade chief examiner on the scene, and the strength of that group of people, which he understood, shouldn't be able to create anything. However, as an old non-sticky Sangboon, in order to prevent the accident from being dumped on him afterward, he still didn't directly look for someone on his own, but transferred them a sum of money and then gave a person's contact information. That guy has been peddling tickets for the high school years for years and is an insider. As long as he didn't find out about it on his own, the blame couldn't be dumped on him for whatever happened as a result. The person on the other end of the phone hung up after receiving the money and contact information and smiled. The old man is still so cautious. The man who answered the phone was 1'5" tall, bone thin, with a lewd look and a pair of large, slate teeth that looked like a large rat. When I laughed, I couldn't stop shaking. "Old bye. Did you get the tickets?" At this time another lazy female voice rang out. A woman wearing a cheongsam, with an imperial figure but a baby face. At this point the woman had her legs up on the couch, her cheongsam exposed to the base of her thighs, but didn't care. The man called Whitey stared at the woman's thighs and laughed. "I'm sure there won't be any problems with the old guy's referrals, so I'll call and book the tickets later. I can't imagine that the scalpers now are actually more bullish than our demon refining sect, and our 2 4th grades squatting in front of the computer with such fast hand speeds can't actually grab it." The woman played with her hair with her fingers and looked up at the ceiling. "I just don't get it. Wouldn't it be easier to just get a dead scalper and take it from him?" Old White hunched over, typing in the phone number with his fingers 1 keystroke at a time, and without looking back, he returned. "I can be here all these years and not know this. Don't even think about it. The demon race is in decline, and has long been engaged in many operations against human geniuses. And ever since those brainless assholes killed a scalper once for each operation, the scalpers have collectively become informants of the police department, protected by the police department. Not to mention killing them, even if they realized something was wrong, the plan would be exposed. It's a good thing that old guy has a job for us at this time of year. Otherwise it would be really hard to get a ticket to sneak in. Hello? Sidekick, do you have any tickets? Not long after, Old White hung up the phone. Ticket taken care of. You go finish the task the old man gave you. A high school student named Zhongli. The woman stood up. Getting killed? No. Crippled is fine. The woman rolled her eyes. I'm at least a 4th rank. Can't I leave this kind of work to someone else? Old Bai laughed. And when he laughed, his face became even uglier. I've been operating in Lockap City for so long. I can't afford to smash the signboard. It's a big customer. And can let that old man said to waste. The kid is certainly not an ordinary high school student. Our mission is imminent. Let the following people to go if some accident exposed. This responsibility I cannot afford. High school student, tops out at 2nd grade. You won't have an accident going as a 4th grade. The woman shook her head. You're still so cautious. Okay, I'll go have some fun and send me news about the kid. Chapter 79. I want to make amends. Not to be an outstanding young man. Hey. Sansan City. When Zhongli returned to school, there were only a few teachers at the door to greet him. And when Zhongli got off the bus and the teacher realized that Zhongli had not only become the #1 in the training camp, but also a 2nd grade martial artist, the principal directly drifted all the way to the school entrance with a large group of teachers. The principal that really held Zhongli's hand and would not let go. This guy gave him pride. Being able to be #1 in the intensive training camp would basically mean having the top spot in the provincial exams, and maybe even a shot at the national rankings. All those investments he made earlier were worth it. Not only that, in order to reward Zhongli for the good grades he had gotten, the principal decided that the school would take out another $1 million for Zhongli to cultivate, so that he wouldn't run around for this week and just stay in the school and cultivate. As it turns out, if you're good enough, people really will come to you and give you money. Zhongli didn't refuse and was escorted by the principal all the way back to the single dormitory that was arranged for him. After half a day of fermentation, soon the whole school knew that Zhongli had become a 2nd grade martial artist. Many of the seniors who had been beaten by Zhongli changed their previous attitudes and directly tilted their chins to show off to the others. I was beaten by Zhongli. Have you guys ever been beaten? That's a 2nd grade martial artist. How many of you have seen in your lives who got to the 2nd grade in their senior year of high school? I've been beaten by him. This guy gave the gang of students who were beaten by Zhongli proud directly pointing to their new teeth to show off with others. This is the evidence of being beaten by Zhongli. Zhongli directly turned into a black question mark face after hearing about it. This group of people were more or less inclined. Still, their reactions made him feel good. From being dogged in the beginning to being proud of being beaten by him. This was the change that strength brought to a person. It's really no wonder so many people are seeking power. The world smells sweet when you get stronger. And just when he was about to start practicing as the principal expected, the principal came to the door with the police. The principal's tone was as gentle as if he were talking to a baby. Don't worry, the police are just here to ask about Huangshi. This was because Zhongli's current situation could be said to be the strongest newcomer in the entire Sanshan City. Their city had never produced a provincial exam scholar, so Zhongli was particularly concerned by the officials of Sanshan City, and the police were polite as hell when they came. After the police explained, Zhongli then understood what was probably going on with Huang Jing's death. When Huang Jing escaped and killed a 1st grade martial artist police officer, he also slaughtered the doctors on the 1st floor of the hospital and was suspected to be demonized. The police department is immediately dispatched. But there is a process for the police department to handle the case. Processing the scene first, the murder of a doctor on the 1st floor. It's a huge mess. Then it's time to look for the Huang Jing trail. Luckily, the cameras within the city worked well and the next day they found the Huang Jing trail and found Huangshi's house. They were worried about what the demonized Huang Jing would do to Huangshi. But it turned out that when they went there, Huangshi had already left in the car. Because of the large amount of blood found in Huangshi's house with the luminol reagent, they thought that Huangshi had been killed, but after investigating, they realized that Huangshi was fine and had already gone to the training camp. Instead, Huang Jing and Huangshi's parents as well as one of the neighbors disappeared into thin air. There was a lot of blood at the scene, but no body could be found. And in the kitchen police found traces of stew, and eventually the police came to a conclusion they themselves could not quite believe. The whole family was demonized by Huangshi as well. Now the police are here to inquire about Huangshi's whereabouts. The first person they found was Zhongli. Otherwise Yun Lang and the others would have just told the police about Huangshi. Zhongli listened to the whole program look unchanged, secretly relieved in his heart. It is true that this matter has nothing to do with him. The police are just here to ask Huangshi's questions. Jiangli answered truthfully. Huang Shi did demonize and killed several students in the training camp, and was eventually caught by the military. It was also used as a quest target for the final match, which ended with me killing Huang Shi myself. Hearing Jiangli finish, the police finally sighed in relief. In fact, this case is not difficult to handle. Is involved in the military, they cannot get involved in it. The military's hierarchy is so much higher than theirs that it's useless to negotiate, and there's no way to find a way out. Now that they had heard Jiang Li's explanation, they could sort of officially close the case. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Jiang Li, and I hope to see you as the top student at the national competition. I take your word for it. After the police left, the matter of Huang Shi and Huang Jing was considered to be a complete closure. Jiang Li was slightly affected by this incident. After all, he had caused these two to demonize, and as a result, some innocent people had died. Indeed, it is a bit regretful. Why didn't I just take more poison to poison these two people first at that time? Seems like he'll have to be a little more careful in the future. He's not a saintly mother-like character, but this kind of thing does seem a little. After thinking for a while in the dormitory, Jiang Li finally decided to make up a little for the group of people who died indirectly because of him. There wasn't much money on hand, just $1 million, and it wouldn't buy many elixirs. The elixir he exchanged at the training camp was enough for this week, and when the college entrance exam was over, there would definitely be people rushing to give him elixirs. Not to worry. Jiang Li went out and found the police who hadn't left the campus yet, and gave the police the $1 million that the school had just given him, telling them to watch over it and send it to the families of those people. The police are surprised. This, you need to use it too. Jiang-san, right? I can't use it. Donate it to them. Every doctor who died was the backbone of their family, and their family will surely be in trouble after they're gone. I'm an orphan and can understand that feeling. Although Jiang Li was making up for his inner guilt, it moved the police to tears. Mr. Jiang Li, I really don't know what to say. If our country had more teenagers like you, we wouldn't worry about being strong. I'll transfer this money for you. Also, the police will help you apply for the title of Outstanding Youth of Sansan City. More people must know about your deeds. Jiang Li, there's no need for that. Really? Chapter 80, Dropping Substitutes are in place. Sansan City will be arriving at the station soon. Please prepare in advance for passengers getting off the train. Listening to the announcement coming from the moving train, a woman in a red cheongsam stood up in the third row of seats, the wide sunglasses covering her baby face, making the eyes of the people around her focus more on her figure. She had a beautiful figure and strikingly long, slender legs. Every step seemed to be bouncing, light and elegant, and the twisting crotch added a bit of charming flavor. The beauty's movements were natural and smooth, as if dancing to attract the eyes of those around her, like a blooming flower with a charming fragrance. Both men and women subconsciously turned their heads as she passed by, and only dared to look with the rest of their eyes after she had gone by. And the woman had long been accustomed to these stares, or rather, she would have enjoyed them somewhat. After walking out of the carriage and looking at the message on his cell phone, the corner of Mu Shanzi's mouth raised in a nice arc. Middle School 12, Sanshan City. Jiang Li just finished the intensive training camp. The little brother is quite handsome. Unfortunately, she was the dropshipping employee that Sangwon had found. It was hard to imagine that such a young and beautiful imperial sister actually had the strength of a fourth-grade martial artist, and in her hands she couldn't even see a bit of callus from practicing martial arts. After walking out of the station, Mushan Ci directly took a taxi to Sanshan City 12 Middle School. She arrived just as school was dismissed at noon. A large number of students walked out of the campus in twos and threes in pairs, some discussing how much chi and blood they had boosted today, and some discussing Jiang Li. Hearing two keywords, Mushanchi found a pair of students who were discussing. You guys know Jiang Li? The student stared with a pair of big clear eyes. You are? Me? I'm Jiang Li's cousin. It's also been a long time since I've seen him. Do you guys know how he is now? The two students looked at each other and wondered if Jiang Li wasn't an orphan. Where did this cousin come from? But there was no doubt about it. Or they simply didn't even consider that there was such a thing as cheating. Not to mention that this big sister looked so pretty, surely she wouldn't cheat. He's a school celebrity now, and he's had his hamstring picked and then committed suicide before. As a result, he became a second-grade martial artist after returning from the training camp, and the principal treated him practically like his own son. Yes, and those who were beaten by him before, they said that Jiang Li was arrogant and domineering, and that he didn't put people in his eyes just because he had a bit of strength. Now the picture has changed and they're starting to show off that they've been beaten by Jiang Li. Mu Shanzi's vermilion lips slightly opened, a bit dumbfounded. This little brother's experience is still a bit of a headwind. Old White was indeed right. The character that could make that old man Sangwon personally come out and ask for a solution was indeed not simple. High school can actually achieve the second-grade martial artist. She did not have this talent back then. If not to join the demon refining sect, In short, if they had sent someone normally according to high school standards, sending a second-grade martial artist might not have been able to accomplish the mission. Well, do you guys know where he is? Oh, Zhongli is now placed in a single dormitory by the principal, and we actually quite want to meet him, but there's still a week left of the entrance exam, and he basically doesn't go out. He's practicing. So, Mu Shanzi took off her sunglasses, revealing a doll face that was in complete contrast to her figure, and pretended to be pitiful as she pouted, "Can you two do me a favor and show my sister the way?" The two students fell straight into the trap and took Mushanchi with them to the school, probably going back tonight with handmade assignments all over Mushanchi's face. The doorman unintentionally glanced over and assumed it was a student's parent coming to take care of something for their child, the kind of thing that often happens when parents are called. He realized something was wrong after taking a few glances at the two long legs under Mushanzi's cheongsam. "That one over there. Stop." Mushanzi turned his head at the words and saw the doorman, who was full of righteousness, skillfully revealing an innocent face. The doll face making an innocent expression coupled with the devilish body is just foul. "What's wrong?" The doorman, however, stared her dead in the face with a righteous gaze that didn't waver at all. Parents of students have to check in and out. Mushanzi was not at all flustered, and with a relaxed demeanor, he walked over and casually signed his name. And in the process, the righteous doorman stared at her without a second glance the entire time she did the registration before releasing her. After being let in, Mushanzi said in his heart that this high school's doorman could be professional enough. And the doorman who watched Mushanzi go in, Justice's expression changed. Full of reminiscence, sure looks bigger and whiter up close. The two students brought Mushanzi to the downstairs of John Lee's dormitory and left after pointing out which dormitory John Lee was in. Mushanzi looked at the doorman at the entrance of the dormitory building, found an unoccupied corner, and with a stomp on the ground, jumped directly outside the window of John Lee's dormitory. John Lee was refining his chi and blood. He had been practicing since the police left. The elixir he exchanged from the training camp was enough for him to practice for a week until he started the college entrance exam. The hearing of a second-grade martial artist was already quite good, and the slight movement on the windowsill made John Lee's ears twitch. He just opened his eyes only to find a woman in a big red cheongsam squatting in front of him, staring at him curiously with a baby face. The moment Jiang Li saw her, his body was in alarm. The bitch in front of him was very dangerous. Jiang Li reflexively pulled her directly into his family bucket, and sure enough the next second he heard the other party say, "Don't be afraid, little brother, it'll be over soon." Mushanzi flexed her fingers and a stream of pink powder shot towards Jiang Li. After Jiang Li inhaled it into his body, Mushanzi instantly felt that his limbs were sore and weak. He couldn't exert any strength in his body, and his head was drowsy. It's not right. Mushanzi was a bit confused. Wasn't this the effect of the dream butterfly powder? She had made a mistake and inhaled it herself by mistake? It couldn't be. She hadn't missed a beat since she was a second-grade martial artist, now a fourth-grade martial artist. She manipulated the skill aspect even more finely, and there was no way she could miss. Because of this, she now goes out without the antidote. Results. Mushanzi hurriedly ran his chi and blood to resist the poison. Fortunately, this poison was not strong for a fourth-grade martial artist and could be easily dissolved. She just didn't understand why Jiang Li didn't look like anything was wrong at all, and she watched as Jiang Li took a big puff. How could she know that Jiang Li had pulled her into the family bucket long ago? Whenever there is a medicine, there is no saying that it is all poison and has no positive effect at all. Jiang Li's transfer system transferred all the side effects of the poison to the designated object, and the rest of the positive effects all stayed in the body. So Jiang Li didn't just smell poisoned, but felt a little refreshed. Did the Kuwabara family pay to send you here? The middleman got a kickback. Right. So weak. The words poked at Mushanchi's lung tubes. Blue veins exploded on Mushanzi's forehead. She had already run her chi and blood to counteract the toxicity in her body originally. "Seeing that you're quite handsome, I was thinking of being gentle, but now I don't see the need for that." Mushanzi's index and middle fingers were joined to make a sword finger, and he struck so fast that Jiang Li could not even react before he pointed a finger at Jiang Li. Spectral finger. Third-grade martial arts. Commonly used in pointing. As long as the defense can be broken, it is possible to inject the underworld power air directly into the enemy's internal acupoints through pointing. This so-called underworld strength air was like a bug in the program. It would constantly erode the chi and blood of the person who had been struck, causing the struck person's chi and blood to run poorly, or even simply not be able to run their chi and blood. Correspondingly, this kind of strength air would also erode the user's own chi and blood, belonging to the devil's school of Gongfu, injuring both the enemy and oneself. But overall it hurts the enemy more than it hurts you, so it still works for the demon sectors. But this finger point on Jiang Li, Mushanzi blinked. No defense broken. She then felt her fingers on a steel plate. Not like a human-possessed skin. It's hard to believe that this kid wears bulletproof vests in the middle of the day when he's practicing at home by himself. Chapter 81, Sangwon was played to death by DDT? Nope. You're a horizontal martial artist. Mushan Si frowned and took a step back. She, a 4th grade martial artist, hadn't been able to break through the defense? What kind of evil horizontal training had this kid practiced? The most critical thing is, look not at all like this kid's body looks like the kind of sword practice, and the stereotypical impression of the kind of horizontal training martial artist is not at all related. Zhongli stood up and planted his feet firmly on the ground, stretching his body and posing his cross strength. Unlike boxing, which requires jumping back and forth in stride, but Jiquan emphasizes that the legs do not pass through the crotch, the feet do not leave the ground, and the lower disc must be firm. Whether you were sent by the Kawabara family or not, coming to me was an absolute mistake. Mushan Si could tell at a glance that this was the base of the 8 Extreme Fist. It was just that there were quite a lot of martial arts adapted from the 8 Extreme Fist on the market, ranging from the 1st to the 4th grade, so she couldn't really tell which one it was for a while. Little brother, don't be too confident. Obediently let your sister cripple you. How good? If the commotion is too big, your sister will have to directly step in to get you killed. Zhongli's dormitory was inside the campus, so if the commotion was too loud, a large group of 2nd grade martial artist teachers would arrive at the scene in a matter of moments, and she would surely be exposed. Although the 2nd grade was not a problem for her, she could still delay the arrival of the stronger ones as long as she was outnumbered. Although Sanshan City was small, there were definitely 4th grade martial artists. That's why at first she sought to lay some drugs and leave immediately after completing the task easily. As a result, she didn't expect to be able to make a mistake even with the drug, and Zhongli's intensity was beyond her expectations, so it would be best if he cooperated. But if he didn't, she would have to retreat first if she couldn't manage to kill him with a single blow. The result, of course, was non-cooperation. Zhongli looked Mushanzi up and down. As an assassin, are you only as strong as your mouth? This sentence seemed to have stirred up some bad memories in Mushanzi, and a face instantly sank. Little brother's mouth is really stinky. Since you're not cooperating, die. Mushanzi's speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, the person disappeared in place, transforming into a trail of stumps around Zhongli, seemingly looking for an opportunity to attack. The light skill she used was a 3rd grade light skill called the Spectral Sect. Spectral Steps. This demonic sect called the Underworld Sect was directly annexed by her Demon Refining Sect, and there were quite a few other similarly annexed demonic sects, so there were quite a few demonic sect techniques within the Demon Refining Sect system. Unsuitable for long-distance rushing, Sidesteps was best suited for fighting in a limited space that could maximize the advantages of Sidesteps' pace. Performed by a 4th grade martial artist, Zhongli, the one who had learned the pure evil sword spectrum, couldn't even keep up with his opponent's speed. Since I can't keep up, I won't. He was on campus now. This was his turf, and the other side just didn't want to make a scene since they were being so quiet. Then he'll make a lot of noise. Battle Formation Atlas Donggong Tsanglong Grand Formation. Open. This human body array is unfolded against the 7 eastern constellations in the sky, and consists of 7 acupoints corresponding to the horn, hyper, dizzy, room, heart, tail, and skip, and the green flames that rise around the body when it is turned on are green flames. Compared to the 36 Heavenly Dipper Formation, this Donggong Tsanglong Formation opened much too quickly. The 3 Talents Grand Formation was faster, but the outburst was not enough, and the opening of the 36 Big Dipper is too slow. So fold as center and open as 7 eastern stars. This grand formation boost was more balanced, with both strength and speed boosted by 2 times. While Mushanzi was still amazed at what was happening to Zhongli's body, Zhongli violently stomped on the floor, collapsing the floor under his feet. The sound was so loud that the whole campus could hear it. Mushanzi immediately understood Zhongli's meaning. This kid was deliberately making a big commotion. Seek death. A silent cripple is out of the question. So die, kill and run in a hurry. Mushanzi followed Zhongli and jumped to the next floor. Because the dust filled the entire space, making Mushanzi's field of vision trapped, did not see behind her. Zhongli had already set up a stance waiting for her. After practicing, Zhongli's 8 Extremes Avalanche Strength Air was already able to stack up 2 layers. The moment Mushanzi jumped down, Zhongli bowed forward and elbowed his heart. Instantaneous strength like a crashing bow, hair like explosive thunder, along with Zhongli's mouth spitting out the word drink. Zhongli threw an elbow into the back of Mushanzi's heart, and the collapsing power air even cleared the dust in the space instantly. However, the speed of a 4th grade martial artist was indeed too fast, and Mushanzi had a bizarre ability to foresee danger. If you slowed down the action, you could see that the moment she jumped down she had moved to dodge again. The top of the powerful air directly missed Mushanzi and broke a wall. Mushan Si disappeared into Zhongli's field of vision again, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Zhongli. holding a long black metal cone in his right hand, which was also spinning with a black power air, plunging straight into John Lee's solar plexus. After opening the large formation, John Lee's sixth sense had also gained a boost, and he could sense where the danger was coming from, and he directly operated his chi and blood to open the Gung Jin forging body technique, copper skin realm martial skill, copper armor martial body. Mushan Ci stabbed down with a cone, directly poking through the outer layer of copper armor martial body, then inserted on John Lee's solar plexus. But before she could be happy, she felt a pain in her temple, as if she had been stabbed with something sharp. Mu Shanzi ran her chi and blood to surge frantically to her temples, repairing the injured area, while running her phantom steps backwards away from the original spot in shock. She thought that there was an expert even stronger than her, who had given her a blow silently, but she swept the whole circle and didn't find anyone, so it could only be Jiang Li. Jiang Li turned around and frowned as he pulled out the long cone from his temple, surprised to find that it was actually still a spirit soldier. No wonder it was able to break through his defense so easily, but thanks to this thing, his copper skin realm stacked another 2 layers and his tendon realm stacked another layer, so it was obvious how much damage this thing had done to him. But all the same, any injuries he sustained while practicing this horizontal discipline would be treated as a side effect of practicing, and fed back to each and every one of his family members who stayed in the family bucket. That means everyone staying in the family bucket at this point has suffered damage to their temples. Like a 4th grade martial artist, Mu Shanzi's body strength had long been different from normal people, able to repair injured parts with chi and blood. Those great demons who were still alive wouldn't care about this damage. But not so with Kuwabara. He, whose limbs were already crushed, had just been pushed into the operating room in preparation for receiving treatment from the divine doctor of martial arts that his family had spent a great deal of money on. And then, just at the moment of the execution of the operation, a hole was suddenly opened in his temple. Martial arts divine doctor was focusing on repairing Sang Yuan's limbs at this time, but as a result, the more he touched his pulse, the more he felt that something was wrong. How come it still didn't jump? Only dead people don't jump. Nabiki looked up to see Kuwabara staring into a pair of dead eyes, having been out cold for a while now. Chapter 82 The Poisonous Dish. Miami City 12th High School. Because there was so much commotion in the dormitory, there were already a considerable number of teachers approaching this way, and Mu Shanzi realized that the injury on his temple was not because of anyone else, but because of Jiang Li. This kid might have practiced some kind of damage transferring martial art, like the bucket shift, which could transfer the injuries sustained. She definitely couldn't kill this kid in a short period of time. And with more and more people gathering over, Mu Shanzi finally decided to give up on this operation and strategically retreat first. Little brother, we're not finished. After saying that, Mu Shanzi jumped straight out from the wall that was broken by Jiang Li. The moment she flew out, Jiang Li vaguely saw that her 2 big white legs seemed to have hair growing on them, like the kind of hair that animals have. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes slightly. A teacher soon found Jiang Li, and after looking at the mess all over the place, he eagerly inquired about Jiang Li's situation. Jiang Li put away the spiritual soldier armor breaking cone, stating that he was fine and that the people who came to kill him ran away because of the arrival of the teachers. Subsequently, the attack on the genius directly alarmed the principal, who ordered the police that the killer must be found as soon as possible to ensure Jiang Li's safety, and that absolutely nothing should happen to Jiang Li. The police were already favorably disposed towards Jiang Li because of his donation, and once they heard that a demon or devil dared to take action against the geniuses of Sanshan City, the whole bureau was mobilized, and they directly put Sanshan City under martial law. The director ordered that the killer must be found, and when he does, he will not be tolerated. Jiang Li followed the process and went to make a statement, informing the police of that killer's information. Immediately, the police were able to locate the suspect by his characteristics as he got off the bus from the station and traveled all the way to the 12th grade school in Sansan City. The target was accurate, without a hint of extra movement, and clearly premeditated. Only if you look further down, you won't be able to find Mu Shanzi. This woman is like being invisible. Even though the city is under martial law and the police cameras are working around the clock, as long as they recognize Mu Shanzi they will immediately call the police, but they still have not been able to find her. Jiang Li's side was ordered by the principal to never leave the house, and he wasn't allowed to leave until the college entrance exams started. He is now really Jiang Li as a treasure of the heart. If Jiang Li is gone, the school's investment is also considered to be a waste of money. Not only are there teachers standing guard in front of Jiang Li's dormitory at all times, but there are also people from the police station there. Their defense was on point, but Jiang Li had a restless heart. If he was just a normal young genius, waiting for the police to solve the case would undoubtedly be the best option at this moment. With so many people defending, Mu Shanzi would definitely make a noise if she struck again, and then she could only attack strongly, with a very low chance of winning. But Jiang Li's situation was different. For one thing, He wanted to know the names of the entire Kuwabara family through Mushanzi, come what may. Secondly, he had to die if he wanted to get his hands on Mushanzi's martial arts, as well as the fact that this guy should already know part of his specialness. Thirdly, if you dare to come and kill him, then don't think you can still leave upright. So Zhongli had an idea and a plan to go out and make waves. In the school the security measures were so well done that Mushanzi definitely wouldn't come in for a strong attack. She didn't even act like the kind of assassin who opens a matchless style in the beginning. So he only went out and Mushanzi showed up. But that bitch was too fast. After all, she was a 4th grade martial artist. He opened the 36 Big Dipper formation to estimate that he could only barely keep up with the other party's speed. He still had to make a wave of weakening on her first. So Zhongli decided to sneak out first to find something to weaken her. He believed that as long as he went out, Mushanzi would definitely find him first. The teacher and police captain protecting him downstairs were both 2nd grade. Their attention was focused on the outside world, and they couldn't have imagined that he would come out on his own to seek death. Together with Zhang Li's use of the light steps attached within the sword score of wisdom, no one could really notice that he had gone out from the building. At night, Zhang Li smoothly left the dormitory building and walked out of the campus, heading to the black market where he had visited several times. Meanwhile, in a special private room in an underground casino in Sanshan City, Mushanzi, who was healing his wounds, heard a man sitting crouched in front of a computer beside him say the kid walked off campus on his own. Mushanzi opened his eyes and turned his head to look over. The person squatting in front of the computer was called Huang Qiu, a special sexual talent of the demon refining sect, a professional hacker. After martial law was imposed in Sanshan City, Mushanzi explained the situation to Old White and came to the subordinate property of the demon refining sect to temporarily hide. Meanwhile, in order to get first-hand information, Huang Qiu was enlisted to help her. Huang Qiu rubbed his nose. I think this is more than likely fraudulent. This kid is probably using his body as bait to lure you out. Mushanzi, however, felt that this was not that boy's character. Although the contact was brief, she felt that Zhang Li was an extremely confident person, confident and even a little arrogant. His confidence could have come from a horizontal training technique and the one that could deflect damage. And at this point out, it was really possible that it was because he was so confident that he thought he could finish her off. It would be a real laugh riot if it were. Out of caution, Mushanzi still asked Huang Qiu to hack the police cameras to see where they were now. As a result, this group of people really looked like they were completely unaware that Zhang Li was gone. The police at the police station were tightly monitoring the whole city, while the police below Zhang Li's dormitory building were waiting in the wings, especially since there were no police presence around Zhang Li either. Even in the middle of the night, because the whole city was under martial law, there were very few people on the road, not to mention the problem of said plainclothes following Zhang Li. That's what blindsided Huang Qiu. Has the boy always been so brave? Where is he going now? It should be the black market in Sansan City. I'll send you the location. Take the headset and keep in touch. Mushanzi nodded and changed out of the dazzling big red cheongsam, not only changing into low-profile clothes, but also putting on a mask and sunglasses to prevent being seen by the police cameras in advance. Just as Mushanzi was heading to the black market on the locator, Zhang Li had already purchased a large batch of highly poisonous herbs at the black market and left. The toxicity could be said to be varied, and it was guaranteed to make even a 4th grade martial artist unable to carry it. Zhang Li then went to the park in Sanshan City. There would basically be no one in the park at night except for the wild lovebirds. The key was that the place was more open and suitable for fighting. After arriving at the place, Zhang Li directly took out a bottle of Lao Qian Mum and put it aside, and tore those colorful mushrooms one by one and threw them in the bowl. These mushrooms can cause hallucinations if you eat a little, and will die if you eat too much. There is also the venom of the snake demon poured inside. This thing, needless to say, see blood to seal the throat. There are some messy poison. This time Zhang Li also whole package of arsenic poured in. See, the wrapper still left a little bit. He also directly licked clean. It's fucking awful. Looking at the pot of colorful things in front of him, Zhang Li swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is really a little bit under the mouth, but fortunately brought a bottle of Lao Qian Mum. Directly empty a bottle of stirring. After Zhang Li stirred it up and looked slightly more appetizing, Mushanzi also appeared in front of Zhang Li at an unknown time. Aren't you afraid of a tummy ache if you eat mixed vegetables in the middle of the night, little brother? Chapter 83, let us both divide the high and the low, and decide between life and death. Zhang Li inserted a mouthful into his mouth and said vaguely, I'm not eating it for myself. It shouldn't give me a stomach ache. Mushanzi's head was full of question marks, feeling like he couldn't keep up with the young people's brain circuits now, while saying that it's not for you. Cuckoo dazzle. Is this guy really that brave before he gets too flaccid? Doesn't he know you're a 4th grade martial artist? There was still Huang Qiu's voice in the headphones Mushanzi was hanging onto, and the park was also monitored, but at this point it had all been hacked by him. Mu Shanxi didn't respond to the words in the headset but said to Jiang Li, little brother, you're so confident because you have a martial art that can deflect damage. Right. And you don't have to deny it. I'm just trying to tell you that when the force is strong enough, there's no way you can deflect this damage. Understand? I had to curb my strength in your quarters earlier in case I attracted too many people. But here, in the good graveyard you found for yourself, I can use my full strength, and you have no chance of winning against me. My employer said it's fine as long as you're crippled, but you did offend me, so that makes it difficult. If you hand over that martial art of yours, I can barely contain my anger and just maim you as my employer said. How's it going? While she was chattering away, Jiang Li had already dazzled several mouthfuls with the basin, not even missing the soup. Those broths should unsurprisingly be a mixture of the juice of highly poisonous herbs and the venom of the snake demon. And what was already a bit of a burning and spicy taste was unexpectedly a bit tasty with the addition of the flavor of Lao Qianma. After putting down the basin, Jiang Li stood up and looked at Mu Shanxi. Your organization wouldn't be called Dun Huang, would it? Forcing so many words? Ma Shanxi, I hope you'll be as unruly later. Ma Shanxi gave up on verbal persuasion. This kind of person needs to be beaten first. It was only when he was stepped on that he cried and begged her to spare his life. Bang! Mu Shanxi changed his previous fighting style and no longer used the silent phantom steps. Instead, he blasted at Jiang Li like a cannonball after crushing the tiles of the park with one foot. What she was using at this moment was the demon refining sex 4th grade leg technique, the martial art she truly majored in. Jade Rabbit Stomping Eagle. The strong part of this martial art was that it was paired with the special cultivation system of the demon refining sect to use it. But before she could show her strength, there was suddenly a burst of abdominal cramps plus dizziness. The Jiang Li in front of him was like he had learned to split into 3 or 4. The first thing Mu Shanxi realized was that he was poisoned. But, when? She didn't feel any signs of poisoning at all, and the poison suddenly erupted violently inside her. A variety of highly poisonous herbs were mixed together. Jiang Li didn't even know what kind of highly poisonous big mixed dish he had mixed up. He only knew that he was now soothed, as if he had eaten some kind of great tonic medicine. Snake venom, for example, although deadly, can be used as medicine, with its neurotoxins, cytotoxins and nerve growth factors having antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, anti-allergic and lesion-reducing properties. The stuff that Jiang Li had eaten inside his body had left him with all positive effects, and the negative effects had all been transferred to the still surviving demon kings and demon lords, as well as this Mu Shanxi in front of him. Mu Shanxi hurriedly ran her qi and blood to suppress the terrifying toxicity in her body. She usually used poison as well, so she had a slight understanding of it, but she had never seen a poison with such complex toxicity. It was as if dozens or even hundreds of highly toxic herbs had been fried on a plate for him to eat. It's simply not possible, because many herbs have conflicting medicinal properties with each other instead of reducing their toxicity. There has never been a poison that completely retains the medicinal properties of each poison. Where in the world did this brat in front of her get the poison from? Seeing Mu Shanxi stop suppressing the toxicity in his body, Jiang Li also stood up and began to activate the acupoints in his body, opening the 36 Big Dipper formation. Mu Shanxi needs time. He also needs time. The reality is not a turn-based game. You have to open the storing power to open big. People really wait for you to open. Now this situation would be favorable to Jiang Li. And Huang Qiu, who saw the scene through the surveillance, was full of puzzlement. Sister Mu, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly not moving? Why is your face so red and blue? Sister Mu, is Sister Mu okay? Mu Shanxi was noisy and directly threw the headphones away. It was already difficult to suppress the toxicity after being poisoned, and this guy was still buzzing around like a fly. What a racket! But what made Mu Shanxi wonder was why the other party didn't strike at her at such a time. Wasn't this the best opportunity? And the other side's only chance? Once she waited for her to suppress her toxicity, even if she only had 50% of her combat power left, she would still be able to easily crush the second-grade martial artist brat, still trying to deflect the damage. 50% of his power could also make him unable to move. While Mu Shanxi wondered, Jiang Li glanced at the headphones she had thrown away. Then his gaze swept to the surveillance hanging from a streetlight to the side. This bitch was able to find him so quickly, so she must have help in the form of an outsider who can't be seen in the next fight. Jiang Li kicked a stone at his feet and directly blew up the camera, then continued to build up his strength. Soon the Mu Shanxi over there suppressed the toxicity in her body, but it was only temporarily suppressed. If she could end the fight as soon as possible, she went to buy medicine, and then with this strength of hers she could still manage to get rid of it. But over time, the suppressed toxicity would become even more ferocious, and by then it wouldn't be something she could easily suppress. That's why Mu Shanxi decided to make it quick. But when she was about to stomp her legs again to launch her charge, Jiang Li spewed out a wave of blue air all over his body, so raging that it made her feel dangerous. What kind of martial arts is this again? Is this kid really just an orphaned high school student? The martial arts in his body is almost more than mine. But this kind of is nothing more than an explosive martial art that briefly boosts one's strength. So as long as it's blocked once, this brat will exhaust himself to death on his own. At that moment, Zhongli pulled out 2 more sections of the gun body from the leather bag he was carrying behind him, fluidly combining them together in a stance. At this moment, Mu Shanzi suddenly had an ominous premonition. The unusual ability to foresee danger in her body was alarming frantically at her, causing Mu Shanzi to frown. What kind of moves did a 2nd-grade martial artist have to use to directly threaten her? A 4th-grade martial artist? The spiritual soldier fire dragon gun in Zhang Li's hand began to emit fire under the majestic infusion of qi and blood, and Mu Shanzi's sweaty hairs stood up all over his body. Zhang Li exhaled a long breath and spoke slowly. Fixed dragon gun. The moment she heard those 3 words, Mu Shanzi knew what this kid was playing at. And although the sweaty hairs on her own body were standing up in alarm to her, a smile appeared on her face instead. The fixed dragon lance was an explosive martial art that burned all the qi and blood in one's body, and it was also known as the last shot of military martial artists, which she certainly knew. This kid is trying to play one-trick pony with him. Ha ha ha. A 2nd-grade martial artist wants to rely on burning his entire blood to settle a fight with her? Even if she was poisoned and had to bother to suppress the poison. It was too much of an underestimation of a 4th-grade martial artist. Chapter 84, Mu Shanzi scolded. You call this a 2nd-grade martial artist? Mu Shanzi's Jade Rabbit Stomping Eagle, which he hadn't performed just now, reappeared at this time. The reason why this was a unique technique of the demon refining sect and only the demon refining sect disciples could use it was because every demon refining sect person who managed to survive had been subjected to special experiments, like Mu Shanzi. At this moment, white hairs began to grow on those 2 slender, large white legs, and the 2 legs that were already so slender that they could pinch a person to death, once again became thicker and longer. The shoes worn on Mu Shanzi's feet were directly propped up, showing their full form, looking like the hind legs of a rabbit. At this point, those 2 legs alone were 2 meters long. Rabbits have long and powerful hind limbs, which are especially pronounced on the hind feet. Although standing up is similar to a human when standing upright, rabbits have legs and feet that can be stacked on top of each other, and whenever they press down, that's when they felt dangerous and ready to run. Upon seeing her in this form, Zhang Li looked a bit straight in the eyes. Beast Master? No. How did she manage to only half demonize and have no signs on her body before? The key thing was that she hadn't fallen into that completely irrational state that comes with complete demonization. Zhang Li inexplicably thought of that extreme demonic skill, the only book in his cognizance that was related to the study of demonization. Is it hard to believe that the author of the book didn't work himself to death, and succeeded in doing so, and then started a zoo? Ah no, a killer organization? Mu Shanzi stared at Zhang Li closely, tensing his body and lowering his center of gravity. Suddenly, her back foot lashed out with a stomp so powerful that the ground trembled. With this stomp, her body rushed forward like an arrow off the string, while leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground. Mu Shanzi was a 4th-grade martial artist. His own speed was fast, and with the addition of the demonized half of his body, his speed was even faster like a shock. If Zhang hadn't left the Enlightenment Human 36 Big Dipper formation, his qi and blood had skyrocketed as if he had added leverage, and his strength and speed and reflexes had been greatly strengthened. He wouldn't have been able to see Mu Shanzi's shadow, compared to the last time he saw Mu Shanzi, where he couldn't catch up with his opponent's speed at all. This time Zhang Li was confident that he could hit her. Burn! Burn again! The qi and blood in Zhang Li's body burned rapidly, acting as the fuel for the fixed dragon gun, and when everything reached a familiar critical mass, Mu Shanzi also arrived in front of him. A huge rabbit foot stomped towards Zhang Li. Even though it was still more than 3 meters away from him, it had already made Zhang Li feel the horrible wind pressure in advance. Anyone else would not even have the courage to fight in the face of a 4th-grade martial artist. But he was different. The stronger the opposite side was, the more excited he was. All he had to do was meet his opponent's attack and stab through her jade foot. One shot to the center. Zhang Li launched this shot against the pressure. And the fire dragon that looked quite shocking last time at the training camp's practice ground met a bigger stomping rabbit. The fire dragon transformed into a spike and poked through the rabbit's foot without mercy. With this shot, Zhang Li pierced and exploded Mu Shanzi's right foot that was kicking at him. But accordingly, Zhang Li was also sent flying by this kick and fell heavily on the ground. Mu Shanzi looked at the entire calf that had been pierced and exploded and didn't give it a second thought. Instead, the corners of his mouth began to rise as he watched Zhang Li fall to the ground. It was good that a sudden sensation interrupted her. This familiar feeling was like when her teacher taught her the martial art of Jade Rabbit Stomping Eagle and stomped on her chest. Mu Shanzi's eyes widened violently. This he could also counter. What the hell is he learning? Hook 8 martial arts simply does not make sense. Didn't this kind of damage-transferring martial art have no way of transferring damage after encountering a power that far exceeded one's own? The most crucial thing was that just as she was trying to use her luck to ward off this damage, she suddenly felt a loss of chi and blood all over her body, as if she had used the Jade Rabbit Stomping Eagle 10 times, and her chi and blood had been emptied by at least 1/5. Mu Shanxi had already had his entire calf pierced and exploded, and hadn't been able to raise his chi in time to fend off the damage, so this was considered to be a solid way to carry his own kick. A doll face directly wearing a mask of pain, blood and don't want money like spraying outward, frontal sternum, ribs, all broken, and that should have been Zhang Li's downfall. It had to be said that the demon refining sex demonization martial arts was really strong, both the power of the demon and the martial arts enhancement. Even if Zhang Li were stacked up to more than 300 layers, he froze to be kicked through the defense by this kick, but it was good for him, and now the only people who could break his defenses were the ones who could keep stacking armor on him. Copper Skin Realm was stacked 8 layers and sinews were stacked 3 layers by this kick. Zhang Li came out happy. If he could let this demon continue to help him cultivate, he could directly stack the Flesh and Tendon Realm to perfection in one night's time today. He thought that no one would be able to help him stack his armor after he left the training camp, but he didn't expect someone to come to his door. Zhang Li sat up and looked across the room. Mu Shanxi was in a very poor state at this time. The toxicity that had been forcefully suppressed because of her severe injuries began to backfire again and became even more ferocious. It was very difficult for her to suppress it even if she wanted to. The whole body looked like a rainbow, changing color for a while, coupled with the fact that his right foot was ruined and all of his sternum and ribs were broken. Mu Shanxi felt very humiliated. For her, a 4th grade martial artist, to let a 2nd grade injure her like this, she would definitely make Old White laugh when she returned. However, Mu Shanxi sat up and looked at Zhang Li while using her luck to suppress her injuries and the toxicity running amok in her body, forcing herself to look at Zhang Li through her discomfort. You've completely exhausted the chi and blood in your body, haven't you? You, a 2nd grade martial artist with a dragon fixing spear, definitely couldn't exert such terrifying power just now, and you must have used other explosive type martial arts to forcefully boost your chi and blood. After this shot, I can still move. How about you, little brother? Ha. Zhang Li started to sit up in front of Mu Shanxi and just did 10. Then he stood up with a look of I've recovered all my chi and blood. The 36 Big Dipper formation. Open. Mu Shanxi. Ha, open it. You don't even act. Not to mention that the fixed dragon gun is the last shot that consumes the entire body's chi and blood. Let's just say that you also used the secret skill of exploding chi and blood. You are really not giving face to the secret skill of exploding chi at all. After you use it, you can do a fucking sit-up and get your blood back up? Your family's sit-ups are a 9th grade martial art, right? Zhang Li didn't care in the slightest about Mu Shanxi's shock at the moment. As soon as the big formation was opened, the fire dragon gun was held in his hand and continued to fix dragon gun. Mu Shanxi couldn't help but curse, "You're a grandma's leg. You're considered a 2nd grade martial artist? What 2nd grade martial artist is like you?" After cursing and looking at Zhang Li, who didn't budge at all and was flirting with the idea of shooting her in the face, Mu Shanxi showed bitterness, and this time it seemed to be really planted. The teacher was right. One never knows how one will end up. However, she still had one last move, and if she used it, she would surely be able to get this little brat in front of her killed. But the price is to be completely demonized and lose her mind from then on. She won't have the slightest feeling anymore about when and why she will die. And to put it in perspective, it's not much different from being put through a bullet by him. But one is to know that you can still get a revenge, and the other is to just die in a suffocating way. Mu Shanxi naturally chose the former. Damn it, Old White. This is a simple 2nd grade martial artist quest. If I can still regain my senses, I'll go back and stomp you to death. Chapter 85 Demon Refining Sect. Mu Shanxi pulled out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and was just about to take a pill when Zhang Li suddenly spoke up, "Hand over all the martial arts you know, and tell me the name of the family that sent you, and I can spare you." Mu Shanxi's movements of getting high stopped for a second, letting her choose her mission, or completely demonized and dead is no difference? That's a lot of fucking thinking. Mu Shanxi shoved the vase right back in. "I surrender. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. The family that found me to cripple you is the Sang family of the Kongdong sect." The old man Sang was previously the dean of the Kongdong sect, and retired after he was injured. His son, Sang Ping, is the current director of the Kongdong Pai, as well as his daughter-in-law named Lu Ning, and his grandson is named Sang Yuan. It's useless for you to know this. Although you're strong enough in this body, the other party is always in the Kongdong sect, let alone you. We can't even fight our way in. Zhang Li put away the fire dragon gun. "What kind of organization are you with? Duncan? Or the zoo?" Mu Shanxi's face was dark. There was no need to say these flaky soup words at this time, right? "I am an official disciple of the Demon Refining Sect." Demon Refining Sect? This name sounded even more like the sect established by the one who created the extreme demonic skill. With this in mind, John Lee asked, "Do you know about the extreme demonic technique?" Mushanchi was slightly surprised. "You actually know about the extreme Dao demon technique? What version are you practicing? What edition?" This John Lee really didn't know, but he remembered the contents and repeated it to Mushanzi, who froze. "The first edition. That kind of counterintuitive thing is actually still known?" John Lee had an ominous feeling. "You expand on that." "The extreme Dao demon technique is the core internal technique of our demon refining sect. The one you are talking about is the first version. It was already created by the Patriarch a long time ago, and it is now stored in the museum at the headquarters of the demon refining sect for reference only. Even the Patriarch who created him himself said that the first version of the extreme Dao demon power was pure garbage, and if someone practiced it accordingly, he couldn't become 1 out of 10,000. But instead, he refined one and died one. Even in the second version, the Patriarch is said to have adopted 100 orphans, and in the end, none of them survived. After continuous revisions later on, coupled with the success of the Patriarch's experiments, it was eventually made into the 32nd version of the current stage of the extreme Dao demon technique, which can be used even by a 4th grade martial artist like me. The Sovereign even achieved Martial Grandmaster with the 32nd edition. Nice guy. 32 editions. John Lee could not help but ask, how many years total did it take to get to the 32nd edition? For 40 years, each version was updated once after it was tried and found to have too high a failure rate. How did you know about the first version of the extreme Dao demon technique? John Lee was silent. Could he say that he had taken a lot of effort to succeed after practicing? Wouldn't that make people treat him as a naive critic? You ask me or I ask you. Mushanchi, you just said that the Patriarch's experiment was successful before he changed the new version. This experiment, is it the kind of half-demon state you just displayed? Mushanchi nodded. I don't know exactly how it was achieved. I was just subjected to the experiment. I remember what was injected into me with a syringe, and then I fainted. And when I woke up I was able to control my body to half-demonize it. Not only did I boost my chi and blood and punch my acupoints extremely fast, but my strength and speed were greatly enhanced as well, especially in the half-demon state. It only took me 5 years to go from being a rank 1 martial artist to now achieving rank 4 martial artist. John Lee was secretly shocked when he heard that, and actually really let that madman get it done. No, not right. If he really let him get it done, the one who ruled China now wouldn't be the official, but the demon refining sect would be the right one. 5 years for a 4th grade. This speed was comparable to those talented martial artists. There are side effects, I guess. John Lee stared at Mushanzi's eyes, and Mushanzi didn't lie and directly nodded her head and admitted it. In reality, none of what she said was critical, and could easily be learned by joining a sect or joining the military. After all, the demon refining sect was considered a giant in the demon sect, and the news was still relatively transparent. The first thing is that the success rate of this experiment is pitifully low. My batch of people who volunteered to join the demon refining sect numbered 500, and only 3 succeeded. And although those who succeeded in the experiment can stay awake for a long time, they will still end up being completely demonized step by step. The Patriarch has a way to slow down the process, and they need to take the medicine given by the Patriarch every once in a while. John Lee sighed with relief. Originally thought that really let that crazy person into it. The result of complete demonization, or there is no way to completely avoid it. No. It's also possible that it could have been avoided, but the crazy guy didn't want to do it. After all, this would make it easy to control these people to do things for him. No one would want to be completely demonized and lose their mind completely. Living and dying was no different. John Lee, how did you join? Mushanzi took a deep breath, having suppressed the poison in his body, and began to use his luck to repair his body. I was running away from home, living in poverty, and almost. Then I met a man who handed me a business card and said that if I wanted to change my life I should follow the address on the card. And then I did. So graphic. John Lee suddenly thought of the process of little bitch becoming Deadpool. So this group of people who like to play with experiments use similar means, right? Up to this point, John Lee was considered to roughly understand the demon refining sect as a sect. Although it was scary, it really wasn't too much to worry about. A bunch of crazy people who were strong but could lose their minds at any time. Unless the problem of demonization losing their minds was completely solved. The demon refining sect was a sect with no future. However, Mushanzi's martial arts are still all quite good. He can glean. He likes this kind of martial arts with side effects. Now hand over all the martial arts you know, and then you can get lost. Mushanzi hesitated for a moment. She had now suppressed the poison in her body and was also gradually running her chi and blood to repair the injuries in her body. As long as she was given some time she would be able to. She hadn't even finished thinking about it when she suddenly felt her body's chi and blood empty once again. How long could a chat take? The chat ended just as John Lee's Big Dipper formation ended once again. This wave had drained 1/5 of her chi and blood again, and Mu Shanzi, because of the sudden break in her chi and blood, had not repaired the injuries in her body for a while, not to mention that she hadn't been able to suppress the poison, and puffed a mouthful of blood and sprayed it out again. Mu Shanzi looked at Zhongli in horror, before she could use other reasons to find a remedy, such as poison, such as being injured. But this time, she was watching Jiang Li's Big Dipper formation disappear, and then immediately afterward, the qi and blood in her body disappeared along with it. There was a relationship between the qi and blood in her body and Jiang Li. At this moment, when she thought about everything that had happened before, she seemed to understand something at this moment, and seeing her look like she understood something, Jiang Li's eyes showed killing intent. He didn't expect this secret of his to be hidden for the rest of his life. Sooner or later someone would know, but not before he was invincible. 36 Big Dipper formation open. Mushanchi put on a mask of pain. IMGSRC equals http://p3 reading sign. Fno Velpic. com/novelpicar/8F64B744873C2B70E20226DTPLVNOUP. JPEG? LK3S equals 8D9630991 and X expires equals 181572867 and X signature equals LLGCLGU9D%2FBCU4KWXKGCNLK3R%2FK%3D Chapter 86 Another Death in the Morning Family. 83 chapters slightly modified. And early to see this relatives to say. Mu Shanzi threw away the headset after Jiang Li realized that someone to help her. The surrounding cameras to burst. Do not have to worry about the fighting process was seen. On the sauce, you look like you figured something out. Mu Shanzi waved his hand and no, nothing has been figured out. I don't know anything. Really, the more people say that, the more it proves that she has understood. There's a famous saying that the more you know the faster you die. And you could have lived. Jiang Li re-erected his fire dragon gun and went ahead and added Kuwabara's family to the family bucket. And that was when he realized that Kuwabara was actually shown to be dead. Unsurprisingly, it should have been caused by the time Mu Shanzi stabbed him in the dormitory. What a shame. Would have liked him to enjoy it for a while longer. Is there no room for negotiation? You can control me in other ways, like poison, or whatever. Don't I look pretty? I think you're pretty flirty for your age. You can do anything you want to me. Now. Mu Shanzi started begging for mercy with that baby face, and even directly opened his cherry mouth, looking like a little greedy cat. It was safe to say that she really didn't want to take that last step if she had a choice. But unfortunately, Jiang Li was too wary as a traveler. And if there was anything in this world that he couldn't control at all, it had to be the human heart. Normal having a girlfriend could be an order from her master. Not to mention that this was a demon girl of the demon refining sect itself. Purely a bomb that could explode at any time. It's fine to play before being completely invincible. And he likes to play. But finding a regular person to follow around and get to know him all the time? Sorry, no. Seeing that Jiang Li remained unmoved, Mu Shanzi broke into a rage before pulling out the porcelain bottle and dazzling the pill inside in one gulp. Stinking bastard. Wait for death. The next second after Mu Shanzi finished speaking, his eyes turned red and completely lost his mind. At the same time her body began to explode with fur and her figure began to swell. In a short period of time, it turned into a large white-furred rabbit with a huge body. Just at the right time when Jiang Li finished storing up his strength, and a move of fixed dragon lance was shot towards Mu Shanzi's heart. According to her previous situation, she was severely poisoned and injured, and her body was still deficient in chi and blood. This shot should have ended the fight, but the reality was that her busted leg had actually fully recovered in a short period of time, like Wolverine's self-healing speed. After the self-healing was completed, he jumped violently and set off a vicious wind, directly dodging the shot that Jiang Li aimed at his heart. Although he didn't completely dodge it and was lifted off the left half of his waist, with a wound that was deep enough to see through to the bone. His terrifying self-healing ability was once again on display. It hadn't taken long after landing to finish healing itself, and the whole rabbit had become even more rabid because of its injuries. Jiang Li couldn't help but smack his lips as he stood still and looked at the huge white-furred rabbit. You drive too, don't you? If he wasn't wrong, this should be the final card of the demon refining sect's disciples. If they were to die, they would be completely demonized. With enhanced self-healing and enhanced strength and speed, there's at least a chance that you can finish off your opponent, even if you completely lose your mind. This clan is pretty disgusting. It also comes with a backup hidden energy source. Mu Shanzi, who had completely fallen into madness, still retained his martial arts skills from before he was born, and kicked directly at Jiang Li with a stomp in place. Jiang Li named these two kicks as the Nine Heavens Thunder Double Stomp. The power was so strong that even just the wind pressure it brought up was not something he could carry. Especially after hitting the dragon fixing gun for a while, his Big Dipper formation dissipated once again, and now he was an ordinary second-grade martial artist, being kicked solidly in the chest by these two kicks. he directly flew out backwards for a long distance, and the landing also lifted a piece of floor tile, plowing a furrow on the ground. But not surprisingly, with his gangjin forging body technique, the copper skin was stacked 7 more layers, and the sinews were stacked 3 more layers. He was not hurt at all. This time the other party has been completely crazy. He even play terrier do sit-ups do not do. Directly from the ground a carp stand up. On the contrary, the big rabbit poofed out a mouthful of blood, its disoriented brain simply unable to comprehend why it was injured even though it was clearly not hit. There's a feeling that you've given yourself a stomping. Meanwhile, in the ward of Lakyup City, Sang Wen and his son Sang Ping and daughter-in-law Lu Ning were standing in front of the hospital bed full of grief looking at the dead Sang Yuan. Sang Wen's mom, Lu Ning, cried like a tearful person. My D, I cried so much I couldn't even stand up. And Sang Ping smoked cigarette after cigarette, his eyes full of red blood. Divine Dr. Sun said that this wound was a wound from an armor-breaking cone. And I wonder who hated Kohara so much that they sneaked in and killed him while the Divine Doctor was healing him. Sang Wen stood on the sidelines with a crutch. The whole person seems to be covered with a layer of shadow. The only big grandson died. The Sang family broke the inheritance. To open a new number still do not know if he can live until the new number grows up. At the moment he is the most difficult one, but as the one who could take charge, Sang Boon spoke up anyway. I'll get help to investigate who the murderer is. And the murderer will never get away with it. Mother Kuwabara yelled. And that little bastard called Zhongli, Xiao Yuan is dead. What makes him alive? Sang Wen was in a rather bad mood at the moment. And according to his original cautious character, it was impossible for him to call to change his previous mission. But now, it doesn't matter. Sang Wen was just about to take out his phone when he suddenly had the feeling of having a 4th-grade demonic beast kick him in the chest. Not only him, but Sang Ping and his daughter-in-law Lu Ning also felt this way. Sang Wen and Sang Ping were at least high-ranked martial artists. Lu Ning was a 3rd rank, and after receiving the damage that Jiang Li had received, his sternum and ribs along with his internal organs were all kicked to pieces. Originally, the 3rd product to fight the 4th product is a dead end, under the full force of a blow, but also defenseless, not to die on the fucking ghost. Lu Ning slips under a straight right by that kick. The other side of the Sang Wen and Sang Ping is okay. The strength of the two can be. Sang Wen Lao Dang even if he retired due to injury before. The bottom is still there. The old 6th grade martial artist, old and strong, only suffered minor injuries. Sang Ping was a 5th rank, and the injuries he received weren't too serious. But he was still kicked in the face and spat out blood as he shattered a rib. Sang Ping looked for his assailant in horror. Sang Wen held down his cane and slammed the ground. An invisible ripple stirred out. A moment later Sang Wen frowned. There were no martial artists above the 4th grade around. So where did this wave of attacks come from? When the two of them came back from looking for a whole circle, Lu Ning had already spat out blood and fallen to the ground to cool off for a while. The Morning family? No. The Sang family added another battle loss. Sang Wen Olden, on his crutches, looks grim. It looks like someone is trying to take advantage of my Sang family's troubles to find trouble with our family. These two didn't even think about Zhongli, an orphan. Even if he was a 2nd grade martial artist, he didn't have the energy to be able to come and take the initiative to find someone to kill their family back. Sang Pyong seems to have no middle-aged composure because his father is around. What to do? Father, Ninger, she's shut up. The woman is dead. So dead. So many years also did not give you a 2nd child. Just no rave. Dead or good. Just for a new one to regenerate a few children. The assailant shouldn't strike again anytime soon, or I'll be able to find him. Chapter 87 Dare not show up again? Slap you in the face. Sansan City Takeshi Park. Jian Li purposely checked the system situation after standing up. The one called Lu Ning, who should be Sang Yuan's mom, was gone. The system shows that it is dead. The other two were also shown to be injured, only both very lightly. This will work. That is, they didn't know this family's name before, and the highly poisonous Big Mix didn't set up for this family. Otherwise they definitely wouldn't have survived this time. It just so happened that this was a good opportunity to cultivate the gangjin forging body technique. It was up to this big rabbit in front of him to kick a Sang clan's old den to death before kicking himself to death, in order to take a better beating. No, to cultivate. Zhang Li didn't even turn on the Big Dipper formation and directly met the kick. The thoroughly demonized Mushansi had long since completely lost his mind and only knew that fighting was cool. Seeing Jiang Li running towards him, it directly jumped up and stomped towards Jiang Li. Boom! With a sound, Jiang Li was directly stepped into the ground by this big rabbit, and the tiles of the park were crushed. By all rights, this wave should have been shattered all over, but Jiang Li jumped back up with a carp. Copper skin +8, sinew +4 keep it coming. Let the storm come harder. Boo! Lucky First People's Hospital Lao Den Sangwon, who had just finished saying that no more attacks were possible for a short time, felt the attack again the next second after he finished. The powerful strength of a 6th grade martial artist instantly fended off the attack. Sangwon was seething with rage, her old Den's long silver hair flowing without wind as she angrily searched the entire courtyard for her assailant. An attack of this caliber, the assailant must have been easy to find. But after searching the entire circle, Olden couldn't find his assailant and instead took a second hit. It drove Deng completely crazy. Who the hell is it? By the time he got back to the hospital room, he'd already received a third blow, and even Spare hadn't been able to resist it, and was slightly injured. Sun Sang-ping, not to mention, do not know where the attack came from, only know that the appearance is a direct impact on his body. Even if he kept running his chi and blood, he couldn't resist for a while a bit. By now Sang-ping had broken 4 ribs and his internal organs were ruptured and bleeding. He had to use his chi and blood to repair wherever he was injured like a firefighter. And such attacks are not over. They continue. Sansan City Mushanchi shook to the hacker has been almost crazy busy. The vision in the park let a lot of people found out. The alarm call is one after another. Being the hacker that he is, all he can do is act like a firefighter, hacking into the police department's system one after another to intercept calls and keep the department's phones from ringing. The cameras at the scene were all blown up, and he wasn't sure what was going on at the scene. Logically speaking, a 4th grade martial artist beating up a 2nd grade, wouldn't that be as simple as beating up a grandson? What's going on with Sister Mu? Or he knew clearly that the person he intercepted the call to help was not Mu Shanzi at all, but Jiang Li. If it wasn't for his help, the police department would have been in place by this time, and Jiang Li wouldn't have been able to continue stacking the forging technique, as well as attacking Lao Deng. Jiang Li was happy and crazy at this time. Letting a 4th grade martial artist help him cultivate this kind of thing is not something you can run into every day. Across 2 big grades to beat him up. Every time he can at least stack a 7 or 8 layers of copper skin or 3 or 4 layers of sinews. In just 10 minutes, Jiang Li had already stacked 45 more layers of copper skin and 21 more layers of sinew. Seeing that the 199th layer of the grand achievement of the tendon chapter wasn't far away, Jiang Li became even more frantic to meet the thoroughly demonized Mu Shanzi. And he kept shouting, "Come on Nini, hit me, harder." But at this point, Mu Shanzi was already a bit wilted. Just like Piggy 1/2/3 who had helped Jiang Li cultivate before. The more he fought, the more injuries he suffered. The more injured you are, the more force you put out is diminishing. The thoroughly demonized demon refining sect disciples weren't always so strong in their ability to heal themselves. Their thorough demonization was because of that pill. Not only could it completely activate the demonization energy in their bodies, but it could also overload the demonization energy at the same time, causing everything in the thoroughly demonized demon refining sect disciples to be greatly strengthened. However, this energy would slowly fade over time. It had only been 10 minutes, and because of Jiang Li's intense cultivation, the demonization energy in Mu Shanzi's body had already faded to a normal level, and was even weakening. Slowly, coming to the 20th minute, the layers of copper skin Jiang Li stacked each time he took a hit were lowered by 2 layers, and the sinews were lowered by 1 layer. However, at this time, the copper skin realm had already stacked up to 420 layers. And the tendon flesh had also reached 201 layers of great success. By common sense, Jiang Li should have turned into a big can of copper skin by now, but thanks to the side effect transfer system, Jiang Li's skin still looked smooth and watery, and only those who poked at it knew how hard it was. At this moment, the system showed that Sang-ping had already fallen into a state of serious injury. A 5th grade martial artist, because there was no way to dodge and defend against the attack, he was hardened and kicked miserably by a 4th grade rabbit demonic man. Not to mention that all his bones were shattered, and his internal organs had also suffered varying degrees of damage. As for Sangwon, being a 6th grade, instead of being much stronger than Sang-ping after the 20-minute long ravages, he was injured even more. It had also been said before that Sangwon was retired from injury. He was certainly still able to explode the strength of a 6th grade martial artist, but after all, there was a dark injury in his body, and after being kicked for a long time, this dark injury exploded. So his current condition is serious injuries and severe damage to his organs. He had an additional label of severely damaged organs than Sang-ping, which was the secret injury he had suffered before, and an injury caused by his overuse of the Kongdong School's 7-injury fist in a desperate situation. Back here in Jiangli, he could already hear the sirens. Apparently the commotion over here was too much, and it still attracted the attention of the police. As a matter of fact, Jiangli wondered what the police were doing for food. It took so long for them to come. But if he was an ordinary genius and was taken captive here, by the time they came, he would have long been cooled off. But it's more or less a case of wrongdoing the police. It's mainly the hacker who's been on a roll and he's been so busy he's gone up in smoke. Still didn't stop people from going to the police on the line. In the park, hearing the sirens getting louder and louder, Jiang Li knew he had to do something soon. even though he knew that the other party would not have another chance to regain his sanity if he was completely demonized. What if he did? The madman who created the extreme Dao demon technique was even able to pull off half demonization, so it was hard to say if he had a way to bring people back to sanity now. There's no time to keep stacking layers. We need to finish off Mushanchi as soon as possible. Zhongli once again opened the Big Dipper formation. At this time, the demonized Mushanchi was already seriously injured and didn't have much strength left, which gave Zhongli the opportunity to store up his power, fixed dragon gun. One shot to end the fight. Chapter 88, 3 chicken stew with poisonous mushrooms a day with a bottle of 82 pesticide. One shot to settle the Middle Kingdom. The soaring dragon of fire pierced through the left chest of the large rabbit and flew out the back, destroying the tiles of the park once more. This time it penetrated the heart, and the demonized Mushanchi could no longer heal herself. The Big Dipper formation inside Zhongli's body ended once again, and looking at the fallen Mushanchi, Zhongli walked up carrying the fire dragon gun and was ready to make up for it 2 more times. It turned out that Mushanchi's demonization was fading away at a rapid pace. At this moment, Mushanchi's state was very similar to Huangshi's earlier. After demonization, she kept using her martial arts skills and basically almost drained her chi and blood. At this time, Zhongli opened the Big Dipper formation and the dragon fixing lance one more time, completely burning his few chi and blood, and then began to drain every bit of energy from her body now. When the dragon fixing spear was used up and poked her heart, the demonization energy in her body was finally drained clean. Mushanchi stared with a pair of big eyes. She was in complete disbelief that she was actually able to regain her sanity, although she didn't know what had happened to cause him to regain his sanity and quit demonizing. At the moment, her desire for survival was overwhelming. On the one hand, it's natural for those who have been robbed to want to survive more than anything else, by whatever means. Secondly, since there was a way to undo the complete demonization and restore her sanity, it also meant that she wouldn't have to be subjected to the demon refining sect from now on. Compared to being subjected to Zhongli alone and being subjected to the entire demon refining sect, she could accept the former. A 4th grade martial artist was already superhuman, and could still live for a while even if he was pierced through the heart, as long as he got high in time. But now she couldn't move a finger, and it was hard for her to speak, so she could only stutter and beg Zhongli, "Save me and do whatever you want me to do." Zhongli stood in front of her, but there was a layer of cold sweat on his back. Luckily he was planning to come over and make up for it. It would have been bad if he had just walked away at this point. His side effect transfer system actually managed to make the other party quit being completely demonized and regain their sanity after draining the demon's chi and blood. In this instant, he seemed to understand how Huangshi had run away to the next region in the first place. It turned out that it was because he had drained Huangshi's chi and blood, and then allowed her to regain her sanity. After understanding the situation, she directly chose to run away. But after that it should be because he ate too much meat from demonic beasts and demonized again. Otherwise she might have actually escaped with her life. Few thanks for quitting being completely demonized today, or I wouldn't have known I could actually do that until now. As a thank you, I'm sending you on your way for a quick walk. Mushanchi. No, I can. I pretty horse she really wanted to live, no matter what the cost, even if it meant making her work as a dog for Zhongli. But Zhongli didn't care a bit about her wailing raised his gun and stabbed down towards her head. That saucy horse also became her last words. Chi and blood infused into the fire dragon lance, causing it to burst into flames, and after killing Mushanchi, Zhongli directly burned her corpse. Zhongli was trying to minimize the traces of his existence, although this was essentially counted as him doing harm to the people, and the fact that a 2nd grade martial artist dry humping a 4th grade was sure to shock the nation. But bad is bad. Will the Sangs, who aren't dead yet, see it when it becomes a big deal? Would the people from the demon refining sect come to trouble him? His current goal is to get a good high school entrance exam first, and these people are also really ignorant. Don't they know that everything has to give way to the child who is taking the entrance exam? The signal around the school can be blocked. The buses escorting the students are driven by armed police, and these people still take the initiative to come to the door at this time. In fact, it is not impossible to pretend that this is not possible, but only to meet countless troubles. It's hard to cross over after giving himself a whole Tianhu opening, immediately to the turning point of life. In this period of time Zhongli does not want anyone to bother him again, just want to peacefully test his sect. In order to keep the Sang family from bothering him again, these days he decided to have 3 chickens stewed with poisonous mushrooms 3 times a day with a bottle of 82-year-old pesticide, and he felt uneasy until those 2 old dens were dead. A dean and a director must be very powerful. The power can't be small either, but after one's death, both power and position will be reduced to nothing. Only after watching Mushanzi's body burn, Zhongli turned to leave. Shortly after he left, the police department searched the park and found this. Looking at the messy scene and at the burning bodies, The policemen knew this was a big game. They subconsciously thought it was the body of one of the victims, but once they examined it they realized that what did you say? This is the demon refining sex 4th grade martial artist, Mu Shanzi, nicknamed the Rabbit. The chief of the police department stared in disbelief. There's still someone in Sancheon City who can fuck over a 4th grade martial artist? Are you sure? The constable held up the report and read it as it stood. Mushanchi had committed many crimes before and had no qualms about leaving many traces at the scene, including body tissues, hairs, and fingerprints. Through DNA comparison and martial artist chi and blood residue comparison, it can be determined that this is Mu Shanzi himself. The director was in a bit of a trance. He was only the 4th rank. This time he had thought that his hat was going to fall off. But then a mysterious person appeared to give the demon refining sex class B most wanted fugitive the death of his life. What about the man who killed him? Any sign of him? No body tissue or hair was found at the scene, and the man's chakra residue didn't match up in the police database. The commissioner's eyes widened. No body tissue or hair? That means the 4th grade Mushansi isn't even worthy of knocking a hair off his opponent's head? Yes. The Department of Forensic Medicine deduced that the other party was at least a 5th grade martial artist. In addition, a colleague who has been a soldier said that that person's chi and blood residue has a flavor of military martial arts. Because the scene can be determined that the other party used a fixed dragon gun, it is likely to be a certain general in active service who passed by and killed her in passing. The commissioner calmed down. Don't say much when it comes to the military. Our rank is too far below theirs. Since it can be determined that it's the military's martial arts, let's close the case as a passing unsung hero. And if the military's people come looking for it and are willing to take the credit, it'll just be announced at a later stage. Yes. The police officer left the office and went through the process as the chief wanted. And at the same time Zhang Li, who had only returned to the dormitory a short while ago, had gotten good news. The principal himself came to tell him not to worry, that the people who were after him were dead, and that the teachers and police officers who were responsible for protecting Zhang Li had been withdrawn. Still, it's best not to leave campus until after the entrance exams, in case there's a follow-up retaliation from the other side. Zhang Li saw that the principal didn't look half bad, so he knew that he hadn't found out about himself, so there was no problem. Chapter 89, The College Entrance Examination in the High Martial World. It's a bit cruel for the next week. Zhang Li was fully focused on practicing martial arts and raising his chi and blood, while not forgetting to stew poisonous mushrooms with chickens 3 times a day. And from time to time, he would give those 2 fathers and sons a change of taste, with some highly poisonous medicinal herbs that were of a good grade and high enough class. This led to several more different symptoms of poisoning every day from the day the Sang family father and son were seriously injured. Either that or seeing the dead Kuwabara come back to life to greet them and walk with them, a symptom of hallucinations. Either that or shortness of breath and signs of blood neurotoxicity. The hospital is directly welcomed by 2 big clients of monthly packages. 2 martial arts physicians are in charge of this family, and for the first time in their lives, they enjoy the joy of working 2 shifts a day on a dry assembly line. Because Sangwon was still alive, the residual power was still there. Plus the Kongdong sect side was very dissatisfied with the attack on the 2 men and their families, and sent people to protect them 24 hours a day, as well as letting the Lokyap City police send people over to inspect them every day to the 2 people to send the meal to the poison test once. But just like the ghost, every time to the mealtime the 2 people are still on time poisoning. Later simply called a cook directly in their next door to open fire cooking, and even in the next door cooking, a total of 2 doors, separated by only 1 meter. In and out of the room twice, the doors still have to be detected twice whether the food is poisonous, whether the plate is poisonous, whether the delivery of food is poisonous. It ended up being poisoned. It was given to both Sangwon and Sangpyeong to numb them, and one day both refused to eat, and were still poisoned as a result. So the police suspected a problem with the room and took the 2 patients straight to the police station, only to test them at night and they were still poisoned. And this poison is all sorts of things. The martial arts physicians who tested it all lamented that the Sang family had done something heavily bad, so tortured, a meal a pattern, all without repeating. It was only when they finally made it to the 7th day and the entrance exams began that the 2 finally showed no signs of poisoning at the breakfast meal. Sang Ping, a middle-aged man, hard tears to the tears, shouting finally let them go. It turned out to be retched out in the next breath, and today it was poisoned with something that can make you vomit and have diarrhea. The toxicity is much lighter compared to the previous days, and it's also good to detoxify. The main thing is that today's college entrance examination, Zhang Li in the morning did not have time to care about the 2 fathers and sons. Go out to prepare for the college entrance examination when they feel that they must be accustomed to everyday poisoned. If today is not poisoned, may not be accustomed to, and now go to buy a little poisoned and poured it in their coffee and drank it. Because it was rushed, the poison I bought was more random and not so strong. It was a relief for the martial arts practitioner on duty to finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Previously every day he had to be ready to detect what kind of poison it was. And then he also had to find the right medicine to cure it. Everyone comes with a huge stack of medical books that takes you right back to the time when you went to medical school. It's a damn good idea to ask a question every day. And every question is different. One day even had to shake it over to the teacher to detoxify it. And it took half a day to find out what it was. Today was kind of the easiest day. And the physician finally had time to pull out his cell phone to check out the live national high school exams. The martial arts entrance exams in Huaxia were divided into 3 stages, which were municipal, provincial and national. First, the first round of the high school entrance examination competition will be conducted by all the senior students in each small county. And the city of Three Hills is a small county, with a total of only 3,000 candidates. But the big city above Sanshan City is Taishan City, and there is also a first-class sect, Taishan sect here. And this year, together with all the small counties under its jurisdiction, there are a total of 30,000 candidates. Municipal high school exams start with internal competitions in small counties, like Three Hills, which is 3,000 people playing 5 games each over the course of a day. Each game is credited with 20 points for a win, 10 points for a tie, and no points for a loss. After the 5 games are played and scored, the top 300 highest scores out of 3,000 go to the actual municipal entrance exam the next day. That is, all the small cities in Taishan City together. Almost 3,000 people can be selected to carry out another 5 matches per person. The scoring standard is the same as before. When the municipal competition is over, it's still the top 300 who get to go to the provincial high school. The number of people in each city is also not fixed. Basically it is the proportion of the top 1/10 to advance to the provincial examination. The rest of the students who advanced to the real municipal entrance exams didn't just transfer to technical schools or liberal arts schools from there. They could already go and enroll in a small sect, such as the 8 Extremities sect and the 5 Tigers sect, where the highest martial arts that could be taught would be 2nd grade, which was equivalent to a secondary school in the normal world. Those who ranked a little higher and scored higher, around the top 600 or so, could enroll in 3rd-rate sects, the equivalent of junior colleges, and that kind of thing would have 3rd-rate martial arts they could learn. In the end, only about 8,000 people will be able to take the provincial exam. These people are still competing in 5 rounds as before, with the top 10th of points going to the national gauntlet. And at this time, regardless of whether or not they can participate in the national level college entrance examination, as long as they can get to the provincial examination, they will 100% be able to go to the equivalent of the 2nd school of the Fengyu School, Panglai School, Infinite Sword School. This kind of township martial arts is less than 3 grades, but more than 4 grades of the 2nd-rate sects, looking very cumbersome, but it can't be helped. Huaxia is indeed a standard big country compared to other countries that are either pretty much eaten by demonic beasts or have constant civil strife of their own, with people taking to the streets every now and then with $0 purchases. The number of people is just huge, so the selection of talent can only be tedious. Zhang Li's first participation in the martial arts college entrance exam was the college entrance exam competition within Sanshan City, which was also jokingly referred to as the minor exam. If you can't even pass the quiz and go to Tarzan City, then go to a technical school or a liberal arts school while you can. In such a world where high martial arts were on the rise, the college entrance exam was really 100 times more brutal than Zhang Li's college entrance exam in his last life. Learning things like culture will always pay off if you're not really stupid and try harder. But you can't practice martial arts without talent. For example, in his past life, a small county of 3,000 people to participate in the college entrance examination. At least half of them must be able to go to undergraduate school. College is even more a point can go. But in this world where martial arts are on the rise, all 3,000 people in a small county can only have 300 people qualified to attend a small sect similar to a junior college. The entire Taishan City 30,000 people, but only 300 people can go on the 2nd-rate sects above. This admission rate, simply low terrible. That's the real 1,000-horse walk. But that's also why there are rich people rushing to their doors to give their daughters to ask for marriage directly after getting into the top sects. Zhang Li had participated in an arts college entrance exam once in his previous life. This was his first time experiencing a college entrance exam in martial arts, and he had to say that he was still a little excited. Taking his sip of coffee mixed with poison, Zhang Li collected his number card, 666. It's kinda auspicious. The place he was in was still the Sansan City Arena, which was also used as a high school entrance exam site every year. As soon as this, Zhang Li is full of memories. While he is surrounded by students in the 12th middle school of Sanshan City who have been beaten by him are all flush in a dental clinic card. They are trembling, and their teeth hurt a little. Just a month ago, their teeth were all shattered by Zhang Li here, and it still hurts to touch the scenery. Chapter 90 Candidate, the matching mechanism of the high martial arts world is also, which gives me dry wear. At this moment, the Sancheon City Arena was no longer a single fighting ring, but had been divided into countless small square martial arts venues, each of which was numbered. An official alert will appear on everyone's cell phone upon entry, telling you which racecourse to race on. Now everyone around Zhongli was praying to the heavens to never run into Zhongli. Some of them are not even in the grade yet, touching with a second-grade martial artist. Wouldn't that give them broken teeth? Unfortunately, even the official matching mechanism of this world is the first game is a purely random match because everyone has no record. Wait for the second game before matching based on wins and losses. So for the first session when Zhongli walked to his exam venue with curiosity plus excitement, the student who was across from him as soon as he saw that it was Zhongli, the first time he rechecked if he was looking at his competition venue wrongly. After going back and forth to make sure a dozen times, Zhongli's first opponent directly knelt on the ground and looked up to the heavens. No. At the moment his soundtrack should be Snowdrops. However, Zhongli did not recognize this person. After the other party introduced himself, Zhongli realized that this is also a student of 12 middle school. He doesn't know people, but they know him. There was a great deal of sadness on his knees. I've been trying for a whole month. A month. In the last month my house was sold to buy me elixirs to eat, and I finally raised my chi and blood to 98, and I was so close to being able to promote to a first-grade martial artist. But then I came up. Wow, this guy was really wailing and crying. Zhongli kindly went up to comfort him a bit. Don't be sad. How do you know you can't beat me before you even start fighting? The opposite candidate wiped his tears and was full of surprise, thinking that he had impressed Zhongli. You'll let me? No. Candidates. Wow, the matching mechanism of the high school is just as dog-aw as the treadmill game. In order not to listen to his raving, Zhongli sent him out of the room with a slap. The opening 2.5 minutes ended the battle and got the first win. He then waited a full half hour before the second exam began. This time the other party should not recognize him, but this time it is Zhongli's turn to spit out the examination mechanism. What is all this stuff? He thought he could match Yun Lang so that he could beat him up again in a fair and square manner. As a result, for the second match, he was still matched with a martial artist of less than first grade, not even as strong as the first one. It turns out that the elixir that people have sold their houses for has made him stronger, and his strength is indeed already considered to be the best among the ordinary candidates. The second opponent in the contest before him was, how shall I put it? When he put his hands together, Zhongli had the feeling that the other party could not even understand the path. It reminded him of a video he'd swiped in a previous life, of a group of people competing in a fixed-level athlete competition, the camera sweeping from right to left. The first few were normal. The young lad looked good at first glance. Well, the second had muscular legs, and by the third, the camera had to find its way down to a little kid looking full of confusion at his big brother, who was 5 years ahead of him, as if to say, Mom did not say that this is a first-grade competition. This what match mechanism? Give me dry where this is. And looking at Zhongli with such an expression, the other party was also very unhappy. What do you mean by that look? Are you looking down on me? I have a family heirloom first-grade martial art, the Cloud Wave Palm, and my opponent lost the last fight without even seeing my Cloud Wave Palm. Zhongli didn't even know what expression he should put on to face him now. Okay, come on, let me see your Cloud Wave Palm. Zhongli tried to make his tone sound as less sarcastic as possible, but the other party still took an angry stance, then swung his hands at him one after another. That form, that swing. Zhongli's face twitched slightly. He knew that the opposite side was a candidate, but in his eyes it always felt like this guy turned into a garden baby bouncing and running towards him, then gently patted on him and said, Makabaka, what a great move, Cloud Wave 3 beats. It was really like the clouds were slapping on his body. Zhongli couldn't even feel the other party slapping him. Looking at the stunned expression of the opposite candidate, who also pressed down on his pecs again as if he was not convinced, Zhongli helplessly said, is it over? Ha? Oh, it's over. Zhongli first displayed his second-grade martial artist's chi and blood, and the candidate in front of him had his brain go down directly. At this moment, he seemed to understand what was going on with Zhongli's previous expression. In the next second, Zhongli bowed and toppled his elbow. He didn't even run his chi and blood. It was an ordinary to no longer ordinary 8 extreme fist elbow strike, but because he had the giant strength, talent, his own strength was as strong as hell, and it directly toppled the candidate. But he used a deft force to not hurt the other party. Candidates who were competing nearby watched as this one flew over a full 8 exam areas before landing, and wowed afterward. What kind of dog matching mechanism is this? Letting me, an uninitiated and a second-grade martial artist fight? Are you guys mixing teachers in? Wow, too bullying. Zhongli was helpless. This was the second one he had beaten and cried. But, this is not the last one. Zhongli spent an average of 2.5 minutes per round, with the time spent mainly on the examiner checking his identity. After checking, Zhongli didn't even bother to do anything. As soon as he released the second-grade martial artist's chi and blood pressure, his opponent directly cried, then angrily sprayed the matching mechanism of dog stampo and then surrendered. Some people had won 3 games in a row, and had thought that their advancement to the municipal entrance exam was assured. But when they ran into Zhongli, the second grade, their minds directly exploded. On that day, Zhongli beat and cried 5, shattering all the dreams of these 5 poor candidates. Continuous rage against the matching mechanism dog. The people who blow up the fish should be damned. Although he got a perfect score to advance to the municipal entrance exam without any surprises, he saw the opposite side crying every time he played, making him really upset. So after the end of the exam, go back and directly add a meal. Choose 5 kinds of mixed poisons to make a plate of big mixed vegetables to eat, which is also a little comfort to those dream-broken candidates. You see, I was ready to poison myself to make amends, but unfortunately I couldn't. Lucky First People's Hospital at this time looking at Sangwon and Sangpyeong, whose bodies began to change color. Physician, 6. Where's my master? Hurry up and shake people. The next day, the top 300 candidates traveled by bus to the city of Taishan. Yunlang Gaok and Jinhong they have no accident at all successful promotion. After all, participated in the training camp, are at least a product in the martial arts? It is not possible that this cannot be promoted. But unfortunately, the same matching mechanism froze and did not allow Zhongli to match Yunlang, letting him sorely miss the opportunity to beat him up. Even the next day's competition for the municipal entrance exam didn't allow Zhongli to get what he wanted. But this time, the opponents were much better compared to before. At least they didn't come up and cry. Rather they came up and surrendered. After all, many of the 3,000 people in the municipal higher education examination had participated in the intensive training camp. How could they not know about Zhongli? The man who had dry-humped hundreds of demonic beasts and had also dry-humped all the top geniuses in Region A. The provincial exam is by no means the end of the other side, just a starting point. It was bad luck for them to meet him, and by directly conceding defeat they could still save their strength to fight the next opponent who was already tired of fighting. In this way the next day's municipal college entrance exam, Zhongli still advanced without a ripple with a perfect score, and at this time, there have been a number of small sects of enrollment teachers in the beginning to give him stuffed small cards. As the total score ranked first person, can be said to be undisputed municipal college entrance exams, they want to take advantage of the present to lull Jiang away from them. The result was predictable. Zhongli didn't answer any of them. They went directly to the officially arranged hotel and rested, ready to take the train together on the 3rd day to the provincial capital city, Lok Yap, to attend the provincial college entrance examination. By then, he shouldn't be as bored as he is now, and at the same time, another wave of people were planning, in earnest, for tomorrow's action. Old bye. The people have arrived. Chapter 91 What Public and Private? Isn't that all mine? By Z Shang, a 4th grade official disciple of the demon refining sect, nicknamed Rat King ever since confirming that Mu Shanzi was dead a week ago. By Z Shang had been tracking down the person who killed Mu Shanzi while requesting support from the demon refining sect's headquarters. He was the only 4th rank in the Loki City branch, and the helmsman was a 5th rank. Even if the whole plan didn't require them to contribute in particular, they would still need at least one more 4th rank to go along with it. At this time, the person who killed Mu Shanzi had yet to raise an eyebrow. And anyway, he didn't believe that a 2nd grade martial artist could kill a 4th grade. But the headquarters support finally arrived in time for the last day. Water Ghost, long time no see. By Z Sheng hunched over with an ugly smile and shook hands with a burly man. Water Ghost is a nickname, but in fact the real nickname is Water Turtle. As we all know, the demon refining sect is basically human and demonic. That is, half human and half demon. This water demon is the one who can transform into a turtle demon. It's just that water turtles aren't as intimidating as water ghosts sound, after all, and the man does specialize in water combat, so onlookers call him a water ghost. The name of the water ghost is Zhao Dafeng, is a 1'9" tall burly man, looking a bit of the old Maoist blood, eyes are sky blue. You speak pure Chinese. It's been a long time. What happened to Usagi? I heard he fell at the hands of a 2nd grade martial artist? By Z Shang's side it's not a 2nd grade. It's at least a 4th to 5th grade military martial artist. My intelligence told me that there were remnants of a military martial artist's unique chi and blood at the scene. But it's a pity that I couldn't find anyone. The water ghost will not comment much once he hears the military. Can only say that the rabbits own bad luck. The military's gang of life-threatening lunatics actually dare to touch. The military's level of insanity was more than they had ever had. They were demonized at best. The military was burning their own chi and blood at the drop of a hat. And every time they ran into it, it was as if they had run into a bomb that they didn't know when it would blow up. Enough about that. How do I have to cooperate with you guys? I'm not going to dedicate my life to that gang of demons' plans. I'm really running when I see the situation. Bai Zisheng pulled the water ghost to the basement of the house, only to see two unique demonic beasts locked up in a cage in the basement, looking like rats but with no hair on their bodies, and able to float in the air, not at all like a product of the earth. Bai Zisheng smiled lewdly. It wouldn't have been necessary for us to do anything, just rely on the two of them. The water ghost squinted and stared for a while, and his pupils dilated violently, as if he recognized this demonic beast. It's that the demon clan sent it over? Bai Zisheng nodded, and the water ghost was filled with incredulity. Since when do demons have brains? Bai Zisheng patted the water ghost's shoulder and said, never mind all that. We're just hired. It's enough that the top gets the benefit and so do we. Other than that, would the water ghost dude be interested in doing another big job with me? What do you want? Don't drag me into this. If something goes wrong it's deadly. The water ghost looked at Bai Zisheng warily. This guy was known to be number one in doing private work. It is said that back then this old brother is a drive to the hospital to deliver drugs. Some drugs small hospitals do not have. Only large hospitals have. And there is a time limit, must be delivered on the same day. Baek Zisheng does this job, delivering medicines from Lockheed City to small hospitals in other cities. The hospital reimburses him for gas and keeps him on the payroll, but at the same time he takes hitchhiking orders. After all, he has to travel to other small cities every day, and there's always someone to go to, and it's not convenient to take a moving car. He, on the other hand, would never leave without hauling a full load of people each time and then helping someone deliver something. Took doing private work to the extreme. As a result, one day something went wrong, and because of a personal job, the medicine was delivered a full half-hour late. A patient died as a result, and he was directly blamed for it, and then it was brought to light that he had done the personal job. It's kind of a stinker, and not only will the hospital be held accountable, but the family of the dead patient won't let him off the hook either. It was a nice little life. Because of this he not only went in for a couple of years, he was covered in debt, and when he got out again, things were different and he had to be chased for the debt, with no choice but to plan to jump. He met someone from the demon refining sect, and a card directly changed his life from a first-grade martial artist to a fourth grade. But rivers and mountains can't change their nature, and he still can't change his nature of doing private work for himself. This operation really doesn't have much to do with us, to put it bluntly. After making the plan, all the experts will be attracted. We'll be fine no matter how much noise we make. There's plenty of time to act. Doesn't your buddy lack money these days? No shortage of elixirs and pills? I know a place where, in preparation for the auction at the end of the college entrance exam, all the spirit medicines, spirit weapons, and elixirs of quite a lot of good stuff now exist there. As far as I know, there is a 5th grade spirit item there, the thunder fruit, which has a certain chance of giving one a thunder and lightning talent after eating it, just like the innate talent that those demon clans get. Even if we didn't obtain the talent, the 5th grade spirit it's still enough for our brothers to break through half of the meridians, right? My little scouts have pretty much helped me get ready, but I'm still not quite enough on my own. There's no need to let the helmsman, his old man, know about this. How about we two brothers make some extra money? The water ghost was said to be moved, and on second thought, with these two mysterious demonic beasts in front of them, there was indeed no need to worry about someone coming to intercept the two of them. Yes, the third day of the high school exam, the provincial exam. John Lee was on his way to Lockheed City on a moving train. Taishan City had a total of 300 people promoted, all on one train. The official support for the college entrance exams was even greater than expected, as anyone going to the provincial exams was given a free ride on the train, and all the trains were basically reserved for students on that day. Unlike the nervousness of the others, John Lee sat in his seat and leisurely swiped his cell phone. The provincial examination is really nothing worth nervous. Can enter the provincial examination is nothing more than that group of people who entered the training camp. Hit them. John Lee is not worried at all. On your cell phone, today's headlines. The Battle of Koinyu Mountain is over. The 3 7th grade demon kings were seriously injured and disappeared into thin air, and Huaxia has successfully recovered the 13th human forbidden zone. Disappeared into thin air? John Lee frowned slightly. Wasn't there another 8th grade martial grandmaster at the scene? How was he able to make 3 7th grade demon kings disappear into thin air? John Lee immediately clicked in to see the whole process. And then, Venetian Casino welcomes you. Beautiful lotteries. Deal cards online. How which world has this crap ad? John Lee directly cut out and switched to another report. Anyway, the sky is now covered with reports about the Battle of Mount Kunyu, and the fervor of this world's conquest of the forbidden area of the human race is not at all inferior to the fervor of the recapture of the island in the previous life. The aura of an 8th grade demon emperor is suspected to have appeared at the scene. and the military martial arts patriarchs are urgently tracking the demon emperor's aura forward. 6 7th grade martial kings chased and killed 3 demon kings, and in the end, the 3 7th grade demon kings disappeared in full view of everyone. Chapter 92, the provincial examination begins. Demon refining sect intervenes. What do you mean? Someone purposely saved those 3 demon kings? The demon race is starting to unite when they see the situation? Do they have the brains for it? John Lee could tell something wasn't quite right from the news. The term vanishing into thin air was basically tied to space. To say that the demon race appeared at ability is the direction of the space of the innate talent is not too much. But the problem is because the demon race each top of a violent. People are a word on the fight. The demon race is on the eye on the fight. It was simply impossible for the various demon clan territories to join forces with each other. And to say that a demon clan had rescued these 3 demon kings was simply impossible for anyone to believe. But the scene of the demon emperor breath and really difficult to understand. There are demon emperor of the human forbidden area is a total of 8. The strongest is the Kunlun mountain range and the Changbai mountain range and the Shenangjia 3 areas. These 3 areas of the number of demon race is not at all less than the number of human big cities. After frowning and thinking for a while, John Lee finally came to the conclusion that there was a possibility that there were human races or foreign races from other worlds that had interfered. They don't want to see Wasia rise just like that, so they put some intensity on Wasia. What corroborated this guess was the status of the 3 demon kings shown in his system, recovering from serious injuries. Obviously someone was helping them recover. There must be a big conspiracy behind this. The military and the officials must be having a headache. There wasn't much he could do about it, anything he could think of. The military and officials could surely think of as well. Don't think you're so smart. There are plenty of people smarter than you in this world. So it's done. Let's eat first. He spent last night in his hotel room stewing 72 types of poisonous mushrooms in a chicken stew. Some of the mushroom toxins cannot be removed even if the steaming time is longer. At this time served out directly on the train to eat. The students around him gulped and got hungry when they saw him carrying a thermos of chicken and mushrooms. Who's a nice guy eating chickens and mushrooms early in the morning? And mushroom poison is poisonous. But it's so flavorful. Some people's stomachs were starting to growl, and one with a big face came up and hammed and hawed, wanting a piece of meat. John Lee stared at him and didn't say anything. He wasn't being petty. He could give everyone a mouthful of chicken soup and the wagon would be reunited. Too late to cure. So John Lee ate a thermos of chicken stewed mushroom in front of him, and the soup was licked clean and put aside. That guy. John Lee had an additional nickname of Stingy. But how could they know that John Lee was actually generous as hell? The 3 demon kings and the 2 fathers and sons of the Sang family received the poisonous mushroom gift pack from John Lee at the first time. 72 different kinds of poisonous mushrooms went down together. And the physician of the 2 fathers and sons of the Sang family directly came to say that they could not be cured and shook the people. The 3 demon kings were in a cave at the moment, recovering from eating the spirits that originated from the Changbai mountain, before a mouthful of blood sprayed out with a poof. Under normal circumstances this bit of poison was nothing to a demon king. But they were in a state of serious injury now. The White Lion Demon King gritted his teeth. Despicable human race. It's not even enough to surround us, but even poison us. It's amazing that they won't admit it when questioned. It's obviously poisoned every day. A question mark slowly appeared in the White Elephant Demon King's not-so-clever head. Well, a question mark was really appearing in his eyes. He was hallucinating. But weren't we moved somewhere else? We don't even know where this is. How did the humans accurately poison us? It was even yesterday. But today they can poison us from across the room? Rock, mythical bird of prey, you found the crux of the problem. So ruling out all possibilities, no more is the only outcome. The Lion King and the Elephant King looked at him. What only result? The Rock said seriously, the 3 of us together are toxic. The other 2 demon kings froze for a moment. Makes sense. Luckily, we're about to part soon. So hurry up and suppress the poison, so we won't be poisoned again after we part. These 3 great clevernesses were giddy as they recovered from their injuries while suppressing the poison in their bodies, and were filled with longing for the future. Lockcap City. After the train arrived at the station, John Lee threw the thermos directly into the trash can. Save it for an incident where an older woman picks it up, brushes it off and uses it again. And then there's an incident where a 60-year-old woman poisons a family. Their group of students traveled to the Lockcap City arena on a bus that had been prepared by the officials long ago. And as the capital city of the province, Lockcap City's arena covered a rather large area. Not only can it accommodate up to 20,000 people on the same stage, but it can also accommodate 100,000 people watching at the same time. And the total number of high school students who can advance to the provincial exam this time is only 8,000. There are actually live streams of the municipal entrance exams, but basically everyone focuses on the big city streams, and only the locals watch the local streams to see how their kids are doing through the live streams. and by the time you get to the provincial entrance exams, the people watching become more numerous and concentrated. Tickets at the venue are even harder to come by. This is because the day of the provincial examination is not only to conduct the normal examination, but also to decide the provincial champion. After everyone has played their 5 games, the top 10th of the scoreboard goes straight to the finals that night. The number of people is probably just 800, and it's the best time to be there. People were able to visualize the young powerhouses more visually against each other. The setup for the day was a bit like a music festival, where the biggest names all show up at the end, and for the first part of the day, everyone eats and drinks, plays cards and waits until the end to rush to the front of the line to take pictures while singing along to a loud chorus. That's why tickets will be snapped up so instantly on this day that the villains will have to buy them through scalpers. The general situation was such that Zhongli also had to brush up on several short videos introducing previous year's provincial entrance exams to figure it out. So by the time he took his number plate and found his martial arts venue, the audience wasn't that big. Probably only half of the seats were occupied. The rest weren't parents, just waiting for the evening to watch the final that would determine the provincial scholar. Zhongli withdrew his gaze from the stands and began his first bout of the provincial exam. Meanwhile, 2 men are checking their tickets into the arena. What is that in your arms, sir? By Zi Shang gently zipper. Check the ticket, people check. Too many people have checked numb. Perennial peaceful life also let people do not believe that someone will do what terrorist attacks, so not nervous at all. Only a kind of numbness that do not want to go to work. Luckily, Bai Zi Shang didn't show anything he shouldn't have. He just smiled and said to the security checker, my little pet that I've let get a little fat. I see we're allowed to bring pets, right? The screener nods, but no block can't exceed the specified size, so please sir, take your pet out and I'll measure it. Chapter 93, Space Fey Beast. The 7th grade Demon King appeared. Row, row, row. Bai Zi Shang was not panicking at all. It was clear that this demonic beast was the key to normal operations. If they were found out, they would be directly exposed. But he looked at the security inspector's eyes that had gone numb, and painfully released the demonic beast. The security inspector took a ruler and couldn't help but show a hint of disgust in his eyes. A person wouldn't like this big black rat. This look caused Bai Zi Shang's expression to change, but he still smiled and asked, all right, we're going in to watch the game. The security guards couldn't recognize the big black rat for what it was, and since pets are allowed here, they just let it go. A lot of people actually have small beasts that can help, like cats and dogs and such. This kind of small beast is generally much less demonized, but after all, it is still a bit strengthened, so it is more humane, also able to help people. So many people are really treating these little beasts as pets as well as friends and family, and the laws of this world also allow these little beasts that have a higher level of intelligence and can control themselves from barking and pulling to enter various areas. Bai Zi Shang thanked him and entered the arena with the water ghost, but after he left, a dirty furry rat from nowhere suddenly appeared and bit the ankle of the security checker. The security guard screamed and kicked the dirty furry rat away, and just as he looked down to check his wounds, the moment he did, the man planted his head on the ground. Rats carried a very large number of germs, and the dirty furred rat just now was the little scout that Bai Zi Shang had raised, specializing in intelligent snooping. But for martial artists of less than 1st grade, a single bite could be fatal. And what happened at the security checkpoint obviously didn't affect Bai Zi Shang and Zhao Defeng, who had already entered the venue. The masked Zhao Defeng spoke, you're a bit impulsive, Rat King. Bai Zi Shang hunched over like a large-sized rat, and said with hatred in his mouth, the look in his eyes reminded me of the gang that fell on me at the time. Look at me the same way you look at a dirty rat. Damn it. After saying that, taking a deep breath and easing his emotions, Bai Zi Shang stood up straight. Don't worry, it won't affect the operation. As soon as the helmsman's side starts, we're good to go. The appointment is almost. Now, Bai Zi Shang took off the sunglasses on his face, revealing a somewhat lewd old face, and listened sideways. Sure enough, in the very next second, the earth began to tremble and everyone panicked. Is it an earthquake? It doesn't seem to be. Look at the live feed outside. It's a white elephant demonic beast. The host said that it's the 7th grade demon king that disappeared from Kunyu Mountain. How come it suddenly appeared in Loki City? A man with a cell phone. At the moment it is not yet the most critical final of the night, so there are a lot of people who live for a living are still outside filming, and the official also divided into 2 lenses, one to shoot inside the arena and one to shoot outside. As a result, he happened to shoot a 7th grade elephant demon that suddenly appeared from mid-air, and the shockwave that landed on the ground caused all the surrounding skyscrapers to collapse. Countless people have been buried right in the middle of the concrete and steel forest just because of its presence, without even having time to react. 7th grade. It's over. Dying. What are the people in the military doing? Actually allowing the Demon King to come to the rear. Bai Zi Shang snickered like a mouse. Here we go. The next step is, Bai Zishang looked at the three people on the examiner's platform in the arena. Two 5th grade deputy examiners and a 6th grade. Lokyup City was a provincial capital city, and there were still quite a few 6th grade martial artists in the city. Even if they were 7th grade martial kings, both the military and the police had a 7th grade martial king on each side, and there was no need for the examiner to move at all. But what if there was more than one demonic beast out there? Watching the live stream, not only the 7th grade demon king, but also many great demons appeared. There are at least a dozen of them in the 6th and 5th grade. On the examiner's platform, the 3 examiners glanced at the cell phone messages, and the 2 deputy examiners simply got up and left. They themselves were martial artists from the official Ministry of Education, and with such a big incident in the city, they were definitely going to be there when the manpower was not enough for a while. And as long as they could stop those demonic beasts from coming to the arena, theirs would be considered a mission accomplished. Bai Zishang snapped his fingers. There's only one 6th grade left. After saying that, he pulled out the demonic beast that looked like a mouse from his clothes. In fact, this is not a native product, but an outside alien beast, called as a space beast. People who have not been on the battlefield of the external race simply do not know what this is. Space beasts are always in pairs, and if one side leaves, the other will open a space wormhole directly in the location next to the other in order to get to them. It sounds kinda romantic, but once intelligent beings discover this phenomenon, they set out to exploit it by capturing space beasts and then taming them. If it was well controlled and a space beast was placed on one side, it could follow this space wormhole directly across thousands of mountains to reach the intended place directly. When the foreign races of the other world first connected with the Chinese world, they relied on the space beasts to quickly explode their troops and seize a lot of human territory. Bai Zishang took the water ghost and found a corner to place this space beast, then took out his cell phone and sent a text message. In the next second, the space around this space beast began to collapse a little bit, gradually forming a space wormhole. Because the vision was just too big, it drew the attention of everyone in the arena. The 6th grade examiner was even the first to notice the difference and flew to rush towards the two. And the last step in the work of the two of them, Bai Zishang and Water Ghost, was to stop anyone who got in the way of the space beast opening the space. As long as one space beast died, the other would immediately feel it and then sadly stop opening space and just headbutt itself to accompany the other to die. The 6th grade examiner had obviously seen this thing before, so the first thing he did was rush forward to kill the space beast. The water ghost spat. It's a damn hard job. You should have had your helmsman come in and release it in the field. I'll go outside. Bai Zishang, be content. Helmsman of 5th grade may have to withstand the siege of multiple 5th grades or even 6th grades at the same time. If you really want to change, next time there is still an action, let you go outside and put it on. Then forget it. After spitting, the two of them directly turned on their half-demonized state. Bai Zishang's limbs become rat-shaped, while turtle shells grow on the front and back of the water ghost Zhao Dafeng. 6th grade examiner Chu Shan, right hand for palm, the great compassion palm. The huge golden palm print flew out, and Bai Zishang ran away without saying a word. His speed was extremely fast, leaving only the water ghost Zhao Dafeng standing alone. Looking at that terrifying slap of one of Shaolin's 72 stunts, Zhao Dafeng cursed on his lips, but still shrunk his head into the turtle shell and stood in front of the space beast. Only a dang sound was heard. Zhao Dafeng's tortoise shell is full of cracks. People peeked out, also a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, but still stood in place as not a move. Chapter 94. Zhongli joins the war. Not far away from the martial arts arena, Zhongli was still standing still, watching the scene happening in front of him with interest. Half-demonization is the hallmark of the demon refining sect, right? It's true that villains are everywhere. He had the gang before his senior year, and he still has the gang even after his senior year. But how was it not quite like the novels or TV shows he read? Usually after the villain shows up, he's always holding down the main party and then the protagonist saves the day. So how did it go the other way around? It doesn't even give him a chance to make a move. That turtle guy was held down by the examiner and hammered so hard that his shell was broken, but he still didn't say a word. Finally, Bai Zishang appeared, with a bizarre stance and extremely fast speed, appearing from behind Chu Shan, the examiner, and digging a claw into Chu Shan's stall. Golden bell. With a duong sound, the silhouette of a large golden bell surfaced on the surface of Chu Shan's body, directly bouncing the sneak attacking Bai Zishang away, before he pressed two people alone. Although there was a difference of 2 large grades, the strength of these two after their half-demonization was comparable to a 5th grade. Even if he couldn't defeat them, it was still fine to stop Chu Shan and delay some time. Chu Shan's heart was in a hurry. If he let that space beast completely open the wormhole, a 7th grade demon king would surely pop out again just like outside. By that time he wouldn't be able to beat a 7th grade demon king, even one that was severely injured. While he was in a hurry, Zhongli arrived in front of the space beast in the blink of an eye like a sharp arrow shooting out. The situation is now bipolar. From Chu Shan delaying these two, it turned into these two being delayed by Chu Shan. With Chu Shan's strength, Bai Zishang and Zhao Dafeng wouldn't have the slightest possibility of going after Zhongli. Chu Shan shouted at Zhongli, "Kill that space beast, otherwise it can release another 7th grade demon king." Zhongli listened in his ears and remembered in his heart. Was this little thing called a space beast? This explains why a 7th grade demon king can appear out of nowhere outside. One thing leads to another. And Zhongli also understands why those 3 7th grade demon kings could disappear before. It's true that someone has come out to help. No matter if it was the foreign race or the demon race, they were definitely thinking of retaliating against the human race, so they chose to directly pout and break the roots of the human race. Once a year, the human race will still be on the rise. The key is really fucking someone to help the demon race action. Is really damned completely do not see themselves as a person? Zhongli directly pulled Bai Zishang and Zhao Dafeng into the family bucket, and at that moment, he also closed in on the space beast and directly made a move of the 8 Extreme Avalanche Mountain S martial skill, Mountain Splitting Palm. After practicing for a week's time, Zhongli could already manage to instantly collapse 3 strands of energy air inside the enemy's body. A tiny space beast didn't have any attacking ability, it would only run away, and as long as it was hit, it would surely die. But just then, that half-opened wormhole, about the size of a toilet lid, suddenly sprang out a monkey. The monkey demon was the most annoying kind of a mountain monkey, and after rushing out, he stomped on Zhongli's face, directly giving Zhongli a flying kick. The familiar force of this kick allowed Zhongli to directly understand his opponent's grade. 4th grade. He'd been kicked by the 4th grade Jade Feet only a week ago, with the exact same force as this one. Chu Shan's heart sank when he saw this. He saw that Zhongli still had a number plate on him. Obviously this was a candidate. It would be fine if he was only allowed to kill space beasts, but against a 4th grade lesser demon? Kid, run! Chu Shan was anxious in his heart. These 2 demon refining sex demons were really difficult to deal with. A little bit of crack does not leak to his tortoise shell is also really hard. He is 6th grade actually shoot cannot be broken. Chu Shan, who was anxious about Zhongli, could only open fire, and just when he was about to move his hand to shoot away Bai Zishang and Zhao Dafeng to save Zhongli, he suddenly realized that the 2 people in front of him suddenly covered their faces. My face hurts, as if I've been kicked by someone of the same rank. Whoa, you're hurting too? I've got my head in a turtle shell. Who can hit me in the face? This hurts like being kicked in the ass. Trashan froze. He hadn't even fought yet. His brain seemed to catch something in this instant. But the situation was urgent and there was no time for him to think about it. Chu Shan hurriedly slapped up with 2 palms when the 2 of them yelled in pain and revealed a break, sending the 2 of them flying directly. Then with an 8 steps to catch the cicadas, he ran towards Zhongli, and as that 4th grade monkey demon continued to kill Zhongli, he slapped its brain with a palm of great mercy with anger, sending it out of its misery. How can I let my Chinese geniuses be a scourge to you demon races? With me, Chu Shan, here today, you sprites don't want to harm any of you. Chu Shan's voice was like thunder, with a deafening feeling. His words caused Zhongli's heart to jolt. Learned. That's a real special brew of awesome. It's okay, classmate. Chu Shan looked at Zhongli worriedly. Those who could reach the provincial examination were basically 1st grade martial artists. A kick from a 4th grade little demon was not light. It was light if he didn't kick his head to pieces. Zhongli quickly stated, I'm fine. I've practiced a little bit of cross-training. A little? The 4th product kicked the 1st product. Looks like not even a little hurt cannot be used to say that only practiced a little. This kid is also too modest. But it was too late for pleasantries. The wormhole continued to expand, and Chu Shan raised his palm to strike the space beast. But then 3 more demonic beasts jumped out of that wormhole one after another. 2 4th grades and 1 5th grade. One of the 4th grade wolf demons looked like it wasn't afraid of death at all and went up to help the space beast block the slap. The 4th grade wolf demon had its brain shattered by a slap, but the other 4th and 5th grade wolf demons pounced on Chu Shan's body immediately afterward. Chu Shan slapped one by one, but the expanding wormhole was still jumping out new demonic beasts, no longer just of the 4th grade, but of the 5th grade mostly, which made it harder and harder for Chu Shan to advance as well. It was just a few steps away, but it was as if it was a rift in the sky that could not be crossed at all. In order to make the wormhole open as desired, the demon race simply did not want to lose their lives as they went forward and backward. At that moment, Chu Shan could only put his hope on Zhongli again. I'll help you block all the demonic beasts. You go kill the space beasts. Yes, Chu Shan did help Zhongli block all the demonic beasts from the wormhole. There were 6 4th grade and 5 5th grade demonic beasts. Even he, a 6th grade, couldn't manage to kill so many demonic beasts instantly. But 2 other traitors were left out, Bai Zishang and Zhao Dafeng. These two saw the demonic beasts coming out one after another, and thought that their mission was accomplished, and they were both ready to retreat to do their private work, but they were all about to leave, seeing that Chu Shan had blocked all the demonic beasts, so to speak, and was directly blocking the wormhole entrance, leaving the task of killing the space beasts to Zhongli. The two of them would have to say that there was no point in dealing with Chu Shan, a 6th grade martial artist, and that they would be able to run away. But against a student? They went straight for the heavy hitters. Jihahaha. A mere student. Suffer death. Chapter 95, Afraid I'll Die? This is my real subsection. Jihahaha. A mere student. Suffer death. Zhao Defang rushed towards Zhongli with his cracked turtle shell. The abnormal red blood in his eyes proved that he had lost a little bit of his sanity at the moment due to his half-demonization. At the same time, Bai Zishang also smiled lewdly and stole towards Zhongli, pulling out a claw towards Zhongli's stall, with the intention of making Zhongli cut off his children and grandchildren. The corners of Zhongli's mouth rose as he turned around to harden himself against the two men's attacks. Chusan looked on in horror but couldn't do anything to help. No, he regretted why he let Zhongli, a student, to help. In the next moment, the unpleasant laughter of both Bai Zishang and Zhao Defang came to an abrupt end. Their sneak attack was successful. One punched Zhongli in the heart, and one clawed out Zhongli in the middle of the room. By normal, Zhongli should have a broken heart and a thin second brother by now, but it was the other way around, and the two men wailed in agony as one covered his chest and the other his crotch. How hard they stole it, and how much it hurts now itself. And at the same time Zhongli shouted, "Heaven and earth live together." It was a reasonable excuse for his hang-up, and the name of this martial art was very understandable. It means you hit me and you hurt. Of course Zhongli himself had to cover his crotch and heart and wail a little in place to show that he was also injured, just not as badly. Chu Shan's eyes lit up. From the name of the martial skill and the live performance, he understood what kind of martial skill it was. I've never heard of it, but there are new martial arts being developed all the time in this world, so it's normal that I haven't heard of it. The point was that Zhongli wasn't dead. He didn't have to watch a student die because of him. Run! Forget about the space beast, it's not easy for you to survive. This shouldn't have been a game you could have fought. Zhongli stood up straight, his eyes resolute as he pretended to be more than Huaxia. There are no teenagers who are afraid of death. Zhongli was just trying to put on a show, but he forgot that the arena was actually keeping a national broadcast. A total of 34 provinces in Huaxia, 20 have suffered an attack. The people watching the live broadcast of the country are all worried about it. Among them, the attack on Shanghai province was the most terrifying, with a 7th grade demon lord already appearing, while the provincial examination sites of the other provinces only had multiple 6th grade demon lords appearing so far, killing and injuring the candidates but not much. That was why more people were now paying attention to the live broadcast from the capital city of Shanghai province, Lokyap, and seeing the rampage of the 7th grade demon king under the second camera. The whole country was worried about the people of Lokyap, and upon seeing the first shot inside the Loki City arena, there were quite a few people who were worried for Zhongli. And yet there are those who are saying it's just a 1st grade martial candidate. What's the point of getting involved in this kind of thing? There's a taller one to hold the sky when it collapses. Is this something a candidate can do? His parents have worked so hard to raise him for so long, and this kid is not responsible at all. Of course that's just a few people saying that, and as soon as a pop-up like that comes out it's drowned out by other pop-up curses. More people were still worrying about Zhongli, and when Zhongli said the sentence, "In Huaxia, there are no youngsters who are afraid of death," everyone felt their hearts were touched. True. Lit up. It is precisely because there are such teenagers from generation to generation that Huaxia is able to continuously turn the tide against the wind. At a time when all countries can't do anything about the demon race's human forbidden zone, only Huaxia is pushing back step by step. This kid is so handsome. I'll admit, he's a little better looking than me, but then again, those two are 4th grade martial artists. Right, can he really resist? I think he's already pushing it with that one just now. Everyone's hearts clenched once again, and Zhongli on the scene is not clear about the live broadcast, or he knows that the college entrance exam is always live, but at this time, he can't think of so much. He is very excited now. The first 2 days of the high school exams were almost as if he had been asked to eat at the children's table, and not only did it bore him, but it was childish. Only then did he feel like he was actually taking part in a tense and exciting college entrance examination, which, in this case, was his segment. The matching mechanism is finally reliable for once. 36 Big Dipper formation, open. A layer of blue airwaves began to erupt on the surface of Zhongli's body, and the entire person's handsomeness went up another notch. But unfortunately, because he had to take the college entrance exams, the weapons were all officially provided, so he wasn't able to carry the fire dragon gun around with him, and could only use the less disposable burst of 8 Extreme Battering Mountain. Bai Zisheng stared at Zhang Li with a pained look on his face as he covered his file. Your kid's martial arts are a bit evil, but there's no way to completely deflect the damage. Right. You'll still get hurt. We can still resist for a day. What about you? How many times can you carry it? Zhang Li wanted to say you want me to resist a few times, but always keep in mind his current persona. He was injured. Zhang Li said weakly but stiffly, I can carry it until someone comes and takes you two human scum away. The pop-up was another orgasm, right? Arrest and sentence to death. This kid is so draggy. I like it so much. Bai Zisheng and Zhao Dafeng sniffed but let out a grim smile. Young people just have a hard mouth. Go! Mouse-walking stalker. This was a third-grade martial art that took into account both lightness and clawing, and it was a poisonous martial art that had to be constantly dipped in venom on weekdays. The toxin will continue to eat away at the opponent as long as it scratches them. Of course there are a little side effect. This martial art is a special method to make the toxin only exist in the fingertips, and force it out when you run the power, so that you won't be poisoned. But it's still easy to poison yourself on weekdays if you're someone who likes to chew your nails. Bai Zisheng's entire body was almost stuck to the ground running with his limbs, and the parts he demonized happened to be his limbs, which was extraordinarily fitting for the lightness part of this martial art. Almost in the blink of an eye, Bai Zisheng arrived in front of Zhang Li. This time his strike didn't go between the stalls, but only held the idea of scratching Zhang Li and poisoning him. In Bai Zisheng's thoughts, Zhang Li, a first grade and at most a second grade, would definitely not be able to dodge it, just as he did just now. But could Zhang Li, who had opened the 36 Big Dipper formation, be the same as before? The whole person was as fast as if he was hung up, easily dodging Bai Zisheng's claw, and then directly sticking to the counterattack. With the 36 Heavenly Dipper formation, he would also open another Gungjin forging body techniques, Tendon Martial Man, directly pulling his muscle power to its fullest. Previously, Zhang Li had pulled up to 5x at the most and stormed Kuwabara. This time he pulled straight up to 10x. The muscles really felt like they were expanding to explode. With all the firepower, Zhang Li dodged Bai Zisheng's claw before counterattacking with a sticky mountain leaning. The moment he crashed out, the air seemed to be shattered, like there was really a big mountain in front of him that was crushed by Zhang Li. There was actually a loud explosion. Bai Zisheng was a bit confused when he was dodged, and in the next second, realizing that Zhang Li had suddenly become faster and was going to counterpunch him, he was about to leap out with all four limbs braced on the ground. As a result, at the moment he braced himself on the ground, suddenly there was not a single muscle in his body that didn't hurt, as if he had rushed a ton of water into it, and was about to explode. That feeling. The sudden sensation caused him to lose control of the muscles in his limbs and freeze in place for a second. It was this second that Zhang Li leaned against his side. Fourth grade martial artist Bai Zisheng, still in his half-demonized state, was directly crushed away. Chapter 96, Parents form a line of defense. And a large audience is still good for something. The sound of his bones breaking in stages could still be heard in mid-air. This was Zhang Li pulling the full strength of the 8 extremes collapsing mountain as well, achieving the maximum he could currently achieve. The 4 extremes strength. Those who normally practiced the martial art of 8 extreme mountain battering, although it was overbearing to use, every time they used it they themselves would be injured to varying degrees. This is due to the basic concept set by the military when they adapted Bajiquan to Baji Bengshan. Multiple strength air. Compressing the 4 extremes of power chi in a single punch was actually something that could be done by the second grade, and also by the third grade. However, when used by a normal second grade martial artist, it was like shoving a Barrett bullet into the chamber of a pistol. The eruption of powerful air was simply not something the pistol's chamber could withstand, and it directly blew up. Of course, this side effect meant nothing to Zhang Li, and it was because of this reason of the great side effect that he chose the martial art of 8 extremely collapsing mountain. Using it directly caused multiple injuries to be sustained within Bai Zisheng's body, both from the injuries of having his muscles torn all over his body due to turning on the flesh and tendon martial artist, as well as the pain of the 4 extreme strength bursting open in his body in segments and shattering his bones, and lastly, the side effects of using the 4 extreme strength. Bai Zisheng, am I saucy? You call this a first or second grade martial artist? Is this really a candidate? The people who watched the live broadcast were hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and some people directly recognized the martial art Zhang Li was using at this moment. It's the military's Battle Formation Atlas and 8 Extremes Avalanche Mountain. This student should be a second grade martial artist, and through the Battle Formation Atlas he opened the human body Grand Formation to forcefully boost his chi, blood, and bodily attributes, which is why he was able to deal such a high amount of damage against a 4th grade martial artist. I heard that the intensive training camp can be exchanged for military martial arts. This student must be a genius who participated in the camp. But, I've seen these 2 martial arts on the battlefield, and the person who used the Battle Formation Atlas was completely gambling. using his own chi and blood to bet on a more powerful chi and physical state. I'm afraid that a second-grade martial artist wouldn't be able to last much longer if he wanted to manage to open a large formation to fight off a fourth-grade martial artist. If you can't get a hit, there's also that 8 extremes mountain battering. It's powerful, but people whose bodies aren't strong enough to hit the 4 extremes will greatly damage their muscles, and if they don't hurry up and treat it, it'll even affect their development later on. There was some silence on the pop-ups for a while as soon as Cope's pop-up appeared. Damn demon people. Where are the military and official people? Why haven't they shown up yet? Letting the slightest thing go wrong with such a genius with a heart of gold is on them. I'm afraid it'll be hard to make it over here. You guys see in the second shot, the military's 7th grade Martial Kings stationed in Lockheed City and the official 7th grade Martial Kings are all surrounding that white elephant demon king. This kind of big demon has thick skin and flesh, and it is difficult to cause a kill in a short time. This is the conspiracy of the demon people. Release a demon king in the place with the most people to attract everyone to the siege, and then take the opportunity to kill all the geniuses. The pop-ups flew by, and suddenly, a thickened and bolded pop-up appeared in the live broadcast room of Shanghai province. An official pop-up Taishan Sec 7th grade Martial King, Tianmen Dao Master has held 3 6th grade deans hostage to urgently rush to Lockheed City to rescue them, arriving in 1 hour. This was the official reassurance that as long as it could be delayed for a little while longer, the masters of the Taishan Sect would arrive. Now there is hope, but can the students in the exam room really hold out? The 6th grade examiner Chu Shan was trapped by the 6th grade demon lord that popped out of the wormhole, and the rest of the 4th grade and 5th grade lesser demons all began to slaughter the students. On Zhang Li's side, he was even using his body as a 2nd grade martial artist to fight against 2 4th grade martial artists. Everyone's heart clenched. Just at this most critical time, the live stream actually broke. It turned out to be that the water ghost Zhao Dafeng saw the live broadcast screen and pop-ups and knew that there was still an hour to go before the arrival of a 7th grade expert. So in order to prevent the outside world from understanding the process inside the examination room, he directly smashed the live broadcast equipment. This was still done when Bai Zisheng was knocked off his feet. In fact, this should have been done a long time ago, but the two of them were not professionals after all, and the two of them didn't have that time to pinch the live broadcast when the presence of the space beasts was discovered in the first place. That's why it wasn't finished until now. Thanks to him to go dry broken live equipment. Crashing fly white Zisheng to find himself a little respite. Jiang Li shouted Ling Rut. Zhang Chong. Dead or not? These two acquaintances in the examination hall were naturally there. Just that the venue that accommodated 8,000 people in the martial arts competition was too big, and they could not be seen at all before. At the moment it was not a matter of shouting directly. With all the commotion over here, they must be watching him too. Sure enough, Ling Rut and Zhang Chong ran out directly after hearing the sound. Li. These two thought that Zhang Li called them to fight by Zisheng and Zhao Dafeng together and ran to Zhang Li's side. Zhang Li shouted Zhang Chong, play to your strengths and organize gangs to resist the demons. Don't ask for a single kill, just enough to minimize candidate casualties. The crowd in the stands couldn't help but give a thumbs up. What a leader this young man. But did I mishear what he said about something? I think it was an organizational team. Why did I hear an organizational gang? In the next second, Zhang Chong directly comprehended the spirit and turned to shout at the candidates. Scattering and running around fighting each other will only end in death. All those who have participated in the training camp come forward. Only by gathering together and going shoulder to shoulder will we be able to resist the demon race. When Zhang Chong shouted, a 4th grade dog demon rushed at Zhang Chong and bit him. Just then, a pugnacious man in the stands flew up and kicked over, directly giving the 4th grade dog demon a stagger. The big man has his hands in his pockets. Damn it. If it wasn't for the security check at the door taking away my knife, you see if I cut you to death. After saying that, the big man turned around and waved his hand with Zhang Chong. Don't be afraid, old man. I've got my brother here. That's right. This was Zhang Chang's own big brother, Zhang Chang's mob leader, Zhang Tai, a 4th grade horizontal martial artist. One force that everyone ignored was the parents of the students in the stands. It is true that some students' parents are not that strong and are looking forward to their children, but there are always a lot of parents who are still strong. Like Zhang Chang's brother, the dog demon rolled around on the ground and rushed at Zhang Tai again. Zhang Tai backhanded an over-the-shoulder slam, exerted too much force, and pulled the dog demon's ears off and threw it on the ground. Zhang Tai glared at the dog demon. Pick your ears up. I told you to pick up your ears. The stands then jumped down with more than 40 3rd grade martial artists and 3 4th grade martial artists, and the situation improved all of a sudden. At the very least, they would be able to unite with the students to carry the 4th and 5th grade demons running towards them. Seeing this, Zhang Li also immediately chose to help them out by pulling all the demon races on the scene into the family bucket, including the space beast. Then the moment the Big Dipper formation ended, it directly renewed the Big Dipper formation one more time. Perhaps he was only a second grade now, there was no way to blast and kill these demons, but having him around was equivalent to putting a layer of constant weakness on all of them. That is, the poisonous mushrooms were all cooked up last night, and they couldn't carry poisons when they entered the entrance exam. Otherwise Zhongli would still be able to put a layer of poison buffs on them. After opening the Big Dipper formation again, Zhongli ran towards the space beast. Bai Zishang and Zhao Dafeng appeared again. The two of them blocked in front of Zhongli. The injuries on Bai Zishang's body had almost healed, but at the cost of a hint of insanity revealed in his pupils. Obviously the price of accelerating their self-healing was to make their demonization deeper. Bai Zishang suppressed the madness in his heart and actually discussed with Zhongli older brother. There's no need for us to play with our lives so much. How long can you hold out in this state now? Give old brother face. Wait a little longer and we'll both leave immediately. The two of us are just a hired hand, fulfilling our boss's tasks. Chapter 97, you call this a martial art? This damn thing can't be done even by an 8th grade martial art. It's ridiculous. Where the hell do these two pussies get the nerve to call themselves a laborer? Hitmen only hurt themselves, not others, even if a handful of hair falls out. I've never seen any beater directly gripping someone's hair. Just the two of you deserve to call yourselves laborers. Zhongli stormed forward and bowed to the top of his elbow. Top center elbow. Zhao Dafeng went up top and ate a full load of 4 extreme power damage concentrated at one point. Topping it off at one point is even more concentrated and scary than the damage done by sticking it to the mountain. Even with a thick layer of turtle armor on his body, the water ghost Zhao Dafeng could not help but be injured by the powerful air that had blasted 4 times into his body. The most crucial thing was that Zhongli's power was very outrageous. Even if a 2nd grade martial artist erupted, his power wasn't stronger than the two of them who were 4th grade martial artists. How could they know that Zhongli had a giant strength, talent that was stronger than a 3rd grade martial artist in his normal state? After opening the state of sinewy martial artist, 10 times the power was directly pulled full. 500 tons of power, who can both of them carry it? It doesn't even work well with a turtle shell. Puffing out a mouthful of blood, Zhao Dafeng's eyes reddened. Give face. Is that all 2 4th grade martial artists can do? Of course not. As a member of the demon refining sect and one of the famous demon sect giants, there was naturally no shortage of demon sect techniques. It's just that it's well known that demonic disciplines hurt people and themselves, and while others practice martial arts to prolong their lives, they practice martial arts to consume their lives. This was only supposed to be a thing to help the demon race, so there was really no need to fight so hard. But now that the mission wasn't accomplished and Zhongli was still acting like a flatulent brother with them endlessly, the fire in their hearts came up. You asked for it. Zhao Dafeng hammers the palm with his fist. Bloodstorm witchcraft. Open. A powerful blood chi erupted from Zhao Dafeng's body, like a bundle of dry firewood burning ferociously, and his entire body swelled up to double its size. Seeing this, Bai Zishang also gritted his teeth and hammered his palm, opening the same devilish sect technique. This devil sect technique could drastically increase one's strength by burning one's lifespan. That's right, it's not burning chi and blood, it's burning lifespan. Burning chakra can at best explode for 1 or 2 times the damage, at the cost of being weak for a few days after using it. However, this kind of magic sect technique, as long as it is turned on, it can rapidly improve the physical quality of 5 or 6 times or even higher. But using more is really going to die. This time when the two moved again, Zhongli couldn't even see them. Without even blinking for a second, the two appeared in front of and behind him, one hammering his throat with his fist, the other digging into the back of his heart with his claws. This is a real move to kill. Pust. The two demons whose strength and speed had been strengthened by several times directly shattered Zhongli's body defense. To Zhongli almost happy. Copper skin plus 12. Sinew plus 7. Unprecedented explosion And at the same time the two people who attacked Zhongli suddenly felt their throat and back heart so painful, as if they had been shattered and hollowed out. The pain directly softened their bodies and knelt down on the ground. Howling in pain could not even howl out. After all, the throat was shattered, and all the demonic beasts present, including that space beast, received the same damage as them. The 3 6th grade demon lords that were frantically attacking Examiner Chu Shan were on the verge of breaking their defenses for Chu Shan, and were about to give Chu Shan a kill, when suddenly there was a pain in the back of their hearts and throats, and they directly stopped where they were. Seeing this, Chu Shan fully activated his great compassion palm to directly dry shatter the head of a 6th grade demon lord. The students and parents camp on the other side did the same, being attacked by a dozen or so 4th and 5th grade demonic beasts. Although they were outnumbered, their overall strength was still too low after all, and their defense line faltered as Zheng Chang's brother, Zheng Tai, received more than a dozen scratches and bites on his body, and at the same time, the demonic beasts in front of them stopped in unison, as if they had lost power. Zheng Tai hastily seized the opportunity and punched a wolf demon deep in the throat. yanking the opponent's throat and pulling it out. This group of demonic beasts, which had already had the spirit of a teenager since the 4th grade, were confused. What happened? Why did they all look as if they had been attacked at the same time? And the force was so great that it directly struck them dumb. The most crucial thing wasn't even them demonic beasts, but the space beasts. The space beast, which had been protected and uninjured, crunched and hung up after getting Jiang Li's equivalent injury because it had been pulled into the family bucket. It couldn't be helped. The strength of this little space beast was too weak. All the points were added to the space ability. No matter whether it was the body defense or strength and speed, they were all weak. Receiving an all-out strike from a 4th grade martial artist after opening the violent blood sorcery technique, it would be a hell of a thing to be able to survive. Bai Zisheng and Zhao Dafeng, who had been kneeling on the ground in pain for half a day, looked up and saw the space beast dead, and both of their minds collapsed. How did it die? Jiang Li smiled and looked at the two. Heaven and earth lived together. The two men froze in unison. We got it dead? It's broken. The mind is completely broken. All the damn open burning lifespan feats, seeking to be able to directly kill Jiang Li, but the result of this open directly killed the task. Bai Zisheng's eyes grew redder and redder. It's all heaven and earth. We're all hurting like this. The space beasts are dead. What makes you not die? What makes you immortal? Jiang Li froze, stepping on the horse and forgetting to pretend. Cover your neck with one hand and your heart with the other. Oops, no no no. Die die die. White Zisheng, Zhao Dafeng. The two of them blew up. Don't you dare go any further. This isn't even some bullshit heaven and earth together, is it? You're just able to deflect all the damage you take. How damn evil must it be to actually be able to deflect the damage of a martial artist that surpasses 2 great grades? An 8th grade martial art can't do it either. Jiang Li lowered his voice. Yikes. I'll let you guys know. So die here. The Big Dipper formation in Jiang Li's body ended for the second time, and the entire field of demonic beasts plus the two of them all felt empty of chi and blood in their bodies, and began to dangle in place again. Jiang Li directly grabbed Bai Zisheng's head, and then sent a knee up. Click. It was the sound of breaking bones in the face. On the other side of the water ghost Zhao Dafeng, after recovering his chi and blood running, he ran outward without saying a word. You can't hit and you can't die, and all the damage bounces off of you, but the other guy hits him with damage. It's a hell of an ability. What are you waiting for if you don't run and die? The wind is tight and pulling. Old Bai, if you help me block for a while, I'll thank you for 8 generations of ancestors. Bai Zisheng, I'm pretty Lima. Chapter 98, Harvesting the Devil Sect Technique. This time I can directly burn the opposite lifespan. Bai Zisheng saw his teammate running away and followed along without saying a word. The mission had been completely killed by them anyway, so there was no point in staying here any longer. So it would be better to escape and go out to take advantage of the chaos and do some personal work for themselves. As he ran, Jiang Li followed closely after him. This time there was no need to care about anything. He directly used the lightness power of the sword score of wisdom. Although he still couldn't keep up with Bai Zisheng, who was powered by burning his lifespan, at the very least he wouldn't be directly thrown off. Anyway, the space beasts within the examination hall had already been taken out. No more 7th grade demon kings would pop up, and those remaining demon beasts would not be a big problem. So he would first get rid of these 2 big understandings. Along the way, Jiang Li kept turning on the Big Dipper formation and maintained his own state of flesh and tendon martial man, continuously consuming Bai Zisheng and Zhao Dafeng. Every time the Big Dipper formation ended, the chi and blood in these 2 people's bodies would decrease by a large amount, combined with the fact that after using it twice before and driving it a few times on the way to the chase, both of these men's hair had turned gray, and they could still run now purely on the power gained from burning their lifespans. But in this case, they also slowed down. And Jiang Li? To use the enemy's blood to do one's own bidding is to be bolder. Without stinting, he opened the Big Dipper formation many times, burning a large amount of chi and blood each time. And he was a 2nd grade martial artist hardened by a 4th grade martial artist who had burned his chi and blood away. Finally, at a corner of the street, Jiang Li flew up and kicked the water ghost Zhao Dafeng to the ground, then picked up Zhao Dafeng's feet and spun around a few times as if throwing a chain ball, throwing Zhao Dafeng, who had a tortoise shell on his body, towards Bai Zisheng. Boo! Because of Jiang Li's current 500 tons of terrifying strength, the moment it hit, it directly smashed all 2 people into the wall. At this moment, the streets of Lakyap City were deserted due to the appearance of a 7th grade demon king and a large number of demonic beasts. Those far away from the demon king's area were hiding directly in their homes, while those close by were all making their way towards the shelter. Jiang Li took a step towards Bai Zisheng and Zhao Dafeng, yanking up their white heads and flinging them fiercely towards the ground. These 2 were worthy of being 4th grade martial artists. Their heads were just so hard that the ground shattered. Spare my life, please, whatever you want me to do. Are these demon refining sect members uniformly trained in the art of begging for forgiveness? This kind of beautiful woman like Mushan Ci said it is still a little bit effective. Bai Zisheng said it. Zhongli blackened his face and held down this guy's head and smashed it on the ground for another dozen times. It was too disgusting. What the hell do you want? You haven't made a move to kill us until now. You must have something you want. If you want it, just say it, don't just hit us. Both of them didn't look like they were going to be completely demonized until now, and they were still begging for mercy, so it was evident that these two people were really afraid of death. Zhongli, understood. All the money you have on you, and all the magic skills you know, the kind with big side effects, give them to me. Give. As long as there is still a use for them, then they won't die. Something the two villains understand very well. Bai Zisheng took out his cell phone, and his mouth was still chattering constantly at a FMS. I'll pass you all the martial arts I know. You're a genius of the righteous path. Surely it's not good to collect magic martial arts. The two of us are different. As long as you can spare both of our lives, we can also help you collect more similar martial arts. There's more to this jungle than just fighting and killing. Leaving us alive can help you do a lot of things. With a somewhat strange expression, Zhongli took out his cell phone and added FMS to receive the 4 martial arts. Cao Wu is really up to date in modern times. If in ancient times I guess I would have pulled a few books out of my chest. You don't need to bring so many things when you save files on your cell phone. When technology has changed the world. The martial arts given by Bai Zisheng were Rat Walk Diving Hand, Storm Blood Witchcraft, and 2 other martial arts that he hadn't had time to use. The Taming of Rats, a first-rate special martial art, was literally capable of taming rats, but it was only useful if it was paired with Bai Zisheng's half-demon state. Rat Sniffing first-grade special martial art, a special martial art that activates the acupoints on the nose and then strengthens the sense of smell. It is considered to be an auxiliary class. There were quite a few of these martial arts, but this was really the first one that Zhongli had gotten his hands on. Then there were the 4 martial arts that Zhao Dafeng had given him. The Turtle Shell Divine Skill 3rd grade hard skill, the Violet Blood Witchcraft 3rd grade, the Cracking the Earth with 1,000 turns 3rd grade, and the Clapping Waves Palm 2nd grade. The first Turtle Shell Divine skill he couldn't practice. It was a martial art that needed to be paired with a special test from the demon refining sect to grow a turtle shell in order to practice. Hard practice wasn't much of an effect. It was mainly on strengthening the turtle shell, which was why Zhao Dafeng was able to carry the 6th grade examiner Chu Shan's attack hard. The rest of the Clapping Wave Palm isn't much to look at, but mainly this Cracking 1,000 turns is kinda intriguing. Zhongli guessed that this might be a light skill. Click on it, and well, it only works with that turtle shell, too. Just by retracting all the limbs into the turtle shell then rolling up horizontally, it can do a lot of damage. Why haven't I seen you use it? Zhao Dafeng was silent for a while. Swoon. Very honest answer. Rolling sideways, up to 1000 RPM, the damage is high and the brain shakes evenly. It could be said that other than the 2 martial arts of Bloodstorm Sorcery and Rat Sniffing, which were useful to him, none of the others were of much use to him. It's hard for me to let you guys off the hook with just these feats. There's still money. I have 4 million here. Zhao Dafeng hurriedly started transferring money. I have 20 million here. Bai Zisheng shouted back. And then Zhao Dafeng swished and looked at him, his eyes full of incredulity. Also a 4th grade official disciple. Where did you grandson get so many deposits? Bai Zisheng shrank his neck. It's reasonable to have that kind of money for the occasional private job, isn't it? Zhongli lowered his body and stared at him. And do you think that's enough money to buy your life? Bai Zisheng's eyes twinkled and he hurriedly said, and. One of the private jobs I was going to do before I came here was an underground vault at an auction house. And I had the tunnels dug. It's perfectly fine to go and do a job while the whole city is in chaos. It was said that there was the 5th grade spirit fruit of Shining Thunder, which could allow one to gain the same talent as a demonic beast. Talent, you know, right? The reason why spirit soldiers can have all sorts of magical abilities is because of the use of parts from demonic beasts. We'll go steal it for you and you spare our lives. Okay. Zhongli frowned. I'm a righteous man. Wouldn't it be setting me up for disloyalty and injustice to get involved in something like this? Zhao Dafeng people are stupid. The 5th grade spirit fruit in front of the still talk about a fart loyalty. Want to get killed us straight. It's Bai Zisheng who understands the world. This auction house is an underground auction house that not only pays no taxes, but occasionally trades in human organs. Really? Bai Zisheng slapped his thigh. How can it be fake? If it's a regular auction house, how can you not find the name on your cell phone? Just search for Chuan Park Auction House. Not only is this auction house unorthodox, it's also run by a stickman, and I have a deep suspicion that the owner is a spy. Stealing from them is greatly justified. Chapter 99, Cultivating Violent Blood Sorcery. Demon King confused. Where's the vitality in my body? When Zhongli searched, it wasn't really on the map. In that case, let's say you guys go black. Go ahead. You guys should know about my ability by now. This is also a native talent of mine. which was awakened in the training camp by eating the 4th grade spirit marrow. I won't be hurt when someone hurts me. It's you who will be hurt instead. Bai Zisheng and Zhao Dafeng exchanged a glance. Their hearts horrified. They just said it couldn't be martial arts. If it's a gift that makes too much sense. Talents other than the physical augmentation talent are like legendary superpowers in a variety of ways. And having an ability to deflect damage makes perfect sense. It's just too sick. Knowing that they can't escape, the two of them gritted their teeth. We'll go. But the deal is that we have to be let go after we get the stuff. Zhongli narrowed his eyes. Negotiate with him? I wonder if he doesn't eat beef. Okay, I'll let you guys go when I get the stuff. Bai Zisheng and Zhao Dafeng glanced at each other. This situation now belonged to the fact that their lives were in other people's hands, and it was better to get a reply like this than to be directly made to die. Bai Zisheng led Zhongli to a shopping street located in the city. Not a single person was left in the previously bustling shopping street, and countless buildings had collapsed, so it was obvious that the place had experienced a great battle not long ago. After arriving at the place, a dirty furred mouse suddenly scurried out from the shadows and came together in front of Bai Zisheng to chitter away. Bai Zisheng turned his head after listening for a while and said that tunnels have been dug. After saying that, he opened a sewer manhole cover and led Zhao Dafeng to drill in. Zhongli wasn't worried about them running away. Before he could only consume their qi and blood, but now that the blood-busting witchcraft was in his hands, Zhongli could just burn his lifespan. So after the two of them drilled into the sewers, Zhongli found a coffee shop that couldn't close in time because of the run, made himself a cup of hand-brewed coffee, and then sat down in his seat to watch the live broadcast. He was watching the second camera's live feed. 2 7th grade martial kings had surrounded that white elephant demon king and hadn't given him a death sentence up to this point. So it was evident how tenacious the demon race's vitality really was. Even though the 2 martial kings had repeatedly slashed that white elephant demon king, the other party's wounds healed themselves very quickly. Whenever he attacked a vital area, the white elephant demon king would erupt slightly, forcing back the 2 7th grade martial kings. This made Zhongli want to help out and learn that bloodstorming sorcery technique in the process. Clicking on the file, Zhongli checked up on the martial art of busting blood witchcraft. This was a purely demonic martial art. Not that it was an unseen and unknowable concept like directly consuming lifespan. It is primarily an overdraft of the body's life potential, also known as vitality. A person's vitality is only so much in total from birth, and as a person slowly grows up, he or she will continue to consume vitality until the innate vitality is completely gone and the person dies. Unless a leap in life level is accomplished, more life can be gained. As for martial artists, with each grade, the vitality would increase by a lot. This was also the reason why high-grade martial artists always lived longer and basically never got diseases. Vitality is a very powerful force that sustains a person alive. So there were geniuses who began to study how to utilize the great power of raw energy. Thus various martial arts that burned vitality to briefly become stronger came into being, but they were all essentially the same. The grade level was nothing more than the fact that lower-grade martial arts operated by consuming more vitality to gain relatively less power, while higher-grade martial arts could consume less vitality to gain more power. Just like an engine, a good combustion efficiency is naturally a good engine. Normal people, but to cultivate this kind of martial arts, they would definitely look for the most efficient cultivation. But Zhongli was rubbing his chin wondering if there was a roughest one, the kind that better be junkier than a tractor engine. This would consume more vitality and make the opponent die a little faster. After that he must look for a similar playful martial art. It suits him too well. Once you've used it, go straight to the road with all the family members in your family bucket. Following the method of operation in the text, Zhongli clenched his fist and hammered it on his hand, and a strong and terrifying force erupted within him. At this moment, with only the riotous blood sorcery law running, it was even better than turning on the 2 martial arts of flesh and tendon martial artist, plus Big Dipper formation. The increase in strength and speed was quite unbelievable. It was that he forgot to move Bai Zisheng and Zhao Dafeng out, and these two were walking in the tunnel when they suddenly flopped on the ground. Zhongli was ready to take a look at the Demon King's status when he saw the status of the two of them, vitality depleted. In a state of exhaustion, Emma even removed them both from the family bucket first and almost played 2 mice. Zhongli carefully looked at the rest of the list again. The 3-headed Demon King, the Sang family father and son, and quite a few demonic beasts. Well, they were all fine, running at full capacity. Zhongli turned on the tyrannical blood sorcery with full force. The whole person was like a scion in super mode. The red airwaves on his body surface were like Kai who had opened 8 doors. Regular people open this kind of life-consuming martial arts is to fight to the death with the enemy. But Zhongli, who opens this kind of desperate state, actually sits in a coffee shop, drinking coffee while watching a live broadcast. The desperate airwaves on the surface of his body didn't match at all with his current laid-back look. At this moment on the battlefield, The 7th grade White Elephant Demon King was frantically destroying the surrounding buildings and killing every human in sight. This is his revenge. Humans killed all of his people, and he's going to kill all of them. His strong sense of revenge made him join this revenge operation even if he didn't want to lose his life. So he pretended to be indifferent to the harassment of the two 7th grade martial kings towards him, and he would only explode when there was a real threat to his life. But what made him wonder was where his other two brothers had gone. Wasn't it said that the Lion Demon King and Rock Demon King would also appear soon and then kill all the young talents of all the races? Is he being punked? How come he's the only one working here in Cuckoo? His not-so-large brain capacity allowed him to not think about that much, because two 7th grade martial artists were once again killing him, and he had to hurry to take on the enemy. The White Elephant Demon King's innate talent was shock. That's right, it's that tremor of white birds that causes earthquakes with every foot that hits the ground. Arguably a natural disaster-level ability, especially when he lands in a major human city. That was why both 7th grade martial artists were in a hurry. The damage done to the city if the White Elephant Demon King was not killed would be even greater. Both of them put their lives on the line. But creatures like demons are just physically stronger than humans at the same level, especially a demon like the White Elephant, which already had thick skin and flesh. Even if he cut out 100 wounds on his body, he couldn't create a fatal injury, and the other party's self-healing ability was still extremely strong. In order to do the killing could only keep expanding his wounds. The two men were more than anxious, and had gotten used to the results of their attacks just scraping the bottom of the barrel. Grade 9 Palace Flying Clouds and 20 Swords. This was Wudong's 5th grade sword technique, used by Yi Xiu, an official 7th grade martial artist. A sword sliced at the wound that had been fought out long ago. It was expected to have no effect, as before it was still consuming the white elephant's vitality and chi and blood. However, I never thought that when the sword went down, the imagined image of the wound immediately healing itself did not appear. Ha! Yi Xiu was overjoyed. He doesn't have enough vitality in his body to continue recovering, so we can see hope. Speed up the attack. Chapter 100 Local gangs are so rude. The White Elephant Demon King was also confused at this moment. Where was the vitality in his body? Where was the vitality enough to repair the damage caused by hundreds of attacks? He didn't know there was an old six in the cafe sipping coffee while the cubs burned with life as if they had opened the pool's discharge. Unable to continue to heal himself, the White Elephant Demon King had to pause his act of retaliating against the humans and turned his head to start dealing with the two 7th grade martial kings in earnest. And not far away, on a high building, a man in a black cloak with eagle-eye-like eyes frowned. The white elephant's vitality shouldn't be depleted so quickly. When he finished, he looked toward the arena again, his brows knitting even tighter. What the hell are those two losers doing? If we keep dragging this on, the white elephant is going to be killed. Confused as to what Beck Zishang and Zhao Dafeng were doing, the man sent a message to Beck Zishang. At this time, Bai Zishang, who was still helping Jiangli in the tunnels, felt the vibration of his cell phone and pulled it out to light up the screen, reflecting his face full of black ash. How wide could the hole dug by the rat be? Both were creeping forward. Hello, Dao, what are you guys doing? Why haven't the other two demon kings appeared yet? Dao, there's been an accident, I tell you. Do something, we're both dying. Rubbish. You want to come back alive even if you can't finish the mission. You two better die outside or I'll kill you even if you come back. Pa. Dao, who was also the helmsman of the Lockheed City Demon Refining Sect branch, hung up the phone and directly gave up on these two people. Dao directly leapt down from the tall building. His wide black cloak even instantly transformed into huge black wings. After dropping a few black feathers, Dao quickly flew outside the arena. Pulling out his cell phone, he resent a message and then pulled out the space beast he had in his hand. A new wormhole is slowly being born. Tunnel not Dao. Dao, hello, I'm sorry. Bai Zishang looked at the hung-up phone and cursed. Zhao Dafeng is not concerned. Being a devil's gate, it's like this law. Instead of counting on Big Brother, we should count on ourselves. And don't forget that our lives are still in that brat's hands. The sudden loss of strength just now was the result of an overexhaustion of vitality. And this is definitely a sub-warning that if we don't get the job done, we'll surely die at his hands first. You're sure this tunnel goes straight to the underground vault? No other dangers? Bai Zishang put the phone away, smothered his head and crawled forward, and wasn't talking. Soon the two reached an upward passage, which was made of concrete and was very long, and was actually pierced by the insignificant-looking rats. This made even Zhao Dafeng feel emotional. You rats are a treasure. Bai Zishang wasn't in the mood to bother with Zhao Dafeng and gently pushed away the floor tiles above his head. And then, there was no more then. The floor tiles flew away on their own, or someone helped him move them out of the way. A middle-aged man in a suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses and spinning a gold lighter in his hand stared at them intently. At this moment, Zhao Dafeng's heart is cold. Bai Zishang, I pretty Lima. You don't have a single thing that is reliable. Bai Zishan was also sweating profusely. This person looked more dignified than both of their demon refining sect villains. He had to be at least of 5th rank. Bai Zisheng hurriedly put his hand into his pants pocket and blindly called his cell phone to send a message to Zhongli, begging him for support, or else the 5th grade spirit fruit would be gone. While he was sending the message, gold glasses suddenly spewed out stick words. I said I'd been hearing noises for the past 2 days, and I suspected I'd heard wrong, but it turns out there really are rats. When he finished speaking, the middle-aged man switched to fluent Chinese. Dare to come and steal from me? Are you tired of living? As the words landed, the man's body immediately erupted with the qi and blood of a 4th grade martial artist. Both Bai Zisheng and Zhao Defang were initially intimidated by the other party's aura, and thought that the other party had to be at least a 5th or even a 6th rank. As a result, just 4 pints? The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Ha 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 ha. Bai Zisheng directly jumped onto the ground with his hands on himself, then snapped and gave the man with the gold glasses a mouthful. Then he quickly withdrew the message he had previously sent to Zhongli. If they still needed support for this, then the two of them would be too much of a fucking waste. Even if the two of them were now losing clean qi and blood, and their vitality was burning in large quantities, they weren't so intimidated by a 4th rank. They then said, how could there be any powerful martial artists in that larger-than-life place in the stick country? Earlier, when he watched the news, he remembered that the stick country had produced a new 6th pin, and then the country celebrated as if it had conquered the world. How could someone with a 6th rank spare to be sent to China as a spy? And sure enough, the other party was only a 4th rank. The blonde eyeglasses named Park Man-yong was confused by the whip. What the hell hit him in the face? How dare you hit me? The two junior brothers drew out 2 knives on the spot and slashed at Bai Zisheng. Bai Zisheng's hands turned into rat claws. Miso 2 times. The other party didn't even see it. There was a bloody hole in his throat. There were also 2 henchmen who wanted to make a move against Zhao Defang. And after Zhao Defang climbed up to the hole, he directly took the other party's attack hard, and then held down the heads of the 2 henchmen and pressed them to the ground, directly crushing the tiles along with the floor. And then he backhanded the blonde glasses again. What's a dog barking at? Isn't your father giving you face by beating you? After saying that, he looked at Bai Zisheng. Old Bai, see if there's anything that restores qi and blood. Give me 2 bites first. The loss is a bit too much to bear. Gotta. This, I remember this line. The blood embracing pill, a 3rd grade medicine, can quickly restore qi and blood in large quantities in a short period of time. Saying that, Bai Zisheng directly knocked open the porcelain bottle and poured it into his mouth, then threw the bottle to Zhao Defang. The two of them acted as if they were back in their own home, not paying any attention to Park Man-yong, whose face was getting darker and darker. You guys, this is too much. Park Man-yong clenched his fists and roared in anger, along with several black-suited minions around him bursting out with the qi and blood of a 2nd grade martial artist. And the two who were high on the blood-containing elixir looked at each other, and without saying a word, they erupted with the pressure of a 4th grade martial artist, while also displaying a half-demonization. Park Man-yong's qi and blood outburst stuttered as Zhao Defang walked up to him and slapped his face in barking. And bark back. This was taking out all the anger he had suffered on Zhongli on Park Man-yong. The two of them had already found the 5th grade spirit fruit, but instead of rushing off, they first held down Park Man-yong and his minions for a burst of hammering. Beat Zhongli. They cannot beat the angry. Also, even if you count what Hook 8 things, think any 2nd grade martial artist is as outrageous as Zhongli? Don't you know that I, the demon refiner patriarch, am a giant of the demon sect? A rudder doesn't have more experts than one of your Dao. After the fight, the two men, much refreshed, began to carry sacks and put everything in their pockets, and then left through the front door bright and early. Park grits his teeth as he's beaten and broken all over. Local gangs are so rude. I'm calling the police. Chapter 101, how can this tiny place of yours become the #1 martial arts power in the universe? Afterward, Park Man-yong did not call the police. Instead, Zhongli called the police after hearing about the situation. The police followed up to find this underground auction house, and eventually confirmed that the owner, Park Man-yong, is a top spy planted over by the country of the stick, selling human organs and whatnot. Is Bai Zisheng who made up, and they are mainly responsible for collecting all kinds of spirits in China and then sending them to the country of the stick. Because the stick country still has its place when it comes to technology, they still make a bit of money year-round by tinkering with electronic parts. There is a lack of talent in the territory, and they believe that it is because the land is too small and does not have enough medicinal herbs and spirits, and that is why it is not as good as next door in Huaxia. So as long as they could mash China's resources into their country, they could surpass China and become the world's #1 martial arts power in minutes. No, the #1 martial arts power in the universe. Unfortunately, the experts in the territory were just too few. The highest 7th grade martial king was just 2 people, both of which were used for Xinhua, and sending them out as spies was a bit of a ripoff. So after a few selections, A 4th grade martial artist with the highest combat power was sent. As a result, he was slapped in the face by 2 random 4th grade martial artists from Huaxia, and he couldn't even lift his head up. This is the thunder fruit? Zhongli was holding a fruit with a patterned surface in his hand, and he always felt that this thing looked familiar. Kind of like devil fruit? That's right. Besides this 5th grade thunder fruit, there are also a large number of other grades of spirit medicines and elixirs. The inventory is exceptionally large, not at all like the amount of inventory an auction house should have. It was at this time that Zhongli asked Bai Zisheng to call the police and then collected all the pills and elixirs. Bai Zisheng looked at the blood-red airwaves on Zhongli's body surface at the moment, and he didn't even have the heart to do a personal job for himself and sneak in to take something. This special brew is really ruthless. The first time they have seen someone open the Bloodstorm Witch Law and then drink coffee here. It is simply to take their own. No, to take the lives of other people, do not take the life of the life. Bai Zisheng swallowed his saliva and knelt in front of Zhongli with a thud. We're done with the matter. So please give us a high hand and spare us. Zhongli's gaze moved away from the thunder fruit and stared at Bai Zisheng. Spare you? Spare them and later let them blackmail him with the fact that he took everything from the underground auction house? Spare them and let them go around talking about his special abilities later? These two do their tasks well and have some strength and a bit of funny talent in them. But, I'm sorry, I, Zhongli, am a good person without any stains on me. The names of the two were added to the family bucket, and all of a sudden the two felt the rapid loss of vitality. Zhongli was literally urging the tyrannical blood sorcery at full capacity. Bai Zisheng gritted his teeth. You, without honor. Zhongli played with the thunderfruit and looked rather more like a villain than these two. What kind of credibility am I talking about with you two demon refining sect demons? I know you guys still have a hand to completely demonize. If you don't use it again, you'll really die. Oh. Bai Zisheng's eyes widened. How do you know? Wait, you were there when Usagi died. No, you're the one who killed the rabbit. I should have thought of that. Bai Zisheng suddenly felt that he was not sophisticated, but rather stupid. This student looked far more ruthless than them villains. Even the so dainty Usagi he was willing to kill, let alone the two ugly ones. Even if it pleases him more, it is impossible to gain his trust. Bai Zisheng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists after half a lifetime of coyness. You're still useless in the end, so put up a fight. You're asking for it. Bai Zisheng pulled out a porcelain bottle and poured it towards his mouth. Someone like him who was afraid of death, if it wasn't really at the last moment, he would never take this pill. Seeing this, Zhao Dafeng, feeling his increasingly weak body, also bit the bullet and got high. Seconds later, the two were completely demonized. A teacher who had completely transformed into a teenage mutant ninja turtle, and a large, dirty furred rat with shiny, metallic claws. The other one completely transformed into a large turtle, and the cracks on its shell unexpectedly returned as before in an instant. Both of them were still very furious the moment they were completely demonized, completely overturning the tables and chairs around them. Maybe the cafe was still a loan that people had taken out to buy it, and they still hadn't paid it back yet, but it had been completely destroyed by the two demons. Zhongli just watched them quietly, sitting in his original position with his coffee and thunderfruit, elegant and deadly. The vitality in these two people's bodies had already been heavily consumed by the violent blood sorcery that he had opened earlier. So the state after demonization was completely different from the state when Mushanzi was completely demonized, and there was a kind of nutritional lack of beauty. Walking like Wu Laoer, who had a cerebral thrombosis at the head of the village, without any semblance of swiftness or sense of power, Zhongli, who was being approached by them, easily dodged every one of their attacks, and didn't spill a bit of the coffee he was carrying in his hand. After waiting like this for 10 minutes, the two thoroughly demonized demons fell to the ground with weak legs. Zhongli drank the last sip of his coffee and placed the cup on the bar before pulling a large parasol from the cafe's entrance. Fixed dragon gun. The parasol was made of somewhat inferior material, but there was nothing else handy on hand at the moment. Zhongli poked the heads of the two demons with the tip portion of the parasol's tail, and then poked them one by one on the vital parts of their bodies. After confirming that they were dead through and through, Zhongli used the pole of the parasol to penetrate the two men's bodies, and he intended to carry the bodies of these two goods back. Let everyone know that it was he, Zhongli, who had taken out two 4th grade martial artists. The situation now would be different from when he had finished off Mushanzi. This time he had exposed his strength in front of the examiner and a large number of students. He's the kind of guy who either does it or does it to the max. Since he had already taken a high profile, he should take a higher profile, and let the stronger bigwigs see him as much as possible, so that afterward he would be valued and gain more benefits, as well as get better protection. This session of the college entrance exam is seen to be finished. I don't know if the provincial exam will be reconducted afterward, but Zhongli seeks to think that as long as he is high profile enough, he should be able to be taken by those big sects and directly bailed out, right? Turning on the live stream, Zhongli planned to watch the scene and find a good time to go along and dabble in the killing of the 7th grade Demon King. You should know that the weak state of the Demon King now can all be his contribution to the credit, including the previous Kunya Mountain battlefield. So many demonic beasts for why the death of the unknown is not also his credit. It's not a good idea to say it outright, but it makes sense to let him rub it in a little bit. It's just as well to take advantage of watching the livestream and looking for an opportunity to take a break from the Thunder Fruit as well. He had only eaten a 4th grade Spirit Marrow before, but it had already helped him awaken a giant strength talent. A 5th grade Spirit Fruit. Surely it could bring him even greater benefits, right? Chapter 102 5th grade Spirit Fruit. Penetrating Foot Yangming Stomach Meridian. Opening Thunder Talent. When the Thunder Fruit entered the mouth, there was a crunchy feeling, as if an electric current had passed through the mouth. And after these currents surged into the body, they were also immediately transformed into a huge torrent of spiritual chi, constantly rushing through every part of the body like when he had eaten the spiritual marrow before. After eating the second piece of spirit marrow last time, Zhongli felt that his body had been flushed clean, but when the 5th grade Spirit Fruit went down, it still made him feel different. The deeper hidden impurities in the body looked like they had been shattered by the aura wrapped in electric current, and were being taken out of the body step by step as the flood of aura washed over them. At the same time, the meridian points in stomach that were being alienated were once again stirring like seeds sensing new nutrients. This time, even if he couldn't obtain the thunder and lightning talent that Bai Zi Shang said, he would definitely be able to completely awaken the 2 positive alienation talents of the stomach or meridian points. Soon, a whole Thunder Fruit went down and Zhongli opened his eyes, electricity jumping at the corners of his eyes. The phrase electric eyes is an understatement. He felt it, as if something new had been born inside him. When he raised his hand, electricity flickered on his fingertips. It's really come true. He gained the innate gift of thunder and lightning. It still felt faint, but it was possible to determine that the gift really existed. But unfortunately, because of the appearance of the lightning talent, the other 2 body parts that were in the process of being alienated didn't get enough nutrients, and after some foolishness, they still fell silent. I'm lucky to have what I have and I'm lucky to lose what I have. People should know how to be content. Zhongli understood this very well and wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he accelerated the operation of his gongfu, refining his chi and blood, and impacting the acupoints with his remaining aura. With the battle formation atlas in place, as long as the more acupoints were opened, the more he could become stronger. A week before the college entrance exam, after practicing every day without stopping to get high, he had already broken through 12 acupoints, starting from the milk middle acupuncture point, breaking through the milk root acupuncture point, no allowance acupuncture point, Chengmang acupuncture point, Liangmen acupuncture point, shutting the door acupuncture point, Tai acupuncture point, slippery flesh door acupuncture point, heavenly pivot acupuncture point, outer tomb acupuncture point, Daiju acupuncture point, and Shueidao acupuncture point. The 45 acupoints of the foot Yangming stomach meridian had already broken through most of them. Zhongli had a premonition that this 5th grade Spirit Fruit was enough for him to penetrate the entire foot Yangming stomach meridian. The spiritual chi contained in the 5th grade Spiritual Fruit was like a tank unit, while the unopened acupoints were like a fortress, facing a direct charge that launched a torrent of steel. One fortress-like point was directly blown apart and crushed without any possibility of blocking it. Zhongli even had to control the speed of the breakthrough, so that when each acupoint was broken through, it could be practiced as a soldier to facilitate the subsequent participation in the human body formation opened by the Battle Formation Atlas. That's it. Punching holes is still fast. In 3 hours, Zhongli had cleared all 17 acupoints, including Guilai, Qi Chong, Fai Guan, Fubu, Yin Shi, Liang Qiu, Calvary, Foot Sanli, Upper Ju Xiu, Strip Mouth, Lower Ju Xiu, Feng Long, Sheshi, Chong Yang, Shingu, Niting, and Li Tue. He completely penetrated the foot Yangming stomach meridian and became a mid-second grade martial artist. For that matter, the aura of the 5th grade Spirit Fruit hadn't completely dissipated yet, so Zhongli could only seal it in his body for the time being and wait for the whole thing to be over before using it. Because at this time, something unforeseen happened in Lokyap City. The White Elephant Demon King was killed by the 2 7th grade martial kings 2 hours ago because the vitality in his body had been consumed too fiercely. His self-healing ability had greatly decreased, and because he himself was in a state of serious injury that had yet to be completely healed. But at the same time 2 more Demon Kings appeared. The 7th grade Lion Demon King and the 7th grade Rock Demon King. The 3 Demon Kings of Koanyu Mountain had finally come together. However, things were different, and the White Elephant Demon King had already died when the 2 of them traveled through the wormhole. However, the 2 Demon Kings appeared as around the arena, and after realizing the death of the White Elephant Demon King, they went completely crazy and started attacking the arena in an attempt to kill more human geniuses. Luckily, the Heavenly Gate Taoist master of the Taishan sect also arrived in Lokyap City with 3 6th grade martial artists, and the other 2 7th grade martial kings were also empty because they had killed the White Elephant Demon King, and the scene turned into 3 human 7th grades besieging 2 7th grade Demon Kings. At the same time, I don't know if it was because both the 6th grade Demon Lord and the 5th grade Demon General had been released earlier. The demons that accompanied the 2 Demon Kings that appeared were not of such a high grade, with the highest being the 5th grade, and more of them were still 4th and 3rd grade demons. After appearing they were also attacking around the arena, but luckily the closest military had also arrived. But the picture for candidates remains bleak. Zhang Li sent the things that Bai Zisheng had stolen to the hotel room that the officials had opened for them, the students who were rushing to take the exams, to hide them first, and then he shouldered the parasol and took the 2 demons hanging on it to rush towards the direction of the arena first. At the same time, Zhang Li pulled all the demonic beasts in sight into the family bucket through the live broadcast. At this moment, he had penetrated 3 meridians and had hundreds of acupoints, which meant that but any demonic beasts that teleported over were basically in his family bucket. After pulling people, Zhang Li directly turned on the blood-busting witchcraft and burned other people's vitality to increase the speed of his rush. After opening 1 more meridian, his strength and speed increased dramatically once again. It didn't take long to arrive at the arena, only at this time, the arena had already collapsed for the most part, and the 3 7th grade martial kings and the 2 demon kings were fighting in the darkness of the sky, the sun and the moon. The aftermath of the battle alone shattered the concrete and asphalt floors nearby. Zhang Li's gaze went to the northeast corner of the Loki City arena, where all the candidates and parents could be seen gathered through the broken holes of the arena. 6th grade examiner Chu Shan stayed there and was responsible for killing the demonic beasts that dared to charge at the students. Luckily, he had the support of the military and the police, as well as the Taishan sect, which made his pressure not that great. At most 3 to 4 4th grade demonic beasts appeared at the same time, and he was able to solve them easily. Only Chu Shan's gaze was always fixed outside, with inexplicable sorrow in his eyes until now. I didn't know that candidate's name. Zhang Li, 1 2nd grade martial artist. Yet he was hardened against the pressure of 2 4th grade martial artists. Just too impulsive. Why chase out? With the situation outside now, I'm afraid it's murderous. It's really a shame. Chu Shan was of Shaolin origin, and at only 38 years old had already become a 6th grade martial artist, so it could be said that he was gifted. He had a chance to impact the 7th grade, or even the 8th grade martial grandmaster. With his recommendation as an outstanding alumnus, he could definitely get Zhang Li to bail out of Shaolin. Even as long as he could still see Zhang Li alive, even if he was wasted, he would go back to Shaolin to beg for a 5th grade Great Restoration pill to cure Zhang Li. It wasn't just the talent of the 2nd grade against the 4th grade that was here. It was the courage, the heart that was more crucial. It was his bravery at the critical moment that united all the students and parents with the courage to resist the demonic beasts. Otherwise, just now, when he was trapped by a few demonic beasts, the students would definitely have suffered heavy casualties. Zhang Li, can you still come back? Chu San sighed again. Chu Shan narrowed his eyes. A familiar figure seemed to appear not far away running wildly. Zhang Li. The 2 hanging behind him seemed to be demon people from the demon refining sect. Although his head was shattered, the demonized features on his body he would never forget. A mouse and a turtle. Mithreya, young people are a bit hungover nowadays, aren't they? Not only did the 2nd rank chase and fight the 4th rank, but he also killed 2 4th ranks. Zhang Li quickly ran towards the student camp without any intention of taking credit at all. After arriving, he threw the 2 demons he was watching over his shoulder to one side and said urgently, "Is everyone okay?" Chu Shan hurriedly walked forward and pulled Zhang Li behind him. "You're okay. You kid don't want to die. It's so dangerous out there. I thought you were gone." Chapter 103, A Child That Cries Gets Candy. Chu Shan was now truly feeling like a treasure lost and found, pulling Zhang Li's hand and not willing to let go. Zhang Li could only silently increase his strength to pull his hand out. "I'm really curious. How did you kill those 2? Zhang Li didn't blush or skip a beat as he elaborated on the facts with a bit of reminiscence. "Actually, the main reason is that I used the battle formation atlas I learned while attending the training camp, and it was able to briefly raise my strength to the 3rd or even 4th grade level. In this case I also have a special martial art handed down from my family that allows me to transfer half of the damage taken to the enemy. I can't transfer it with the opponent greatly exceeding my strength, but it's just right after boosting my strength with the battle formation atlas." The 2 of them looked like they were just treating this as a normal quest, planning to run away if they failed the quest, and realizing that I could bounce off their damage and couldn't kill me, they just wanted to run. In the middle of the way, we met 5th grade demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts didn't take the 2 of them as companions at all, and came up to attack. so I picked up the slack, and after a bit of maneuvering took out the two of them, then hurriedly escaped back. Chu Shan listened, his face full of emotion. Although Jiang Li had spoken lightly, he could imagine the ferocity of the real situation. He knew about the military's battle array atlas, which was a complete madman fighting for victory with his life, and lasted for a very short time. But Jiang Li had been circling outside for 3 hours. There are demonic beasts everywhere out there. Hell knows what he actually went through in those 3 hours of time. It was definitely a challenge to both intelligence and strength. Chu Shan thought to himself that if it was when he was at the second rank, even with these two martial arts in place, he still wouldn't be able to do something as outstanding as Jiang Li's play. It would be a waste for a child who is wise and courageous, gifted, and also has a heart for his family and country not to go to a top sect. Chu Shan had an orgasm in his own head. Mr. Jiang Li, I have a recommendation for a guaranteed place in Shaolin. Would you like it? Jiang Li didn't know what the other party had brainstormed, so he was a bit confused, and he was still thinking that he had to show more performance, at least rubbing an assist for killing a 7th grade demon king to be taken so seriously. How come this is a straight bailout? Of the 3 top sects, the one he was more interested in going to was the easy sect, and the martial arts of the other 2 sects needed to be paired with the corresponding heart techniques in order to be effective. For example, the Shaolin school of martial arts is basically the most rigid in yang, and it kills and destroys, which easily affects the emotions. When the killing nature is too heavy, you need to study Buddhism to stabilize your mind. The best example of this is the famous Sha human scorpion maker, great compassion, self-compassion, who genuinely can't control himself without learning some Buddhism. Jiang Li, on the other hand, was more averse to that of the Buddhist sect, and in comparison he would rather go to Wudong Mountain and become a Taoist priest. But people threw out an olive branch, and Jiang Li couldn't afford not to take it. After all, it was a guaranteed place in a top sect. So Jiang Li was first surprised, then incredulous. Really? Can I go to a top sect like Shaolin even if I'm an orphan and grew up as a person under the care of the state? Chu Shan sniffed a little heartbroken. So Jiang Li is an orphan, receiving state subsidies from a young age. So did he develop such a character? If you can't go, who else can? I'm going to call recommendations for you. Chu Shan turned around and went to make a phone call, and Jiang Li sighed. It's true that the child who can cry has sugar to eat. A guaranteed spot is in hand, but it's not enough to get people to steal him. And to do that, live streaming. At this point the second shot is still live and the live feed of the first shot is gone. However, along with the 2 demon kings gathering near the examination hall, the second camera's live stream was shifted to the vicinity of the arena, which meant that it could still scan the candidate's side. Then there was no need for him to do anything extra. Just keep killing the demonic beasts that the military and police had funneled over. Killing 3rd and 4th grade demonic beasts with the body of a 2nd grade martial artist would definitely allow more people to discover him through the live broadcast, and by then there would definitely not only be a guaranteed spot for Shaolin, but a large number of options available. This isn't a detriment. He's actually contributing to the safety of all the candidates. Jiang Li glanced at Chu Shan, who was still on the phone, and with a glance, he suddenly saw a 4th grade tiger demon that had leaked over from the police camp. This tiger demon's body was already full of wounds, but it still ran towards the student's side with eyes full of madness. Zheng Cheng's brother, Zhang Tai, and some of the other parents of the 4th rank were now bruised and panting. They hadn't been facing a 4th grade before this, but a 5th grade. It's not easy to make it this far and still be alive. There are demonic beasts. The moment he saw the tiger demon, Zhang Tai issued an early warning, and Chu Shan, who was on the phone, turned around quickly and waved his hand to slap that insouciant 4th grade tiger demon to death. Jiang Li, however, rushed up. Truzin's eyes widened. This kid is more tiger than tiger demon. The call had gone through, and on the other side was the head of Shaolin's Lohan Hall, and Chu Shan's mentor, Zen Master Colorless. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? What tiger? The colorless Zen Master came up like one of those old people who don't quite know how to use a smartphone and asked a bunch of questions. Chu Shan didn't care about his mentor's inquiry on the phone and only threw down a sentence. Mentor, wait a moment. After saying that, he was about to run towards Jiang Li and stop him. As a result, right at this moment, Jiang Li's body erupted with waves of red and blue air, and with a move of the martial art stick to the mountain from the 8 Extremes Avalanche Mountain, he directly slammed that 4th grade tiger demon out of the way. The tiger demon's fangs could still be seen flying out in the air. Chu Shan looked dumbfounded. How did he feel that this kid had become even stronger than before? He had also seen Jiang Li fight against 2 4th grade demons before. Although the demon refining sex demons were half demonized, their body strength was still not as strong as that of the pure demon race. It was understandable for Jiang Li to be able to fly by Zishang at that time, but it was a bit perverted to fly a pure 4th grade tiger demon. The strength of a 4th grade tiger demon could already exceed 500 tons, And the demon race was far more gifted than humans in terms of body, whether it was strength or resistance to blows and self-healing ability. However, it was still leaned away by Zhongli. A couple of parents of 4th grade students looked on in disbelief. It's fucking 2nd grade. The live camera also captured Zhongli's figure at this moment. Many of the viewers who watched the live broadcast in the first camera before were worried that Zhongli had not appeared, whether he was dead or not, and many of them were singing about it. At this moment, however, he watched Zhongli crumble a 4th grade tiger demon with a single collision. I'll go. Just a few short hours gone. How does this student feel like he's gotten stronger? Hey, you guys, look over there on the ground. Isn't it the corpses of those 2 demon refining sect demons? Not before. Boy, it can't be that this 2nd grade candidate killed 2 4th grades. What kind of talent is this? Chapter 104, A Fate with Our Buddha. Zhongli was indeed stronger now than before. He wasn't as talented as the proper kind of geniuses, but he could stack buffs better than them. Battle Formation Atlas plus blood-busting witchcraft, while using chakra plus leverage to burst chakra and burn vitality to strengthen attacks. Zhongli was now just able to pressurize that 4th grade tiger demon to fight without any falsehoods at all. The tiger demon was still thinking of resisting, and after being sent flying, he shook his head and tried to continue pouncing on Zhongli. Zhongli stayed put. His feet were like roots on the ground, facing the tiger demon's pounce. His fists and elbows articulated strikes. The tiger demon clawed at Zhongli's fist, making the sound of metal clashing without causing any damage to Zhongli. Instead, Zhongli punched the tiger demon's paw, and the 4th grade tiger demon immediately retreated in pain, then kept flinging his paw. Inaudible to others, the tiger demon himself heard 4 explosions coming from his claws. Bones are blown to pieces. The tiger demon retreated, one of its claws wasted, and Zhongli once again bullied his way up, using this 4th grade tiger demon as a target for practicing, unleashing the 8 extremities collapsing mountain move on him to his heart's content, practicing through actual combat. This was the most enjoyable fight Zhongli had ever had. It was just a pity that this 4th grade tiger demon didn't last long and was dry crushed by Zhongli's elbow on his brow. And with this last strike, Zhongli struck 5 power air blasts inside the tiger demon. The viewers watching the live stream didn't stop exchanging pop-ups and had a collective orgasm. I seem to have risen violently. The 2nd grade is pressing the 4th grade demonic beast to fight. He must have opened an explosive type of martial arts. But I haven't seen any explosive martial arts that can last for such a long time. One can only say that some people's bodies are naturally suited to practicing some strange martial arts. I know of an innate anti-poison saint body that joined the 5 Poison sect, a first-class sect in the southern province. Because of the innate resistance to all kinds of poison is almost 100%, so it will not be poisoned at all. Born to practice all kinds of poisonous kung fu material. I guess this student should also be some sort of innate saint body, and is, perhaps, naturally suited for this kind of explosive martial arts. Indeed, this kind of genius of the innate saint body is not at all something that ordinary people can imagine. Even with the most advanced instruments they can't detect the specialness within their bodies, and it's not until they start practicing specific martial arts that they can be considered to be tapping into their specialties. The pop-up screen has given everyone to finish the popularization. Popularization of Zhongli, if you can see it, are going to say that they believe it. Meanwhile, Chu Shan, seeing that Zhongli was truly able to handle it, stopped to introduce Zhongli to his mentor, Zen Master Colorless, who was also the head of the Rohan Hall. The colorless Zen Master came to a conclusion that wasn't too far off from what the pop-ups were saying. Indeed, there are such people who are born with extremely high resistance to explosive martial arts. Their meridians are able to withstand even more furious chi and blood, while their special talent also allows them to mitigate the side effects of explosive martial arts. I'm guessing that this little friend Zhongli shouldn't be paralyzed straight to the ground right now, right? Chu Shan looked at Zhongli, whose blue airwaves on his body had disappeared, which meant that the 36 Heavenly Dipper formation had ended, and he indeed couldn't see a bit of fatigue or weakness on his face. Indeed, he doesn't look weak at all. The teacup held in the hand of Zen Master Colorless, who had excellent characterization, trembled. You mean, not weak at all? Chu-san nodded his head. Yes, it looked like it was in normal condition. Snap! The sound of a teacup slamming hard on the table came over the phone. Have a relationship with my Buddha. Chu Shan understood. What his mentor meant was that this kid's talent wasn't just good anymore. It was at a level that would shock even a martial arts master like Zen Master Colorless. Understood, mentor. I'll have Zhongli sign the deed of sale as soon as possible. The colorless Zen Master's majestic voice rebuked. Nonsense. Where does my Shaolin come up with a contract of sale? I'll have someone send you an electronic copy of the acceptance letter here, and you can have him sign it as soon as possible. The colorless Zen Master hung up the phone and immediately sent an electronic version of the acceptance letter to Chu Shan's cell phone. As long as Zhongli signed, the electronic version is also legally valid, so others can't rob people. Meanwhile, Because the attack on this side of Shanghai province was the most severe, the whole country was watching the live broadcast on this side, which naturally didn't lack the enrollment teachers of those famous sects, especially the top sects. After watching Jiang Li's performance, they were certain that this must be some sort of martial Dao sacred body. There was just one sentence left in their hearts: rob him. As the first dark horse that appeared during this year's college entrance exams, all the sects must be the first to grab Jiang Li to study in their own sects. A direct call from Wudong's side was made to Yi Xiu, who was now assuming his official position, dressed in a Chinese mountain suit but still carrying a sword. Yi Xiu was one of the two 7th grade martial artists who had previously surrounded the White Elephant Demon King. Hello? Mentor. What's the point of calling me at this hour? I'm fighting the Demon King. What do you mean? You know I'm in a hurry. But I'll hold off. Is this enrollment time? What? 2 pints to beat 4 pints. Where is he? I'm going to call our Wudong acceptance letter in his face. The military's 7th ranked martial artist has also received a call at this moment. Hey old leader. Yeah, busy fighting the Demon King. Recruiting? Using the battle formation atlas to press against a 4th grade with a 2nd grade strength? And the Gangjin forging body technique copper skin realm perfection. And he's still only a week removed from training camp. Are you saying that he'll be perfected in a month plus 1 week in the copper skin realm? And then he'll also be able to open the battle formation atlas to press a 4th grade demonic beast with a 2nd grade body? That's not possible. What? Straight up you watched him do it. Where is the man? I'll recruit him for you. These two hung up the phone and looked at each other in unison and spoke at the same time. You help me top for a while. ×2 huh? ×2 you're not getting recruiting calls too. ×2. After a moment of awkward silence, me first? Why you first? Then nobody goes. Kill the Demon King first. Line. The two had just agreed that neither would go when they got another call. What? Shaolin's people have gotten to him. The two of them look at each other. Why don't I take the top? It's okay for me to top it. The chief said so. Said what? Not to let those bald asses take the people away again. The top universities are grabbing talent aggressively. And the world is grabbing even more aggressively because there is even less top talent. All of them are developing stronger talents for the country. But there are interests entangled in the middle. A sect cultivated an 8th grade martial arts master. Basically, even if it was bound to the sect, whether he had to step in to help if something happened to the sect. Accordingly, the sect would definitely have to help with anything that happened to this person. It's like those two old dangs of the Kongdong sect's Sang family. When they were in trouble, the sect stood hard by them, even if they weren't human. Chapter 105, The Truth About Martial Arts Sects. And because the Shaolin Temple has many martial arts disciplines and has an 8th grade internal martial art that can be practiced up to the 8th grade martial arts master Yi Jing, there are still a large number of people who are willing to even let that group of geniuses shave their heads and go to 4 years of Buddhist studies. There have been many geniuses before who were clearly on the verge of negotiating with Wudong or military schools, only to have Shaolin cross the line and buy them off with a 5th grade palm technique. The great compassionate hand. It gives both sides gas. A rare act of unanimity. Wudong Yixiu left behind a person to carry the pressure of a demon king. And anyway, he didn't know what was going on. These two demon kings were very shriveled from the moment they appeared, as if they had just gone through a thrilling reproduction activity. After hitting the first time, Yixiu realized that the other party's self-healing abilities seemed to have disappeared, as if the vitality in his body was draining away at a rapid pace. It's not at all stressful for one person to carry a head. As Chu Shan showed Jiang Li the Shaolin's acceptance letter and fooled him into signing his name immediately, the military's 7th grade martial king, Dian Yong, directly interrupted Chu Shan's lull. Mr. Jiang Li, don't be in such a hurry. I think it's better for you to look at the conditions of each family before saying anything, especially consider the military school. You should know your talent well yourself. Joining the military is definitely the right choice for you. The first sentence was kind of businesslike, and then the second sentence started to get personal. Dian Yong's eyes were glowing as he looked at Jiang Li. He had never seen even a battle formation atlas that didn't have side effects on itself after opening the human body formation. This kid's talent was too perverse. He was practically a born military martial arts holy body. Dian Yong, you're being misguided. I Shaolin have the martial arts that your military has, and I Shaolin still have the martial arts that your military doesn't. Jiang Li, the 8th grade of martial arts, the best of the martial arts at that time. Have you heard of the Easy Tendon Sutra? Only I, Shaolin, have it. Dayong landed on the ground. He too, Shaolin people will lie to children. Doesn't the military have any 8th grade martial arts? The military was the first to have an 8th grade martial art. Jiang Li, you have to choose what suits you better. Do you really want to be a monk for 4 years and then spend the rest of your life chanting and praising the Buddha? It was true that Jiang Li didn't want to, but he didn't want to join the military either. That place was too rigid. However, his purpose had been achieved. In such a tense situation, a martial king had directly abandoned the demon king and ran over to let him join the military school. This face was definitely big enough. One can't be too bullying. So Jiang Li just looked confused. With an expression of "you guys are alright, so who should I listen to?" Listening to the debate between the two in the back, Jiang Li and the students present had an extra lesson on why top sects were called top sects. To put it bluntly, this is the same as a university in the last world, where the sects have been part of a unique martial arts research institution until then. It was the military that first researched the martial arts that would allow one to advance to the 8th grade of martial grandmaster. China always has such a good quality. Usually look at the mountain does not show water. But a critical moment, everyone can quickly get together day and night to study a thing. Even if there is no computer hard to knock, the abacus have to be that result to calculate. This was the case at the time, when the military gathered all the martial artists in the country to develop the first martial art that could theoretically allow one to advance to the 8th grade of martial arts master. The Jiao Jing. It was no less than a small mushroom egg for the demon and outer races. It is important to know that before this the highest a human could go was to the 6th product, and after the creation of the 8th product martial arts, the battle power of the human race directly soared. As for how to get a ninja go and nothing else, remember at the top that a lot of martial arts and novels have come true since the rise of martial arts? It's really the equivalent of science fiction brainstorming stuff. Scientists being curious enough to try to realize things that are only in science fiction, only to find out after some effort that they can actually do it. Martial artists are the same. They do not have the time to think of a martial art themselves. They can only make which bold assumptions according to the martial arts in the novels, and then continue to fill in the final formation of real can use the martial arts. And it turned out to be true. The novels Zhou, first created by Right Huang Shang when he realized the Wanshou Daozong, was then hunted down and killed when he annihilated the Ming cultists, and after his family was killed off, he hid himself for 40 years, focusing on his realization of breaking the martial arts of those who besieged him, and finally compiled a copy of the Zhou. In a nutshell, it was a collection of all the martial arts in the entire world to create an ultimate stitching monster. However, this martial art did allow someone in the military to achieve the 8th grade of martial arts master. So the martial artists who gathered this time to study the Nining True Classic continued to follow the methods used to build the Nining True Classic and began to create those martial arts in the novels after they dispersed in all directions. But individuals knew about Wudong and Shaolin, so a large portion of martial artists split into two groups and united into two groups, traveling to Wudong and Shaolin, borrowing the Buddhism and Taoism that existed over there itself to develop martial arts only found in martial arts novels. Wudong then created the Nine Suns Sutra first, and Shaolin then created the I Ching. It could be said that whether or not a sect was a top-tier sect didn't depend on how many others there were, but rather whether or not he had the ability to create an 8th grade martial art. In other modern words, it depends on the ability of the research team. However, since the death of the earliest group of martial artists, they had also not heard of anyone creating an 8th grade martial art in the past few hundred years. As a result, not many people in the current Wudong Shaolin or even the military would bother to delve into more profound martial arts anymore. Instead they started to roll on who could cultivate more 7th or even 8th grade, and as a result of this they started to vigorously collect top geniuses. Now that Jiang Li knew what these three top sects meant, he was just missing the last top sect, the easy sect. After learning about the prosperity faction, if it didn't work, he would have to hold his nose and recognize the military. Being deadpan is as deadpan as it gets, and the military's martial arts still suit him better. And seeing that Chu Shan and Dian Yong were still quarreling, Jiang Li had no choice but to propose, why don't we discuss it when all the demons are dead? The two demon kings are still around. The two were about to quarrel on the head. Dian Yong heard Jiang Li said only a slap on the head. Yards almost noisy, forgot that you waited for me to get that demon king killed. Dian Yong turned around and left. Chu Shan had wanted to persuade Jiang Li a little more, but Jiang Li had already practiced what he said. Wait until the demons were all dead, and had rushed to the front line to fight with the military and police. Chu Shan could only sigh and give up for now. Live pop-ups at the moment. Holy cow. Is this the top genius? A 6th and a 7th rank are all robbing him. If only I could be robbed too. You're thinking about fart eating. I'm curious now as to which sect the student will actually join. Chapter 106 Easy School. Customized martial arts? Are you sure? In fact, the follow-up treatment wasn't too difficult at all. The three demon kings themselves were seriously injured, not giving them much time to recover from their injuries, coupled with Jiang Li giving them a medicinal meal every day. They were able to stay alive purely because they were strong themselves. When Jiang Li subsequently learned the tyrannical blood sorcery and directly burned up their vitality, it even cut off one of the most powerful points of their being a demon race, the ability to heal themselves. The two demon kings were quickly disposed of, and the remaining 4th and 5th grade demons were also cleaned up with the police and military teaming up. Jiang Li also contributed a lot to this. Since the establishment of the persona, it is necessary to carry out the persona to the end. he killed a full 3 4th grade demonic beasts before stopping, displaying a look of utter weakness. For that matter, the people watching the livestream also felt that this kid's talent was perverted as hell. A second character could open a burst of chi-type martial arts to dry over 2 4th character demonic people and 4 4th character demonic beasts. So what about after his 4th character? Isn't it possible to just go and fuck a 6th grade demon lord? This kid is not some innate explosive martial arts saint body. This kid is purely an innate transgressive saint body. Zhang Li's performance directly led all the sects towards Zhang Li sent an olive branch. A total of 3 top sects, Wudong, Shaolin and Free, all directly sent a letter of acceptance. The military was even more direct. There was no need to sign anything. As long as Zhang Li had a word, the military would just take it away for Zhang Li when they retreated. And besides him, a number of other geniuses have emerged from this high school assault. Like a genius with the surname Wang from the Kyoto area. It is said that his family is in real estate, and he is so wealthy that he directly feeds the spirit to the spirit animal with his native talent, and he can control the sanity of the demonic beasts. And the 2nd grade martial artist can actually manipulate the 4th grade demonic beasts. There was also the genius surnamed Li from the demon capital region, also a 2nd grade martial artist, said to have an innate sword body, and his level of understanding of sword-type martial arts was unknown how many times higher than a genius, killing a 4th grade demonic beast with a single sword strike. On top of that, there were still a large number of people who had killed a 4th rank with the body of a 2nd ranked martial artist. No matter what means were used, they had at least done it. It shows how powerful the heritage of China is. Zhang Li had thought that he was special enough, but he had never thought that there were many people who were more special than him. Compared to him, he really wasn't that dazzling, but his special physical talent and the perfect persona that he had set up still allowed him to get the acceptance letter to get soft, and all sides are still starting to roll. After the battle, Chusan said as long as you can come, Shaolin is willing to give a marrow cleansing pill as a scholarship. This is a 5th grade elixir that can reset one's talent points and bring one's talent to the next level. Wudong Yishio said if you're willing to come, we can directly teach Taiji heart technique paired with Taiji fist in your first year of being just an official disciple, which is a 6th grade martial arts internal technique and 6th grade fist technique. Under normal circumstances the initiation had not been a year, and had not become the first in the session. It was impossible to get the Taiji heart technique and Taiji Quan. Don't listen to the bald donkey's flimflam. There can be many pills of elixir, but the 6th grade martial arts you ask if they can give it? This is definitely the highest grade of internal martial arts and the highest grade of martial arts you can learn at the moment. As long as the subsequent performance is fine, you can get your hands on the 9 Sun Sutra, just like me. That's right, as a martial artist who became a 7th grade at the age of 43, Yi Xiu could be considered an iconic figure that had come out of Wudong in recent years. Don't look at the fact that he is now in an official position, but he is still an inner disciple of Wudong. It's the equivalent of being a graduate student or a doctoral student. Become dean anytime he wants to go back. Yi Xiu used himself as an example, meaning that he was telling Zhang Li that if your performance is still that good later on, we'll just go all the way to help you get to the 8th grade martial grandmaster. The military side couldn't give too outrageous a promise because they were affiliated with the official side, but they did say that as long as the talent was good, the military's 9 true scriptures could be given to him as well. The last top sect, the Easy sect, was also the last to find Zhang Li. The person who came was a woman wearing thick black framed glasses, dressed in a wide white shirt and big black pants, the same outfit as the grandpa on the street shaking his fan to cool off, and asked if that's how she was most comfortable. Just call me Maya. I'm a 2.5-year martial arts research student at the Free School of Yenbi. My mentor said that if you're willing to go to the Free Sect, the 8th grade martial art, the North Underworld divine skill, can be passed on to you directly. However, you should have read martial arts novels until you have to give up all the martial arts you have previously practiced and waste all your strength in order to cultivate the Northern Darkness divine power. Zhang Li knew that the martial arts in this world were modeled after those in martial arts novels, but he didn't expect that even the bad side they learned to copy in. No wonder the Free Sect is out of martial arts masters out of the least of a top sect. If 1 or 2 grades of martial arts is okay, high-grade martial arts you let him give up his own power to recultivate. That is simply to kill him off. Even if this technique relied on absorbing chi and blood from the enemy's body and turning it into its own, there had to be a growth process, and this process would be very difficult. However, that side effect shouldn't be a problem for him. Overall it's still his best option. But immediately afterward Maya added if you don't choose this and are a bit of a seeker, we can also customize a martial art for you. In fact, this is our graduation assignment, and I've been delaying my graduation for 2.5 years in order to create a competent martial art. Speaking of which, Maya's tired face looked more and more weary, with a hint of pain. At this time, the military's 7th grade martial artist, Dian Yong, rushed forward and patted Zhang Li's shoulder and said go anywhere. but don't go to the easy school. To go to the free school you still have to study arts and sciences and minor in things like zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. Martial artists of my generation just need to concentrate on practicing martial arts. What's the point of all this nonsense? I hated that arts and sciences thing when I was in school. And what's even more bullshit is their graduation requirements. In the military school, you can graduate if you can kill a demonic beast that exceeds your grade. In the easy school, you have to create a martial art to graduate. The key to this martial arts, qualified or not, is the group of old pedants of the free school to say. If not qualified, can only be delayed graduation. For no reason more than a few years of schooling, less enjoyment of how much life. After Narayo finished speaking, Maya surprisingly nodded her head and agreed with him. It's like this. The easy sect isn't so focused on going for the strongest. That kind of thing Wudong Shaolin and the military are already doing. One more easy sect, no more. One less easy sect, no less. That's why the easy sect focuses on developing martial arts. So if your ideal is to become stronger, you can go to another sect. Maya had a look of Don T. Cum. School, brother. This school is, but Jiang Li heard it. Tailored martial arts? Are you serious? Just how outrageous can martial arts be? Is it okay to die a violent death after using it? I'm going to set it then. Chapter 107, Choosing the Easy Sect. Another big mess? Are you sure you can customize any martial art? After Jiang Li asked, Maya had an ominous feeling that she thought she was just here to go through the motions. But this kid really seemed to want to join her Dogcoin school, knowing that she herself was now regretting it. Anything, except that the crafting cycle is variable. Unless you just choose to retrain your powers and use the North Underworld divine power. Otherwise, without further ado, it's you guys. Jiang Li's sentence gave the surrounding Shaolin Wudong and the military people all dry and confused. Don't be impulsive. Although the North Underworld divine power is an 8th grade martial art with the ability to become a martial arts master. But you have to dissipate and recultivate. Even if you can suck demonic beasts' chi and blood for your own use, it's still difficult to increase to your current level in a short period of time. Don't think that North Underworld divine power is really as strong as it is in the novels. Instantly gaining decades of other people's chi and blood. That's impossible. Your body won't be able to take it. Even if it's a customized gongfu, it definitely won't reach the 8th grade. You might as well even go to that gang of Nubizi Lao Dao and the military mangaka. Yi Xiu and Dian Yong also subconsciously nodded their heads. Chu Shan, who was most optimistic about him, persuaded him repeatedly, but unfortunately, Jiang Li was already a king's man, and directly took the acceptance letter from Maya's hand and signed it. Once this thing was signed, it meant that the other sects were completely out of luck. Chu Shan let out a long sigh. He knew that with Jiang Li's talent, he would definitely be able to advance to the 8th rank. He was just sorry that he was missing a good senior brother. The crowd saw the dust settle and dispersed, and Yi Xiu and Dian Yong, 2 7th grades, sandwiched the 6th grade Chu Shan to the left and right and headed out, resembling this emoji. The only one left in place was Maya, who was a bit confused herself, and stood in silence for a long time. What the hell were you thinking? I have a special talent, and I like the kind of martial arts that have a lot of side effects, because I know that the more side effects, the more powerful the martial arts will be, and I can take it. Maya stared at Jiang Li for a while. A pair of eyes that had become numb due to Yanbi's 2.5 years were gradually glowing. Hokage, why didn't I think of this subject before? Everyone is creating martial arts without side effects, not realizing that martial arts, this thing is like herbal medicine. There must be toxicity. Just the size of the toxicity is different. Control the amount of it. And you're gifted with great resistance to these side effects. So if I can help you pull off the side effects, surely I can build a powerful martial art just for you. Senior brother, please make sure I customize your martial arts. Senior sister's hope of graduating rests on you. Unlike many ordinary universities, some universities are just very strict about the graduation requirements and you have to make enough impressive grades to graduate. That's how it is with the Prowlers. What do you mean by 2 eyes? A 3rd grade martial art? A 4th grade? Even if it was built to perfection, there were already Wudong and Shaolin martial arts pearls on the market. The key is to be bright and innovative. Pull one aspect to the extreme and that's innovation. At this moment, Maya's eyes were glowing, and her whole body became elated. When Jiang Li first saw her, this was a salted fish that was full of class flavor and had completely lost the highlights in her eyes, and even her face value had dropped to an ordinary level. But now, once there was a look in her eyes, the whole thing felt like she was beautiful even in the scruffiest of outfits. Not the kind of pretty with a hot sexy body, but a kind of intellectual pretty with a slightly chubby ceiling. It looked much more comfortable, and Jiang Li didn't reject it. Okay, sister, I'll leave it to you then. I'll cooperate however you want me to. It doesn't require any special cooperation. Just let me follow you around and observe for a while, Maya said and came forward 2 steps. Her eyes started to look around Jiang Li's body and even looked twice at Jiang Li's man. Rather unnecessary to observe so closely. Demon Refining Sect. Lokyap City Branch Office Patriarch. Yes, the operation of the demon race on this side of Locky City failed completely. Those two losers, Bai Zi Shang and Zhang Dafeng, ran away without even releasing their space beasts, and the latest news seems to be that they died, or were killed by a second-grade student. My subordinate's management is incompetent, so I ask for the Patriarch's forgiveness. Hidden in the darkness, Dao calmly recounted the proceedings, and the Patriarch on the other end of the phone had nothing to say in rebuke. Failure is failure. The payoff is in hand anyway. I'm going to need a lot of people next, if you know what that means. Dao hesitated. Sovereign, are you saying that you want me to take advantage of the chaos over here to arrest people? The military and police have been under martial law in the city for the past 2 days, so I'm afraid it's not very maneuverable. Don't worry about that, came the Patriarch's low voice. Soon they'll be on their own. I just want people. At least 10,000 people. If I don't see anyone, I'll make sure you don't see next month's inhibitor. Dao's pupils shrunk violently. Before, even when he asked for the most, he was only asked to find 50 people within the entire Shanghai province. For that matter, it's already on the police's radar, and it's a big risk to give out business cards to people anymore. Not to mention 10,000 people. Nope. Just how much of a mess had to happen in Locky City to make the Patriarch swear that he could capture 10,000 people for him to use in his experiments? Dao didn't dare to continue asking questions. He just obeyed the order and waited for that time to come that the Patriarch had spoken of. Locky City high-speed railway station. Since Jiangli had already been bailed out of the easy school, there was no need to continue taking the college entrance exam. And since he was alone, there was no need for him to go home, so he could just follow Maya to the prosperity school. So Jiangli went to the hotel to get all his stuff first, and then came to the train station with Maya. As for the other candidates, the college entrance exams were still going on, and the others were retaking the provincial exams tomorrow. Both Ling Jia and Zhang Cheng. Jiangli had told the two of them before he left that he was being guaranteed a place in the easy school, so if the two of them could get in, then feel free to come over. The two have said that they will do their best to get into the easy school and continue to follow in their big brother's footsteps. Soon the train is going to depart. Check your tickets and get on the bus. The moving train began its journey south. Jiangli, who had just sat down in his seat, saw a line of handsomely dressed police officers walking through the carriages, and these police officers were the railway patrol. But the railroad patrolmen of this world do hardcore work and are second-rate martial artists per capita. A squad of 12 people, 8 second grade, 3 third grade and 1 fourth grade martial artists. They're configured for this one as well as the road patrol, and they're all pretty highly configured. And the reason for this configuration is that a large part of the main railroad line passes through jungle mountains, some of which are even close to human exclusion zones. However, there were electric grids on both sides of the train tracks, and normally, without the need for a human to make a move, the second-grade demonic beasts would be electrocuted to death. So once there was a demonic beast that needed them to step in, then this configuration of theirs was used. Chapter 108 Demon Race Migration Plan. The demon race has really grown a brain. The Kunlun Demon Kingdom. One of the 3 forbidden zones for humans at this moment. A huge-bodied 8th-grade demon wolf looked to its side and spat out human words. The plan worked. A standing peacock, dressed in a warlord's costume and with a computer in front of him. Behind him, there was a huge screen with a map of China. Not only were all the human cities marked, but also all the demon race territories. At the same time, this map was densely drawn with many arrows, which pointed in the direction of the 3 largest demon kingdoms, Kunlun, Changbai Mountain and Shenanjia. And at the end of the arrow was one demon territory after another. Successful. Although I didn't kill a few human geniuses, but I've already transferred all the 7th grade martial kings on the migration path. And at the same time, I've also fished out quite a number of human geniuses who have the chance to become 8th grade martial masters, and I've already recorded all of them in the books. It is the custom of mankind not usually to rush back to their quarters the same day, but to be entertained by the locals before leaving. There's no better time than now to kick off your relocation program. After the migration program was opened, it was time to take advantage of the chaos in the human race to start the hunting program for human geniuses. Meanwhile, there should be something going on over there. Cereal. Good. The wolf demon emperor bared his fangs. Kong Ming, you're right. The human race's development speed far exceeds that of the demon race. If we continue to split up and give the humans another 10 years of opportunity, the human race will not only clear out all the demon race territories, but will also hit the demon kingdom and completely wipe out our demon race. Our intelligence, which is really far from human, is fortunate to have you. If you hadn't convinced those other simple-minded, four-legged fools, we'd still be on our own by now. The peacock demon who had taken the name Kongming for himself nodded slightly. This is what I should do as a demon. This land shouldn't just be for humans. We've been around far longer than humans. And we're the ones who should own this land. Good point. Initiate the plan immediately. And it's time for us to learn from the humans to build up our strength and prepare for a counterattack. Kong Ming nodded and clicked the enter key on the computer in front of him, sending out a command for the migration program to begin. At the same time, all over the country, especially the demonic territories near those provincial capitals that held the high school exams that were attacked, rioted. The demon clan had a total of 8 8th grade demon emperors. Excluding those 3 regions, there were still 5 scattered throughout the country. But it was because the territory was not as large as a territory like the Kunlun mountain range, and the volume was too small, so that it could not be considered a demon nation. But to have survived all these years without being removed by humans is still not to be underestimated. And in Shanghai province, the biggest forbidden area for human beings belonged to the vicinity of the Taishan mountain range. This was also the only human-restricted area left in the Shanghai province after the end of the Battle of Kunyu Mountain, and it was ruled by an 8th grade tiger demon. This tiger demon also appointed himself as the prefect of Taishan, originally wanting to directly occupy Taishan and then have humans worship him like in myths and legends, and those who disobeyed would be eaten. This is why this side of the demon race territory is called the Taishan Demon Mansion. He was still a bit ambitious and wanted to try to replicate the path of the gods through incense, but as a result, the military put an 8th grade martial arts master here, and directly gave it an honest fight, immediately withdrawing from the main peak of Taishan Mountain and shrinking in the mountain range without moving. Now standing on the main peak was the mountain gate of the Taishan sect, which had an 8th grade martial arts master resident in it. After the Kunlun mountain side issued a command, this Taishan prefect moved, opening his oozing eyes in the darkness of the cave. He opened his mouth and yawned, making it seem as if a force-aid gale had swept through the cave. The tiger demon poked his paw at the human-made rice cell phone and laughed out loud as he read the instructions. Has it finally begun? The tiger demon emperor swooped out of the cave in a gust of evil wind. And there were already 6 demon kings and a large number of demon lords waiting for him outside. Diaozi, you take a space beast and go. Don't die for me. The rest will be transferred to the Changbai mountain range through the space beast today. The tiger demon emperor pointed out a 7th grade tiger demon king, which was also his offspring. A tiger born with 3 sons will have a pugilist, and this was the one with the best talent among his children. The other party responded with a tiger's roar, and then took the demonic beasts below the 2nd grade that had no future in development, as well as some of the 3rd and 4th grade demonic beasts that had no future in development, and began to migrate according to the route that had been set up a long time ago. The remaining demon kings, on the other hand, took out a space beast and waited for the wormhole to open. The tiger demon emperor jumped out of the mountain forest in a single leap, accurately found the direction of the Taishan sect, and ran wildly in that direction in the sky with all 4 feet in the wind. Stinking monk, you're bored of chanting and delivering Buddha all day long. Come and fight. In a small courtyard of the Taishan sect, a monk with thick eyebrows and big eyes was chanting sutras in a quiet and peaceful manner, until the tiger demon emperor's voice rang out. The monk's big hand suddenly crushed the rosary beads, and opened his eyes to see no pupils, only full of golden light. As the monk stood up, the robe on his body directly burst open, revealing the axe-chiseled and knife-like muscles inside, which were still glistening with a metallic luster. Amethreya, a Buddha. You, this little tiger finally dares to come out. Poor monks are dying of boredom. The monk plucked the weeping willow in the courtyard upside down, crushed the trunk and took out a stick from it. Carrying the stick and jumping out of the courtyard, a stick was swung out of the sky and earth changed color, and the shadow of the stick appeared in the sky, and the tiger demon emperor ruthlessly collided together. When the two fight, the monk will not take into account the tide of beasts rushing in the Taishan mountain range. The tens of thousands of demonic beasts formed by the 7th grade tiger demon king led by the tens of thousands of demonic beasts ran wildly all the way, migrating towards the Shenangjia in the southwest. This wave of beast tide, most of them are not into the product to the 2nd grade of demonic beasts. The main fight a great sound. Death is not heartbreaking. Compared to human reproduction, demonic beasts are not a dream with 18 in a litter. Not to mention that these all belong to demonic beasts with little talent, and this life is only 1 or 2 grades, and not much intelligence, driving to cover the real migration plan at the same time, but also can cause great trouble to the human world. Definitely a good deal. The tide of beasts from the Taishan Demon Mansion raced towards the southwest, with several small human counties along the set route. There were no powerful martial artists, not to mention a lot of people. The person who set the route for the beast tide in the Taishan Demon Mansion even studied the art of war, surrounding the city from the countryside. However, such a large-scale beast tide was naturally quickly discovered by the troops dedicated to detecting it on the periphery of the demon house, and the situation was reported to the military in the first instance. They were an observation squad that could not be stopped, and could only report to their superiors, who arranged for the corps to camp on the predetermined route in advance to resist the beast tide. And at the same time, the train that Zhongli is traveling on is also heading south at the moment, right on the established route of the beast tide. Chapter 109, Sister. Stay away from me if you have a water reversal. Train, e.g. On a bus or train, Maya had already started to record Zhang Li's daily routine, including the amount of food eaten, the amount of water drunk and even the number of times he went to the toilet. This tailoring is too tailored. Hokage. I don't think there's any need to record these. What do you know? These are the keys. You'll know when you get started. Zhongli looked at the scenery outside the car window somewhat helplessly, when suddenly, several demonic beasts suddenly ran out from the woods on both sides of the road. An older man sitting in Zhongli's front seat immediately raised his camera in excitement and told everyone to look out quickly. Look, another lifeless demonic beast has run out to seek death. This kind of image is not something you can see every day. The most enjoyable scene for Chinese people is to see people go to their deaths. In ancient times there were torture chambers, and now there are cyber torture chambers. One is a physical going to death and the other is a social death, both of which are deaths. And in this world of high martial arts, those who ride in the car can also enjoy a free show of demonic beasts looking for death. It seemed that everyone in the car was prepared for this. Not only the one older man raised his camera in his hand, but several others did as well. Those who didn't have cameras raised their cell phones and turned on their cameras to point them outside. For these ordinary people who stayed in the city all year round, they would never see a few demonic beasts in their lifetime. Unlike a martial artist like Zhongli, who had already seen numbness and did not understand their excitement and thrill at all. It's just a little unnerving. Do demonic beasts often appear on moving routes? The uncle who was sitting in Zhongli's front seat had already stood up, and while holding the camera steady, he turned his head and said to Zhongli, "First time riding a moving train, right lad? The moving train route is basically rare to see demonic beasts actively seeking death because of the power grids on both sides, so it's really lucky to come across it once. This kind of image is worth a lot of money. Posting a short video can get hundreds of thousands of likes. If you sell it to an online newspaper platform, you can get a couple $100 for it, too." Zhongli stared out of the window as the demonic beast crashed into the power grid and died instantly, and a relief-like cheer erupted from the carriage. The older man also looked satisfied and put away his camera. The speed of the moving train was fast, and what had just happened was just a minor incident, and everyone quickly returned to their seats to resume the apathetic look of each being a stranger. Zhongli was still staring out of the car window, the sense of unease in his heart growing stronger. Maya thought it was the young man's first long-distance train ride and reassured him, "Senior, don't worry too much. It's normal for demonic beasts to appear. Since the establishment of the power grid, the probability of a moving train having an accident is 1 in a few million." Zhongli's eyes slowly widened as he looked out the window. "Sister, is this normal too?" Maya looked in the direction of Zhongli's finger, only to see a large number of demonic beasts pouring out of the woods. Although most of them were not of the highest quality, they couldn't carry the number to death. This gang of demonic beasts rushed forward and backward towards the power grid, with a stance of using their lives to make a path. In reality, this was still just an edge of the beast tide, but it looked terrifying enough. Maya's eyes widened. It's not normal. It's a wave of beasts. How did it come to be in this place? Is there a human no-go zone in our immediate location? Zhongli, as a half-local who crossed over and received the memories Taishan Demon Mansion, Maya's cold sweat came down. The Taishan Demon Mansion had a demon emperor. A beast tide of this magnitude must be a riot of demon emperors. Otherwise it couldn't have happened. At this time the other people in the carriage saw the horrible scene outside. Everyone was scared and lost their color. Zhongli saw for the first time that people's hair was able to all stand up. A wave of beasts. How could it happen in this place? It's over. It's over. Such a large-scale beast tide power grid can't stop it at all. We're dead. Go and tell the railroad patrol what's going on now. The railroad patrolmen are not vegetarians. They had noticed the situation, and now the moving train had begun to slow down. If a large-scale demonic beast impacted at high speed, it was very likely that the train would overturn, and in that case even a fourth-grade martial artist would have to die in the carriages. However, if they stopped and relied on the train's hard body, plus the highest fourth-grade captain of the railway patrol squad against these demonic beasts that didn't make it into the grade, they might still be able to put up a fight. At the moment, the older man sitting in the front seat took out a cigarette and lit one for himself. Knowing full well that trains do not allow smoking, it was now out of the question whether anything would set off the smoke alarm, as it could potentially be his last cigarette. As we all know, the last one is often the best. Maya sat next to Zhongli and looked out the window. Her face was not afraid of anything. She was just a bit helpless. "Schoolbrother, do you think school sister has been in a watery grave lately? Creating feats that make her mentors say it's a pile of shit, and meeting a beast tide on the way back from picking up an individual." Zhongli looked at Maya's sister. "If you know you're a waterlogger, just stay away from me. Maya glared at Jiangli without a trace of anger. Whether you can survive this time or not still depends on your school sister me. And stay away from you and you kid will die in the beast tide. The uncle in the front row has a cigarette in his mouth and takes a deep breath of smoke, still thinking about surviving? Big girl and boy, don't dream. Looking at the scale of the beast tide, it's estimated to be in the tens of thousands. It's simply impossible for us to leave alive. On the other side, an older woman who was crying from fear was clutching her bag tightly. Someone from the military will come to our rescue. Surely, it's about time. The radio came on. I am the leader of Railway Patrol Squad 008, Lu Yan, and I am hereby informing all passengers on the train of the outside world. We've encountered a wave of beasts, but rest assured that the train is equipped with defensive armor that can withstand the onslaught of fourth-grade demonic beasts. The situation here has been communicated to the military headquarters, which has responded that help will be arriving within 30 to 60 minutes and that the Railroad Patrol Squad will fight for everyone until the very end. At the same time, I would also like to ask my comrade martial artists on the train who are above the second rank to come forward, so that we can all defend against the beast tide together. Anyone willing to join the patrol team against the beast wave, please proceed to compartment 1. We'll be waiting for everyone here. The lady with the bag is crying. 30 to 60 minutes to rescue. We're dead. A mournful odor of death permeated the carriage, and Zhongli stood up as the radio looped for the second time. The older man in the front row stared in disbelief. Young man, you're second grade. Zhongli didn't reply. He just walked towards compartment 1 in silence with Maya. Hey, second grade martial artists are useless. We can't carry such a large-scale beast tide. Only then did Zhongli turn around and say, life has to be in your own hands. Don't you think? Whether you can carry it or not, you have to carry it and try. Chapter 110, the strongest charming skill in history. The uncle in the front row froze. The cigarette in his mouth had burned to the head, and after spitting out the cigarette in one bite, good point. I'll stand right here and cheer you on. Zhongli stumbled. He thought that this uncle was going to go with him to the No.1 compartment to resist the beast tide, but it turned out to be standing in place to cheer and cheer. Zhongli didn't turn his head and gave a thumbs up behind him. A little girl held in her mother's arms shouted out, go uncle. Zhongli. It's tempting to tell her to call her brother, but it's a little too late. But the cheer gave him an inexplicable sense of purpose. Did those seniors in his previous life also shoulder such a cheer before they were willing to put their lives on the line to fight? Then he would like to call this seemingly bland cheer the strongest charm skill ever. Zhongli ran furiously all the way towards compartment number 1. By now the wave of beasts had already affixed themselves to the power grid. The first row of electrocuted demonic beasts failed to stop the madness of the demonic beasts behind them. Seeing that the power grid was about to be washed away by the demonic beasts, Zhongli rushed to compartment number 1. By now, a dozen or so second grade or above martial artists had already come over, and each of them was distributed weapons, while Zhongli got his own spiritual soldier fire dragon gun as well as a large bag of pills from the luggage compartment. Lu Yan, the leader of the patrol squad, frowned at Zhongli. How old are you to come over here and make a scene? Go back. Lu Yan obviously didn't watch the live broadcast of the college entrance exam. Zhongli threw the bag full of pills to the ground and looked straight into Lu Yan's eyes. I'm a second grade martial artist. Saying that, he exploded his body's chi and blood. Lu Yan was a bit surprised that Zhongli was so young. Looking like a high school kid was actually a second grade martial artist. How old are you? 18. Upon hearing that Zhongli was only 18, Lu Yan had surprise in his eyes, but was even more determined to show that get back in the wagon. You're not needed here. An 18-year-old second grade martial artist. Even if he hadn't watched the live broadcast, he knew that this kid's talent was definitely not bad. Maybe in the future he would be another 8th grade martial grandmaster. And it is their responsibility to protect the seeds of China. Unless they die out, there's no need to let the seeds of China die before them. If you survive this time, just remember to kill more demonic beasts to help us get revenge. Also, do us a favor. Here's the family phone numbers for all of us. Go back to the wagon and help us send a message from one to the other telling them that we love them. Lu Yan wore a smile as he handed out a slip of paper with a phone number written on it, and the other patrolman gave a thumbs up towards Zhongli. Zhongli glanced at the notes. Obviously they were all written by them now. The other martial artists who came to help also slapped their heads together. And ours. By the way, yards, if you don't resist you'll die anyway. Kill one is enough. Kill two and you'll make money. And remember to tell my kid that his dad is a hero. Looking at the martial artists who were writing up on slips of paper, Zhongli clenched his fists. If you can say such things, live to tell your family yourself. I don't know you guys. After saying that, Zhongli jumped out directly from the skylight of the No.1 compartment with his fire dragon gun. Captain Lu Yan is in a hurry. Hey! At this time, Maya erupted with the chi and blood of a mid-4th grade martial artist and reached out to slap on Lu Yan's shoulder. I'm an inner disciple of the Easy Sect. This time I'm bringing him to enroll in the Easy Sect, so don't worry about him in terms of fighting. Anyone who can be seen by the prosperity sect certainly won't hold you back. With that said, Maya jumped on the wagon as well. I was going to ask before. What was that bag you were carrying? Zhongli stared at the tide of beasts that had already broken through the power grid without turning his head and said, the elixir provided by the good people. Remember to tell them to take it if they need to restore their chi and blood. Maya? Lu Yan also jumped onto the top of the carriages at this time, and after glancing at Zhongli, he quickly commanded the members of his squad to go and set up machine guns on each carriage. Each martial artist who came to help went directly to assist a squad member, consuming the demonic beasts first, and then fighting in close combat if they couldn't. They didn't seek to kill as many demonic beasts as they could, as long as they could ensure that they could protect the passengers in the carriages until support arrived. After making the arrangement, Lu Yan said to Maya, please go to the last carriage. We two 4th grade martial artists will take care of the head and tail as much as possible. Maya nodded her head and tapped her feet, making use of the 6th grade of the Easy School's lightness Lingbo Weibu, and in the blink of an eye, she reached the rear of the carriage. Lu Yan then continued to tell Zhongli, just follow me and guard the carriage. The train had been prepared for an encounter with a wave of beasts at the beginning of its design, and in addition to thickened armor and bulletproof glass, there were also special fixtures that could be attached directly to the rails, so that the entire train wouldn't roll over on its side due to the impact of a wave of beasts. This creates a solid line of defense. The demonic beasts of the beast tide were irrational. They only knew to charge forward regardless. As long as they could clear out the demonic beasts as close to the train as possible, they would have a chance of surviving until help arrived. A total of 12 carriages. The top of the carriages all have a skylight, but also all have a pre-prepared weapons area, from which you can directly pull out a machine gun. The ammunition are present inside the carriages, and are all special research and development of high explosive bombs. Even if a 1st grade demonic beasts are hit, will also have to suffer serious injuries. At this moment the wave of beasts had stepped over the power grid and swarmed towards the train. The passengers in the carriage were all looking out the window, filled with despair. Some were kneeling down and praying to the heavens, while others were cheering loudly for the martial artists who stood on the roof of the car and fought for them. Accompanied by Lu Yan's order, 12 machine guns roared at the same time. Tong 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 tong. Jiang Li saw those demonic beasts rushing towards the train explode one by one, and under the flat fire of the 12 machine guns, no demonic beasts were able to break through the blockade for a while. The machine guns bought everyone 5 minutes before the ammo ran out and the demonic beasts pounced on the train again. This time, everyone took up cold weapons. Lu Yan urged Zhongli again and again, stand right behind me. We just need to protect this carriage under our feet. Got it. Understood. The finished Lu Yan didn't have time to continue talking. The demonic beasts had already pounced on him. Lu Yan jumped off the carriage holding a large sword and blocked the front. The 4th-ranked martial artist's one hand of sweeping the armies cleared a piece of demonic beasts in front of him, but the demonic beasts behind him were still like a vast ocean with no end in sight. It seemed that in order to take care of Zhongli, Lu Yan didn't miss any of the demonic beasts and blocked all of them, and it didn't take long for a thick layer of demonic beast corpses to accumulate in front of him. He, a 4th-grade martial artist, could easily do this, but those squad members were still in a difficult situation even with the help of a martial artist. Soon the squad member next door was surrounded by a dozen or so demonic beasts in an extremely dangerous situation due to a mistake made by the martial artist assisting him, who missed a few of the demonic beasts. Lu Yan, as the squad leader, once again swept away the demonic beasts in front of him with a slash and was about to rush over to help, but at that moment, a long spear stabbed out one step ahead of him. Lu Yan was shocked and furious when he saw that the person with the gun was Zhongli looking for death. Chapter 111 External Chi and Blood Bank? It's not everywhere. After Lu Yan roared, he saw Zhongli's body flashing with waves of red and blue air, and he rushed out with the fire dragon gun in his hand, and the flames wrapped around the gun formed a giant dragon. This roaring flame dragon flew out to transform into a spinning flame siege spear, piercing through and exploding all of the demonic beasts that were besieging the second carriage in an instant. But that's not all. After the siege spear pierced through and exploded all the demonic beasts outside of compartment 2, it followed up by clearing out all the demonic beasts in a line from compartment 3/4/5/6. All the way to compartment 12. All the patrol members and assisting martial artists who were fighting for their lives were all dumbfounded as they looked at the corpses of the demonic beasts that were shattered in front of them after they were pierced through, and their heads turned in unison to the number 1 compartment to see Zhongli, who was holding a long spear. Not only them, but the passengers in the carriage who were always watching outside also stared in disbelief. That student did this. You call this a student? You call this a 2nd grade martial artist? A few patrolmen wondered back if they were a fake 2nd grade martial artist. Inside the carriage, after a moment of silence, the passengers cheered in unison. Even the possibility of dying here didn't stop them from cheering for their hero, and at this moment, Lu Yan, who stayed by Zhongli's side, was the most deeply shocked. It's just that he knows more compared to others. As a patrolman, a large portion of the resources were shared with the police and the military, which also included martial arts like the fixed dragon gun, which he actually knew, so he could tell at a glance what Zhongli was using. Seeing that after this wave was cleared, the next wave of demonic beasts was about to arrive, Lu Yan hurriedly shouted, "Get back behind me and fix it." After using the dragon gun, his body's blood and chi are empty, and he is not unaware of this, and he directly took out a porcelain bottle from his waist and threw it to Zhongli. "Take the medicine to restore your chi and blood." As a result, Zhongli didn't even look at it and rushed out directly with his gun. "Wubi, you kid." Lu Yan looked at Zhongli in bewilderment. How come this kid didn't look tired at all after using the dragon fixing gun? This move is not directly empty all the chi and blood of it. Or he has still come to chi and blood can maintain that kind of airwave on the surface of the body? Not to mention the fixed dragon lance that Zhongli used again after he took the initiative to charge up against the tide of beasts. The beast tide they greeted belonged to the periphery of the entire beast tide now. Basically all of them were demonic beasts of no grade. So the terrifying fire dragons that flew out from Zhongli's gun once again cleared a line of all the demonic beasts of no grade. Lu Yan people are stupid. Not. This kid is their external chi blood? How do you set a dragon gun that can be released twice in a row? How could he know that Zhongli not only had an external chi and blood bank, but it was also inexhaustible? Although the demon kings and demon lords that were previously pulled into the family bucket were all killed. But isn't there a wave of beasts in front of us? Zhongli was pulling a batch into the family bucket, killing them and pulling another batch in, so as to create a perpetual motion machine. However, in order not to be too eye-catching, Zhongli still reduced the frequency of using the fixed dragon gun and used it to kill demonic beasts as much as possible. Although in terms of gun skills, Zhongli would only be able to use a single hand to set the dragon gun, but that didn't stop him from being a powerful flying brick. After the Big Dipper formation plus tyrannical blood sorcery stack was turned on, Zhongli had also turned on the tendon martial man and bronze armor martial body, in which case he could just casually fling his gun around and whip all the unqualified demonic beasts in front of him. Zhongli could then be seen topping the position in front of carriage 1, and a sweep with his lance was a piece of demonic beasts being swept away, each time as if it was a direct rain of blood and flesh. Zhongli was not only able to withstand the pressure of the beast tide towards compartment number 1, he was even able to push back out a dozen meters against the pressure. Lu Yan held the pills to restore his chi and blood in his hand, and for a while, he didn't know what to say. Was he a 4th grade martial artist, old, or was the era progressing too fast? Are all 18-year-olds this strong these days? No wonder he could make a top-gate faction like the Easy Sect look at him. This kid is indeed qualified. Seeing that Zhongli was indeed not tired at all, and was getting more and more energetic as he killed more and more, and even started pushing back against the beast tide, Lu Yan hurriedly yelled out, "Just hold the position in front of the wagon. Don't push back. It's easy to encircle you if the beast tide closes in. Our main objective is to protect the carriages and the passengers." Zhongli sniffed, and only then did he slowly back up under the carriage, relying on it to kill the demonic beasts. Zhongli's killing technique had no beauty to speak of. It was just sweeping, and continuing to sweep. However, every time it swept across, it could cause a piece of demonic beasts in front of it to be directly stopped and blown up. Lu Yan also put down his heart when he saw this. This kid could be completely used as a 4th grade martial artist. He'll be able to go help out in the other compartments as well when he's free. If the beast tide was only demonic beasts that were not of the highest quality, then this beast tide he was now very confident that he could survive it. At this time, in the tail 12 compartment, Maya was also using a hand of white rainbow palm power to pressure the demonic beasts that came to attack to lean forward. Don't look at the white rainbow palm power is only a 4th grade martial art, but it is very interesting. The power air that is shot out can be bent randomly according to the user's mind, and can even penetrate the heads of several demonic beasts with a single force of power air in a continuous turn. There was no need for the patrolman to help, so the patrolman in car 12 went to help car 11. Maya's eyes glazed over as she looked at the rewards for the big win in compartment 1. She hadn't watched the live broadcast before. She just happened to be on vacation back home in Shanghai province, and then she received a call from her mentor saying that she had discovered a supreme genius for her to bring back. She was seeking to find out how much more talented she could be, but it turned out to be much more than she could have imagined. She had a premonition that this time it seemed like she could really finish her biography and graduate because of Zhongli. A martial art like the fixed dragon gun, which required the consumption of all of one's body's chi and blood, had already been used twice by Zhongli. At the same time, the red and blue air waves on his body could not be seen as a martial art, but it was definitely an explosive class of chi and blood, and there was also a martial art of the whole person expanding, looking like the military's Gung Jin forging technique sinew and flesh chapter of the martial art, which was also an explosive class of martial art for a short period of time. With so many buffs stacked on his body, Zhongli was able to hold on for so long. 5 minutes had passed since the first time he casted the fixed dragon gun, and Zhongli's combat strength had not slipped at all. Instead, he looked more refreshed. Zhongli's talent was truly far beyond normal people's imagination, and his patience for such explosive martial arts was simply incredible. She had to keep watching to see where Zhongli's limits were. She was going to customize a martial art uniquely for Zhongli, and the higher his ceiling, the higher her chances of graduating this year. Now Zhongli had become the key to her graduation, just like many agricultural students, whose thesis was the crop they grew. Anyone who steals the crop, it's the equivalent of a lost thesis, and that's something you'd really fight to protect. Chapter 112 Lu Yan, I'll be damned. It seemed that there were simply too many demonic beasts that had died over here, and the smell of blood stimulated the tide of beasts, with more and more of them rushing this way, and there were no longer only demonic beasts that didn't enter the grade. First grade and second grade demonic beasts were gradually appearing, increasing the difficulty of defense. A patrol member suddenly felt a coldness in his neck and shoulder as he was bathing in blood, and when he turned his head to look, he saw a fox demon quickly jumping past him. The player felt the pain as he touched his neck and his hand was covered in blood. His neck with half of his shoulder was bitten right off. Captain Lu Yan's eyes widened. Flag. Lu Yan went all the way across the border to split the demonic beasts and rushed to the side of that team member, whose full name was Hong Chi. Although Lu Yan rushed over there quite fast, Hong Chi was already in a state of suffocation due to his trachea being bitten off. There was no professional doctor here, or else with the physical strength of a martial artist, he could actually survive with this kind of injury. Little Flag, who collapsed in Lu Yan's arms, couldn't even speak, and closed her eyes after struggling for not much longer. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the martial artists who were fending off the demonic beasts sank. Fear for sure, but the anger towards the demonic beasts overpowered the fear in their hearts. To the master, die! Everyone went even more furious to kill the demonic beasts, and the Captain Lu Yan was trembling, but he still had to force himself to suppress his emotions. Don't all explode. It's not time for you to explode. Preserve the chi and blood in our bodies. We can't let our brothers die in vain. We must live. Lu Yan put down the body of Little Flag and stood up with red eyes. He actually had the idea of wanting to explode despite everything, but he held back. He was the captain. He was the one least able to get emotional. He also has to take care of the players under him. Lu Yan was still running around preventing leaks and patching up gaps, and when the martial artists in any carriage couldn't carry on anymore, he would promptly top up, letting the other party rest for a while and take a pill to recover their chi and blood. However, his pressure was also increasing, because he could feel that the current beast tide did not only contain uninitiated, first and second grade demonic beasts, but even third and fourth grade ones were mixed in. The one who had suddenly bitten Little Flag to death just now was a third grade fox demon that was extremely fast. Flag didn't even react before half of his neck had been bitten off. This had to make Lu Yan's spirit highly concentrated. He had to accurately locate every demonic beast above the second grade in the beast tide and then go ahead to kill it. While he was checking for flaws, he didn't notice a second grade mole demon beast burrowing out from underneath the carriage. Its claws were already on Little Flag's shoulders, and it was about to be pulled into the ground when Zhongli suddenly glimpsed its movements. A nameless fire rose in his heart. Stealing bodies? What else would a demonic beast steal a corpse for? Eat. This was the first time since Zhongli came to this world that he didn't have killing intent because of his own affairs. Die. Zhongli temporarily left his defense zone and flung a shot at the mole demon beast in the ground, the force of which was so furious that it directly blew up the mole demon beast the moment it was poked. Lu Yan didn't notice the point that the body of the Little Flag was right under the train at first. He just saw that Zhongli had trespassed his area and couldn't help but be furious. Subconsciously, he took Zhongli as his own team member and broke into a rage. Don't you have your own defense zone? You've got the power, but not the rules. Zhongli returned to his area without a word. His chi and blood infused more into the lance in his hand, borrowing the flame swaths to kill the demonic beasts that had indeed gotten close to compartment number 1. And Lu Yan, who had an iron black face, looked at the place where Zhongli had just hit and suddenly realized that a hole in the ground was only a dozen centimeters away from Little Flag's body, and some of the broken mole demon beast corpses were splattered on Little Flag's corpse. Lu Yan instantly understood Zhongli's behavior just now, and clenched his teeth with the feeling of wanting to give himself 2 slaps. Because of the tense situation, he had to casually place the body of Little Flag under the carriage first, but he didn't expect a mole demonic beast to make a hole and come over wanting to drag away his comrade's body to eat. If he had seen this scene, he would have definitely pressed this demonic beast to death without a second thought as well. Zhongli discovered the scene before him, but was scolded by him for it. For that matter, if he survived, he'd probably think about it before he went to bed at night for the next few decades and give himself a mouthful. It's so damn poorly done. Lu Yan ran to the defense zone of compartment 1 and wanted to apologize to Jianli. But he was scolded by Jianli without looking back. Isn't there anything more for you to do? Don't you need help with the other carriages? Have the bodies of the crew been collected in the wagon? Have a brain. Will it do the job? Can it do the job? Will it do the job well? If you can't, quit while you're ahead. This flurry of scolding, but instead to Lu Yan scolded cool. A sense of shame disappeared. Turning his head to get back into the swing of things, he collected the small flagged corpses and assisted the team in their defense. And so, in the blink of an eye 25 minutes passed and the crowd had dragged on for 30 minutes. The corpses of the demonic beasts in front of Zhongli had already formed a mountain. And Zhongli stood on the hill made of demonic beast corpses to kill the demonic beasts rushing up from below. The demonic beasts in front of the others were also barricaded into small mountains, but each of them had injuries of varying degrees on their bodies. An assisting martial artist couldn't take it anymore. His arms were already trembling and the martial skills he was striking out were starting to distort. It's been half an hour. Where's the backup? At this moment, not only were their chi, blood, and stamina depleted to the limit, but the elixirs that the patrol squad was carrying were all consumed as well. They are now literally at the end of their rope. Lu Yan is also panting at the moment right away. Right away. He didn't really know when the support would arrive, but he had to give people that hope. Seeing this, Zhongli jumped back into compartment number 1. And just as Lu Yan wondered if it was because he hadn't seen any demonic beasts bursting into the compartment again, Zhongli jumped out with a large bag, throwing a large number of medicine bottles at the martial artists in front of each carriage. He then shouted succinctly, "Get high." A martial artist received the porcelain vial with trembling hands and stared in disbelief the moment he got high third-grade blood-containing pills. The medicines of the patrol squad had long since run out. They were all first-grade elixirs that could restore a limited amount of chi and blood. Perhaps some of them had taken third-rank elixirs to boost their talent in chi and blood, but using a third-grade elixir to restore chi and blood was a fine shaft that they had never enjoyed in their lives. At this moment, Zhongli's body seemed to be glowing. What a rich young man this is. Zhongli was killing demonic beasts while also pulling out medicine. All of these things were stolen from the Stickman's underground auction house, and the main purpose of the people was actually to collect these high-quality elixirs that the Stickman country simply couldn't produce and send them back. The stuff that really maintains the auction house is actually in another warehouse that isn't really guarded much at all. This guarded vault, however, had been mistaken for a real vault by Zi Sheng's rats, so there were literally all sorts of things inside. After digging around for a while, Zhongli saw an elixir that intrigued him. Chapter 113, A New Path. Side effects of getting high on pills. Third-grade kettle-breaking elixir. Dramatically improves human attributes such as strength, speed, reaction speed, and recovery speed. The side effect is that you're so weak after the drug wears off that you can't even lift your arms, and that's a good thing. Not only can you strengthen yourself, but you can also make the demonic beasts in front of you all hang a weakness buff. Zhongli directly put a bottle of elixir all stone into his mouth. A bottle of 8 all down. Zhongli's strength, speed and other attributes instantly have a substantial increase. Killing demonic beasts was all secondary to how many he could kill alone, especially if he couldn't use the fixed dragon gun continuously. The key is to put a weakness buff on the beast. At this time, he had as many as hundreds of acupoints, which meant that he could pull in hundreds of demonic beasts at any time for the beast tied in front of him, and replace the next batch when this batch got weak, to reduce the pressure on everyone. Zhongli, who was high on drugs, was once again courageous. He felt that he was high on drugs, so it shouldn't be too much to use the dragon fixing gun again at this time, right? 36 Big Dipper formation plus violent blood sorcery plus flesh and tendon martial man plus broken cauldron Dan. With the quadruple buff boost and the use of the fixed dragon lance, the flying fire dragon finally no longer looked like a juvenile little fire dragon. The adult roaring fire dragon cleared a whole section of demonic beasts directly in front of carriages 1 to 12 horizontally. This left everyone a chance to catch their breath. Lu Yan didn't even care to be surprised at why Zhongli was still fighting more and more bravely, shouting for everyone to start getting high on medicines and recovering their chi and blood for the next wave of demonic beasts to attack. False hope, reinforcements are on the way. The real thirst for plums, come on people. Feed the prince plums. The elixirs that the stick country had spent a lot of money on were all going into the mouths of Chinese martial artists. It's kind of like returning things to their rightful owners. How can they eat chaff? Eat their cabbage. Third grade elixir second grade martial artist to eat. Chi and blood recovery speed is not half a star faster. An elixir down everyone's chi and blood instantly back to full. A healing elixir went down and everyone's injuries were instantly cured. At this moment, the martial artists stationed in front of the carriage were once again united. When the next wave of demonic beasts arrived, they even had the illusion that the gang had gotten weaker. Their second grade, killing a first grade chopped up is even if it's not enough. How can killing a second grade demonic beast also be chopped up? There was just a feeling that all these demonic beasts had reproduced their offspring before they came, and had reproduced like hundreds of times a day, and the false ones couldn't even walk. But everyone just thought that this was the psychological effect of eating fine chaff, plus the beast tide running. It was impossible for the demonic beasts not to be tired. With that, everyone carried on for another 20 minutes, and with the potion boost, no one died, but the pressure was on again. The smell of blood over here could have rushed to the sky. The 3rd and 4th grade demonic beasts had only appeared sporadically before, but now they began to appear in pairs and even in pieces. At the same time, there was even worse news. The patrol unit that had come to support them had also encountered a wave of beasts on their way, and were currently responding to the enemy, not to mention rushing over. Even if they could save their own lives, it would not be easy. But it's not all bad news. There's also good news that the military is out in force. The military had not only built fortifications in advance on the route of the beast tide's advance, but at the same time, various expresses were being sent out one after another, and each of these expresses was able to eliminate a large number of demonic beasts that did not make the grade. On top of that was that the military had sent a battalion of troops, led by a 5th-ranked martial artist from the military, to come to their rescue. The military was also surprised when they received the news of the rescue. It had been almost an hour and this squad of 30 people at most was still alive. And after getting the news that Jiang Li was here and that the Prowler faction's bonded student was here, the military sent a battalion directly to the rescue. A genius who could potentially become an 8th grade martial arts master was very important. It's faster this time. The military is doing a direct airborne flight. Just hold on for another 10 minutes. There will be no surprises this time. But the martial artists and rangers assisting in the defense were actually numb, each with an unknown number of injuries and a few pills on them. To be able to move under such a high-intensity impact was purely relying on the mind and his heart to hold on. The house was falling apart, and just when he was about to see the dawn of victory, a 5th grade tiger demon appeared. This was the first 5th grade demonic beast to appear at their location. It could be said that the entire beast tide initiated by the Taishan Demon Mansion didn't even have many 5th grade demons, and 5th grade and above basically executed a real migration plan through space beasts. Only a handful of 5th grade demons were left behind to replace the duties of the demon lords, responsible for driving the lower grade demonic beasts in a cover-type migration, incidentally attacking the human cities and retaliating against the humans, because there were too many demonic beasts killed over here. The smell of blood managed to cause the 5th grade demon in charge of managing the demonic beasts in this area. For humans, it's guarding the train and the humans, but is it a massacre for the demon race? And you guys stomped on the demon race? You humans are really brave. The 5th grade tiger demon already had a considerable degree of spiritual intelligence. The cold tiger eye swept a glance at the humans in front of the train. The strongest were 2 4th grades. The rest were all 2nd and 3rd grades, as well as a human who was unable to determine his grade, but was exceptionally brave. But in general, it's all crap. Surprisingly, the tiger demon was enraged that he had allowed so many trash to kill so many of his fellow demons. There was no way to hide his huge body, so he directly stepped on the gale and entered with a tiger's roar. Humans, die! His target was school sister Maya and Captain Lu Yen. The demon also knew the reasoning of killing the strongest first. As long as he took out these 2 4th grades, the rest were just dishes. He would have his mini demons crush all the humans, along with the ones in the train, to be their meal. The first target of the 5th grade tiger demon was the Captain Lu Yen, and the gusty wind condensed into a tiger's head, biting at Lu Yen. Lu Yen practiced his sword. The 3rd grade martial arts wind-chasing sword slashed past, but even couldn't cut through the gale condensed into a tiger head. The sword chi was instead swallowed by the tiger head in one bite, and immediately after that, Lu Yen was knocked flying into the carriage. The thick train armor was actually dented by the smash. Seeing this, Maya rushed forward to help, and the white rainbow palm power drilled out from a place that the 5th grade tiger demon couldn't imagine, striking the tiger demon's stomach with a slap. This should have been the most vulnerable place for the tiger demon, but it failed to break the defense for the tiger demon. Instead, it attracted the attention of the tiger demon, which was as powerful as a gale, and when Maya wanted to perform Lingbo Weiqi, she found that the raging gale converged around her, as if it had formed a wind power cage, directly restricting her form. The next moment the tiger demon was about to pounce on her. At the last moment, Maya's palms used the air. 2 completely different internal energies rotated in her palms and slapped on the tiger demon's claws. 6th grade palm technique, Tianshan 6 Yang Palm. Chapter 114 Zhongli. Broken defense. This palm technique focuses on a yin and yang 2 chi abatement. Any kind of vicious attack can be easily dissolved. Is the most defensive martial arts of the easy school, but unfortunately, the other party was, after all, a 5th grade great demon, and Maya was in the mid 4th grade. And although she relied on the heavily mounted 6 sun palm to diffuse most of the force, she was still knocked out and sprayed blood from her mouth. In just an instant, the two strongest people in charge of defense were all traumatized. The 5th grade tiger demon raises its head. Humans. That's it? Who else? Zhongli stepped forward and pulled the 5th grade tiger demon into the family bucket, and a bottle of Kettlebreaker Dan was poured into his mouth altogether. Other than that, Zhongli also saw a few bottles of 3rd grade poisons and poured them all into his mouth as well. Lu Yan didn't know what kind of elixir Zhongli had eaten when he saw this, but shouted, "Don't go." But when did Zhongli ever listen to what he said? And with his lance in place, he charged. The 5th grade tiger demon laughed out loud at this. What I admire the most is the courage of humans. A human who can't see how many grades but certainly no more than 4 actually dares to take a shot at me. Just as well. Let me completely break the courage of you humans. The tiger demon ran and rode the wind, the gale whistling around him as it rolled towards Zhongli, a 4th grade martial artist he could defeat with a single strike. What right did a human who was not yet 4th grade have to live? One shot to the center. The massive fire dragon flew towards the curling gale, which formed the appearance of a tiger demon opening its bloody mouth and swallowed the fire dragon in one gulp. The fire dragon was directly ground up by the terrifying wind inside the tiger's head. Zhongli's martial arts that had once swept away 1st and 2nd grade demonic beasts didn't even count as a fart in the eyes of a 5th grade tiger demon. The tiger demon was just about to show a humanized mocking expression, but suddenly his face changed, and he couldn't even step on the wind under his feet, and planted himself straight down. It looked as if the fire dragon was poisonous, but what makes people wonder is that the tiger head formed by the wind ate the fire dragon. So what's it got to do with the tiger demon controlling the wind? The tiger demon dropped to the ground, shaking his head. He himself wasn't sure why he seemed to be poisoned. My head was foggy, my limbs were achy, and I had a feeling of nausea and wanting to vomit. In fact, a 3rd grade elixir was already considered a very high grade, and with the current means of mankind, they hadn't been able to develop an elixir that was above the 6th grade. The strongest is the Shaolin's Great Restorative Pill, which is claimed to be able to bring life to the dead and flesh to the bones. So the lethality of a 3rd grade poison was already very strong, but where the target wasn't a demonic beast but a human, it definitely wasn't this easy at the moment. The physical quality and self-healing ability of demonic beasts was still too strong. Zhongli was not surprised when he saw this. He was now a 4th grader, so with his buffs stacked up, and with the point that he could counter-injure himself by being passively beaten and not get hurt himself, he could grind down a 4th grade demonic beast. Killing someone below the 3rd rank was rather like chopping up a melon or chopping up a vegetable. But to kill the 5th rank, that was a different concept. Just like his strongest strike was only easily blocked by his opponent, he could only put on some weakening means to weaken this 5th grade tiger demon as much as possible. And if he could, he wanted to weaken his opponent to around 4th grade strength, so that he would have a chance to get it killed. And in the matter of pulling people into fighting in the same realm as he was familiar with it. Not to mention the 5th grade tiger demon. Wasn't the 7th grade demon king also consumed a large amount of vitality because of the blood violent sorcery? And then because of the weakened self-healing ability let a human martial artist of the same grade kill it. Anyway, as of now he hadn't found anyone who could break his ability to counter-injure this ability through the side effects of practicing kung fu. So Zhongli could boldly charge this 5th grade tiger demon. Gunnery Zhongli would only know one move. And since he wouldn't die anyway, Zhongli didn't want to expose too much. So when he fought the tiger demon, Zhongli directly put away his fire dragon lance and used the 8 Extremes Avalanche Mountain to fight the tiger demon hard. Before departing for the easy sect, Zhongli had already practiced the 8 Extremes Avalanche Mountain to the 5th extreme, which allowed him to strike 5 stages of strength there at the same time, only when he leaned over the tiger demon. Even though the tiger demon looked a bit ghostly and daydreamy, he didn't manage to bump him, and at this time, the tiger demon had slowed down. The boiling demon blood suppressed the side effects of the poison belonging to the 3rd grade in his body, and the tiger tail was like a steel whip, flinging itself at Zhongli with a whistling sound. Only a popping sound was heard as Zhongli flew out a dozen meters. Maya and Lu Yan were looking at each other with eyes wide open. Zhongli, one is aching for his thesis, and the other is aching for the future pillars of our country. Both of them went berserk in an instant, ignoring the injuries in their bodies and rushing towards the tiger demon. The two true 4th grade intermediate stages were barely able to carry the attack of the 5th grade tiger demon. The tiger demon attacked while looking at Zhongli's side a bit puzzled. How did a human of less than the 4th rank resist this whip tail of his? And after he'd smacked him, why did his own stomach burn and hurt? Like he'd accidentally dumped it on himself. Zhongli was a bit shocked as he got up from the ground. He had broken his defense. It was his first real injury. His system is a negative transfer system, not an anti-injury system. The counter damage is just a bug in his card. As long as the system determines that the side effect was created in some way, it can be transferred to the enactment target, like the sword spectrum of warding off evil. Now know that the martial arts of this world is not the martial arts of the martial arts world as it is originally moved, but the people of this high martial arts world created according to the martial arts in the novel. The person who created the pure evil sword spectrum intuitively understood that practicing must be cut koan koan. No matter what does not cut koan koan will go on fire or what. He created the pure evil sword spectrum, that is, use koan koan for speed. So cutting quin quin is the biggest side effect, and that side effect is what can be transferred. And the requirement for practicing the Genjin forging technique was to take a beating, and taking a beating would lead to practicing this martial art, so the injuries from the beatings were a side effect. However, if the upper limit of what this martial art can withstand is exceeded, the excess is actual damage, not a side effect, and cannot be transferred. As it stood, 90% of the damage that exceeded the damage dealt by his own 3 major ranks he could transfer as a side effect, leaving 10% he had to take on his own. Of course this amount of damage was nothing at all. With the vitality of a second-grade martial artist, it would quickly heal itself. However, this proved that the bug he had stuck was not all-powerful, and if he encountered another existence of a higher grade such as the 6th or 7th grade, he would be injured even more. And to solve this, either switch to a defense martial art that can take damage with a higher ceiling, or work on improving your class. As long as he could get to a 3rd-grade martial artist, a 5th-grade tiger demon hitting him would be able to do a complete counter-injury. Zhongli let out a long breath after he figured it out. Luckily the damage wasn't high so he wouldn't die here. He also still had plenty of time to improve himself, as well as change into a new martial art. So, 10% damage in the zone is looking down on whoever the fuck it is. Which of the patrolmen and assisting martial artists present did not have heavier injuries on their bodies than him? Moreover, the number of layers stacked on the Genjin forging body technique that this tiger demon beat him to give him is really many. It was the first time he had seen that the sinew and flesh realm could actually increase 18 layers at once. It even gave steel bone realm 2 layers to stack. It was the first time he had ever felt his bones strengthened. Is this a tiger demon? That's one experienced baby who likes to scratch. Charge. Chapter 115 Rescue arrives. Zhongli once again charged at the tiger demon, who roared with fury, and the sound wave directly shook back the 3 of them. Both Maya and Luyan's 7 orifices were shaken and bled. Only Zhongli had a slight nosebleed, and the rest of the tiger demon did it for him. The tiger demon himself is confused. What the hell? Before when using this trick also did not give himself shocked out of internal injuries. How at this also 7 orifices bleeding? Luyan wiped the blood off his face, and although it hurt, he forced himself to shout he can't use this move easily himself. Don't be afraid of it. Together. As soon as his words fell, Zhongli charged up with a whoosh, not to hit him, but to be hit. With a bang, Zhongli was directly slapped away by the tiger demon in annoyance, and then the tiger demon felt a tightness in his chest, as if he had been slapped by his brother when he was practicing with him, and had the feeling that his sternum was going to crack. The tiger demon had a considerable degree of spiritual intelligence, but it had been staying in the Taishan demon mansion without seeing the world, and it didn't know how to describe the current situation. In short, it was angry. Hitting the human actually injures himself. The human gets up alive and continues to charge at him. He hits again, and then injures himself again. It's a hell of a thing. Either that or the demon race had the normal intelligence of humans, but it definitely couldn't reach human heights yet. Demons are too easily emotional. Normal human beings who realize that when they hit someone else they get hurt themselves must consider if there is something wrong with the other person. Hit the opposite side of the room and get hurt yourself. Then you can't fight. But demonic beasts don't. The tiger demon has an expression of even if you really I want to taste the saltiness. Then he took the bull by the horns and had to fight Zhongli. They even directly ignored both Luyan and Maya. Luyan and Maya also realized that Zhongli seemed to have somehow attracted the tiger demon's full attention, which should have been a terrible thing, being targeted by a 5th-grade tiger demon. What kept a 2nd-grade martial artist from dying? But Zhongli was like an undefeatable little strong man. Pat Fei stood up and continued to charge. Pat Fei stood up and had to charge again. Maya looked all heartbroken, but then realized that Zhongli seems to be unable to stand multiple injuries every time. Luyan looked dumbfounded. This kid actually still has a hand of such a handsome horizontal training skill. A 2nd-grade martial artist using horizontal training skill to resist multiple attacks by 5th-grade demonic beasts looks like nothing at all. There's still this kind of horizontal training? You guys teach that? Luyan looked at Maya, who shook her head repeatedly. If this was her thesis, she would have passed too. How many things are still undiscovered in Zhongli's body? Boo! Zhongli was slapped flying once again. The familiar Zhongli even purposely turned to the direction he wanted to go before he was slapped flying, and he was just able to kill a few demonic beasts after he landed. At the same time, Zhongli, who had landed on the ground, sensed that the steel bone realm had allowed this tiger demon to beat him to a small degree. A full 99 floors. On top of that, the copper skin was stacked to 572 layers, and the sinews had long since been stacked to completion, and were now beyond the limit at 350 layers. This was the one experienced baby that had given him the most stacks since he had come out of the training camp. The smile that appeared on Zhang Li's face made the 5th grade tiger demon even more annoyed, opening his big mouth about to let out a tiger's roar, but he couldn't help but cough it out. A mouthful of black blood sprayed on the ground along with a cough. Even if it was only 90% of his damage, hitting so many times on his own body that couldn't be carried the tiger demon was still trying to take the bull by the horns, but the roar coming from the sky annoyed him, and he tilted his head to see a formation of airplanes heading this way. The formation consisted of 3 large transport planes, 8 bombers, and 16 fighter escorts. It was a formation of military aircraft, transport planes loaded with a battalion of soldiers to rescue the passengers on the train. The rest of the configuration is for bombing the beast wave. Although the sudden appearance of the beast tide did catch the Chinese officials and military off guard, but as a high martial world, fighting demons every day, the Chinese soldiers were fighting actual battles almost every day. The number of Chinese soldiers in the high martial world had reached a peak, and with the railroads and road patrols, the total number of these special forces had reached 4 million. What a formidable force! 4 million soldiers who fight real battles every day would be once mobilized. The wave started in the afternoon. The arming and interception started half an hour after the wave, and the bombardment against the wave started an hour after the wave started. As long as it doesn't involve a place with a large population, then it's bombed to death. The phobia of insufficient firepower of the Chinese military department is almost engraved in the bones, but anything that can be done without using soldiers on it, then all of them will be bombed with artillery shells. As a matter of fact, 2.5 hours had now passed since the beast tide began, but the large group of beast tides that were all unqualified demonic beasts hadn't been able to cause much damage to Huaxia at all. The 5th grade tiger demon felt the pressure coming from the sky. A martial artist comparable to it had appeared. The tiger demon stepped into the wind and attempted to go up into the sky to directly bring down those large iron birds, but in the very next second, the transporter opened its hatch, and without waiting for the soldiers to start parachuting, a burly man with white hair and red eyes jumped out of the plane. Seeing that he didn't have a parachute on him either, he flew straight toward the tiger demon. Zhang Li on the ground squinted his eyes to see. This person looked like Captain Xiang Yu. The tiger demon just opened his mouth to come this tiger's roar, but at this moment, Xiang Yu appeared above his head. Xiang Yu's feet traced a purple arc in the air, as if connected to the stars. The moment his foot landed, an invisible pressure suddenly erupted, bombarding the 5th grade tiger demon like a Tarzan crushing an egg. The tiger demon let out a mournful roar, but was unable to break free from this force and was ruthlessly stomped into the ground. As the dust billowed up, a small sandstorm formed. Xiang Yu's figure loomed in the dust and mist, just like a god of war descending. When the floating dust gradually dispersed, a large pit suddenly appeared on the originally flat ground. In the center of the pit, the tiger demon was lying upside down in it, and its jaw had been thoroughly kicked and bloodied. Xiang Yu, on the other hand, stared at the tiger demon with red eyes, kick after kick until the tiger demon's head was completely shattered. Zhang Li didn't quite dare to recognize him. Xiang Yu's current condition was like he had gone off the deep end. His eyes were not only angry but also had a few moments of sadness in them. Soon the sky transports disgorged the other soldiers, and the 1st battalion landed on the ground by parachute and quickly took over the defense of the train. The patrolmen and martial artists who were full of fatigue couldn't get back up once they sat on their asses on the ground. The passengers in the train cried tears of joy, hugged each other, looked through the windows at the soldiers who brought them a sense of security, and told each other about the aftermath of the disaster. The demonic beasts in the vicinity of the train were quickly cleared out, and everyone was treated to a free fireworks display next. When the bombers dropped their aerial bombs on the tide of beasts, the fireworks of blood and flesh that were set off made everyone cheer from where they stood. Chapter 116, The Sangs are out of their misery? When everything was over, Zhang Li walked towards Xiang Yu. I didn't expect it to be you guys who came. Captain Xiang Qi. You, okay? This hair of yours? Xiang Yu was a brunette before, and the whole person looked very spirited. But now, surprisingly, it's full of gray hair, and the military doesn't allow just anyone to dye their hair. What could make a 5th grade martial artist turn white overnight? Xiang Yu saw that Zhang Li was still alive and let out a long breath. He had heard Zhang Li's name and volunteered to lead the team. Of course, to kill more demonic beasts. Today your sister-in-law is in labor in Lokyap City. And then, Zhang Li's eyes widened. 3 7th grade demon kings had appeared in Lokyap City today. Especially the white elephant demon king at the beginning had caused great damage to various buildings in the city. Could it be that Xiang Yu's daughter-in-law was also in one of the buildings? Condolences. Zhang Li had already skillfully switched to the expression and tone of voice he used when going to a funeral. only to be slapped on the head by Xiang Yu. What the hell is mourning? Can you wish me well? Your sister-in-law is not dead. It was just rippled and premature, and to this day I don't know what happened to them. Jiang Li, then you're as good as gone with your sister-in-law. But it's true, that's the thing that's bad about being a soldier. As long as the mission comes, you have to keep the big picture in mind. Even though his daughter-in-law had gone into premature labor in the hospital, even though the location of his mission was just a few steps away from Lokyap City, he couldn't go to see it. It was no wonder that Captain Xiang Qi had turned his hair white in a hurry and still had such a hatred for demonic beasts. Jiang Li's eyes twinkled. Captain Xiang Qi, you should be the ones responsible for escorting us passengers, right? Xiang Yu nodded. The nearest, safest location is definitely Loki City. Ah, and since so many of us are injured, I think it's very necessary for you to escort us to the hospital in a hurry. If there are other tasks that need to be performed, I think we can be partially escorted. You see that a 5th grade demonic beast appeared just now. If we encounter it again, we'll be in danger, and the others won't be able to solve it. It makes sense to have you, a 5th grade martial artist, in charge of escorting us, doesn't it? Xiang Yu froze. He didn't even think of this point, but the Barang behind him agreed to do it for him without saying a word. Team Xiang, it's exactly when the people need you. Hurry up and bring a team of people to escort everyone to the hospital in Loki City, and leave the next task to us. In fact, the soldiers who came this time are all the soldiers in the base, who don't know why Xiang Yu has a white head. As soon as they heard what Barang said, they immediately agreed. You guys. Xiang Yu's lips moved a few times. I'm the lead officer. I can't leave. Barang, you go in my place and make sure you escort everyone. Jiang Li frowned. Old Xiang, why are you so rigid as a person? Xiang Yu shook his head. Needless to say, just make sure they're okay. The wave of the beasts is spreading over a very large area, and we don't have enough manpower to begin with. As a 5th ranking lead officer, I'm even less able to just wander off. I left selfishly. If another 5th grade demonic beast appears, all my soldiers will die here. I'll regret it even more at that point. You guys hurry up. The beast tide hasn't ended yet. This is not a safe place. For the despicable and selfish traveler, himself and his loved ones are always the most important. So he couldn't understand Xiang Yu's current behavior, but respected it exceptionally. This is the sense of responsibility of Chinese soldiers. Jiang Li followed Barang's example and saluted, following the large troop to return to Lokyap City on a moving train. The train didn't drive out too far, so it didn't take long to go back, and after getting off the train, most of the passengers were uninjured and hurriedly ran home, while the injured patrolmen and martial artists were escorted all the way to the Lokyap First People's Hospital by Barang's team. Jiang Li and Maya followed Barang to find his sister-in-law's hospital room. At this time, his sister-in-law had already given birth to a girl, and the mother and daughter were safe. It's just that this moment is the most insecure time and the time when you would most like to see your husband standing at the door of the hospital room. When the door opened, his sister-in-law's eyes glowed the moment she saw the uniform. Still, there was no disappointment in seeing that it was a barangay. Barang, coming. Where's your brother? Barang saw a cold-faced instructor standing in front of his sister-in-law's hospital bed, also stammered, will not speak. Or Jiang Li explained the situation outside. My sister-in-law nodded and just wept silently without saying anything else. She knew that Xiang Yu would definitely not be able to leave at this time. And even Barang could only take a look on Xiang Yu's behalf before immediately having to leave. However, knowing that Xiang Yu still thinks of her mother and his wife in his heart, and worrying about the short-time white head is also slightly comforting. After seeing his sister-in-law, Barang couldn't stay. It was wartime, and he had to return to his unit right after the escort mission, and it was too late to even say a goodbye. Seeing Barang leave with his team, Jiang Li stood at the same spot with deep emotions. That's why I don't want to be a soldier, but they're really cool. If he had the chance, he would create a world that was as peaceful as his last life, so that the soldiers in this world would not have to run around as much as they do now, and would be able to spend more time with their families. Come on, don't get emotional. Maya walked up to him. I asked my mentor, and land transportation is basically blocked right now, but my mentor said he could arrange a plane for us to go. It'll have to be tomorrow though. Let's find a place to sleep first. And by the way, let's dish about today. I'm getting more and more confident now about the martial arts I've created for you. Jiang Li nodded and was just about to leave when he suddenly saw someone in the hospital running with 2 hospital beds pushed by them. With a very busy, but skillful feeling, Jiang Li listened with his side ear, as if he heard the name the other party shouted was Sang Ping. Isn't that the Sangs? That's right. It was the 2 unlucky attending physicians in charge of the Sang's father and son who pushed the hospital bed and ran to the operating room. Think about what Jiang Li has done today. In the morning he fucked a 4th grade demonic person. In the afternoon he fucked a 5th grade demonic beast. And in the middle of the day he learned about the blood riot sorcery. And this blood riot sorcery didn't stop for a day. In the end, He even ate several bottles of third-grade poisons, plus being whacked by a fifth-grade demonic beast an unknown number of times. This gave Sangwon and Sangpin a straight-up dry run. Originally, according to the previous routine, the physician shaking people could still be saved. But just think about how many people had to be injured by the Demon King's descent today to know how busy the hospital was. The physicians can't even shake anyone. Only 2 unlucky physicians can cure themselves. Third-grade poison plus deficiency of chi and blood plus deficiency of body plus depletion of vitality plus damage caused by fifth-grade demonic beasts. These 2 people could survive until now. Jiangli felt that it was a miracle for her, but in the end, they still couldn't hold on. And not long after the 2 were pushed into the operating room, Jiangli's system showed that the 2 had already gone. To be honest, for the Sang family father and son, this is still a happy thing, can be considered out of the misery.